Konoha Village. A member of the Anbu wearing a fox mask was hiding in the trees at the street corner, tailing a tavern in the distance. What bad luck, transmigrated as an Anbu Chunin, a civilian ninja named Yaku. According to intelligence, there might be an IWA ninja spy inside that tavern. As the time entered the late night, the Anbu squad leader appeared behind Yaku in an instant. Fox, there are few people in the tavern late at night. Take off your mask and vest, disguise yourself as an ordinary person, and go in to gather information. The squad leader called him by the code name based on the mask Yaku chose. Yaku took off the mask, removed the Anbu vest, untied the ninja tool pouch, carrying only a kunai on him. If he could gather information, that would be best. If he died inside, that would be even better. His death could prove that there was a spy in the izakaya. Yegwang reached out his hand to the squad leader. The squad leader asked in confusion, "What do you mean? I don't have money to buy drinks. You have to reimburse me, right? I need to order the most expensive drink to attract the spy's attention and extract information." The squad leader reluctantly took out his wallet from the ninja tool bag and handed him a stack of money. After putting it away, Yegwang reached out his hand again. The squad leader gave him another stack of money. "Don't go overboard. This mission isn't a suicide." "Not a suicide? That still means there's a chance of dying." Yegwang walked heavily into the izakaya, hit by a mixed smell of strong liquor, perfume, and sweat. He avoided the smell of strong liquor, followed the scent of perfume, and went to a table in the corner. "Bring me the most expensive sake." The beautiful and voluptuous female boss immediately perked up when she heard someone order the most expensive drink. She carried the sake, her eyes full of charm, and walked over to Yegwang. Bending over, revealing a glimpse of spring, she placed the sake cup on the table. Plump but not trembling, with soft fat subtly hiding muscle underneath, a sign of exercise. Yegwang watched her warily, feeling that everything was full of danger. The female boss's voice was sweet and soft. "Lord Ninja, did you just come back from the front line? Let me recommend some entertainment to help you relax." Yegwang downed a whole bottle of sake in one gulp. The sake here was not very strong, like watered-down ergwotu. He pretended to be drunk. "Entertainment? Do you know what I've been through? What kind of entertainment could possibly relax me?" "Private room," the female boss said excitedly. "There are private rooms on the second floor." "Private room? This place is a bit old. Does the wooden floor have shock absorption? Upstairs is shaking. Can so many people on the first floor tolerate it?" He. The female boss covered her mouth and laughed. "Ninja-sama, then shall we go straight to the backyard? There are private rooms in the backyard too, and at one tea shake there." "The backyard sounds good. I like the backyard. The projects on the second floor are too ordinary, they can't satisfy me." The female boss took Yegwang's hand and placed it on her slim waist, her chest pressed against his side ribs as they walked toward the backyard. Lifting the curtain and entering the backyard, the surroundings immediately darkened. The female boss pressed even closer. Being tightly embraced by her voluptuous figure felt really good. "If I weren't part of the Anbu, and if I earned money from missions, I could come here to have a good time." After entering the side room in the backyard, the female boss forcefully closed the door. "Ninja-sama, do you prefer in release or yang release? Ninja school doesn't teach anything. What's the deal with this in release and yang release? The in release and yang release here depend on who is on top. Do you understand? Who is on top? I get it." Besides the 5 elemental release techniques, some secret technique families also master in release and yang release. Beyond the ordinary yin and yang release, there are even 6 paths level yin and yang release. The female boss's yin and yang release is obviously not ordinary yin and yang release. Nightlight's mouth almost drooled, but his eyes were exceptionally alert. But no matter how alert he was, it was useless. His strength was too weak. No matter how careful he was, he couldn't detect the enemy. A kunai suddenly stabbed into Nightlight's lower back. In the darkness, the enemy used a technique Nightlight couldn't understand at all, quietly sneaking behind him and launching a fierce surprise attack. He was about to shout, but his mouth was blocked by the female boss's red lips. The traveler was gone just like that, died quite spectacularly, soft red lips, and the world instantly plunged into darkness. Yegwang's pupils suddenly dilated. In the blink of an eye, he woke up again. System activated. Moon arc activated. Between 2 full moons, the host has only one chance to resurrect. After death, they will revive on the night of the previous full moon. Reward: 1 lottery draw. 1B rank Earth release, technique of fish reflected in Earth beginner. 2 Chunin level chakra amount stackable. 3 kunai thrust mastery. Note: if killed twice by the same person, the host dies immediately. He returned to the full moon night 5 days ago, the night of the 15th. In the underground half-basement of the Anbu, Yegwan looked out at the full moon through the window. The arc of the moon, his golden finger. Once a month resurrection, able to return to the previous full moon night. Also a lottery chance, with prizes related to death. Faced with 3 options, Yegwan pondered deeply. Kunai thrust mastery is the skill of the person who killed him, proficient in kunai, can enhance attack power, useful but not urgently needed. The stackable Chunin level chakra amount is also not the most lacking at the moment. He chose Earth Release, technique of fish reflection in Earth Beginner. It perfectly matches his Earth attribute chakra. This technique sounds suitable for stealth, escape, assassination, and theft. The Anbu is as deep as the sea, no acting, no living half-heartedly, death comes quickly. He is unfit to be a rogue ninja. The Anbu are not to be trifled with, the entire ninja world is hunting him. In an instant, Yegwan learned the technique of fish reflection in earth. After forming the hand seal, he pressed his hand against the wall, and his hand slowly sank into the wall. The surface rippled like water. With a pull of his hand, the wall returned to its original state. He could move quickly within the earth, leaving no trace on the ground. Not bad, he finally learned a ninjutsu. Host status. Chakra amount, Chunin level. Chakra nature, earth. Ninjutsu, basic 3 bodies technique, earth release, technique of fish reflection in earth. Taijutsu, basic taijutsu Chunin level, basic kunai throwing technique Chunin level. Others, none. This is the real cannon fodder, blackened by ashes. Taijutsu does not require a high amount of chakra. His chakra amount is limited, making him a taijutsu type Chunin who diligently practices the basics. The Anbu mainly carry out assassination missions, and during assassinations, the assassin's information must not be exposed. The Hokage definitely does not want others to know who he intends to kill. Secret techniques, ninjutsu, and the like are all unsuitable to use. Instead, basic taijutsu and kunai are more crucial. Even when ninja from the Nara clan join the Anbu, they mainly rely on taijutsu and kunai. At this time, root had not yet been established. Danzo, as Hiruzen Sarutobi's absolute confidant, managed the Anbu in place of Hiruzen. A month ago, Danzo led the Anbu in a fierce battle against the Third Raikage in the Land of Hot Water, suffering heavy casualties. Most of the Anbu members fell under the Raikage's hand, and Danzo barely escaped back to Konoha. The Anbu urgently recruited new members, and Yegwine joined as a result. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The squad leader walked in and said coldly, "Fox, come with me to watch over an izakaya." This was already the second time Yegwine had heard this sentence. He silently organized his ninja tools, secretly warning himself, the number of deaths allowed this month has been used up. He absolutely cannot die again, or even the System 1T be able to save him. On the 20th, in the Anbu changing room. The daily patrol had just ended, and everyone was taking off their Anbu vests. Yegwine's breathing was faint, afraid of being called out by the squad leader. Being called out was as terrifying as slacking off for a week and suddenly being asked by the manager to report a plan, or just finishing a massage and your wife forcing you to hand in homework. Sure enough, the squad leader called out his codename, "Fox, watch over the Crane Moon izakaya tonight." Yegwine helplessly put back on the gray iron armor vest he had just taken off. Though the armor was hard, it gave him no sense of security. At night, Yegwine hid in the trees at the street corner, keeping a close eye on the izakaya. Suddenly, he was surprised to find the squad leader instantly appear in front of him. He asked the squad leader for money, shamelessly requesting 3 stacks this time, thinking that since he was bleeding for the Anbu, he shouldn't shortchange himself. Arriving at the Crane Moon izakaya, Yegwine went straight to a corner seat. "Bring me the most expensive sake." The female owner brought the drink over, smiling seductively as she leaned close, her collar very low. Yegwine was mesmerized, thinking, so big and beautiful, why isn't she trembling? Still, she lacked a bit of aesthetic charm. As usual, the female owner pressed Yegwine with her ample side ribs and led him into the backyard side room, closing the door. "Ninja-sama, do you prefer yang release or in release?" she asked with a smile. I know very well. When tired, use in release and you come up. If you're okay, use yang release and I go up. Yegwine answered confidently. Hee, Lord Ninja really understands things deeply, the female boss chuckled softly. Yegwine teased with his mouth, but deep down he was highly alert. It moved. Something moved. In the corner of the wall, something burrowed up from underground. The ground showed no change, but Yegwine, who could also use earth escape fish in the earth technique, sensed the arrival. At the same time, the female boss also moved. She pressed close, just like last time, her red lips so soft. I can't wait any longer. Let's skip the kissing scene, come on, start with yang escape. Yeguang suddenly exerted force, knocking the female boss to the ground and lunging toward the shadows. He pulled a kunai from his lower back and suddenly stabbed between the female boss's legs. The female boss had just thought this Konoha ninja was a bit impatient when she suddenly saw the iron ring of the kunai emerge from behind Yeguang's shoulder. Damn it! A chill between her legs. She had just fallen to the ground and was about to struggle when a muffled grunt came from behind. Even worse. The kunai wasn't aimed at her, but at the teammate on the ground. Behind her, the teammate on the ground convulsed violently. This ninja had stabbed through between her legs and hit the spy teammate's heart. A storm surged in her mind. Iwagakure village sacrificed countless comrades for her spy identity teammates who had accompanied her for years, and the teacher who trained her, all died at the hands of Konoha. She and her teammates never met in person, only communicating through codes. If her teammates were exposed, she absolutely could not be revealed. The only chance to survive was to pretend to be unaware. Exposure meant death, being discovered meant death. If she lost consciousness, Konoha might mistakenly believe she knew nothing. This was the only hope. Ah! The female boss's head slammed heavily against the ground. Yeguang felt her go limp. She had already fainted. He touched the ground between her legs, stained with fresh blood. Yeguang decided to call the captain first. He left the side room, jumped onto the roof, signaled the captain with a gesture, and then returned to the backyard. The door was open, and a few seconds later, the captain entered the side room. The captain cautiously closed the door and examined the scene, kunai with blood seeping around on the ground. Someone is underground. Fox, did you kill him? Captain, my chakra nature is earth. I sensed someone underground, so I stabbed the kunai. The squad leader nodded. Very good, excellent. He raised his hand, smashed the ground, revealing the person underground. Covered in mud and blood all over. After checking, the squad leader said. Skilled in earth release, judging by the face shape, looks like someone from the land of earth, suspected IWA Neen spy. Very good, Fox, you have completed a B rank mission. Just passing the Chunin exam and already able to complete B rank missions, not bad luck. Lord Hatake Tsukumo once said, luck is also a part of strength. I didn't expect the captain to have a connection with Hatake Tsukumo. Kakashi said luck is part of strength, seems like he heard it from his father, Hatake Tsukumo. Yako corrected, Captain, my strength isn't that bad, right? If it weren't for over 1,000 ninja dying on the land of hot water battlefield, and the Chunin exam being eased during the Ninja World War, you wouldn't have become a Chunin even with 3 more years. Seeing he couldn't change the captain's impression, Yako turned to the female boss, signaling there was still a living person here. It's okay, the female boss has fainted and can't hear our conversation, the squad leader said. Take this man away first, extract intelligence from his mind. Following that intelligence, we might be able to trace a lead. The captain hoisted the spy and left the house. Yako gently laid the female boss back on the bed. He glanced at her, feeling a bit regretful. Although still firm, her size was too large, truly a pity. He retrieved the equipment from the woods at the street corner, then returned to the Anbu. Yeguang and the captain delivered the body to the intelligence department, where a ninja from the Yamanaka clan took over. Yeguang said to the captain, "Can I rest for a few days? The patrols, surveillance, and espionage missions lately have really worn me out." The captain was about to refuse, but considering how worrying Fox's strength was, he thought it wasn't much better than his own squad, and seeing that Yeguang had just completed a mission, he agreed, "I'll give you 3 days off, but be on call at all times. The village needs people now, so you must return to the team after 3 days. Thank you, Captain. Yeguang planned to hold out until the next full moon on the 15th, when there would be a chance to revive. For these 25 days, he would drag it out as long as possible. End of this chapter. Yeguang had no home with bricks and tiles in Konoha, no family, and no sense of belonging. After joining the Anbu, he was responsible for various chores and could only live within the Anbu. Now that there is a 3-day holiday, he can't continue staying in the Anbu. If the Anbu suddenly has a mission and the captain sees him there, the holiday will be ruined. He changed into ordinary clothes and quietly left the death forest where the Anbu were stationed, wandering around Konoha village. Walking to a certain spot, Yeguang looked toward the nearby Hokage rock. The gigantic heads of the first, second, and third Hokage towered into the clouds, inspiring awe and fear. The closer one gets to the Hokage rock and the Hokage building, the more oppressive the atmosphere feels. This village has none of the youthful energy found in shonen manga, only the heaviness and oppression brought by death. Everyone is like Kakashi, having experienced the deaths of teammates, teachers, and friends, carrying some mental scars. This is a village filled with mentally troubled people. During the Ninja World War, most ninjas charged ahead, making Konoha appear especially desolate. Yeguan walked aimlessly for half an hour, looking for a cheap inn to rest. "Where's my wallet?" When he reached into his pocket, he realized it was missing. After some thought, the only place it could have been lost was the Crane Moon Izakaya. He hurried there to search. Outside the izakaya, the plump and beautiful female owner had just finished throwing out the trash. From a distance, she saw the ninja from last night approaching and her teeth chattered nervously. It's over. Had her spy identity already been exposed? That handsome young ninja had assassinated her spy teammate. Her teammate never let her see his face before dying, so how was he discovered? She felt a wave of panic and didn't know what to do. The female owner pretended not to see him and turned back into the izakaya. Holding a sharp fruit knife tightly, the female boss was slicing lemon slices at the bar. Seeing Yeguang sitting in front of her, the female boss looked up and said, "Still want a pot of sake? Return my wallet, then I have money to order sake." Ah! The female boss stared in surprise at the Konoha ninja before her, the fruit knife in her hand loosening and tightening repeatedly. "Not here to catch me? What are you staring at? Return my wallet." Wallet? What wallet? The reason for looking for the wallet was too absurd, which made it seem less like a lie. After experiencing great ups and downs, a surge of joy welled up in the female boss's chest, causing her to heave involuntarily. Yeguang jumped down from the high stool and walked straight toward the backyard. The female boss hurriedly stopped him. "Customer, the backyard is under repair, you can't go in." She was full of worry. When she woke up last night, the house was empty. The teammates underground had disappeared, and the handsome guest was nowhere to be seen. She tried to contact the underground spy teammates using special methods, but there was no response. There was a patch on the ground with a different color, as if someone had dug and then filled it back. Nightlight pushed aside the female boss's hand and walked into the backyard, indeed seeing the floor tiles lifted, not knowing what was being repaired. "I told you it's under repair." The female boss grabbed Nightlight's arm. "You go rest on the second floor first, I'll help you find your wallet." "I recognized you, you are the guest from last night. Why was I unconscious? Why did you leave? Didn't we agree to explore yin and yang tunneling together? You hit your head when you fell and passed out. I like warm responses, not cold ones." The female boss wrapped her arms around Yeguang's arm, and the two went upstairs. Yeguang asked, "What's your name?" "Xiaoyi." Sitting in the private room, Yeguang said seriously, "Xiaoyi, I have 150,000 taels in my wallet. You must help me find it and return it to me." The income of the Konoha ninja was meager. He had been on a mission in the Anbu for a month, pushing himself to the brink of life and death, earning only 100,000 taels. The remaining 50,000 taels were borrowed from the captain last night. Xiaoyi went downstairs to start looking for the wallet. She carefully searched the backyard, side rooms, and beside every table and chair, but found nothing. She went back upstairs, adjusted her expression, and with seductive eyes, walked into the private room. "Ninja-sama, I really didn't find the wallet, I'm so stupid. Only now do I guess that you didn't really come looking for the wallet. Although I didn't find it, I can compensate you in other ways." She had heard that Yeguan liked enthusiastic responses, so she gave it her all. In the large izakaya on the first floor, the first group of customers had just sat down for drinks at noon. More than 10 minutes later, the customers looked up as dust fell from the wooden boards above their heads. The floorboards creaked. Another 20 minutes passed, and the door to the private room on the second floor opened. Xiaoyi adjusted her shoulder strap and closed the door, panting. Inside, Yeguang lay lazily on the bed and said, "You said you lost my wallet and want me to stay here for 3 days. I will definitely find all sorts of ways to compensate you for your loss." Yeguang lay on the bed, satisfied, dozing off. Still young, inexperienced, last night actually felt neither soft nor trembling, quite good, quite firm. 3 days later, Xiaoyi heartbreakingly saw Yeguang off at the door. This Konoha ninja really keeps a tight mouth. 3 days have passed and she hasn't gotten a single word out of him. The floorboards of the izakaya have been reinforced once. Are Konoha ninjas really that good at keeping secrets? But she is sure the handsome ninja wasn't here to investigate her. Yeguang took advantage of the night to return to the Anbu. When he reached his locker, he was surprised to find his wallet. He picked it up in astonishment. It definitely wasn't here when he left 3 days ago. Suddenly, the captain's voice came from behind, the captain appearing out of nowhere. "Fox, I took my 50,000 Rio, gave you a B rank mission reward of 100,000 Rio, so now you have 200,000 Rio in your wallet. Count it or not, up to you." The money no longer mattered. Yeguang just wanted to figure out why that beautiful female boss Xiao Yi had been so enthusiastic toward him these past few days, enthusiastic to an excessive degree. Could she be a spy? But whether she was a spy or not had nothing to do with him. That was Konoha's business. Even if Konoha was destroyed, it wouldn't concern him. The captain said, "Let us go, carry out the mission. The spy we brought back is from Iwagakure. We need to follow the trail." Yeguang put on a fox mask inside. Last time, a squad went to investigate and was completely wiped out. Spies operating in Konoha village are no ordinary people. It's hard to tell who has the melon and who has the vine. Putting on the iron vest of the Anbu, securing his ninja sword on his back, and checking the details, Yeguang followed the captain and two other teammates, disappearing at the Anbu entrance. He only hoped this mission would be simple and smooth. Antelope Squad, move out. The captain wore an antelope mask, and everyone called him Captain Antelope. The squad also included Purple Cat and Horned Bull, whose identities were a mystery. Purple Cat's mask had even been swapped with someone else's, and Yeguang didn't know. The four left the Forest of Death and walked along the Konoha wall. Yeguang began to feel something was wrong. This direction was toward the Konoha main gate. Were they leaving the village? That wouldn't do if danger arose outside the village. Calling for help would be useless. Antelope Squad arrived at the Konoha main gate. Without submitting a leave application, they didn't slow down and pass straight through the gate. One member of the gatekeeper squad said enviously, "Anbu was so cool, all wearing masks, looking so stern. Then you can apply to wearing a mask every day is pretty cool." Better not. Wearing a mask in Anbu means you only see the light of day when you're dead. Yeguang was in a bad mood. How did they end up leaving the village? Captain Antelope ran while saying, "This time, the target to monitor is an elite Chunin." He had already taken on the role of team captain, leading a squad of genin to complete a transport mission near the front lines. The elite Chunin is suspected of having ties with the IWA ninja spy. We need to track and investigate, gather evidence, and be ready to eliminate him at any time. After hearing this, Yeguang felt even more guilty. In the ninja world, rank differences can instantly determine victory or defeat. Ninja ranks are divided into Genin, Chunin, Elite Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kage level, Super Kage level, and Rikudo level. An Elite Chunin can easily kill a Genin in an instant. Someone like Yeguang, a fake Chunin, actually has strength equivalent to a Genin. Along the way, Yeguang carefully observed Captain Ling and the other two teammates, trying to confirm their strength. Captain Ling was at least an Elite Chunin, otherwise, he wouldn't have said eliminate an Elite Chunin. Yeguang himself was a Genin, while Zimao and Zhao Niu were probably Chunin, making their overall strength fit the Anbu's requirements for a Chunin squad. Leaving the land of fire and entering the front lines in the land of rivers, they had to be cautious at all times. Captain Ling quickly locked onto the reconnaissance target. Yeguang used binoculars to watch a Konoha squad in the distance. The target was a burly, resolute man. He was accompanied by 3 students, a ninja from the Akimichi clan, a civilian girl without a clan emblem, and a civilian boy ninja wearing glasses. The 4 carried large packs, seemingly transporting frontline supplies. After watching for 2 or 3 seconds, Yeguang put down the binoculars. It seemed the elite Chunin glanced at him, making his heart tighten. Captain Ling continued observing, maintain a distance of 200 meters, don't get closer, slowly gather intelligence. For 5 consecutive days, Ling's squad followed the target squad from afar. The target squad transported supplies back and forth between the land of rivers and the land of fire border, and the situation was calm. Yeguang counted the days, 3 days resting at the Tsurujetsu Izakaya, 4 days at the border, 5 days tracking, totaling 12 days. In 13 days, it would be a full moon. He hoped to continue monitoring smoothly. Suddenly, Captain Ling shouted, "Something is happening." The reconnaissance target hid behind a large tree, secretly slipped a scroll into the tree roots, then quickly left. Captain Ling ordered, "Move. Confirm the scroll's contents and execute the plan." The 4 Anbu members rushed toward the tree. Yeguang ran swiftly, determined to catch the easy target. He adjusted his position and charged toward the female ninja. She was only 11 years old, still a civilian, and should be very weak. Captain Ling arrived first under the big tree, took out a scroll, and glanced at it. It's a spy from Iwagakure. Eliminate the target. Iwagakure had sent an elite Chunin-level spy, rare and dangerous. Based on experience, this spy definitely had backup, most likely his student or disciple. A low-level ninja from the Akiyama clan is definitely not a spy. He is a ninja of the Shinobi clan. The remaining 2 students could both possibly be spies. As for how to distinguish them, the Anbu's usual practice is not to distinguish. Yegwang threw 2 kunai at the civilian female ninja. One flew straight for her left eye, drawing her attention. The other flew straight for her abdomen, ensuring a guaranteed hit. The civilian female genin instinctively raised a kunai, blocking the one aimed at her eye. Ignoring the defense, the other kunai struck her abdomen. Blood sprayed out. Nightlight didn't care at all whether the girl in front of him was a spy. He mercilessly kicked her down and then pinned her hands to the ground with kunai. The nearby Akimichi genin, seeing his companion treated this way, instantly flew into a rage and desperately charged at Nightlight. Nightlight stood calmly, his eyes fixed on the charging Akimichi genin. Purple Cat was closely pursuing from behind, preventing the Akimichi genin from breaking through. But suddenly, the Akimichi genin pulled out a secret pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Nightlight didn't even catch the color of the pill. Damn! Nightlight's heart tightened. The Akimichi genin instantly transformed into a massive ball of flesh, rolling toward Nightlight like a war chariot. Nightlight quickly jumped back, cursing in his heart, "This can't go wrong." The flesh ball rolled faster and faster, finally pinning Nightlight against a large rock. At the critical moment, Nightlight hid behind the flesh ball, secretly forming hand seals and casting earth release. Fish reflected in earth, instantly merging his body into the stone. Stones scattered everywhere, and the meat lump of the Akimichi ninja gradually came to a stop. Yagakure took the opportunity to appear, deliberately letting a few bones be crushed by the meat lump to make it look more realistic. Enough! Captain Antelope shouted sharply. The Akimichi ninja heard the voice, shrank his body, and looked back. In the distance, the elite spy Chunin from Iwagakure was pinned to a tree with kunai. Captain Antelope's ninja blade stabbed into the chest of a female genin. The bespectacled genin was killed by a kunai thrust from the horned bull. "Who exactly are you?" the Akimichi ninja roared angrily. Captain Antelope instantly teleported in front of him and punched him in the abdomen, breaking his arrogance. "We are Konoha's Anbu, specialized in cleaning up Iwagakure spies. Get a grip and stop messing around." The civilian ninja who died was a fortune teller. Akimichi genin had the backing of the ninja clan behind him, so he couldn't be killed lightly. He crawled toward the dead beautiful Kunoichi, weeping bitterly. "I haven't even told you that I, like you." The Konoha ninjas were all precocious and emotionally complex, but now that the Kunoichi was dead, everything was over. Captain Reindeer walked over to Yegwang's side to check his injuries. Yegwang quickly said, "Captain, the will of fire means never abandoning any Konoha comrade. I'm just injured, please don't give up on me." "A useless one, it'll take more than 10 days to recover," the captain said coldly. Yegwang heard that the captain didn't plan to give up on him and felt relieved. But then he thought, recovering for more than 10 days would just drag on until the full moon next month. Is this a good thing? Carried back to Konoha by Akimichi, after half a month of recovery, Yegwang finally waited for the full moon. However, a new mission also arrived. Anbu leader Danzo dispatched 2 Anbu squads to the Land of Waves and the Land of Whirlpools. Yoku felt uneasy. Could it be that the Uzumaki clan in the Land of Whirlpools was about to be wiped out? What could a small fry like himself do in such a world-shaking event as the extermination of the Uzumaki clan? End of this chapter. The sky gradually brightened. Yaku stood by the window of the second-floor room in the Crane Moon Izakaya, watching the full moon in the sky slowly being covered by sunlight. This moon has died, it should be reborn here. He left Konoha Hospital and, instead of returning to the Anbu, moved into the Izakaya. Earn as much as you spend. If you don't spend, you're cheating the captain. Yegwang turned his head to look at the bed. Xiaoyi was sound asleep, her exposed legs smooth and firm. After a whole night of communication, there was still no evidence that Xiaoyi was a spy. Maybe his investigation wasn't thorough enough, or not intense enough. Or perhaps he was overthinking it. Xiaoyi might not be a spy. Even if she was only infiltrating with her brain, posing little threat. Without a word, he pulled up his pants and ran off. Yegwang jumped out the window and, taking advantage of the few people around at dawn, headed toward the Forest of Death. Yegwang's Dark Division was dispatched to the Land of Waves, while another division went to the Land of Whirlpools. Ling's squad was in a fishing village in the Land of Waves when they received a request from a Whirlpool ninja squad to escort them back to the Whirlpool hidden village in the Land of Whirlpools. Yegwang followed at the rear, observing the 3 Uzumaki ninja. The original work did not describe Yuzushio hidden village much. This village was slaughtered before the story began. Among the 3, there was 1 female and 2 males, all with red hair. The female ninja had the reddest hair. It is unknown whether the hair color represents the power of the Uzumaki bloodline. All 3 Uzumaki ninja had injuries. The wounds looked like they were cut by ninja swords. The ninja school of Kumogakure teaches ninja sword techniques. The Kumo ninja all like to use ninja swords. Entering the forests of the Land of Fire, the three Uzumaki ninja finally relaxed their guard. The Land of Uzumaki is on a peninsula southeast of the Land of Fire. Bypassing the Land of Fire is the safest route. To buy time, Yeguan pointed to the bloodstains on Uzumaki female ninja's leg and said, "I have medicine here. How about treating the wound first before moving?" Captain Ling was about to say it was unnecessary, but Uzumaki female ninja Yoja agreed, "Alright, if we don't treat it now, there might be aftereffects." The Whirlpool Hidden Village is an ally of the Senju clan, so Captain Ling didn't oppose. Yeguan handed Yoja a medical kit. Yoja didn't mind being watched. She lifted her slit skirt to reveal the injured thigh. She untied the old makeshift bandage and scraped off the blackened old medicine with a kunai. When the kunai touched the wound, Yoja gritted her teeth to endure the pain. Her right hand was also injured, making it inconvenient to operate with her left hand. Yeguan squatted down. "Let me help you." "Thank you." Watching the Anbu ninja bandage him, Yuka said, "You're different from the other Anbu. Thank you for your help." Yako did not respond. He was only trying to buy time, even if it meant risking criticism from the captain. It took 7 days to reach the Land of Waves, and 1 day from the Land of Waves to the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire was relatively safe, with no chance of encountering cloud ninjas. The longer he stayed in the Land of Fire, the better. If he could die 1 day before the next full moon, that would be perfect. He knew everything that would happen before death, giving him a prophetic advantage. Uzumaki Yuka chatted. "Tsunade, our cousin, once wrote to the Uzumaki clan, asking that each squad be equipped with a medical ninja. Unfortunately, the Whirlpool Hidden Village couldn't manage that. Medical ninjutsu relies entirely on the Senju clan's teachings. If the Senju clan can't do it, there's nothing we can do either." Yako's head didn't move, but his gaze beneath the mask lifted slightly as he carefully examined the Uzumaki kunoichi before him. He glanced at Uzumaki Yuka's chest. Under the tight outfit, her chest was full and firm. Unfastening it would surely be a shock, sparking imagination. Truly Tsunade's cousin, with abundant fruit on the slender branches. After finishing the bandaging, Yako said nothing, stood up, and stepped aside. Uzumaki Yuka looked slightly disappointed, while the Konoha Anbu remained silent. The team continued forward, entering the Land of Whirlpools 3 days later, this narrow peninsula country. Yako looked at the waves of wheat by the roadside, as if seeing the form of the wind. If the mission were always this simple, walking and stopping, enjoying the scenery, how wonderful that would be. Boom! In the field, a detonating tag suddenly exploded. The explosion targeted the 3 red-haired Whirlpool ninja in the middle. 2 squads of Cloud Ninja leapt out from the wheat field, their ninja blades flashing cold light, making Yeguan's scalp tingle. Uzumaki Yuka was blasted away, crashing heavily into the wheat field, creating a pit. In midair, she spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. 2 Cloud Ninja rushed toward her but suddenly froze. Starting from the ankles, the sealing curse mark rapidly spread, rendering her motionless like a stone statue. Yeguan was shocked. That was the curse-binding seal of karma, one of the sealing techniques used by Danzo. Captain Ling shouted, "Mission complete." After shouting, he went to intercept the Cloud Ninja captain. Purple Cat rushed to the nearest Uzumaki male ninja, glanced over, and judged him beyond saving. Drawing his ninja blade, he assassinated the severely injured Uzumaki ninja. Ensuring that the Cloud Ninja cannot seize the Whirlpool sealing technique is the primary objective. Escorting the Whirlpool Ninja back to the village is secondary. During the Ninja World War, the ninja villages suffered heavy casualties and urgently needed sealing techniques to deploy the Jinchuriki. The intelligence must never fall into the hands of the Cloud Ninja. Yeguan jumped beside Uzumaki Yuka. She lay in waist-high wheat stalks, severely injured in the chest and lungs, her chest sunken. Without a medical ninja, this injury was undoubtedly fatal. The wheat stalks blocked her view. She did not see the Purple Cat kill anyone, only Yeguan, her eyes shining with gratitude. 2 Cloud Ninja had already been sealed and controlled by her. As long as they were eliminated, she could be saved. Yeguan raised a kunai but did not strike the stiff Cloud Ninja. Taking advantage of Yoka's unguarded state, the kunai flew out, stabbing toward her head. In this way, the Cloud Ninja would not be able to obtain the information about the sealing technique. The light in Uzumaki Yuka's pupils instantly faded. Konoha! Konoha really covets it too. Uzumaki Yuka could no longer speak. Ninjas are tools for carrying out missions. The Anbu are the tools among tools. Uzumaki Yuka's injuries were too severe. Using 2 sealing techniques was just a last flicker of life, no need for treatment. Captain Ling was right beside him. Yegwang's task was to perfectly complete the mission and ensure the Uzumaki sealing technique would not fall into the hands of the Cloud Ninja. Upon Uzumaki Yuka's death, Yegwang seized the remnants of the sealing technique and quickly assassinated the Cloud Ninja on the left. The Cloud Ninja on the right broke free from the seal and stabbed Yegwang's ribs with a ninja blade. Yegwang hurriedly rolled to dodge, while trying to perform Earth Release, Fish Reflection and Earth Technique, but his feet went numb. A Lightning Release trap had been set by the Cloud Ninja. Lightning Release counters Earth Release, and his technique failed. Struggling, Yegwang was cut down by the ninja blade. Before dying, he saw Captain Ling escaping alone, with Purple Cat and Horned Bull lying in the wheat field. Damn it! For the secret of the sealing technique, the Uzumaki ninja had become sacrifices, and he never expected to be one of them. Yegwang once thought Uzumaki ninjas were expendable, but he never imagined he would become one himself. Moon Arc activated. The host has one resurrection opportunity per month, reviving on the night of the full moon after death, and is rewarded with one lottery draw. The scene shifted, and Yegwang woke up from the bed, lying beside the sleeping boss Lady Chowie. Her back was smooth and graceful. Being alive felt truly good. Moon Arc activated. Reward options: 1 A-rank sealing technique, Karma Curse Binding Seal Beginner, 2 Chunin level chakra capacity stacking, 3 Ninja Swordsmanship Beginner. While gently stroking Chowie's slender waist and beautiful back, Yegwang pondered his choice. Beginner ninja swordsmanship was very practical. The Uzumaki Yoka squad often faced cloud ninjas who used sword techniques, so mastering it would allow him to anticipate their moves and avoid dying again by ninja swords. Increasing chakra capacity was also good. He was only at the Chunin level now, and his chakra growth was slow, far behind geniuses. In the end, he chose the A-rank sealing technique, the Karma Curse Binding Seal. This was a powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Yoka used it to control 2 cloud ninjas when severely injured. After understanding the principle, Yegwang realized that as long as it was touched or preset on the ground beneath the feet, the enemy would be trapped. The curse seal of the sealing technique locks all the enemy S-joints, rendering them immobile. The system reward was the beginner level Karma Curse Binding Seal. When placed on the ground beneath the feet, the casting range was within 2 meters around. Strong control, and an extremely covert trap. Not bad, not bad. Finally a second ninjutsu. Yegwang went to the window, glanced back at Chowie's back and legs, then jumped down, disappearing into the dawn of Konoha. In the squad's changing room while switching equipment, Captain Ling found it a bit strange. Today, the fox looked at him one more time, and Yegwang felt a surge of hatred in his heart. When he died in the previous life, Captain Ling didn't save anyone and just turned away. If he hadn't been able to resurrect, he would have died meaninglessly like a weed in a wheat field. In this life, Yegwang swore to save the 3 Uzumaki ninjas and maintain their combat strength to deal with the 2 Cloud Ninja squads. The plot was very familiar. Their squad found Uzumaki Yuka's team in the Land of Waves. This time, Yegwang brought better wound medicine and bandaged Uzumaki Yuka more carefully. Uzumaki Yuka was deeply moved. Having allies like Senju and Konoha in the Whirlpool Hidden Village was truly lucky. The Anbu in front of her wore a mask, but she could feel his care. To properly bandage the wound, Yegwang wrapped the bandage deep into Uzumaki Yuka's thigh. Uzumaki Yuka had to spread her legs, a shy expression appearing on her face. Her long legs were straight, and Yegwang had some fleeting thoughts but quickly withdrew them. The 3 Uzumaki ninjas had to hold on. They couldn't die easily, or else he wouldn't survive either. After bandaging the leg, he bandaged her hand wound. Uzumaki Yuka looked through the mask and saw a pair of beautiful eyes, whispering, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Yegwang replied calmly. "I heard your captain call you Fox. What's your real name?" Uzumaki Yuka asked. "Secret," Yegwang answered. Uzumaki Yuka felt a bit regretful that such a serious and responsible Anbu wouldn't tell her his real name. If she went to Konoha village later, she wouldn't even know where to find him. After entering the Land of Whirlpool, Yegwang was more nervous than anyone. Especially walking on the ridges between the wheat fields, recalling scenes from his previous life, he found the location of the explosive tag trap. The Cloud Ninja were powerful and extremely well hidden. No one knew how long it had been buried there. Yegwang took 3 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and threw them deep into the wheat stalks by the roadside. The others looked at him inexplicably, not understanding what he was doing. In the next moment, the explosive tag detonated. It turned out Yegwang had discovered the trap. Captain Ling couldn't help but glance at Fox again, surprised by his keen observation skills, which even he himself hadn't noticed. Ambush! 8 Cloud Ninjas stood up in the wheat field, kunai and shurikens flying. Yegwang charged into the wheat field with Uzumaki Yuka. A Cloud Ninja raised his blade and swung it toward Uzumaki Yuka. Yuka formed 3 hand seals in advance and raised a kunai to block. Ding! Suddenly, the Cloud Ninja froze, the blade and kunai locked in a stalemate. A cursed seal appeared on his body, the seal of karma binding. Yegwang watched intently from the side. So that's how it is, this sealing technique is so practical in actual combat. The immobilized Cloud Ninja was stabbed to death by Uzumaki Yuka's kunai. Another Cloud Ninja charged toward Yegwang. Yegwang blocked the ninja's blade while luring him toward Uzumaki Yuka. After Uzumaki Yuka lent a hand, Yegwang also successfully stabbed the Cloud Ninja in front of him to death. His decision was so wise. By saving Uzumaki Yuka, his chances of survival had indeed increased. A Cloud Ninja squad leader set his sights on Uzumaki Yuka. Seeing the squad leader's eager gaze, Yegwang pretended to help Zemo and quickly retreated. The battle between captains must never affect oneself. Killing one Cloud Ninja counts as completing the mission objective. After that, you can slack off. If you can slack off, do it. If not, keep trying. Nightlight jumped around Purple Cat, seemingly busy but actually just scaring Purple Cat's opponent, with little real effect. Despite this, Purple Cat's pressure noticeably eased, gaining more advantage in physical combat against the Cloud Ninja. Purple Cat stabbed the Cloud Ninja, and Nightlight immediately rushed forward. The two attacked from both sides, working together to stab the Cloud Ninja to death. They exchanged a glance, vaguely feeling like teammates. At that moment, a woman's scream came from behind. Uzumaki Yuka was kicked flying by the Cloud Ninja captain, suffering 2 knife wounds. Nightlight's heart tightened. This woman was useless. After helping so many times, she still couldn't be relied on. It was a waste of effort. The Cloud Ninja lieutenant was also in bad shape, stabbed in the abdomen by a kunai, bleeding profusely. Taking advantage, he charged forward, aiming to kill the fallen Uzumaki Yuka. Uzumaki Yuka formed hand seals with both hands, summoning all her strength to cast the binding curse seal. The Cloud Ninja lieutenant's blade was already descending, only 30 centimeters from her wrist, but the curse seal tightly bound her, immobilizing her. He trembled, using his last strength to try to cut off her wrist and break the resistance. Seeing Uzumaki Yuka's injuries, Purple Cat judged she was no longer worth protecting, rushed over, and pointed a kunai at her throat, determined to kill her. Nightlight panicked inside. Uzumaki Yuka was still useful. If she died, he wouldn't survive either. Even together, he and Purple Cat couldn't defeat the Cloud Ninja captain. Uzumaki Yuka was severely injured but successfully controlled the Cloud Ninja captain. Purple Cat, however, only cared about completing the Anbu mission. The primary goal was to prevent the sealing technique from leaking. Killing Uzumaki Yuka would indeed complete the mission, but after that, Purple Cat would hardly escape death. Sometimes Nightlight really didn't understand the mindset of Konoha's ninjas. The Anbu's life was nothing but training and listening to lectures from captains at all levels, repeatedly drilled that ninjas are tools for carrying out missions, that the mission comes first and must never be compromised. Just like how Kankuro killed all the intelligence squad ninjas mercilessly after completing the intelligence escort mission, before the Konoha ninjas arrived. Chasing closely after Purple Cat, Nightlight used his back as a shield to hide his hand seals, preventing others from noticing. Purple Cat's kunai stopped just 10 centimeters from Uzumaki Yuka's throat. Like the Cloud Ninja captain, her whole body stiffened, her joints locked by the cursed seal. Purple Cat was greatly shocked. Uzumaki Yuka had taken 2 cuts, yet still had such fighting power? Uzumaki Yuka was also surprised because this cursed binding seal was not one she had used. Then she looked at the fox behind Purple Cat and suddenly realized something. No wonder the fox had been quite considerate to her all along. It turned out the fox was from the Senju clan. This kind of Uzumaki secret technique would not be passed on except to disciples or absolutely trusted people. The fox also mastered the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and was one of their own, which was very surprising. When the fox was in danger, it did not attack her but first controlled Purple Cat. Nightlight quickly rushed toward the Cloud Ninja captain, thrusting his kunai straight at his heart. The Cloud Ninja captain was powerful and successfully broke free from the seal set by Uzumaki Yuka. He swung his blade at Nightlight's wrist. Nightlight felt he could die at any moment. His resurrection chance for the month had already been used, and dying again meant no survival. So he pretended his legs were weak, lowered his body, and cleverly dodged the blade. The kunai missed the vital spot but stabbed the Cloud Ninja captain's abdomen. Nightlight took the opportunity to roll away and escape, knowing he should not intervene further. Purple Cat's seal was broken, and she had to face the Cloud Ninja captain head-on. The Cloud Ninja captain retreated, worried the seal might reappear, but Purple Cat pursued relentlessly. Nightlight crawled toward Uzumaki Yuka, began helping her stop the bleeding and treated her wounds. After Yuka's condition improved, she trembled as she grabbed the fox's hand and resolutely guided it to her thigh. Nightlight was momentarily surprised but followed the touch to a scroll tied to her leg. Yuka told him to throw it at the Cloud Ninja captain. It was the secret weapon the Cloud Ninja wanted. Nightlight happily threw the scroll and saw Purple Cat had already been cut down by the Cloud Ninja captain. The scroll unfolded, emitting golden light, and the sound of chains and iron rings clashing rang out. Dozens of spiked chains shot out like a large net. Those nearby were pierced or entangled by the chains. It turned out to be the Uzumaki clan's Vajra chains, a high-level sealing technique made into a one-time-use ninja tool. Nightlight quickly stood up, threw kunai continuously, and finally knocked down the Cloud Ninja captain. The crisis was resolved, and Nightlight breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Antelope shouted for him to continue, and only then did Nightlight realize Captain Antelope was also sealed by chains, unable to move. The sealing technique was incredibly powerful. Kunai flew out one after another, precisely hitting the throats of all the Cloud Ninjas. The battle ended, all 8 Cloud Ninjas were dead, 2 male Uzumaki ninjas were dead, and Purple Cat was also dead. Nightlight stood beside Purple Cat's corpse, feeling somewhat regretful. Just as Nightlight was starting to coordinate a bit with Purple Cat died here. Purple Cat was also a civilian ninja, just like Nightlight, a cannon fodder. Captain Antelope also came over, saying regretfully, "Why was Purple Cat the first to die? That's a bit unexpected to me." Nightlight and Horned Bull both looked up simultaneously, puzzled, at Captain Antelope. "Captain, what do you mean exactly? What order did you expect in your mind? Who was supposed to die first?" Nightlight asked. Captain Antelope didn't answer, only walking toward the injured Uzumaki Yuka. "Captain Antelope, please have Fox carry me back quickly to Yuzushio Hidden Village," Uzumaki Yuka weakly requested. Nightlight could tell from Captain Antelope's tense muscles that she was hesitating. The Whirlpool Hidden Village is not an ally of Konoha. What mission did the captain actually take on? Ye Guang wondered. Protecting the Whirlpool clan ninja from falling into the hands of the Cloud Ninja, he could understand that order. But the Cloud Ninja were all dead, so why hesitate? Only the captain knew the details of the mission. Yeguang only obeyed clear orders. That Vajra chain scroll was hidden behind by Captain Ling, not given to Uzumaki Yaja. Finally, Captain Ling said, "Alright, we'll head back to the Whirlpool Hidden Village immediately." Yeguang carried Uzumaki Yoja on his back and walked toward the Whirlpool Hidden Village. During a rest on the way, Yeguang put Yoja down and carefully checked her wounds. She was recovering well. The scroll was no longer on her thigh. Last time, he only looked at the muscle lines and didn't realize there was another scroll hidden on the other leg. Uzumaki Yoja took advantage of Captain Ling walking away, leaned against Yeguang, and whispered, "I know you won't admit it, but you learned the Whirlpool secret technique, the curse seal binding mark. You must be from the Senju clan, right? I consider you one of us. Please help me return safely to the village." Recently, rumors have been spreading in the village that after the sacrifice of the second Hokage Tobarama-sama, Konoha no longer intends to honor the alliance between the Senju and the Uzumaki. Now the Hokage is Hiruzen Sarutobi of the Sarutobi clan, and Konoha is growing increasingly cold toward us. Only the Senju clan relatives still uphold the contract. Yeguang nodded slightly, pretending to agree. But if the captain ordered him to kill Yoja, he would not hesitate to act. Unable to defeat Captain Ling, he could only obey for the time being. Upon arriving at Yuzushio Hidden Village, Yeguang was shocked by the scene before him and stood still for a long time. Is Yuzushio Hidden Village really this powerful? Yuzushio Hidden Village is hidden among the mountains, with a large river dividing the village into northern and southern parts. What surprised Yeguang the most was the moving mountain behind the village. Upon closer inspection, it was a giant turtle, as massive as a small mountain. Xuanhua Yoja lay on Yeguang's back, leaning in to whisper, "That is our village's guardian spirit beast, Lord Spirit Turtle. The Xuanhua clan specializes in sealing techniques. During the Warring States period, they sealed monsters for various lords and nobles, thus accumulating many spirit beasts. In the large river in the middle, there are also many underwater spirit beasts. Our team's mission this time was to go to the Land of Waves to seal a rampaging large ninja beast, but we were targeted by the Cloud Ninja and failed." A loud bird call echoed overhead. Yeguang looked up and saw the spirit beast from the original story, Nagato's three-legged giant beaked Yatagarasu. So that's how it is. This is the proper use of sealing techniques. Sealed a powerful summoning beast to assist in battle. But why doesn't the Uzumaki clan get themselves a tailed beast? With powerful sealing techniques plus a tailed beast, wouldn't that be the perfect combination to create the ultimate Jinchuriki? Some Uzumaki clan ninjas arrived at the village entrance and took Uzumaki Yuka to the hospital. Yuka gave one last lingering look at the fox. Unfortunately, she only remembered the fox's voice, but not its name. After returning, she needs to find out who the spy in the Senju clan's Anbu is. If it were before, when the Anbu answered to Lord Tobarama, things wouldn't be this complicated. It is said that after Hiruzen Sarutobi rose to power, he first ruthlessly purged the Anbu, recruited many newcomers, and cleared out many of Lord Tobarama's subordinates. Team Antelope infiltrated Yuzushio Hidden Village and arrived at the village chief's building. A huge Whirlpool clan emblem hung upstairs, exactly the same as the badge behind the Konoha ninja. After waiting for a long time, a group of people approached from afar. At the forefront was Danzo, followed by his assistant. At this time, Danzo was in his prime, with his eyes and arms intact, showing no abnormalities. The crossed scar on his chin, combined with his very small pupils and 4 white eyes, gave him a cold and eerie appearance. Those 4 white eyes swept over, sending chills down one's spine. Danzo entered the Hokage's office building, with the captain and advisor assistant closely behind him, while the squad leaders like the middle captain and antelope captain stood guard downstairs. Ordinary ANBU members like Yaku hid in the woods behind the building. Yaku stood on a tree, watching the back of the building together with Kakanushi, always alert for possible danger. Danzo was both a senior advisor and the head of the ANBU, holding a very high position. Yagami and Kikuchi did not speak. All the Anbu members were silent like machines. After a long time, Danzo went downstairs and walked outside the village with his assistant. It was unclear what he discussed with the Uzumaki clan leader, but Danzo looked displeased, as if the negotiation had not gone well. Danzo's gaze wandered, his expression grave. The captain assigned tasks to the squad leaders, who then distributed them to the team leaders. Captain Antelope found Fox and Kikuchi and led them northward. Captain Antelope revealed that they were heading to the Land of Waves. Yagami was unclear about the specific mission and could only guess wildly. Perhaps it was to investigate the appearance of cloud ninjas in the Land of Waves. The main battlefield between Konoha and Kumogakure was at the border of the Land of Hot Water to the north, so logically, there shouldn't be many cloud ninjas in the Land of Waves. Now, during the Second Great Ninja War, all villages were alert and tense, making it impossible to casually dispatch extra personnel. If they are sending out so many people, it must be something big. Captain Ling arranged a boat by the sea. The 3 of them used transformation techniques to disguise themselves as fishermen and rowed northward toward the Land of Waves. Yegwang transformed into a dark-skinned boy. Bowing his head and leaning over the side of the boat, he tried to see through the reflection on the water whether he looked like his past self. The boat's hull stirred up white waves, making it impossible to see anything. Rowing was tiring. The Ling squad collected information from nearby fishing boats, searching for suspicious vessels at sea. For Yegwang, rowing was quite good slow pace, and before he knew it, several days had passed. By the time they reached the shore, more than 10 days had gone by. Yegwang welcomed another full moon, finally gaining a new chance at resurrection. The ration pills were almost finished, but the captain forbade roasting sea fish. Yegwang didn't know which fish could be eaten raw, so he had to keep gnawing on the ration pills. The pills wouldn't starve him to death, but they didn't satisfy hunger at all. His empty stomach ached tightly. After setting foot on the Land of Waves, the squad reverted to their Anbu appearances and sneaked into the coconut groves by the shore. Yegwang guessed the Anbu were conducting a carpet search, and their squad had been circling within one area. 7 days later, Captain Ling found signs of a fight. There were no bodies on the ground, but the soil was dark red, with fresh bloodstains. The battle had occurred within the last 2 days. Scattered in the grass were kunai and standard-issue Cloud Ninja long blades. Captain Ling said, "Everyone pick up a Cloud Ninja long blade to help disguise ourselves as Cloud Ninja." Yegwang picked up a blade and wiped off the bloodstains. They planned to use this to frame the Cloud Ninja. Centering on the fight marks, the Ling squad began tracking the enemy. Yegwang sighed, no wonder Kakashi made no progress after 10 years. In the Anbu missions were all about traveling, searching, and hiding, with no time to train. The leadership didn't care about the lives of those below at all. Captain Ling, experienced as he was, tracked down a fishing village. At night, most of the village was brightly lit, but Captain Ling pointed to a pitch-dark wooden hut, signaling to advance. Nightlight and Horndox stealthily approached from both sides. The seaside wooden hut was elevated on stilts, making it easy to slip inside. Suddenly, Horndox wiped his face, and Nightlight guessed that the small window side might be a toilet, so he had already chosen the direction of the large window. Nightlight pressed his ear to the ground, listening for any movement, when suddenly a knife stabbed up through the floor. Luckily, he was alert enough to dodge, though the blade sliced through a strand of his hair. The blade was sharp. It was a standard long knife made by the Cloud Ninja. The battle erupted instantly, footsteps thudding on the wooden floor. Horned Ox was furious. He directly attached an explosive talisman under the floor. Nightlight cursed silently. Damn, the stilted floor was very low, and it would take some time to crawl out. In such a narrow space, the blast wave would be so concentrated, making injury more likely. Could it be that Horned Ox really got hit by the flying sprinkler? Amid the explosion, Nightlight rolled and scrambled out. The wooden hut exploded from the inside, and several Cloud Ninjas rushed out. For a moment, the cold gleam of ninja knives flashed along the beach. End of chapter. Nightlight fought while retreating, being pushed back to the seaside. Captain Antelope always felt his abilities were mediocre, making it difficult to shoulder heavy responsibilities. After Purple Cat's death, Nightlight's performance far exceeded expectations. Nightlight arrived at the seaside and engaged in a fierce battle with the brought Cloud Ninja. The two competed in physical techniques, probing each other. Nightlight's gaze occasionally swept toward the exploding wooden house, gradually revealing the full picture of the battlefield. A Cloud Ninja squad burst out from the wooden house. One Cloud Ninja was injured by an explosive tag, leaning against the stairs gasping for breath. Hornbull's head was covered in filth, clearly very angry, and surprisingly able to fly. Ninjas must be versatile. Theoretical knowledge is equally important. Poor Hornbull suffered losses because he didn't understand the building layout. Captain Antelope and Hornbull each dealt with a Cloud Ninja. In the distance, villagers were startled by the explosion and came out holding fish spears. Facing the ninjas, they appeared fragile and only dared to guard their homes from afar. Suddenly, two figures jumped out from among the fishermen. Troubled Cloud Ninjas were lurking among them. Another Cloud Ninja squad launched a sneak attack, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Nightlight stayed hidden far away, while the newly appeared Cloud Ninjas headed straight for Captain Antelope and Hornbull. 2 against 1, the situation was critical. If they died, Nightlight would hardly escape. Nightlight decided to reveal himself, pretending to fall, turning his back to the Cloud Ninjas, exposing a weakness. The Cloud Ninja raised his blade to strike his head. Nightlight secretly formed a hand seal. The enemy's body stiffened, hit by the curse of Binding Seal. In the darkness, the curse spread along the joints, sealing the Cloud Ninja. The blade stopped 30 centimeters from Nightlight's head. Nightlight reversed his hand, drew a kunai, and stabbed the enemy's abdomen. The Cloud Ninja fell. Nightlight hurried toward Captain Antelope and Hornbull, only to see two ninja blades sever Captain Antelope's head one after the other. Hornbull also narrowly avoided a blade. The captain is dead? The next moment, the captain's body and head turned into white smoke. It was a shadow clone. It turned out Captain Ling had been using shadow clones to test Yegwang, and Jianyo's infiltration was also his test. The real Captain Ling jumped out from behind the coconut grove, throwing explosive tags kunai at the fishermen. A small team of 3 or 4 had only revealed 2 just now, indicating there were hidden Cloud Ninja among the fishermen. Captain Ling made no distinction between friend or foe, directly throwing explosive tags, determined to eliminate the lurking enemies in one strike. Either blow up the Cloud Ninja along with the fishermen, or the survivors would be the exposed Cloud Ninja. The explosive tags detonated among the fishermen. The slow-reacting fishermen were blasted away, 7 or 8 of them at once. Those 7 or 8 were either dead or crippled. The explosive tags were equivalent to a mid-level ninja's fire release technique, with powerful force. Yegwang withdrew his gaze from the explosion. The 2 Cloud Ninja who had just cut down Captain Ling's shadow clone charged toward him. 2 against 1? Using the enemy's force when blocking the ninja blade, Yegwang rolled backward, pretending to be overwhelmed. Seeing that the ninja wearing the fox mask was weak, the Cloud Ninja only took one person to pursue, while the other went to deal with Captain Ling. Yegwang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this was right. Don't get entangled with him. Captain Ling is the priority. The 2 fought on the beach and into the water. To prevent the Cloud Ninja from using lightning release, Yegwang formed seals underwater and briefly controlled the Cloud Ninja with a self-inflicted curse Binding Seal. After killing the Cloud Ninja, Yegwang tumbled in the water, grabbing the Cloud Ninja's wrist with both hands, pretending to struggle in the water with the corpse. The battle was fierce, looking like a real fight. This dance was actually a contest between Yegwang and the corpse. Only when the fighting stopped on the shore did Yegwang climb out of the seawater. That night he killed 2 Cloud Ninjas, exceeding his mission. Captain Ling stood over several Cloud Ninja corpses. Captain Ling had a knife wound through his abdomen, the injury severe. The horned bull was already dead, which weighed heavily on Yegwang's mind. Without the horned bull, would the captain keep a close eye on him? Would the ninjutsu he learned be discovered? If he suddenly knew ninjutsu, the Anbu would definitely suspect him of being a spy, investigate, and deal with him. Ninjutsu was an extremely precious resource in Konoha village. Captain, let's go quickly. The fishermen are coming. Yegwang ran to Captain Ling's side to confirm the injury was real. The fisherman saw one ninja clutching a bleeding stomach and another climbing out of the sea, soaking wet and looking miserable. They mustered their courage, raising their fish spears as they charged forward to avenge their family members who had been killed by the explosion. Yegwang helped Captain Ling up, and after several leaps, the two escaped deep into the coconut grove by the sea. Fox, you shouldn't have fled, you should have killed all the armed fishermen. Nightlight said, Captain, I'm afraid there are still cloud ninja among the fishermen. Between two coconut trees, there were large leaf plants he didn't recognize, with dense leaves, shrouded in darkness. Nightlight supported Captain Antelope as they jumped into the large leaf plants. Before landing, he suddenly drew a kunai and fiercely stabbed toward Captain Antelope's side. Beneath the mask, Nightlight's eyes gleamed with sharp light. Always being on guard against the captain wasn't a solution. Every time he used the Karma Curse binding seal, he had to carry him on his back. Captain Antelope would sooner or later discover his secret, knowing he learned ninjutsu through channels not controlled by the Anbu. The Anbu hated surprises, everything had to be under control. Yuzuka Uzumaki might mistakenly think he was a spy of the Senju clan because of a sealing secret technique. Wouldn't Captain Antelope think so too? Kunai in hand, kill the captain, betray Konoha. If not now, then when? So what if you're an elite chunin? After a serious injury, even a kunai can take your life. Captain Ling groaned softly. HM? Yegwang felt sticky, warm blood on his fingers. But the amount of bleeding was less than expected. The captain's ribs were so hard. His own kunai was so dull. Captain Ling launched a fierce counterattack. He tightly locked the fox's neck with his right arm while quickly forming hand seals with his left. Fire release, flame bullet. A fireball shot from his mouth. The fireball engulfed the fox's head and also burned Captain Ling's right arm. Captain Ling traded his severely injured right arm for the fox's life. Yegwang was trapped by Captain Ling's arm, his kunai caught on the ribs, unable even to perform the Karma Curse binding seal in time. Captain Ling was so cunning, not only could he use Shadow Clone Jutsu, but fire release was also his trump card. Yegwang's head was swallowed by the flame bullet, feeling as if he was burning with 1,000-degree fever, dying miserably. Everything went black. Yegwang woke up, landing in the land of waves on a full moon night. He shifted the fox mask, his face still burned painfully, as if his flesh had been scorched. Fox, get off the boat quickly. Captain Ling urged. Unlike last time, Yegwang hesitated briefly before jumping off. He knew he had to be careful, follow the previous life's storyline as much as possible, and avoid repeating mistakes. Yegwang stared at Captain Ling, wary of the hidden fire release. The captain even kept secrets from his subordinates. How could such a team cooperate smoothly? The Anbu were strictly loyal, each monitored, and Captain Ling was also cautious of his teammates. Captain Ling glanced at the fox, sensing something strange in his expression. The system prompted, Moon Arc activated. Host has 1 resurrection chance per month, reviving on the full moon night after death. Reward lottery options: 1 Shadow Clone Jutsu Beginner, 2 Fire Attribute Chakra, 3 Taijutsu Lock Technique Beginner. The Taijutsu Lock Technique was Captain Ling's signature move of locking opponents with his arm, powerful and hard to escape. Yegwang had his own Karma Curse binding seal and didn't really need this lock technique. Fire Attribute Chakra is not needed now. I am a pseudo-chunin myself, being able to use Earth Release well is already good. Before becoming an elite chunin, there is no need to consider chakra attribute development. Even if Fire Attribute Chakra is developed, the amount of chakra cannot support multiple uses. In the end, Yuku chose the Shadow Clone technique. The Shadow Clone technique can create physical clones, sometimes even genjutsu cannot see through them. Captain Ray is especially skilled in shadow clones, often using shadow clones or the lives of subordinates to gather intelligence. Splitting chakra is the weakness of shadow clones. But for ninjas with either a lot or very little chakra, this is not a problem. If the chakra is abundant, splitting it in half is still enough. Chakra is scarce, and there wasn't too much to begin with, so dividing it made no difference. Now, Yegwang can afford to split the chakra evenly. At most, he will rely on taijutsu for combat. The plot unfolds as in the previous life, with the team arriving at a seaside fishing village. They chose a direction to infiltrate and entered the ground floor of a house, which was elevated. Kakuni was hit in the face by a flying attack and, in anger, threw out an explosive tag. Yeguang fought while retreating, dodging to the side. This time, he clearly knew the real location of Captain Ling and was more cautious with the sealing hand signs to avoid being discovered by the captain. The hidden cloud ninja began to strike, resulting in Kakuni's death and Captain Ling being injured. Yeguang burst out of the seawater, carrying the injured Captain Ling as they retreated. In the coconut grove, Captain Ling felt sharp pain in his side ribs and numbness on his scalp, thinking the fox was going to kill him. Looking down, he saw the fox giving him a hemostatic injection. Captain Ling breathed a sigh of relief. The fox would never turn on him. Even if seriously injured, he could still kill the fox. The two of them hid inside a natural cave among the reef rocks. This time, Yeguang showed no intent to kill and carefully treated Captain Ling's wound. There were still more than 10 days until the full moon. Without Captain Ling, he wouldn't make it through. As a ninja of the Anbu, lacking Captain Ling was too dangerous. Captain Ling felt the fox's care, and since the fox was his only subordinate at the moment, his attitude was clearly friendly. He began analyzing the situation. Fox, in the area we searched, there are 2 cloud ninja squads. It seems the cloud ninja are starting to appear in large numbers in the Land of Waves. The share of missions in the Land of Waves has always been the focus of contention between Kirigakure and Yuzushio. To support Yuzushio, the ninjas of Konoha and Kirigakure fought many battles and lost many lives. Without Konoha, Yuzushio would be unable to stand against Kirigakure. Recently, there have been many complaints in the village, questioning why we help other villages instead of directly seizing missions in the Land of Waves. Now that the Cloud Ninja have appeared, the situation has become even more complicated. After thinking, Yako asked, Captain Ray, isn't Yuzushio our ally? Are the complaints in the village naturally occurring, or? Enough! Captain Ray interrupted sternly. If you want to survive in the Anbu, don't ask what you shouldn't know, and don't say what you shouldn't say. Those complaints are certainly natural. Do you think we in the Anbu are spreading them? Captain Antelope denied it firmly, but Yaku knew in his heart that it was very likely the work of the Anbu. The condition of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito was very poor. Yaku had previously carried out a mission guarding the Senju clan territory. Uzumaki Mito married into the Senju clan but surprisingly did not change her surname. That old lady's strength and status were unmatched by anyone. Unfortunately, she was too old. Regarding the arrangement of the next Jinchuriki, there seemed to be many disagreements between the village leadership and the Senju clan. Previously, the Senju clan was responsible for communication with the Uzumaki clan. This time, the village bypassed the Senju clan entirely. Danzo personally came to Yuzushio Hidden Village, proving that the village could no longer reach a consensus with the Senju clan. Captain Antelope spent 5 days healing his wounds, and after recovery, continued his mission to search for the designated area's Cloud Ninja. This time, 3 Cloud Ninja squads were discovered. Fortunately, Captain Antelope did not send Yuku to probe the intelligence. Every time they encountered a Cloud Ninja squad, they observed from a distance and withdrew cautiously. Time slowly passed, finally ushering in the reassuring night of the full moon. The full moon was like a silver plate, the moonlight like frost. Nightlight crouched on the reef, the sea breeze damply blowing on the mast. In the distance, Captain Antelope was reporting to the squad leader, the sound of the waves drowning out their conversation. Captain Antelope kept nodding, as if agreeing to something. Under the mask, Nightlight was extremely dissatisfied with the current situation. Always playing the role of a low-level operative in the shadows, not even knowing the mission details, only able to follow orders, appearing very passive. He secretly planned that he must at least become a squad leader to access the mission distribution system and obtain more intelligence. Intelligence was crucial, the key to survival. Staring at Captain Antelope's back, Nightlight silently resolved, last time I didn't kill him, consider it luck this time I must take him out. Glanced at the system panel. Host status. Chakra level, Chunin rank. Attribute, Earth. Ninjutsu, basic 3 body technique, Earth release, technique of fish reflected in Earth, shadow clone technique. Taijutsu, basic kunai throwing. Sealing technique, karma binding seal. Others, none. A good cook doesn't pick ingredients, a clever housewife doesn't pick rice. With these skills, I must find a way to step over Captain Ling's corpse and become the squad leader. Everyone is part of the Anbu. It's not surprising if someone has a dark heart. End of this chapter. Captain, what's the next mission? Don't ask what you shouldn't. A small request was denied. Anbu rules are rigid. Yeguang followed Captain Ling, waiting at the small dock. A few days later, they met their target Uzumaki Ninja Squad, led by the familiar Uzumaki Yuka. Yuka felt a bit more at ease upon seeing the fox mask. Captain Ling, Fox, didn't expect it to be you. Where's Kakushio? Captain Ling replied. Kikushio sacrificed himself scouting the Cloud Ninja's intelligence. Yoja showed a guilty expression. Sorry, the Konoha ninja sacrificed themselves, and we will remember that. Konoha and Uzushio Hidden Village are allies, this is what we should do. Yeguang was secretly surprised that Captain Ling would say such warm words. The two squads acted together, and Uzushio Yoja was to seal a powerful rogue ninja beast. Taking advantage of the opportunity to use Uzushio Ninja for reconnaissance, Captain Ling said to Yeguang, Fox, use Uzushio Yoja's goodwill towards you to get close to her. Especially during battle, you must stay by her side, within 2 steps. The target is the Vajra chain scroll. If necessary, you can kill Uzushio Yoja and frame the Cloud Ninja. Understood, Captain. By a small lake, Uzushio Yoja directed 3 Uzushio Ninja to set up 3 traps. In each trap, the detonator talisman was buried at the bottom, covered by a large iron wire net. It looked like they intended to blow the iron wire net into the air. After setting the trap, everyone hid in the woods by the lake. Yeguang hid in a bush, not far from Uzumaki Yuja's hiding spot. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Yuja took the initiative to approach Yeguang. The two lay on the ground, concealed by the bushes, staring at the lake surface. The battles of ordinary ninjas are not as earth-shaking as those of shadow-level ninjas often, it's just tedious searching and quietly waiting. Every ninja has their own survival wisdom, especially the weaker ones, who must be extra cautious. Uzumaki Yuja whispered, Fox, can you tell me your name? Sorry, I can't. A flicker of disappointment passed through Yuja's eyes, but she quickly said, I know, you're a spy from the Senju clan Anbu, you can't take risks. Yeguang didn't answer or deny, deliberately mysterious, which only made Yuja more puzzled. Yeguang recalled seeing some Senju clan ninjas at the Ninja Academy. After the second Hokage's sacrifice, the Senju family had been striving to restore their former glory. The entire family seemed energized, with even the children shouting that they wanted to become Hokage. For example, Senju Shigure from the original story had aspired to become Hokage since elementary school. Now when Yeguang says he wants to be Hokage, no one pays attention, but when Shigure says it, everyone takes it seriously. Miss Yoja, what are you capturing here? A long spear egret, a rare flying ninja beast, Yoja said. Every Uzumaki ninja can contract their own summoning beast. The sealing technique itself isn't strong, but after signing with a special summoning beast, their power can increase significantly. Yeguang felt a bit envious. The summoning beasts of the 3 shinobi sanctuaries can easily crush Chunin and even Jonin. Not only the Cloud and Mist shinobi were jealous, but the Konoha ninja were also envious. Yeguang slightly turned her head, looking up through the gaps in the bushes, and saw Captain Ling wearing a mask hidden in the treetops. The captain's eyes were half closed, seemingly fixed on Uzumaki Yoja. Yoja was the strongest in the Uzumaki squad, and Captain Ling kept a constant watch on her. Yeguang waited for a long time. Captain Ling did not shift her gaze, and she did not move either. The ground was damp and hot, with insects crawling over it. Yoja was unaware of the captain's attention, carefully moving under the bushes to avoid insects crawling onto her. As she twisted, she revealed more of the snow-white skin on her chest. Yeguang remained unmoved, lifting her mask slightly to hide her own eyes, and carefully stared at Captain Ling. Ate 2 rations and crouched guard from morning until dusk. The sun was setting in the west, and it was even darker under the bushes. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the distance, flying at an extremely fast speed. Here it comes. The spear egret is returning to its nest. It was a 3-meter-long egret, with a hard, slender beak 1 meter long at the front, and the rest of its neck and body were very slender. After folding its wings, the spear egret dove at an extremely fast speed. Yeguang saw Captain Ling's gaze being drawn and quietly asked Yuja, do you have a poison needle? Yes. Vortex Yuja took a poison needle out of the ninja tool pouch. Yeguang didn't know how to make poison and had no poison himself, so he could only rely on poison to deal with the powerful Captain Ling. He took out a hemostatic agent, applied it to the kunai, and then put the poison back into the ninja tool pouch. The fox's strange behavior puzzled Yoja. No kunai dipped in poison, cutting while stopping the bleeding? Suddenly, the explosive talisman trap detonated. 3 large nets flew into the air, one of which entangled the wings of the spear-wielding egret. Yaojia, unable to hesitate, immediately rushed toward the trapped spear egret. Captain Ling's attention was diverted, and Yeguang took the opportunity to inject poison into the airborne hemostatic medicine. Everything was ready, just waiting to make a move. Yeguang, ordered not to leave Yoja, also followed rushing out. The spear egret's wings were entangled in the wire net, unable to fly after landing. It attacked with its sharp spear-like beak, piercing the thigh of the first whirlpool ninja. Its spear-like beak was as sharp as a lance, and its diving attacks were terrifyingly lethal. The spear egret's neck was long and strong, pecking continuously, making the ninja afraid to get close. I'll go. Yoja jumped forward, forming hand seals to cast the Karma Curse binding seal. The curse seal spread along its slender legs, wings, and neck, ultimately locking it in place. The long spear egret struggled and trembled. Yoja said to the fox, "Next is the hawk endurance time. It's too big, we have to exhaust its strength before using the contract summoning technique." Yegwang turned his head and saw that Captain Ling was still hiding in the treetops, not yet appearing. After a long struggle, Yoja finally subdued the long spear egret, whose eyes were full of pleading. Yoja took out a scroll hidden on her thigh, the Vajra chain seal scroll. At that moment, the situation suddenly changed. While Yoja, Yegwang, and 3 ninjas were concentrating on using the sealing scroll, 2 ambushed Yun ninja squads suddenly charged from the side. They wanted to seize the sealing scroll and uncover the sealing secrets of the Whirlpool clan. To deal with the Yun ninjas, Yoja painfully untied the curse binding the long spear egret. The long spear, white egret, and slender legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Swirl Yuja wasn't doing much better. Sweat soaked through her tight outfit, wetting her skirt as well. Her skirt clung tightly to her waist and hips, as if she had just been pulled out of the water. The Cloud Ninja charged forward, and their squad leader instantly slashed down a Swirl Ninja. Nightlight stood in front of Yuja, blocking a thrown ninja blade. Captain Antelope finally jumped down from the treetops, engaging in close combat with the nearest Cloud Ninja. With Captain Antelope's strength, he could have instantly killed that Cloud Ninja, but the fight was evenly matched. Nightlight immediately realized Captain Antelope was slacking off. Since he himself was good at slacking, he saw through it at a glance. If the captain was slacking, he had to slack along too. He was forced to retreat by a Cloud Ninja, his side almost slashed open, so he had to dodge. In dodging, Swirl Yujo's movements were completely exposed. Swirl Yujo raised the scroll. This scroll was originally used to seal ninja beasts, but now it was going to be used against the Cloud Ninja. Captain Antelope suddenly shouted, "Seize!" This was said to the fox. The Anbu also wanted a complete Vajra chain scroll. Nightlight turned around, brandishing kunai, and suddenly stabbed into Uzumaki Yuka's abdomen. Uzumaki Yuka stared at the fox in terror. Wasn't the fox an Anbu spy from the Senju clan? Wait a moment. He recalled that during the explosion, the fox had applied a hemostatic agent on the kunai. The kunai pierced shallowly, and with the hemostatic agent, there was little bleeding. Uzumaki Yuka persisted in activating the Vajra chain. Nightlight, however, seemed powerless, his face full of panic, unable to stop it at all. More than a dozen Vajra chains flew out, piercing everyone except Nightlight. The Cloud Ninja and Captain Antelope were both pinned down by this powerful sealing scroll. They couldn't move an inch. Nightlight felt secretly pleased. He had deliberately applied the hemostatic agent to make Uzumaki Yuka mistakenly believe he was an ally and wouldn't attack him. The deception succeeded, only he was not sealed by the Vajra chains. Nightlight stood up, brandished his kunai, and took out all the Cloud Ninja one by one. Captain Antelope watched Nightlight's smooth movements and was impressed. The weakest ninja in this squad, once just cannon fodder, had now grown remarkably, becoming more and more skillful in his moves, somewhat like an Anbu ninja. Captain Antelope lowered his head, feeling the sharp pain of the chains piercing his abdomen. The chain shuriken stabbed into his chest. The Vajra chain sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan could actually materialize chakra, truly a terrifying secret art. Chakra materialization, it is said, involves yin-yang release, not something ordinary ninjas can master. Nightlight saw that Captain Ling was seriously injured and did not rush to treat him, but first snatched the sealing scroll from Xuanya Yoja's hand. He handed the scroll to the captain. Mission accomplished, got it. Captain Ling cursed inwardly, "I told you to grab the complete scroll, not one that's already been used." "No time to complain," he said, "let us go. Get out of here quickly." Nightlight supported Captain Ling and jumped into the woods by the lake. "Captain, I'll give you a hemostatic potion." The potion was successfully injected into the side ribs, and the bleeding stopped. In the darkness, the eyes beneath Nightlight's mask were unusually bright. He supported Captain Ling, carefully feeling Captain Ling's physical condition, not missing a single muscle twitch. In the hemostatic potion, a small portion is medicine, but the majority is poison. Uzumaki Yoka is a chunin, and the poison used by chunin is effective. This time, Yegwang would not recklessly act like last time. Captain Ling was hiding a fire-style trump card. Yegwang did not want to be burned to death again. The same move could not be used on him twice. After moving away from the battlefield, Captain Ling gasped, "Fox, your strength isn't great, but your luck is good. You always survive until the end. Keep it up, and you might grow stronger." Thank you for the compliment, Captain. Captain Ling's breathing grew more rapid. This mission failed, but we can still choose the next target, the Uzumaki squad, to continue fighting for the sealing scroll. His eyes began to darken, clearly from excessive blood loss. Captain Ling thought to himself, the Uzumaki clan's counterattack is really fierce. Seeing the captain's condition worsening, Yegwang hurriedly asked, Captain, if you lose consciousness, how can I contact the squad? Does the squad have a medical ninja? Captain Ling's consciousness blurred. He agreed with Fox that the abdominal injury was severe, possibly a ruptured spleen, and needed a medical ninja for treatment. The hemostatic potion was not enough. He reached for his ninja tool pouch but saw a triple image before his eyes, spinning uncontrollably. Yegwang quickly helped, taking a scroll from the pouch and handing it to the captain. Captain Ling shook his head, dizzy and blurry-eyed, gritting his teeth as he used some method to open the scroll. For every mission, the cipher team sets a new code. Before he finished speaking, he fainted. After a few seconds, Yegwang confirmed the captain was completely unconscious, formed hand seals with both hands, and cast the curse binding seal, covering Captain Ling's entire body with sealing marks. After confirming he had no resistance, Yegwang raised a kunai and stabbed it fiercely into the captain's throat. Blood gushed out. Captain Ling woke in pain, seeing the kunai and Fox's actions. Before finishing, he died. Yegwang dared not stop. Ninjas could extract information from corpses. He stabbed repeatedly with the kunai, pried open the skull, and smashed the brain matter. Although disgusting, it reassured him. Captain Ling was finally dead. Yegwang thought, I wonder if the squad leader will give me a small team leader position. The squad only has me left. After finishing, he slowly stood up, looked around to confirm no one was there, and left. He carefully studied the Anbu communication scroll. Every time the Anbu carried out a large joint mission, they would set communication codes to guide dispersed squads. Each squad judged the superior leader's location by secret marks to find the main force. With this scroll, Yegwang could directly find the squad leader. Once I become the small team leader, I can accept missions directly, no more intelligence, and no longer be a tool. Yegwang went to the place where the previous battle took place and found Uzumaki Yoka lying on the ground. Uzumaki Yoka did not dare to move recklessly. A kunai was still stuck in his abdomen. The bleeding wasn't too much, but she was afraid of moving recklessly, especially of heavy bleeding after pulling out the kunai. Seeing a figure appear above her head, Uzumaki Yuka breathed a sigh of relief. Fox, you're here. Yegwang crouched down and said, I'm here. Sorry, I had to follow the captain's orders just now. Now I'll help you treat the wound. Uzumaki Yuka was filled with confusion and anger. She hadn't expected Konoha's Anbu to try to seize the family's newly developed sealing scroll. Fortunately, Fox was from the Senju clan and had prepared in advance, applying a hemostatic medicine on the kunai, which saved her life. Put. A kunai pressed against Yuka's throat, blood spraying out and flowing into her mouth. Yegwang felt a bit guilty but quickly dismissed it. Applying the hemostatic medicine on the kunai was only to gain Yuka's trust and fulfill Captain Ling's orders. He was an Anbu ninja, not a spy from the Senju clan. Whoever wants to be a thousand-handed spy is courting the path to their own clan's destruction. Nightlight traveled to the ninja world not to be a righteous messenger, but to survive. Yaja's eyes were confused, not understanding why the fox was like this. Nightlight did not explain. The blame lies with you for knowing too much. You must die here. The secret of the karma curse binding seal, the secret of secretly resisting Captain Ling, if any of it leaks, he must die. The great scientist Newton once said, if a fellow cultivator dies, this poor cultivator will not. Nightlight searched all over Yoja but did not find the Vajra chain scroll. Since it was not there, he added some kunai and then disappeared. This chapter ends. Nightlight carefully searched along the coastline. Captain Antelope last saw Captain Brown Bear by the sea. Diligence pays off. Nightlight discovered a shell half buried in the sand, engraved with 3 codes. According to the code scroll, 1 represents the 11th of next month, 1 points northeast, and the last indicates 3 kilometers. The ninja world uses the lunar calendar, based on the phases of the moon. The 11th is 4 days before the full moon. Nightlight dared not act rashly and hid under the coconut grove bushes. On the 11th, he climbed out of his hiding place and ran toward the marked location. Upon arrival, Nightlight did not immediately reveal himself but formed the water seal and released a shadow clone. The shadow clone left the hiding reef and walked on the beach. Suddenly, 2 black shadows jumped out, and the shadow clone immediately froze. Who are you? One wore a blue wolf mask, the other a white ermine mask, but they didn't realize the fox mask was actually a shadow clone. The shadow clone said, Fox, the last survivor of the Antelope squad, please have the squad leader reassign me. After verifying the identity, the 2 looked toward a coconut tree. A person emerged from behind the coconut tree, wearing a brown bear mask. That was the squad leader of Nightlight, Brown Bear. Brown Bear took a few steps forward, then looked toward the reef where Nightlight was hiding. Nightlight thought to himself, no wonder the squad leader is so strong, he spotted the shadow clone so quickly. He stepped out from behind the reef and dispelled the shadow clone. The shadow clone turned into white smoke, startling the blue wolf and white ermine who had appeared first. It wasn't the white smoke that scared them, but the lingering fear if the fox were an enemy, then the two of them would already be at a disadvantage. Nightlight walked up to Brown Bear and said, "Squad leader, Captain Antelope and Bison have both fallen. I'm the only one left in my squad. I found this place following the secret scroll Captain Antelope left behind." Brown Bear sized up Nightlight and said, "Your shadow clone carries some of Captain Antelope's traits. Your fundamentals are solid. It's a pity about Captain Antelope, such a cautious person still ended up dead." Nightlight said nothing, knowing that speaking too much could lead to mistakes. Captain Antelope was indeed cautious, but it still wasn't enough. Brown Bear continued, "Antelope Squad is disbanded. You are now joining the Blue Wolf Squad and will follow Blue Wolf's command." Nightlight felt very disappointed. He had gone to great lengths to kill Captain Antelope, all to become the squad leader and gain access to more intelligence. But now, he was just an ordinary squad member and had to adapt to a stranger like Blue Wolf. The covert forces had very high standards for squad leaders. Loyalty, strength, and judgment were all indispensable. Nightlight glanced at Blue Wolf and White Weasel, thinking, maybe I should take them out too? As long as there are few enough chopsticks, even the shortest can serve as a flagpole. Although he thought this in his heart, Yeguang still politely said, "Hello, Captain Xinglang, I am Fox, and I have learned some shadow clone techniques from Captain Ling." He had to say it, letting the shadow clone technique make an appearance. Xinglang nodded and said, "All right, my squad lost 2 members, you can fill in perfectly." Xinglang said goodbye to the company commander and left with his team. On the way, they stopped at a supply point, took off their Konoha Anbu uniforms, and put on the Cloud Ninja vests and kunai. These equipments still had bloodstains, obviously seized earlier by Qinglong's squad. Yeguang, who followed behind, felt both depressed and moved. He truly felt sorry for Captain Ling. If Captain Ling Henti died, Yeguang would still be a team member. If Captain Ling died, Yeguang would still be a team member. Truly a sacrifice in vain. Like Captain Antelope, Xinglang did not explain the details of the mission and just kept pushing forward. When they reached a small town, Xinglang told 2 team members to stop. "Fox, use your shadow clone to sneak into the town and scout how many Uzumaki ninja are hiding there." Yeguang frowned beneath his mask. This job felt like hard labor. Knowing he could use shadow clones, they sent him to do this. It was probably the same mission as Antelope's team, to steal the Uzumaki clan's Vajra chain scroll. Taking the seal, Yeguang created a shadow clone beside him. He then used a transformation technique to make the shadow clone look like an ordinary person, carrying a sack as it entered the town. After a long time, Yeguang suddenly froze. The shadow clone was destroyed, and its memories were transmitted back to the original. "What's going on?" Facing the captain's inquiry, Yeguang answered. The shadow clone swayed half a circle, sat in the corner to rest, and suddenly a kunai appeared behind it, stabbing the shadow clone to death. Was it a kunai, not a ninja blade? The ninja blade was most likely used by a Yunin. It was a kunai, not a ninja blade. Captain Xinglang said, "Continue using shadow clones to enter the town and gather intelligence." After several consecutive uses of shadow clones, each clone was destroyed. Yeguang sat on the ground, gasping for breath, his whole body aching. Chakra is a mixture of physical and mental energy. After over-extraction, his body felt as sore and weak as if he had run 5 kilometers. Captain Xinglang looked coldly at the useless fox. "Keep going, don't slack off. The intelligence is too little." After more than 10 times, Yu haven't even clearly seen the enemy as faces. Yeguang was helpless, extracted chakra again, and used the shadow clone technique. This technique consumes half of the chakra each time, plus the transformation technique, causing his already limited chakra to rapidly deplete. Captain Xinglang gave him no rest besides a nuclear-powered donkey, who could keep going non-stop. After the shadow clone appeared, it headed deep into the town. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the woods. 6 Uzumaki ninjas burst out from the dense forest, having already locked onto the hiding spot of the 3 Anbu members. The battle instantly intensified. The 3 Konoha Anbu were no match for the Uzumaki ninjas. Yeguang wanted to shout that he was Konoha Anbu, not a Yunin, but the Yunin outfit on him made him feel useless. Captain Xinglang waved his blade, closing in on the Uzumaki ninjas, desperately trying to find out if they had sealing scrolls. A summoned spider hid in the shadows and bit Captain Xinglang. After being poisoned, he staggered. Konoha and Yuzushio Hidden Village were allies, and Captain Qinglang stubbornly refused to reveal his identity even in death. After more than 10 seconds, the 3 Konoha members were successively killed by the Uzumaki ninjas. A sharp pain came from Yeguang's lower back as a kunai stabbed into his body. This familiar feeling made him realize that the previous shadow clones were all killed by the Uzumaki ninja behind him. The Uzumaki ninja twisted a kunai, churning his intestines into a whirlpool. His vision went black, then switched. Yeguang was gasping for breath, revived. He was crouching on a reef, and on the distant beach, Brown Bear and Captain Antelope were assigning tasks. It was back to the night of the full moon. Captain Antelope was still alive. Yeguang crouched, carefully calculating. Moon arc activated. The host has 1 resurrection chance per month, reviving on the night of the full moon after death. Rewards: 1 lottery chance, 1 sealing technique, object sealing talisman beginner, 2 Chunin level chakra amount stackable, 3 kunai stab mastery. The object sealing talisman can seal kunai and other ninja tools into scrolls, but Yeguang's current combat ability is limited, and carrying 3 times the ninja tools is useless, so he ruled this out. Kunai stab is also unnecessary. It seems the Uzumaki ninja who stabbed him was skilled with kunai. Many ninjas are skilled with kunai, and there will be many chances to get this reward later. Chunin level chakra amount stackable is what Yeguang urgently needs now. Especially after mastering the shadow clone technique, his chakra demand has grown increasingly large. After choosing this option, Yeguang's chakra amount doubled, becoming twice the Chunin level chakra amount. If he accumulates 5 times the Chunin level chakra amount, he will have the chakra amount of an elite Chunin. The original body's talent was too poor, and the chakra was pitifully scarce. Captain Antelope left with Fox after hearing the arrangements from Captain Brown Bear. "Captain, what is the next mission? Don't ask what you shouldn't." "Alright then, Captain Antelope, you actually missed the second chance. Captain Antelope must die, otherwise no one can explain why she is shadow cloned. She must be killed beyond verification. The new Blue Wolf squad must also be completely eliminated, or the squad leader position cannot be maintained." Nightlight followed Captain Antelope, constantly calculating how to achieve the goal. They received the Uzumaki Yuka squad and ambushed by the lake together with them. Captain Antelope insisted that Nightlight stay close to Uzumaki Yuka, ready to strike at any moment. Lying in the bushes, Yeguang repeatedly thought to himself that Yoja by his side could not die. She was the key to eliminating the Qinglang squad. In the distance, a long-beaked egret flew over, and the detonating talisman exploded, releasing a wire net. Yoja was the first to rush out of the vortex. At the critical moment of the seal, 2 Yun ninja squads suddenly appeared. Yeguang first stabbed Yoja in the vortex, then used poison to kill Captain Ling. This time, returning to Yoja's side, there was no killing intent in his eyes. "Fox, you're back." Hearing Yoja's joyful voice, Yeguang carefully treated the wound on her abdomen. He cut open the tight suit, revealing a firm abdomen and a distinct V-line. Unfortunately, it was a beautiful belly. It was uncertain whether it would leave scars in the future. After healing the wound, Yeguang supported Yoja. "Thank you, Fox." Yoja sincerely thanked him, and Yeguang quickly took advantage of the moment to say, "Yoja, you know, my identity is special. I collect intelligence for a certain lord of the Senju clan. I took a big risk rescuing you this time. Fortunately, my captain was mortally wounded and died, otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance to come back and help you." Yoja asked, "You already showed mercy, applied a hemostatic medicine on the kunai, and the wound isn't deep. Which lord of the Senju clan are you collecting intelligence for?" Yeguang gave a bitter smile and replied, "My identity is confidential, so don't guess recklessly. The lord suspects the Anbu has deteriorated and is different from when Lord Tobarama was Hokage, so he sent me to infiltrate the Anbu and investigate secretly. This time coming to the Land of Waves, the Anbu's actions were strange. They even stole a scroll from the Uzumaki clan, which was unimaginable before. Yoja, you must keep this secret and absolutely don't let me be exposed." "I know, I will absolutely keep it a secret. I only have a direct line of contact with that lord. Even if you encounter other Senju ninjas, you must not mention me." I understand. It's extremely dangerous to lurk in the Anbu. I won't tell any Senju ninja, nor will I inform our village." Yeguang nodded repeatedly. This woman was still very easy to deceive. The key was that he skillfully used the Uzumaki secret technique, the cursed seal binding mark. Naturally, Uzumaki Yuja would not suspect. It was like if Yeguang had a Sharingan now, the Uchiha clan would probably think Yeguang was an Uchiha orphan lost outside. After slightly catching her breath, Uzumaki Yuja signaled Yeguang to help her to the side of Changchun Bailu. Ye Guang looked over and saw the hot-tempered Changqiang Bailu had broken her own bones in the struggle and still hadn't flown away. Uzumaki Yujo's face was pale. She mobilized all her chakra, opened the sealing scroll, and performed the contract seal to seal Changqiang Bailu. Let Changqiang Bailu heal her injuries first, slowly tame her wildness, and build a partnership. Only then can she become a qualified summoning beast, Uzumaki Yujo said. Ye Guang found this very amazing, but he himself did not know sealing techniques. Yujo's eyes lowered, as if recalling something unpleasant. After a long while, she spoke. Fox, I know the reason why Konoha Anbu's attitude suddenly changed. What reason? Ye Guang asked. The clan leader refused advisor Danzo's request, Yujo said. This is no secret within the clan. The clan leader's granddaughter, Uzumaki Kushina, possesses a rare sealing technique talent that has lasted for decades. Danzo from Konoha came to the clan leader, hoping Kushina would become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. But the clan leader said that Uzushio Hidden Village had found a wild Three Tails and hoped Kushina would become the Three Tails Jinchuriki. With the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, they could have controlled the tailed beasts long ago, Yujo continued. After the second Hokage Tobarama passed away, the Uzumaki clan's situation became increasingly difficult, and Konoha's support was no longer wholehearted. The clan leader had to save themselves. Danzo didn't respond immediately but made another request to share the advanced sealing secret techniques. The clan leader refused again. The sealing secret techniques are the foundation of the Uzumaki clan's establishment. When the first Hokage Hashirama married Uzumaki Mito, he didn't ask for the secret techniques. After refusing Danzo twice, the clan leader was deeply worried but still insisted on their own path. Ye Guang thought to himself, saving Uzumaki Yujo was definitely the right choice. It turned out Danzo came to Uzushio Hidden Village to select the next Jinchuriki and to obtain the sealing techniques. Uzumaki Kushina's talent was outstanding, and both villages had their eyes on her. The current conflict was that both villages wanted her to become their own Jinchuriki. The Anbu's seizure of the Kongo chain scroll was precisely to investigate the Uzumaki clan's sealing secret techniques. Ninja constitution was peculiar. 5 days later, Uzumaki Yujo's injuries had basically healed. Her lower abdomen was flat, with only a shallow pink scar. One late night, Yujo came to the spring in the wilderness and said, "Let me wash your clothes." By the spring, Uzumaki Yujo took off Ye Guang's Konoha Anbu vest and took the opportunity to remove Ye Guang's mask. Wow, your eyes are quite handsome. It's a pity you wear a mask. Really cautious. Are you only washing my vest? Should I wash those shorts too? The clothes they needed to wash kept increasing, and the clothes on their bodies kept decreasing. Moonlight shone on Yujo's fair body, and Ye Guang let out a sigh of admiration. When bound by the tight mesh suit, Yujo's chest was exceptionally full now. Without restraint, it surged and bounced softly, enticingly. The water escape technique alternated between wet and dry repeatedly, finally being cleaned thoroughly. The two leaned against each other, taking turns resting and keeping watch. The next morning, Ye Guang said, "Yujo, my next mission is to investigate a small town. I'll tell you the location. There might be quite a few Uzumaki ninjas there. Infiltrating the Uzumaki ninjas with an insider, he should be safe, right?" After meeting Captain Brown Bear, Ye Guang was assigned to the Blue Wolf Squad. The squad changed into Cloud Ninja gear, preparing to seize the Uzumaki sealing scroll. This time Ye Guang felt confident and no longer nervous because he had an insider. The Blue Wolf captain frantically urged Ye Guang to use shadow clones to sneak into the town and gather intelligence. Ye Guang doubled his chakra, pretending to complain about not having enough, while secretly ordering the shadow clones to lure the Uzumaki ninjas over. The shadow clones reported back that Uzumaki Yujo had arrived in town. After 2 shadow clones, 7 Uzumaki ninjas charged over. With ample chakra, Ye Guang faced the battle more calmly. Yujo recognized Fox at first glance. After getting close, she was familiar with his figure and knew Fox was a spy dispatched by the Anbu. The fight was fierce, with Yujo targeting Fox, pushing the battle farther away. Several Uzumaki ninjas forced their way in to assist. Ye Guang's leg was pierced by a kunai. Under Yujo's cover, he found an opportunity to escape using Earth Release, Earthfish Reflection technique. An Uzumaki male ninja approached Yujo and said regretfully, "This Cloud Ninja actually escaped with Earth Release. He's hard to chase." Yujo nodded but worried about Fox's leg injury, fearing it would affect his stealth. The Earth Reflection Fish technique at the beginner level, supported by Nightlight Chakra, can only stealthily move about 30 meters underwater. He swam to the blind spot beside the whirlpool, surfaced, and lay in the bushes waiting quietly. The battle ended, and the sound of jumping came from afar. After the whirlpool ninja left, Nightlight once again used the earth reflection fish technique and vanished without a trace. After confirming safety, he carefully dealt with the kunai on his thigh. His clothes were stained with fresh blood. The clothes Yojiya had just washed were dirty again. He hid in the crevice of the reef, finished the last soldier's ration pill, and did not run around recklessly. The full moon was like a silver plate, and the moonlight resembled white frost. Only when the moonlight poured into the reef crevice did Nightlight slowly step out. Out of soldiers' ration pills and starving, Nightlight sneaked into a fishing village and stole some food. Salted fish and cold leftover rice, he devoured them ravenously. After eating his fill, Nightlight planned to wait 15 days before searching for the main force of the Anbu again. The closer to the next full moon, the safer he would be. During these 15 days, he needed to practice his ninjutsu and taijutsu well to improve his strength as quickly as possible. First is the speed of hand seals. If the casting speed is a bit faster, his own thigh would have been hit by the flying kunai and he would have already sunk underground. The earthfish reflection technique and the self-karma curse binding seal both require 3 hand seals. Uchiha Itachi can form 6 seals in 1 second, but Yegwang takes 1.5 seconds to form 3 seals, which is too slow. He must quickly develop muscle memory and increase his hand seal speed to 3 seals per second. Hand seal practice not only requires faster hand speed but also coordination of chakra within the body to successfully perform ninjutsu. During practice, Yegwang felt his hands were as stiff as plaster, completely unlike the agility of a pianist's hands. After 5 days of practice, with constant hand cramps, he finally made some progress and improved his hand seal speed to 3 seals per second. Next came the tedious strength and speed training. With systematic assistance and diligent practice, Yegwang gave it his all. The salted fish and leftover meals from the nearby fishing village became the casualties of his training. A new month began, with 15 days until the full moon, and Yegwang started searching for the Anbu's marks. He found the Brown Bear squad captain by the seaside. The Brown Bear captain guarded the coast to prevent the whirlpool ninjas from escaping back to the land of whirlpools. The whirlpool sealing technique was crucial to Konoha's Anbu. There were many Anbu captains like the Brown Bear captain, and many whirlpool ninjas entering the land of waves died here. The captains and commanders guarded the coast, while the whirlpool hidden village remained completely unaware. Yegwang reported the Blue Wolf squad's encounter to the Brown Bear captain. The Brown Bear captain said, "The whirlpool ninjas you mentioned, other Anbu have encountered them recently as well. Their strength is indeed formidable." He glanced at the wound on Yegwang's leg, the torn clothes, and bloodstains, clearly injuries from half a month ago. The Brown Bear captain pondered, "Fox, Real named Yegwang. Your parents were in Konoha for 18 years and moved into the village after the First Ninja World War. You were born in Konoha's 23rd year, and your parents died in the Rogue Ninja Rebellion when you were 5. You graduated from the Ninja Academy in the 33rd year, passed the Chunin exam this year 38th year with reduced difficulty, and were selected for the Anbu. Your background is clean, and although your strength is weak, you have adapted to Anbu missions and even learned Ling's shadow clone technique. Come with me, Fox. In a few days, I will assign 1 or 2 Anbu ninjas to you as deputies. After completing several missions, you will officially become a squad leader." Yegwang bowed his head and said, "Thank you, Captain." He didn't care about the promotion itself but was eager to receive more orders and gain more intelligence. For the next 5 days, Yegwang followed Captain Brown Bear, who was responsible for setting up covert signals nearby. During this time, 2 Uzumaki ninjas tried to break through the blockade and escape the main island of the Land of Waves. Captain Brown Bear easily dealt with the 2 Uzumaki ninjas. The power gap was too great. Captain Brown Bear only used taijutsu and did not use ninjutsu. After searching the bodies, no sealing scrolls were found. Yegwang was itching to act. If he was still alive by the 14th of this month, he would go up and take down Captain Brown Bear. Maybe he could get some good rewards. He only dared to think this when looking at the ground. If he stared at the captain while thinking this, he was afraid the captain would kill him with a kunai. "Captain, aren't you afraid the Uzushio hidden village will hold Konoha accountable?" "Of course not." Captain Brown Bear glanced at the fox. "I know you're from Konoha's Anbu. How would these Uzushio ninjas know who you are? Even if they find some evidence, the village can easily claim it was a setup by Kirigakure. Konoha and Uzushio are allies. Why would we kill our own allies? Also, there are some things you shouldn't ask about." "Sorry, Captain, I overthought it," Yegwang said softly. "The Anbu handle dirty and exhausting tasks without Death or Danzo's permission. No one can leave. The ninja number of Yuku has been sealed, and in the files, he is recorded as having died on a certain mission. Other Anbu members came to see the squad leader one after another. The Brown Bear squad leader sent an Anbu wearing a pine bird mask to Yaku, and the two formed a new squad, with Yaku serving as the acting squad leader. After sending the pine bird away, the squad leader assigned a mission. Fox, the situation in the Land of Waves is complicated now, with mist, cloud, and whirlpool ninjas, as well as our Anbu. You are to assassinate a noble town mayor of the Land of Waves who firmly supports the whirlpool hidden village. Watch out for his samurai and guards. Yaku took the mission scroll and nodded seriously. Understood. The scroll detailed the intelligence on this mayor. Yaku was no longer just a tool for executing orders, he began to receive intelligence and gained a certain degree of autonomy. End of this chapter. Two large Konoha Anbu squads entered the Land of Waves, and after 2 months, their supplies were exhausted. Without ninja pills, food was hard to find and easy to expose. Without ninja tools, the Anbu often stepped on traps while clearing battlefields. The Whirlpool ninjas did not have this trouble. The Whirlpool hidden village had always protected the nobles of the Land of Whirlpool, receiving ample supplies from them. To suppress the Whirlpool ninjas, their supply lines must be cut off, making the nobles understand that supporting the Whirlpool ninjas is dangerous, even fatal. The mayor Yaku was to kill was the most steadfast noble supporter of the Whirlpool hidden village nearby. Yaku did not tell the pine bird the destination, nor did he disclose the mission details. The Anbu only needed to obey orders, not think. Once his identity changed, Yeguang also became an exploiter who disregarded the lives of his subordinates. The two advanced toward the target town. They did not seek speed, only to avoid rushing forward and dying tragically. Songyao, how old are you? Yeguang asked. Captain Fox, I am 12 years old, Songyao replied. Just graduated, and also fortunate to become a chunin after the village lowered the chunin threshold. Yeguang didn't know what to say, so he asked again, what is your dream? Dream? Songyao said softly. My dream is to be like Lord Whitefang, accumulating mission experience in the Anbu and becoming the strongest ninja. Konoha's Whitefang is an Anbu legend, continuously growing stronger in Anbu battles, constantly honing his swordsmanship and becoming a Kage-level ninja. Konoha ninjas learn ninjutsu through 3 paths. The first path is inheritance. Top-level ninjutsu and secret techniques, like infectious diseases, are transmitted only through mother-to-child, blood, and bodily fluids. Baiga uses the family-inherited swordsmanship. The second path is to gain the trust of the team teacher or captain and be taught ninjutsu. Meeting a teacher or captain with a compatible personality is very rare and hard to come by. The third option is to join the Anbu and earn merit for the village. This path relies on luck, only those who survive have a chance. This is also the fairest way and one of the fundamental reasons for the loyalty of Anbu ninjas. Good luck, Matsudaira, you will sooner or later become a ninja like Lord Baiga. Outside the town, Yaku carefully observed the town through a telescope. The town has about 1,000 households, surrounded by wooden walls, with watchtowers every few dozen meters, where warriors trained by the town chief stand guard. Ordinary warriors train their bodies daily, wielding long swords. Even lower-ranked ninjas would have a hard time defeating them. Higher-level warriors can refine chakra and use it to enhance their taijutsu, with strength equivalent to the lower-ranked ninjas of a ninja village. The highest-level warriors can only be trained by the Land of Iron. These warriors receive meager salaries and are inexpensive. Yeguang and Songyao found the warriors' blind spots, avoided patrols, and quietly sneaked into the town. The town is divided into the inner city and the outer city. The inner city is where the noble town chief lives and works. Lively nights only happen in big cities. The small town enforces a strict curfew for defense. The streets are deserted, everyone hides inside their homes. Ordinary people might die at the hands of ninja from the hidden village, or they might die from wandering ninjas. Civilians gather around the nobility, hoping that the nobles and ninjas will bring peace. Yeguang and Songyao sneaked near the inner city. Be careful. A group of samurai appeared from the side. Yeguang quickly hid in an alley, with Songyao close behind. There were several trash bins in the alley. The two hid on opposite sides. After the samurai walked away, Yeguang said, Songyao, be even more careful from now on. Find the weak points in the defense and climb over the wall into the inner city. The inner city, like the outer city, had arrow towers and samurai. The two climbed into the inner city and moved quietly along the base of the wall. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the brightest spot of the lights. In the distance was the mayor's study. 2 figures were visible at the window, making it hard to tell who was the mayor. The window suddenly opened, and someone rushed out. It was a Uzumaki ninja. The mayor stood by the window. The Uzumaki ninja suddenly fell silent and broke through the window, rushing to a corner. 2 more Uzumaki ninjas appeared, along with samurai who had arrived after receiving the news. The sound of kunai slicing through the air and armor clashing made Matsudaira extremely tense. Seeing the captain signal a retreat, Matsudaira immediately ran outside. Unexpectedly, there was an Uzumaki ninja squad here. Kunai thudded against the surrounding wooden walls. A kunai missed no one and pierced Songnyeo's shoulder. Another kunai struck his foot. Just as he was about to call for the captain's help, he saw Captain Fox hit by a kunai, turning into white smoke. What? Shadow clone? When? Songnyo suddenly remembered that when infiltrating the inner city, the captain had disappeared for a moment and then hid behind different trash cans. He smiled wryly, recalling the key points of the substitution technique taught by the ninja school teacher. The substitution technique involves turning a wooden stake into one's own likeness, hiding it in the shadows, and counterattacking when the enemy attacks the stake. The key is to seize the moment when the enemy loses sight. The shadow clone is actually a more advanced substitution technique. Captain Fox took all the conspiracies upon himself. His life, like a shadow clone, was meant to confuse the enemy. Matsudaira looked toward the noble. He had long suspected the mission was to kill the town's noble, and sure enough, Captain Fox quietly sneaked behind the noble and raised his kunai. Captain Fox's infiltration skills were so brilliant. The Whirlpool Ninja and Samurai were all watching him, and the captain took the opportunity to strike just perfectly timed. He and the town mayor would die at the same moment. When he first joined the Anbu, Matsudaira thought he had special talents, that he would be valued and rise to prominence. Only months later did he realize he was just a tool. That morning, the captain even blessed him, wishing him to achieve his dreams and become a ninja like White Fang. Now, he has died in the captain's scheme. Is this the Anbu? The Uzumaki ninja came to Matsudaira's corpse, lifted the mask, revealing a young face filled with resentment for unknown reasons. Yako ordered Matsudaira to infiltrate the inner city but did not explain the mission details. No one knew the secret. Even if they took the body away, Yuzushio Hidden Village would not get any evidence. Trouble. The mayor is dead. The samurai shouted. The Uzumaki ninja turned in horror and saw the mayor lying by the window, a kunai stuck in his neck. Damn it! The Uzumaki ninja cursed the support they had just arranged was completely ruined. End of this chapter. Earth release, technique of fish reflected in earth. The nightlight kept flickering, not traveling in the usual way, but continuously moving using earth release. After reaching the wooden wall of the town, he split off a shadow clone and let it climb over the wall. Someone's there. Assassin ninja. The Uzumaki ninja and the samurai closely followed the shadow clone rushing out of the town. Seeing the tactic worked, the nightlight used earth release to disappear again. He hid in an alley, gasping for breath, slowly recovering his chakra. The mission was to kill the town mayor, but the nightlight felt it wasn't enough. To become an official squad leader, he had to earn the trust of the Brown Bear squad leader and do even more. Killing the noble town mayor was to cut off the Uzumaki ninja's supplies nearby, so there might be prepared supplies in this town. Destroying those supplies was the only way to exceed the mission requirements. After catching his breath, Yegwang entered the inner city again. After a brief reconnaissance, the inner city was now like a startled bird, with the two most heavily guarded places. One was the residential area, where the mayor's family lived, possibly including the next generation mayor. The other was a house surrounded by 3 samurai squads, with a Uzumaki ninja guarding it. There must be something important hidden there, otherwise, the Uzumaki ninja wouldn't be stationed there. Yegwang hid in the corner of the wall, slowly retracting his head and eyes, estimating the distance before starting to form hand seals. His body slowly sank into the ground, causing ripples to spread across the surface. The fish reflection technique in the earth is extremely chakra consuming. It works by injecting chakra to change the density of the soil, allowing the body to swim through the earth like a fish. To avoid leaving a hollow that would expose his trail, he must continuously use chakra to repair the soil. The complex operation and large chakra consumption made Yegwang's movement not very fast. He only mastered the beginner-level earthfish reflection technique and didn't know how fast he would become once proficient. He sneaked behind the Uzumaki ninja, and nightlight poked out his head and shoulders. Ah! The Uzumaki ninja suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ankle. Looking back, he found that his Achilles tendon had been cut. He hurriedly stabbed downward with a kunai. Nightlight grabbed the ninja's wrist with his left hand and stabbed his abdomen with his right hand. Although he successfully stabbed the ninja's abdomen, his left hand was also scratched by the kunai. Ignoring the bleeding, Nightlight crawled out of the ground, dodging the ninja's dying struggles. The Uzumaki ninja dragged his broken foot and chased a few steps, then suddenly shouted, "Poison! Poison! This poison, how is it from our village?" Nightlight thought to himself, "No wonder it's your village's poison." The Uzumaki Yoka poison hasn't been used up yet, just in time to use on you. The ninja lost his combat ability, and the samurai charged forward. Nightlight fought fiercely with them. Except for the samurai captain, the other samurai had no chakra, and their sword swings seemed weak. The samurai captain infused chakra into his muscles, making his strikes powerful but not agile. Yegwang killed 4 samurai, and the others scattered in all directions. The whirlpool ninja lay on the ground, dazed. Yegwang leaned against the wall, then used the earth reflection fish technique, slowly sinking into the wall. Entering the house, it was indeed a storage room. He opened each backpack, all filled with various supplies. He grabbed 6 kunai and stuffed them into his ninja tool pouch. He slung a backpack over his shoulder, filled with ration pills. There was also a small backpack containing 10 explosive tags. Made a huge profit. Explosive tags are extremely valuable hard currency, only ninjas who understand sealing techniques and fire release can make them. The price of explosive tags in Konoha village is as high as 10,000 ryo. The Anbu provides disguises and ninja swords, but does not supply explosive tags. You have to buy them yourself. Serving Konoha means you have to bring your own provisions, truly tough. Yegwang packed the explosive tags into his ninja tool pouch and smiled with satisfaction. The remaining supplies, such as tents, sleeping bags, and medicine, could not be taken away. Reluctantly, he took out an explosive tag, infused a bit of his own chakra, and stuck it onto the other supplies. He passed through the back wall, and only after walking far away did he form the hand seals to remotely detonate the explosive tag. In the explosion, the supplies of the Uzumaki ninja flew into the air. Carrying a full pouch of ration pills on his back, he took advantage of the chaos to leave. After escaping, Yegwang did not rashly go to find the brown bear squad leader but instead hid away. The full moon was like a silver plate, and the moonlight fell on the seaside like white frost. Only after the full moon had passed did Yegwang find the squad leader. He was very cautious, with no one else around him. Squad leader, the mission is complete. I assassinated the mayor who supported the Whirlpool hidden village and also stole his supplies. I destroyed everything I didn't take with me. Yegwang put down his backpack and opened it to find it full of Soldier-S ration pills and 2 detonation talismans. He secretly kept the remaining 7 detonation talismans, not intending to hand them over. These 2 were reluctantly taken out to mislead others. The act must be done well, no slip-ups allowed. Very good. Even better than I expected. Except for being a bit slow, everything else is steady. Brown Bear Hen-T finished speaking, originally thinking he might fail. He sent the fox to assassinate the noble, intending to pressure the Whirlpool ninja, forcing them to send more people to protect the noble and ease the frontline pressure. Now, the noble was truly dead, and the supplies were destroyed. Squad leader, what do you think of me? Nothing much, I'm very satisfied. There's also bad news. Bad news? Brown Bear's eyes grew serious. Could there be a secret behind the noble involving the Whirlpool hidden village? Matsudaira sacrificed himself. Brown Bear actually breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, consoling himself, for the village, sacrifice is inevitable. The Anbu are blades in the darkness, blades that are too sharp break easily. Yegwang felt much more at ease after hearing this. The Antelope Squad, the Blue Wolf Squad, and now the Fox Squad, all except him, have been killed in action. He was afraid the squad leader would suspect something, but unexpectedly, he didn't care at all. Leave the ration pills to me. We urgently need these supplies, and I will distribute them to the other ninjas. We each keep 1 detonation tag. You hold on to yours for protection. You have grown into an elite member of the Anbu through battle and completed your missions excellently. I now officially appoint you as squad leader. We have suffered heavy losses. I will do my best to assign you team members. If there are none suitable, you will operate alone. The squad is in a difficult situation. I can carry out missions on my own. Yegwang happily put away the detonation tag. He hadn't expected that although the squad leader didn't care about the lives of his subordinates, he was quite generous. He now held 8 detonation tags in his hand, feeling much more at ease. Almost 40,000 words now. When will the contract be signed? End of this chapter. No one had come to see the Brown Bear squad leader for 2 days, not even the Whirlpool ninja came to the beach. Yegwang, bored, asked some questions about his doubts that didn't involve the secrets of Konoha village, and the Brown Bear squad leader was still willing to answer. Squad leader, isn't the Uzumaki clan skilled in sealing techniques? Why don't they seal their supplies and carry them away as scrolls? Brown Bear thought about the poor teaching at the ninja school and knew that Fox understood nothing, so he said, "You're talking about the sealing item technique, a sealing jutsu that seals items away. The sealing item technique requires continuously injecting chakra into the sealed item. Once the chakra inside the seal is depleted, the seal fails and breaks. In other words, sealing supplies requires a large number of people to continuously prepare and maintain the sealed scrolls. Without necessity, no ninja would maintain the sealing item technique for a long time. The Uzumaki ninjas we encountered face life and death every day and have no energy to maintain seals, so their supplies can only be piled up in warehouses. Yegwang nodded repeatedly, finally understanding the reason. The sealing item technique requires ninjas to continuously inject chakra and maintain it, which makes the original story's Battle of Canopy Bridge plot reasonable. Minato Namake's squad blew up Canopy Bridge, preventing the IWA ninjas from transporting large amounts of supplies to the front line, forcing them to retreat. If the sealing item technique had no cost, all supplies could be sealed into one scroll, so why would a complicated supply line be needed? More than 10 days passed, and a new month began. Yegwang stared at the back of Brown Bear, the squad leader, feeling restless. Why not just follow the squad leader to die this month? He's an elite shunin, at least I can get some good stuff. Other squads also reported to the squad leader from time to time, but casualties were heavy. Now, among the squad's 4 teams, Fox had already replaced Captain Antelope. The Blue Wolf squad was completely wiped out, equivalent to losing 1 team. The remaining 2 squads had only 2 and 3 people respectively. The captain of the 3-person squad firmly refused to assign members to Fox, as losing 1 person meant losing combat power. These squads really didn't appreciate it. Yegwang gave them rations but didn't even get a thank you. Fox, I have a mission for you, the squad leader ordered directly after hearing reports from 2 team captains. Capture 1 alive, a Cloud Ninja squad leader. I want to interrogate him for information. It's normal to have missed ninjas nearby. Kirigakure has always coveted missions in the Land of Waves. But too many Cloud Ninjas have appeared, and I don't know what they're planning. Capture alive? Or the Cloud Ninja squad leader? Yegwang swallowed hard and responded with difficulty, understood. The good news was that his performance in the last mission was quite good, and the squad leader trusted him. The bad news was that performing too well had led the squad leader to assign him this extremely difficult live capture mission. After leaving the seaside, Yegwang's mouth tasted bitter. Capturing ninjas alive was far harder than killing them. Especially ninjas, each one a desperate berserker who would never let themselves be caught easily. Yegwang touched the short knife stuck on his back, knowing well that the Cloud Ninjas were all skilled swordsmen. Since he himself was not skilled with the sword, this short knife was more of a decoration. After obtaining intelligence about the Cloud Ninjas from other squad leaders, Yegwang set out alone. Arriving in the area where the Cloud Ninjas appeared, Yegwang chose a path into the town, planted explosive tags as traps, and hid. Like the Konoha ninjas, the Cloud Ninjas came from afar. After finishing their ration pills, they had to replenish food in towns or fishing villages. Waiting outside the town made it easier to catch the enemy. He patiently lay in the bushes. Ration pills were small in size, required little food, and produced little waste. As long as he could endure the empty hunger in his stomach, he could stay still for 1 or 2 days. Until dawn, when the morning star just rose. 3 figures quickly ran toward the town. Suddenly, an explosion went off beneath their feet, and the 3 black shadows were blasted flying in different directions. Yegwang jumped up and threw kunai in 3 directions. 2 hit the enemies, who were injured or killed by the explosive tags. 1 enemy dodged the kunai and charged at Yegwang. Yegwang recognized his forehead protector. It was a Cloud Ninja forehead protector. Lucky, he encountered the captain of the Cloud Ninja squad. Yegwang reversed his kunai, preparing for close combat, ready to use the sealing technique, Self-Karma Curse Binding Seal. The Cloud Ninja captain was skilled with his sword. A sidestep made Yegwang lose his target. With a horizontal slash of the ninja sword, he nearly cut open Yegwang's side. Kunai and ninja swords clashed back and forth between them. Yegwang was restrained by the Cloud Ninja's footwork, finding it hard to seize an opportunity. Suddenly, the Cloud Ninja captain bent down to dodge a kunai, and his ninja sword pierced Yegwang's abdomen. At first, there was no sensation, then unbearable pain followed. The Cloud Ninja captain was about to draw his sword when he suddenly saw an explosive tag. Boom! Amid the explosion, both Yegwang and the captain were killed. The captain's last thought was, is this guy crazy? Using an explosive tag to die together. Could it be that an enemy from the village found this place and caused trouble because he was cuckolded? Everything went black, and the view shifted. Yegwang returned to before the last full moon, when he had not yet seen the Brown Bear squad captain. Moon arc activated. The host has one resurrection chance per month, reviving on the night of the full moon after death. Rewards: 1 lottery draw, 1 lightning attribute chakra, 2 muscle healing technique, 3 swordsmanship beginner. Lightning attribute chakra is not really necessary. Although muscle healing technique is a medical ninjutsu, Yegwang thinks it's more important to kill the enemy quickly. He focused on the third option, swordsmanship. To dodge a ninja blade, one must be better at swordsmanship than the opponent. Without understanding the angles and force of the ninja blade, hand-to-hand combat is always at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, Yegwang chose swordsmanship beginner. Beginner swordsmanship includes basic moves: chop, slash, stab, flick, sweep, block, lift, hang, wipe, and brace, as well as basic footwork combined with moves to achieve proper force application. It was not just knowledge. Yegwang instantly gained a lot of muscle memory, allowing him to naturally perform these sword techniques. Drawing his ninja blade, Yegwang practiced swordsmanship repeatedly until every strike could be executed smoothly. Having mastered swordsmanship, he was no longer passive when facing the Cloud Ninja. No wonder the Cloud Ninja squad leader's swordsmanship was so strong. Correct swordsmanship means the blade moves fast and the angles are tricky. As for the origin of the swordsmanship, it's easy to explain. During the battle with the Cloud Ninja, he gradually imitated and refined the swordsmanship. Strong comprehension is never wrong. This time, upon revival, the Brown Bear squad leader still sent Yegwang to capture a Cloud Ninja squad leader alive. In the previous life, he ambushed with explosive tags. This time Yegwang remembered the drop point and set a second trap. The Cloud Ninja squad leader fell into the trap, coughing up blood and struggling to stand. Yegwang drew his short blade. No need for kunai, the blade extended naturally like an arm. Their blades clashed, the crisp sound startling the Cloud Ninja squad leader. The Anbu ninja's movements were exactly the same as his, and the speed was no worse. 3 strikes exchanged, neither gaining the upper hand. The Cloud Ninja squad leader felt every move was seen through. Yegwang was secretly pleased. His swordsmanship had caught up. The ninja blade's power was great, perfectly suited to deal with a ninja like him who combined speed and strength. Time passed by the minute, the Cloud Ninja squad leader growing weaker, the explosive tag injury worsening. It was as if he had met an Uchiha. All sword moves were seen through. Yegwang's blade technique completely replicated the opponent's, the system reward related to his last death. 2 minutes later, the Cloud Ninja squad leader could no longer hold on. Yegwang cut off his wrist with one stroke, the ninja blade dropping. Then he severed the tendons in his hands and feet, broke both arms, and Yegwang carried him toward the seaside. Along the way, the Cloud Ninja squad leader was uncooperative, hopping like a shrimp. Yegwang had to use kunai to stop him. Blood flowed from his mouth as he tried to commit suicide. Yegwang forcibly stuffed something to block it. Looking up at the moon, the full moon like a silver plate, moonlight like white frost, he gained another chance at revival. Yegwang struggled to bring the Cloud Ninja squad leader to the seaside. The Brown Bear squad leader, seeing the fox carrying the man back, further recognized his ability. The fox's performance exceeded expectations, successfully capturing the target alive, becoming a capable subordinate. Tabby, you and the fox will interrogate this Cloud Ninja squad leader together and find out their purpose for coming to the Wave Country. Understood, squad leader. Tabby was another squad leader, ready to cooperate in the operation. Nightlight followed along, wanting to see how Captain Tabby Cat was interrogating. After watching for a few minutes, Nightlight half turned his body. Compared to his own method of cutting tendons and ligaments, Captain Tabby Cat was much more professional. The Cloud Ninja squad leader twitched continuously, groaning softly, but unfortunately his mouth was gagged, so he couldn't make much noise. Under the torment, the Cloud Ninja's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, as if he had conjunctivitis. Nightlight changed the subject. Captain Tabby Cat, you have 3 team members, give me one. Captain Fox, what I value most are my comrades, right after the mission. Who doesn't value them? Give me one, and I'll help you value them. The 2 bargained, but Tabby Cat refused to yield, unwilling to hand over Nightlight's team member. Nightlight was fighting alone, with no one to help scout or draw enemy fire. The interrogation lasted from noon until late at night. In the late night, the Tabby Cat, panting heavily, walked over to the Brown Bear squad leader and reported the results. What? The Brown Bear was shocked, then after some thought said, go find the captain immediately and report the intelligence. The nearby Cloud Ninja squad was all a diversion. The true purpose of the Cloud Ninja was to hold a high-level meeting between the Cloud Hidden Village and the Mist Hidden Village at the other end of the Land of Waves. The Cloud Hidden Village and the Mist Hidden Village have formed an alliance. During the Ninja World War, any alliance between 2 sides would put Konoha in a difficult position. The Brown Bear had no time to wait for the other team and went to find the captain overnight. The captain, wearing a yellow dog mask, after hearing the report, signaled the communication ninja to immediately contact the Anbu headquarters. Yako was far from the captain and didn't know how to contact headquarters. Red signal flares rose into the sky, the highest level assembly order of the Anbu. All Anbu ninjas who see the signal flares must assemble immediately. 2 Anbu squads, under strength due to casualties, rushed toward the northeast direction of the Land of Waves. The atmosphere was heavy. The Anbu abandoned their original mission, indicating the new situation was more urgent. Hurry! We must catch up, Captain Brown Bear said to the 3 squad leaders. The Uzumaki village failed to seal the 3 tails, and the seal was broken by the Mist village. The Mist village used this as a pretext to declare war on Uzumaki village. According to intelligence, the Cloud village may also join the battle. The Uzumaki clan princess, Kushina, is being hunted by Mist ninjas. We must protect Kushina at all costs. She must not fall into the hands of the hidden Mist village. The 9 Tails Jinchuriki is about to be replaced, and Konoha urgently needs a new Jinchuriki. For the sake of the new Jinchuriki, Shimura Danzo personally went to the hidden Whirlpool village but was met with resistance. The Anbu are secretly fighting over the Whirlpool clan's sealing scroll in the Land of Waves. The Anbu received a death order and must do everything to protect the Whirlpool princess. This princess possesses the strongest sealing talent, is a natural Jinchuriki, and is Konoha's chosen second-generation 9 Tails Jinchuriki. On the eastern beach of the Land of Waves, Konoha's Anbu finally meet the Whirlpool ninja. More than 30 Whirlpool ninja guard a little girl in the center. The Whirlpool princess has red hair like a tomato and is about 7 or 8 years old. At this moment, she is fearfully watching one of her cousins die right in front of her. Opposite the Uzumaki ninja, there were 2 groups of people. One group was hundreds of recently landed Mist ninja, and the other was Cloud ninja maneuvering around the flank, preparing to encircle the Uzumaki ninja. Captain Kiba ordered, at all costs, protect Princess Kushina. Kiba's squad went to block the Mist ninja, while another squad went to block the Cloud ninja. One by one, the Anbu charged forward. Yako noticed that behind him, the squad leader, there was no one. He was both the leader and a member, with limited strength, and it was reasonable that the rocks slowed his speed. The 2 captains at the front were at least Jonin level, and their fire style instantly covered half the beach. Fire style. It's Konoha Anbu, the Uzumaki ninja shouted excitedly, knowing that allies from the Whirlpool hidden village had arrived. The Mist ninja stood by the sea, surrounded by water, making it easy to use water style. Water dragons collided with fireballs, stirring up thick white mist. Captain Kiba shouted, Uzumaki ninja, quickly retreat with Princess Kushina. The thick mist obscured vision. The water style hidden mist technique was highly effective. Yako was secretly pleased with the water mist cover. No one could see him clearly, making it perfect for stealth. He wasn't foolish enough to charge head-on in front of over 100 Kirigakure ninja. After forming the hand seals, Yegwine created shadow clones, while his true body slipped into the reef. He ordered the shadow clones to only evade and not counterattack, to preserve their lives. The shadow clones held out for several minutes but were eventually dispersed by the water release. Taking advantage of this, Yegwang emerged from the reef and killed 2 Kirigakure ninja. After completing the task, he created more shadow clones, and his true body continued to hide in the reef. The water release kept washing over, limiting the time he could stay hidden. The fish in the earth technique continuously consumed chakra, so he couldn't hide for too long. Yegwang focused on the center of the battlefield. On the sea surface, Captain Huanquan was fiercely fighting 5 Kirigakure Jonin. Huanquan was strong, but the Kirigakure ninja had the terrain advantage and used less chakra with their water release. Finally, Huanquan saw the Uzumaki ninja retreating and, worried the princess might encounter enemies, ordered a fighting withdrawal. The Konoha Anbu threw smoke bombs, mixing with the mist to completely obscure vision. Yegwang seized the opportunity and jumped backward. He didn't need to run faster than the Kirigakure ninja, only faster than the Anbu behind him. After leaving the seaside, the pressure from the Kirigakure ninja greatly lessened. Water release consumed more chakra on land, and another Anbu squad not far away also began to retreat to avoid being held back by the Kumogakure ninja. Many bodies were left by the sea, including Anbu, Uzumaki ninja, as well as Kumogakure and Kirigakure ninja. Captain Huanquan kept issuing orders, with 4 squads taking turns covering the rear. The Kurushi squad was the first to block the pursuers. The Anbu ninja stopped without hesitation, raising kunai or forming hand seals to face the Kirigakure ninja and face death. Yegwang was not tainted by the will of fire and could not be as resolute as they were. After half a minute, the sound of water release washing came from behind. Unless there are unexpected events, the Black Bull squad has been completely wiped out. Brown Bear. Your squad, cover the rear. It was now the turn of the Brown Bear squad, where Nightlight was. Led by Brown Bear, everyone stopped in their tracks. Using the momentum, Nightlight didn't move his legs but dragged his feet on the ground for a distance, falling behind. Damn it! The calamity that wiped out the Whirlpool clan was drawing closer, and the frequency of battles was increasing. It was now the 22nd of the latter half of the month. If he died here, he would still have to endure more than 20 long days before the next full moon. Nightlight drew his ninja blade, eyes fixed on the rear, his mind filled with what to do next. This time death was certain. Since that was the case, he had to draw a stronger ability. The Mist Ninja is powerful, but now is not suitable for Nightlight. If he draws a bunch of water attribute chakra, wouldn't it be all for nothing? His gaze swept over, locking onto the back of the Brown Bear squad leader. Since I'm going to die, I might as well. The water mist surged forward like a wall, the Mist Ninja closely pursuing from behind, while the Cloud Ninja took a detour to block ahead. The Brown Bear squad leader showed no hesitation, ready at any moment to sacrifice his life for Konoha. Thick fog enveloped the entire squad, visibility plummeted, and Nightlight quietly approached the Brown Bear squad leader. The squad leader's figure flashed, instantly disappearing, frightening Nightlight into quickly rolling aside to dodge. A powerful water pillar rushed forward with great force, shattering even the coconut trees behind. As Nightlight rolled to evade, he saw a black shadow rapidly descending in midair. It was the Brown Bear squad leader who had just leapt. His body flicker technique was extremely advanced. For the leaf. Never retreat. The Brown Bear squad leader charged forward, releasing fire-style jutsu at the three Mist Ninja. Flame bombs flew out, evaporating the nearby mist. But the three Mist Ninja combined their efforts to form a water formation while the water wall blocked the flames and instead created even more mist. A faint whooshing sound came from behind. Nightlight quickly crouched down. A kunai whizzed past overhead. A Mist Ninja silently appeared behind him. Nightlight braced himself and delivered a diagonal kick, sending the opponent flying. There were too many Mist Ninja around. After kicking one away, three more appeared before his eyes. A noise came from the side. The Brown Bear squad leader suddenly flew backward, hit by a water-style attack. Nightlight hurriedly sidestepped 2 steps and caught him. The Brown Bear spat blood and sighed in relief upon seeing the Nightlight. But then its eyes filled with terror, staring at the Nightlight in shock. A hidden blade stabbed into its back, piercing through its internal organs. Spy? The Brown Bear squad leader couldn't believe, even in his dying moments, that he would be killed by the Anbu. Which village are you from? Before he could finish speaking, a large blade suddenly came down. Yegwang recognized the 7 ninja swordsmen. Holding the beheading greatsword was Tozo Biwa. The 7 ninja swordsmen were all elite Jonin-level ninjas. The ones chasing Princess Uzumaki were, in fact, the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen were the trusted elite of the 3rd Mizukage, equivalent to 7 top Jonin. It seemed that the Uzushio Hidden Village's mission to seal the tailed beast at sea had thoroughly enraged the Kirigakure village, and the two sides were sworn enemies. The greatsword was long and hard. With one strike, both Yegwang and the Brown Bear squad leaders' heads were cleanly severed. It is said that after the head is cut off, there are still a few seconds of consciousness. The surrounding scenery rapidly spins and changes. The luminous head falls to the ground, and finally locks eyes with the angry gaze of the Brown Bear squad leader. Both pupils dilate simultaneously. The vision before his eyes becomes hazy, and Yegwang is reborn. He was reborn on the night after capturing the Cloud Ninja squad leader. The Cloud Ninja squad leader's limbs were already broken, and now he was roughly thrown to the ground, groaning in pain. He looked up at the fox, only to see the other's eyes vacant, standing still. Yegwang's heart tightened. Sent by the Anbu to cover the rear, death was almost certain. In their first encounter, he was slain by the Mist Ninja. Even if he escaped the battlefield, the Cloud Ninja patrolling the outskirts would kill him. Even if he miraculously avoided the Cloud Ninja's blade, the Anbu would hunt him down as a traitor ninja. No matter which path he took, the road ahead was a dead end. At a loss, how could he break through? In the previous life's plot, he was undoubtedly doomed. Among the 7 ninja with blades, only Biwa Juzo could instantly kill him and the Brown Bear squad leader, leaving no chance of survival. What exactly is the way to break the deadlock? The system sounded a prompt. First, choose a reward to enhance your strength. Waning Moon Arc activated. The host has 1 resurrection opportunity per month, reviving on the night of the full moon after death. Reward, 1 lottery chance, 1 fire attribute chakra, 2 chunin level chakra amount stackable, 3 taijutsu shunshin no jutsu beginner. Fire attribute chakra is useless, so skip it directly. The second and third options made Yegwang hesitate. Choosing Chunin-level chakra would immediately solve the chakra shortage problem, allowing longer stealth with Earth Release, Earthfish Reflection Technique and faster speed. But Taijutsu Shunshin no Jutsu was equally tempting. It was the quick movement technique used by the Brown Bear squad leader. After weighing the options, Yeguang chose the body technique, Flash Step Beginner. He would figure out the chakra quantity issue later. First, solve whether he could do it, then worry about how well. In an instant, he mastered the body technique, Flash Step. Chakra concentrated in his calves and ankles, stimulating muscle cells, strength surged, and using the push-off force from the ground, he moved quickly. The key was to maintain chakra flow through the calf meridians, activating the corresponding muscles. He bent down and hoisted the Cloud Ninja squad leader, practicing Flash Step while hurrying along. The Cloud Ninja on his shoulder was amazed. How did the Konoha Ninja suddenly get so fast? The Brown Bear squad leader was also greatly shocked to see Yeguang complete the mission. Yeguang said, "Squad leader, on the way back I found several Uzumaki ninjas. They have a sealing scroll. I request to go and seize that sealing scroll." He had to leave now, otherwise, if the alliance between the Cloud and Mist ninjas was discovered through interrogation at night, he wouldn't be able to leave. The Brown Bear squad leader said, "Alright, then go seize the sealing scroll." After leaving the squad's beach location, Yeguang used Flash Step to quickly make his way. The feeling of Flash Step was really good. With a stomp on the ground, the chakra in his foot instantly exploded, propelling his body several meters into the air. The wind howled past his ears, whistling sharply behind him. Nightlight continuously searched several lakes and finally discovered a juvenile spear white egret by the shore of one lake. This egret was extremely fast, its sharp, long beak gleaming with a cold light. Nightlight followed closely, arriving at the lakeside, where a huge spear white egret was circling. It suddenly noticed Nightlight, its eyes changing, and it dove down fiercely. That beak, over a meter long, was like a sharp javelin, shining with a bronze metallic luster. "Stop! Don't act recklessly!" The voice of Yoja Xuanhua suddenly rang out. The spear white egret immediately pulled up its body and ceased its attack. From afar, Yoja stood with hands on hips, a trace of pride on her face. "Fox, this is the spirit beast I just tamed." Nightlight looked at that sharp beak, still feeling a lingering fear in his heart. This spirit beast flew swiftly like a thrown kunai, and could autonomously judge when to dodge and turn. So quickly tamed? Yeguang couldn't help but feel envious. Yoja waved his hand, and 5 normally sized spear-carrying white herons flew out from the forest. They flew swiftly, their beaks sharp as knives. With large spirit beasts launching strong attacks and small spirit beasts harassing, this group's strength greatly increased Yoja's power. Yeguang put away his envy and got to the point. "Yoja, I gathered intelligence from the Anbu. Princess Kushina was thwarted while sealing the Wild Three Tails, chased by the Cloud and Mist ninjas, and the seal failed. The Konoha Anbu will send troops to support her by the sea, but 2 squads are not enough to save her." Yoja was surprised. "Kushina is sealing the Three Tails? I didn't even know about this. It seems the village kept it secret from us." Good thing you have a flying spirit beast. Use it to quickly summon reinforcements. Princess Kushina must be safe." After saying this, Yeguang vanished with a body flicker technique. Yoja stared at his retreating figure, thinking that the fox's strength had improved a lot. Has he grown through real combat? The body flicker technique left a shadow and quickly disappeared, greatly increasing the momentum. An hour later, a scarlet signal flare rose in the distance. That was the highest level assembly order of the Konoha Anbu. Captain Koken had already obtained key information from the interrogated Cloud Ninja squad leader and quickly rushed back to the base. Yago said to Captain Brown Bear, "Captain, I turned back halfway when I saw the signal flare." "It's all right. Compared to the Uzumaki sealing scroll, the information you brought back from the Cloud Ninja squad leader is more important." Yago was secretly anxious, unsure if Uzumaki Yuka could bring reinforcements of sufficient strength. The Land of Waves is far from both Konoha Village and Yuzushio Hidden Village, so it might not arrive in time. Following the squad to the seaside, they encountered Uzumaki Kushina and her group there. When facing the Mist Ninja, having learned the body flicker technique made it easier to dodge and maneuver swiftly. After the group led by Princess Uzumaki escaped far away, Yeguang finally received the order to retreat. The Mist and Cloud Shinobi were powerful. The Mist Shinobi closely followed the Anbu, while the Cloud Shinobi took a detour to flank. Captain Huangquan felt immense pressure and sent the Black Bull squad to cover the rear, but in less than half a minute, the Black Bull squad was completely wiped out. Huangquan then sent the Brown Bear squad, where Yeguang was stationed, to take their place. The Brown Bear squad leader turned without hesitation, calmly facing death, unafraid even of his comrades' deaths. But the squad members were unwilling to accept such an outcome. Facing certain death, Yeguang scanned around, gathering chakra at his feet. Using the battlefield's width, he found a gap with fewer mist shinobi and instantly leapt through, gaining at least 3 seconds. The nearest mist shinobi's attack would come in 3 seconds, surviving 1 more second meant victory. However, the brown bear squad leader was heavily surrounded, pierced all over by 1,000 steel needles, with severe wounds to his throat and heart. Before dying, he turned his head and saw the fox still alive, his eyes full of sympathy. Yeguang was startled, wondering why he felt pity for him. Suddenly, he instinctively dodged as the beheading sword of Biwa Juzu swung toward his waist from behind. A waist injury meant certain death. At that moment, the thrilling sound of chains clinking rang out. It was the Uzumaki clan's Vajra chain sealing technique. 2 chains were nailed into the ground on both sides, blocking the beheading sword. Yeguang rolled on the ground and saw reinforcements had arrived. A ninja wearing the emblem of the daimyo's guard from the Land of Waves led a group forward, and the Uzumaki ninjas appeared one after another. Uzumaki Yuka's slender figure emerged in the mist. She had brought reinforcements. Yeguang breathed a sigh of relief, his life saved. Behind him, a white egret's call sounded. He turned to see a long-beaked white egret blocking 1,000 steel needles. Don't get distracted, these are elite mist shinobi. Uzumaki Yuka landed beside him, her skirt fluttering in the wind, her toned legs catching his eye. Yeguang thought she was stunning. Sorry, the squad leader died, I was a bit distracted. The daimyo's guard and Uzumaki ninjas began to act. Countless chakra chains flew out, clanging as they struck Biwa Juzu's beheading sword. Biwa Juzu was forced to retreat. More mist shinobi charged out from the fog. Uzumaki Yuka whispered, "Go. Leave this to them. The 2 of us will protect Princess Kushina." Yeguang's eyes shone brightly. His mission was to cover the rear. Now that the daimyo's guard was covering the rear, he was not abandoning his task. He just needed to report the situation here to Captain Huangquan. Yeguang followed Uzumaki Yuka and ran over 200 meters before breaking out of the fog. The view suddenly opened up before him. The Chinke squad was more than 100 meters to the side, fiercely battling a portion of the Cloud Ninja. The Huangquan squad was closely pursuing Uzumaki Kushina and her group, preparing to intercept another portion of the Cloud Ninja. Seeing this, Uzumaki Yuka hurriedly charged at the Cloud Ninja, positioning herself behind Uzumaki Kushina. Yeguang assessed the situation. The Cloud Ninja were numerous, and a direct fight would likely mean certain death. They had to find another way. He said to Uzumaki Yuka, "Yuka, Princess Kushina is only 7 years old and small in stature. Your large spear, egret, can definitely carry her away, so she can quickly escape the encirclement. As long as Kushina was not present, the Cloud Ninja and Mist Ninja naturally couldn't continue their assault. If she died here, it would have to be accepted. Survival was paramount." Uzumaki Yuka understood there was no need for a direct fight. With the flying summoning beast, using the aerial advantage was the best strategy. Flying ability was rare in the ninja world. 99% of ninjas couldn't fight in the air. She summoned the giant spear egret, which quickly flew toward Kushina. "Grandpa Lu, I've newly contracted a flying summoning beast to let Princess Kushina go first." Grandpa Lu, the head of the Uzumaki sealing squad in the Whirlpool Hidden Village, brightened his eyes. This was a good idea. Everyone else could be sacrificed, but Kushina had to escape. Her unique constitution gave hope she could become a Jinchuriki, even a perfect Jinchuriki. If successful, the strength of the Whirlpool Hidden Village would greatly increase. The spear egret grabbed Kushina's shoulder, let out a sharp cry, and flew up into the sky with her. Kushina's hair was bright red, more vivid than all the other Uzumaki ninjas. Yeguang quickly observed the Cloud Ninja. Sure enough, the Cloud Ninja noticed their target flying away and split their forces to chase Kushina. The pressure on the Huangquan squad immediately eased. After 2 months of fierce battle, the Huangquan squad had suffered heavy casualties, leaving only remnants. Captain, the Whirlpool Country Daimyo's guardian ninja joined the fight, holding back the Mist Ninja. The Brown Bear squad leader has fallen. Huangquan glanced at the thick fog and said gravely, "Understood." 2 squads were completely wiped out, and the remaining 2 squads were full of wounded. Out of more than 60, only 19 remained. The Anbu losses were severe. Yeguang ordered, "Follow the summoning beast. Princess Uzumaki is the primary target." He stayed at the rear of the squad. The good news was the squad leader was dead, so as long as Huangquan didn't give orders personally, he was free to act. Thanks to Kushina's small stature, the spear egret flew swiftly, its speed undiminished. The situation changed. Previously, the Konoha Anbu blocked the Cloud Ninja. Now, the spear egret and Uzumaki Kushina were at the front, the Cloud Ninja in the middle, and the Konoha Anbu at the rear. The Cloud Ninja ran desperately forward, forced to split their forces to delay the Konoha Anbu. One by one, Cloud Ninja squads were dispatched to cover the rear. Yeguang followed at the rear of the main group, carefully looking for the right moment to strike. A Cloud Ninja was knocked flying, staggering backward. Yeguang seized the opportunity, using the body flicker technique to jump behind the Cloud Ninja, and with the momentum of his backward fall, stabbed his chest with a ninja blade. As soon as the blade was withdrawn, Yeguang disappeared into the darkness behind the Anbu. The Anbu squad leader, Korazaro, slightly turned his head, noticing that this fox-masked ninja's timing was precise. His own squad had suffered heavy losses, and after the battle, he planned to transfer him over. After numerous battles, Yeguang's taijutsu and body flicker technique became increasingly proficient. He discovered that concentrating chakra in the calves and feet during the jump could accelerate him, and upon landing, gathering chakra in the legs allowed him to stop instantly and maintain a combat stance. The battle raged from the seaside all the way into the heartland of the Land of Waves. The spear-wielding egret, under Uzumaki Yuka's control, specialized in flying through complex terrain, rocky beaches, swamps, and high mountains. The difficulty of the pursuit kept increasing. After eliminating 3 squads of Cloud Ninja, the Cloud Ninja finally gave up. Without support from the Mist Ninja, the Cloud Ninja simply couldn't hold off the Uzumaki Ninja and the Konoha Anbu. After hours of rushing about, Captain Yellow Dog chose a secluded mountain hollow for the team to rest. Uzumaki Yuka was enjoying the praise from Captain Sealing Ban. Her contracted flying summoning beast had become the key to the battle. With it, Yuka quickly rose to the rank of Special Jonin, greatly increasing her strength. She occasionally glanced at the fox in the distance, who was holding a blade and pretending to nap. Fortunately, the fox gave an early warning, allowing her to bring reinforcements in time. Yuka would never reveal the fox's identity to Captain Sealing Ban. The fox was a spy sent by the Senju clan to the Konoha Anbu, and the fewer who knew, the better. Only the Senju clan leader or elder-level members could tentatively mention it. Sending spies into the Anbu, the Senju clan would never admit it. This is a grave sin. Unconsciously, the fox became more and more mysterious and reliable in Yaja's heart. Every time they met, the fox displayed new abilities, especially the body flicker technique, which amazed Yoja. That level of skill probably takes about 2.5 years to achieve. Sister Yoja, this white bird is so beautiful. Uzumaki Kushina stood on tiptoe, touching the feathers of the spear-wielding egret, unable to put it down. I wonder what kind of summoned beast I will have in the future. Flying feels so good. Yoja smiled and said, Princess Kushina, you will have an extremely powerful summoned beast, possibly even a tailed beast. After a brief rest and replenishing their rations, the team continued forward, circling from the Land of Fire toward the Land of Whirlpools. Yeguang looked at Kushina's back, filled with worry, unsure if he could safely survive this calamity after the Uzumaki clan's destruction. The end of this chapter. There is a narrow strait between the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire, so narrow that building a bridge across it is possible. Although closer to the Land of Fire, the Land of Waves mission quota has always belonged to the Uzumaki hidden village. Crossing the strait into the Land of Fire, Captain Yellow Dog ordered his men to find Yuku. Captain Yellow Dog sized up Yuku from head to toe, then said, You're the only one left in the Brown Bear squad. Your strength isn't enough to be squad leader, so you'll be assigned to the Black Ape squad. Yuku nodded. He observed the Black Ape squad leader, tall and exceptionally burly, clearly very strong in taijutsu. He wondered what abilities could be drawn from the Black Ape squad leader. He had learned the shadow clone technique from Captain Antelope and the body flicker technique from the Brown Bear squad leader. The skills of the Anbu were indeed formidable. Upon joining the Black Ape squad, the leader had Yuku operate solo. As a squad leader, Yuku couldn't be easily reassigned, and with a shortage of other squad members, no one was willing to allocate personnel to him. The team continued forward, the surrounding mist growing thicker. Yuku asked the Black Ape leader, Is this naturally formed fog or a trap set by the enemy? The Black Ape leader confidently replied, This is the Land of Fire. Even if the Mist Ninja come, we can handle them. We will definitely defeat them. Yuku looked at the devastated remnants around him, puzzled by such confidence. Uzumaki Yuka summoned a large white heron spear, ready to whisk away Uzumaki Kushina at any moment. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, the dense fog reducing visibility to only 2 or 3 meters. Yuku adjusted his mask to widen his field of vision, seeing trees clearly 2 meters away, while the distance was a vast white blur. The damp mist made him feel uneasy all over. Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from behind. Yuku felt a numbness at the back of his head and instinctively lunged forward. A kunai grazed his hair and stuck into a tree opposite him. He quickly adjusted his stance, turned to face the thick fog, but saw nothing. This time the enemy did not engage in close combat but harassed from a distance by throwing kunai. The visibility was too short. By the time he saw the kunai, it was too late to dodge. It was better to rely on hearing to defend. Suddenly, screams came from around, painful cries from the whirlpool ninja struck by kunai. In contrast, the Konoha Anbu warriors were more disciplined. Even when injured, they did not make a sound. Immediately after, the Mist Ninja began using explosive tags. The Mist Hidden Village, mainly water-style ninjas, brought out their precious explosive tags, clearly showing their desperation. In the explosion, an Anbu ninja was engulfed by firelight and thick smoke, collapsing in front of Yuku. The sight was unbearable. His legs below the thigh were blown off, with bones exposed at the broken limb. At that moment, Yuku felt a cold breeze, followed by a terrifying wind pressure. Without hesitation, he quickly pressed himself against the large tree behind him. A tree opposite was snapped by the wind, about to fall. Yuku swiftly formed hand seals and sank underground. When he resurfaced, the surrounding thick fog had completely dissipated. A wind-style jutsu had blown away hundreds of meters of dense fog. The surrounding trees that were not sturdy enough were all blown down by the strong wind. Yuku looked into the distance and saw Shimura Danzo, who had just finished forming hand seals. Danzo arrived with 2 assistants to provide support. Oh my god! Shimura Danzo actually brought such a great sense of security to him. Danzo's Byakugan eyes, with very small pupils, were fixed on a group of mist ninja in the distance. Biwa Juzo and Murijin Pachi of the 7 ninja swordsmen, upon seeing Danzo's arrival, turned and left without looking back. Danzo glanced at the 2 Anbu squads, both more than half depleted and in a miserable state, but did not order a pursuit. The Anbu ninjas jumped out from among the devastated tree stumps and quickly gathered behind Danzo. Captains Kaganinu and Saisuzum stood by Danzo's side, awaiting his orders. The Uzumaki ninjas also arrived. The Sealing Squad captain said with relief, "Minister Danzo, we didn't expect you to come personally to the rescue. In all of Konoha, only you can handle the thick fog set by the Kirigakure ninjas." Danzo nodded, his gaze falling on Uzumaki Kushina. "Princess Uzumaki, doesn't he look like a true Jinchuriki? Has she failed?" The Sealing Squad captain sighed. The area around the 3 tails was filled with Kirigakure's hidden sentries. "We lost many people but still couldn't seal the 3 tails." Yakashikura hid behind the Anbu ninjas, pretending to rest, half crouching as he saw Danzo's clenched fists through the crowd, knuckles white. He knew Danzo was far calmer beneath the surface, with anger simmering quietly. Danzo was usually expressionless, his emotions hard to read, but this time no one could ignore his anger. If Uzumaki Kushina truly became the 3 tails Jinchuriki, all of Konoha's defenses against the 9 tails would be invalidated. The 9 tails was Konoha's foundation, and the secret operations of Yuzushio village had almost caught Konoha off guard. Danzo was silent for a few seconds. No one dared speak. The young Kushina hid behind Yuka, feeling the oppressive aura of this grim middle-aged man, and was frightened. Danzo finally spoke. "The remnants of the 2 Anbu squads will continue escorting Princess Uzumaki back to Yuzushio village." After saying this, he turned and left with his assistant. Yakashikura was puzzled. If Konoha valued Kushina so much, why not seize her now? Did they want her to join willingly? The 2 Anbu teams continued forward, escorting Princess Uzumaki to the Yuzushio country peninsula. Along the way, Uzumaki Yuka vigilantly kept an eye on the Anbu ninjas, always accurately detecting the fox's traces. The fox was extremely well hidden, blending in unnoticed among the Anbu. If the squad had more than just over 40 members left, the fox would have been even more concealed. The spies selected by the Senju clan are indeed extraordinary. As the team approached Yuzushio hidden village, a massive Yatagarasa flew out from the village, howling overhead. The small spear egret on Uzumaki Yuka's shoulder shrank its neck in fright. "Don't be afraid, that's our village guardian summoned beast, it means no harm." The escort team arrived at the village entrance. The Anbu ninjas did not enter. After a brief farewell, they left. Yagami breathed a sigh of relief. This mission had taken too long, and he just wanted to return to the village and not go out again. After leaving Yuzushio hidden village, Yagami suddenly realized the direction was wrong. Captain Koken led the Anbu to a tall mountain near Yuzushio hidden village. 4 Anbu squad leaders cast a barrier technique. A transparent barrier enveloped the mountaintop. From the outside, it still looked like the mountaintop, but the 4 squad leaders had disappeared, becoming invisible. The Anbu ninjas entered the barrier, disappearing one by one behind it. An invisibility barrier? Yeguang also entered the barrier. Captain Huanquan began assigning tasks to the squad leaders, and Captain Heishin gathered 3 of his squad leaders, including Yeguang. 3 shifts used telescopes inside the invisibility barrier to keep watch on Yuzushio Hidden Village. Yeguang was assigned to the first shift. He crouched behind a rock, aiming his telescope at the nearby Yuzushio Hidden Village. The full moon hung high, moonlight falling like white frost. Yeguang finally awaited the night of the full moon. 3 days later, Danzo led a fully staffed Anbu squad into the barrier. Advisor Danzo sat quietly in the barrier for several days, exceptionally patient, neither anxious nor restless, as if waiting for something. The Anbu members inside the barrier were all under Danzo's watchful eyes, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The great calamity of the Uzumaki clan seemed unavoidable. Being in the barrier with Danzo made Yuku feel extremely uncomfortable. As one of Konoha's villains, being close to him meant danger. The Anbu's style was deeply influenced by Danzo, ruthless and merciless, willing to sacrifice subordinates, and extremely emphasizing loyalty and the will of fire. Squads and teams continuously left the barrier to carry out unknown missions. Yuku was lucky. A few days later, the Black Ape Squad was also dispatched. At the critical moment of monitoring Yuzushio Hidden Village, the Black Ape Squad arrived at the port at the mouth of the Nanka River. Finally, no longer having to stay with Danzo. When assigning the task, the squad leader reminded everyone to closely monitor all ships coming from the land of waves and the land of water these days, especially those carrying Konoha ninjas. The team members scattered, hiding among the cargo piles at the dock, carefully observing. A Konoha squad disembarked, their faces full of the relief and joy of returning to the land of fire. Missions outside are fraught with danger. Returning to the land of fire is like coming home. Such teams were not under surveillance. After crouching and waiting for 3 days, they finally saw an unusual Konoha squad disembark. 2 ninjas looked panicked, hurriedly jumped onto the pier, knocking over several dock workers, and desperately ran toward Konoha. Squad leader Heishing immediately took action, with Yeguang and others close behind. In the woods outside the port, the 2 ninjas fled swiftly along the Nange River. At the intersection ahead, a Konoha ninja appeared, blocking their path. Yeguang had already taken off his mask, put on the Konoha forehead protector, pretending to be an ordinary ninja, his shoulder wrapped in blood-stained bandages, and shouted, "Hello? I am a Konoha ninja. Can you help me change my medicine? My shoulder is injured, and I can't treat it myself." An older ninja shook his head and said, "Sorry. This time we have important intelligence to report back to the village. We discovered several ships loaded with cloud and mist ninjas out at sea. They are heading towards the land of whirlpools. The Whirlpool Hidden Village is our ally. They might." Ah! Several ninjas suddenly burst out from the Nanka River, their ninja swords flashing cold light, flicking off strings of water droplets, killing 2 Konoha ninjas. Yeguang secretly clicked his tongue, truly worthy of the Anbu, who control Konoha's dark side, killing even their own for secret purposes. A large number of mist and cloud ninjas were mobilized. It's impossible to do so silently. Some ninjas would inevitably see it by chance. The Anbu do not allow this information to be reported back to the village. They want to detain those ninjas to avoid any investigation afterward. After eliminating the Konoha ninja who might have passed on intelligence 3 times in a row, Captain Kurosawa finally said with satisfaction, "Let's go back to the land of whirlpools and find Lord Danzo." Yako estimated the distance from Konoha to the land of whirlpools, combined with the positions of the Kirigakure and Kumogakure fleets. Even if Konoha received the intelligence today, it would be too late to dispatch reinforcements. By the time the Senju clan's support arrived at Yuzushio Hidden Village, the village had long since fallen. When the Kurosawa squad arrived at Yuzushio Hidden Village, it was already late at night. In the distance, flames soared high over Yuzushio Hidden Village. Yako was about to charge forward but suddenly stopped. Logically, Konoha and Yuzushio Hidden Village had an alliance, and both sides should defend together. No matter which village was in trouble, the other was obligated to provide support. But now, the situation was not like that. "Where are you going? Stop!" A covert ninja instinctively rushed toward the Whirlpool Hidden Village but was called back by Captain Kurosawa. Kurosawa led the team to turn around and return to the barrier on the mountaintop where they had been previously concealed. The barrier was still densely packed with covert ninjas. On the mountaintop, Danzo sat calmly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Whirlpool Hidden Village. From here, the entire village could be overlooked. From a distance, half of the village was shrouded in mist, while the other half flickered with lightning like fireflies. Flames rose throughout the village as some orderly set fire from the outside inward. What the intercepted and killed Konoha ninjas had seen was true. A large number of cloud and mist ninjas were attacking the Whirlpool Hidden Village. Yagakoro pondered the situation in his heart. At this moment, Konoha was facing the greatest crisis since the rule of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the change of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This is more important than the wars between the Land of Hot Water, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Rain during the Second Ninja World War. A defeat in a localized war is only a minor loss for Konoha. There will be future opportunities to reclaim it. But if something happens to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the entire village could be razed to the ground. In the original story, when the Nine Tails rampaged, Konoha suffered heavy casualties, with the fourth Hokage and many villagers sacrificing their lives. That disaster was also the starting point of the original story. Uzumaki Mito is now old, with greatly diminished physical strength and chakra, and the seal is unstable. Konoha is preparing to select another talented Uzumaki clan member as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. But the Uzumaki clan has its own ideas. After the two Ninja World Wars, Konoha's national strength has greatly declined and is no longer the village that swept the ninja world like in the era of the first Hokage. Continuing to entrust the village's safety to the alliance with Konoha is becoming increasingly dangerous. For the safety and legacy of the Uzumaki clan, the Uzumaki prepared to use their powerful sealing techniques to seal a tailed beast. In this way, the Uzumaki clan gained a lasting trump card to deter the 5 great ninja villages. Therefore, the Uzushio Hidden Village refused Danzo's request and did not send Princess Uzumaki to Konoha. From then on, the rift in the alliance between the two sides began. The Uzushio Hidden Village dispatched a sealing team, taking Uzumaki Kushina to seal the wild Three Tails. The Three Tails indeed had no Jinchuriki, but it had always belonged to the Kirigakure village, only temporarily unsealed. The first Hokage was too idealistic, distributing the tailed beasts to various ninja villages but not giving one to the Uzushio Hidden Village. When the Uzushio Hidden Village tried to seal the Three Tails, Kirigakure was well aware and sent several members of the 7 ninja swordsmen to successfully thwart Uzushio's plan. Kirigakure was not to be trifled with. Not only did they stop Uzushio, but they also retaliated fiercely. The Kumogakure ninjas took the opportunity to intervene. The third Raikage was very strong, and on the battlefield in the Land of Hot Water, Konoha was at a disadvantage, which is why so many Kumogakure ninjas appeared. The number of Kirigakure and Kumogakure ninjas besieging the Uzumaki clan was astonishing, clearly preparing for a major battle against Konoha. If they won, they could obtain the crucial sealing techniques from the Uzushio Hidden Village and control the tailed beasts. The Nine Tails was the foundation of Konoha, and the tailed beasts of the 2 ninja villages were also their foundation. Unfortunately, Konoha had no intention of providing support and only wanted Uzumaki Kushina. Konoha would never allow this strongest Uzumaki prodigy to become the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina was their chosen next generation Nine Tails Jinchuriki and could not be allowed to fail. For the Nine Tails, Konoha was willing to pay any price. No one in Konoha's upper echelons valued the alliance, nor cared about the Uzumaki clan. Yoku watched the Uzushio Hidden Village through a telescope, witnessing one disaster after another. The walls of the Uzushio Hidden Village collapsed with a crash, and Kumogakure ninjas rushed into the village through the breach. The Spiral River ran through the village, with fences set up along the banks allowing only water flow and prohibiting boats. Kirigakure ninjas destroyed the fences and jumped into the village from the river. The south bank was inhabited by ordinary villagers and merchants. The Cloud and Mist ninja burned down every house, dragged the villagers out, and slaughtered them one by one. They used bloodshed to tell the Uzumaki clan they would never stop until they obtained the top-level sealing technique. Upon learning that Konoha would not send reinforcements, the Mist and Cloud ninja became even more reckless. Nightlight put down his telescope and turned his head toward Danzo's direction. It was still deathly silent. Their 3 squad captains and 2 advisor assistants remained silent, waiting for orders like withered trees. Nightlight grew suspicious. Shouldn't Konoha, led by Uzumaki Kushina, hurry to rescue her? The number of Mist and Cloud ninja was enough to wage a localized war against Konoha. If this dragged on, Kushina would either be taken away or killed. At that moment, a barrier suddenly appeared inside Uzushio Hidden Village. The 4 Purple Flame Formation. On the north bank of Uzushio Hidden Village, a rectangular 4 Purple Flame Formation rose, enclosing most of the northern area. The dark purple glow of the 4 Purple Flame Formation, under the surrounding firelight, appeared almost tangible. The Uzumaki clan was not only skilled in sealing techniques but also proficient in barrier ninjutsu. Or rather, barrier techniques were a special kind of sealing technique. A reckless Cloud ninja jumped into midair, holding his kunai backward, and stabbed fiercely at the barrier. The Cloud ninja collided with the barrier in panic and was instantly burned to death by the scorching purple flames. The four purple flame formation's temperature was extremely high, any living being touching it would be instantly incinerated to ash. Seeing this, the Mist Ninja immediately launched a combined water release. The large river in the center of the village became the water source, and the water release consumed very little. The surging water slammed fiercely against the four purple flame formation. The flames scorched the waves, raising thick water mist that quickly enveloped the entire Yuzushio hidden village. The water mist blocked the sky and sun, demonstrating the four purple flame formation's powerful energy and extraordinary sturdiness. Yeguang thought to himself in the dark, no wonder Danzo was so calm. It turned out he knew this trump card. The four purple flame formation was enough to hold out for a while. In theory, as long as they could hold on and wait for reinforcements from Konoha, there would be a chance for Yuzushio hidden village to turn the tide. But the situation was grim now. If the Uzumaki clan knew Konoha's true stance, they would probably despair. Poor villagers, the slaughter by the Cloud and Mist Ninja was advancing from the outskirts toward the center. Wherever the flames appeared, death followed. The Yatagarasu circled in the sky, but it didn't know how to counterattack. Its attacks only accelerated the villagers' deaths. The spirit turtle opened its mouth and blew out a fierce wind, dispersing some of the mist. Yeguang finally saw the situation clearly. Through the telescope, he saw representatives of the Cloud and Mist Ninja negotiating with the Uzumaki clan inside the four purple flame formation. Inside the formation was the leader of Yuzushio hidden village, who was also the head of the Uzumaki clan. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, Konoha and Yuzushio hidden village will surely take double revenge on you. The Mist Village representative, Watermelon Pufferfish Demon, carrying a greatsword made of sharkskin, said, Konoha might take revenge, but whether Yuzushio hidden village has a chance depends on your choice. Let us make a deal, hand over the sealing secret techniques, and we'll leave immediately. No tricks, only I can use the sealing technique to seal that spirit turtle, then the deal is done. You'd better hurry, or all the villagers will be killed. If you refuse, I'll take the sealing technique from your corpses. Such a small Yuzushio hidden village dares to covet our village's three tails, and even wants to touch the Cloud hidden village's two tails? Do you think you're Senju Hashirama, trying to collect all the tailed beasts? We won't get the sealing technique, and your Uzumaki clan has no right to have it either. Not far away, Uzumaki Yuka listened to the quarrel at the edge of the barrier and looked up at the sky. The coverage of this four purple flame formation was so vast, yet it had no top. If the situation became critical, she was responsible for using her spear, the egret, to escort Princess Kushina out. Watching the villagers being slaughtered one by one outside, Uzumaki Yuka felt her heart twist in pain. Among those people were the breakfast-selling older sister, the uncle pushing a cart delivering goods, and the old grandmother who often sat at the street corner basking in the sun. Those vivid people in her memories were dying one by one outside. The Mist and Cloud Ninja deliberately pushed the villagers close to the barrier to apply pressure, killing them right beside the barrier. Thick blood flowed on the ground, and when it reached the four purple flame formation, it turned into black-gray mist. All civilians despise ninjas because ninjas kill with the cruelty of a ferocious beast. Ninja training focuses on killing techniques, requiring both the ability to kill and the psychological readiness to do so. Uzumaki Yuka painfully closed her eyes, but the continuous screams still echoed in her ears. The Uzumaki clan did not want to abandon the villagers, but the enemy appeared too suddenly and in great numbers. The reconnaissance ninja squads on the outskirts of the Yuzushio hidden village were betrayed by a spy to the Mist and Cloud ninjas. The enemy precisely targeted each reconnaissance squad and launched simultaneous attacks. The city walls were blasted down, and the Yuzushio hidden village only realized the enemy assault amid the chaos. The sheer number of Mist and Cloud ninjas was hard to comprehend, seemingly prepared according to the possible defense numbers of Konoha. They could only hope that Konoha had discovered this sneak attack in advance and that the requesting ninjas could quickly relay the message back to the village. Which spy had leaked the defense arrangements of the Yuzushio hidden village? On the mountaintop, Yako saw chaos unfolding below. An Anbu squad entered the barrier with two Uzumaki ninjas. One Uzumaki ninja rushed excitedly toward Danzo, Lord Danzo. Konoha indeed foresaw the sneak attack by the Mist and Cloud ninjas. Please bring Konoha ninjas to rescue us as soon as possible. He was so excited he nearly lost control, not expecting Konoha to be so close to the village. The other Uzumaki ninja was sweating profusely, nervously observing the invisible barrier. Why are Konoha's people not entering the village directly but setting up an invisible barrier here instead? Yako guessed Danzo's plan and took out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. He hesitated for a long time about whether to show off in front of the leader but ultimately gave up. If Danzo noticed, it would be trouble. Captain Yomi personally struck, instantly killing an Uzumaki ninja. Captain Korozaru almost simultaneously slashed down the sneaky Uzumaki ninja who kept scouting the barrier. Danzo never moved his eyes. His Byakugan stared fixedly at the Yuzushio hidden village. Thanks to the recommendation votes from fellow readers Yon no Toku, Argo, and Silver Black Iron. End of this chapter. Outside the Yuzushio hidden village, a spirit turtle as huge as a small mountain slowly crawled toward the village. Its shell was double-layered, with abdominal plates that could open to form a ramp. Villagers crawled into the turtle's belly and climbed up the ramp, disappearing inside. It turned out this spirit turtle was the village's mobile refuge. The turtle's mouth continuously blew fierce winds, knocking away the cloud ninjas attacking its head. The hard shell made it impossible for the cloud ninjas to find a way to strike. Yako watched the spirit turtle thoughtfully. What if someone disguised as an Yuzushio hidden village villager entered the refuge, and the defense inside was insufficient? Wouldn't that be disastrous? The spirit turtle moved extremely slowly, unable to discern whether the person beneath its belly was a cloud ninja spy or a villager. After a few minutes, large patches of blood were left wherever the spirit turtle passed. The vibrations coming from inside caused the spirit turtle to emit mournful cries. It opened the plates on its belly, revealing piles upon piles of corpses. Cloud ninjas had infiltrated the refuge inside the double-layered turtle shell, slaughtering rampantly. Behind the spirit turtle lay heaps of throat-slitted bodies, the ground stained red with blood. When dealing with civilians, cloud ninjas preferred the simple and practiced method of throat-slitting. In the sky, Yatagarasu birds flew continuously, dropping explosive eggs onto the dense cluster of mist ninjas. The eggs glowed red, with fire-style chakra detonating inside. Each explosive egg had the power equivalent to 2 or 3 explosive tags. The energy of the 4 purple flame formation was being consumed by the mist ninjas' water-style techniques, while the Yatagarasu mainly attacked those mist ninjas who were jointly using water-style jutsu. The initial wave of explosions killed many mist ninjas, but they quickly found a countermeasure. Some mist ninjas used water-style to create thick fountains from the ground, washing away the Yatagarasu's explosive eggs and forcing them to detonate in midair. The number of mist ninjas was too great, limiting the harassment effect of the Yatagarasu. Yeguang shook his head silently. The situation outside the 4 purple flame formation was even more tragic. Negotiations near the formation made no progress. The Uzumaki clan could not control the fate of the villagers, and the mist and cloud ninjas continued their slaughter. Within 3 hours, almost all the villagers were killed. The great river carried away batch after batch of corpses, the surface clogged with bodies stretching for hundreds of meters. Even more corpses surrounded the spirit turtle, tripping its heavy body. Its turtle feet stepped on the bodies, crushing them into pulp. To destroy the Uzumaki clan's will to resist, the cloud ninjas exhausted the spirit turtle's strength, then used steel wires tied together to flip it onto its back. Explosive tags and ninja tools continuously attacked the spirit turtle. The spirit turtle retracted its head and limbs, hiding inside its shell. Although the gaps in the shell were small, cloud ninjas kept infiltrating its blood vessels, and combined with lightning-style electric shocks, the spirit turtle was immobilized. Muffled mournful cries came from inside the shell, sounding exceptionally tragic. After 5 hours of persistence, the 4 purple flame formation suddenly collapsed, the barrier turning into a heat wave and shockwave that swept the surroundings. Nearby houses crumbled, and the cloud and mist ninja were startled by the shockwave, with many dying on the spot. More mist and cloud ninja excitedly charged into the formation. Yeguang put down the telescope and looked again at Shimura Danzo. He remained cold and ruthless. The casualties among the outer village allies had no effect on him. The second 4 purple flame formation appeared, smaller in size, surrounding the Uzumaki clan's ancestral shrine. Through the telescope, Yeguang saw many women and children gathered around the shrine, presumably including Uzumaki Kushina. Apart from the women and children, even the clan leader stayed outside the 4 purple flame formation. The clan leader stood at the forefront, formed hand seals with both hands, and suddenly struck the ground. 4 massive plumes of white smoke appeared around. The mist and cloud ninja stopped in their tracks, observing the situation, unsure of what trump cards the Uzumaki clan still had. From within the white smoke, 4 large summoning beasts suddenly charged out. Hellsplitter dog, charging rhino, giant centipede, and bull. Yeguang was somewhat surprised. Weren't these giant summoning beasts the same ones later used by Nagato's animal path? No wonder Nagato's summoning beasts were so powerful. It turned out they were all accumulated by the Uzumaki clan. But why was this power not passed on to Uzumaki Kushina, instead falling into the hands of the Uzumaki orphan in the Land of Rain? Ordinary ninjas were no match for the giant summoned beasts. The splitting dog easily bit a ninja to death, and only when the pufferfish demon from Watermelon Mountain intervened was it barely driven off. The splitting dog divided into two and quickly charged at other mist ninjas. Any attack that failed to kill it only caused it to split even more. The smaller splitting dogs were even more agile, biting the mist ninjas in half, their bloody intestines hanging between their teeth, creating an extremely gruesome scene. The charging rhino had skin as thick as armor. Kunai and ninja tools were useless against it. It lowered its head and charged fiercely, causing heavy casualties among the cloud ninjas. The mist ninjas' water formation walls were as fragile as paper before this summoned beast, breaking with a single charge. The giant centipede used its size to divide the battlefield, surrounding a small group of mist ninjas behind it, allowing the whirlpool ninjas to concentrate their firepower and overwhelm the few. The Vajra chain shimmered, and the sealing secret technique caused many mist ninjas to perish. With the help of the giant summoned beasts, the whirlpool ninjas launched a brilliant counterattack, and the casualties among the mist and cloud ninjas kept increasing. Yegwon thought to himself that the Uzumaki clan was about to turn the tide. Knowing Danzo's character, Konoha would definitely step in to help the mist and cloud ninjas next. Sure enough, an advisor opened a sealing scroll filled with the disguises and forehead protectors of the cloud ninjas. The Anbu were preparing to make their move. Disguising themselves as ninjas from other villages was their usual tactic. Once cleared of suspicion, they could act without restraint. At that moment, Captain Huanquan noticed a new development and called off the advisor's action. Upstream on the Great River, a boat sped into Yuzushio Hidden Village. Standing at the bow was a man with long hair draped over his shoulders, eyes closed and standing silently. Even more shocking, he wore the Mizukige's divine robe. The third Mizukige had personally arrived. In the battle at Yuzushio Hidden Village, the Mizukige actually appeared in person. Every time a Kage left the village, it meant a major crisis. Danzo slightly moved, taking 2 steps forward, clearly starting to take things seriously. The Uzumaki clan's attempt to seal the wild three tails had stirred up a hornet's nest. Mist Village retaliated against Yuzushio Hidden Village at all costs, promising high rewards to the Cloud Ninjas and vowing to fight to the end. What made things worse was that all this angered Konoha's higher-ups. After negotiations broke down, Konoha decided to use force, with Danzo personally leading people to seize Uzumaki Kushina. It was unknown whether the Uzumaki clan would complain to the first Hokage about why the tailed beasts were given to the great ninja villages, but not a single one was left to the Uzumaki clan. Yegwon Kuden helped tugging at his collar, wondering if, as an Anbu who had guessed the truth, Danzo would silence him. The danger came not only from the mist and cloud ninjas but also from within the Anbu. Yagu carefully looked through the telescope, unsure of what abilities the third Mizukige actually possessed. End of this chapter. The third Mizukige was clearly blind. Wherever he faced, there was complete silence. The Uzumaki ninja stared intently at the Mizukige, guessing how he would enter the battlefield. The mist ninja became cautious in their movements, deliberately keeping distance from the Uzumaki ninja. The cloud ninja retreated step by step. The appearance of the Kage-level ninja made both sides extremely cautious. Once affected by Kage-level ninjutsu, one could die without even understanding the cause. The great river in the center of the Whirlpool Hidden Village suddenly churned. A massive lobster burst out of the water, spraying foam at the third Mizukige. The Uzumaki clan still had a giant summoned beast hidden in the river. The third Mizukige heard the noise and raised his hand with a wave. The river water was cut off, a section of the water surface rose, transforming into a massive water sphere that enveloped the lobster. This is the water prison technique. The third Mizukige's water prison technique has an extremely wide range, and it actually trapped a giant summoned beast. The bubbles hadn't even touched the Mizukige before being swallowed by the water prison technique. The water sphere was tens of meters in diameter, causing the whirlpool ninjas to feel despair. The third Mizukige formed hand seals with both hands, and dark clouds rose above his head. The dark clouds quickly spread, covering the entire Whirlpool Hidden Village. A fine rain began to fall. Yagura tightly gripped the telescope, and the scene he saw sent chills down his spine. If I were there myself, I would definitely die without any chance to fight back. The raindrops were dense, and each drop that touched a living being turned into a water prison technique. With such a range of attack, even the fastest body flicker technique couldn't evade it. All the Uzumaki ninjas and summoned beasts were trapped inside the water prisons. Even some fallen villagers, whose faint breaths were detected by the technique, were trapped. The village instantly fell silent, with only countless water spheres floating around. The Uzumaki ninjas struggled desperately inside the water prisons, flailing their limbs but unable to reach the boundaries. Some tried to form hand seals to counterattack, but it was all in vain. They couldn't break the third Mizukige's water prison. Inside the water prisons, the Uzumaki ninjas held their breath, their faces flushed red, struggling desperately. Yagakoro silently thought how formidable it was. The third Mizukige's attack range actually covered the entire village. Legend has it that a shadow-level ninja can destroy an entire village. Even more astonishing, the third Mizukige precisely controlled his power, only trapping the Uzumaki ninja, while the mist and cloud ninjas remained unaffected. Yegwang silently sighed. No wonder Danzo never dared to make a move. The deterrent power of the third Mizukige was truly incredible. Just when Yegwang thought the third Mizukige was already strong enough, the third Mizukige slowly opened his eyes, which had been tightly shut for decades. Those eyes finally opened again. There were no eyeballs in the eye sockets, only dark red ominous liquid swirling rapidly. A crimson fan-shaped beam of light shot out from the Mizukige's eyes. Every water prison water sphere touched by the red light glowed red, and the Uzumaki ninja inside instantly exploded, dissolving into bloody water. This, Yegwang thought to himself, being a ninja is too dangerous, death can come at any moment. Just by opening his eyes once, he had killed half of the Uzumaki ninja. One more glance, and all the men of the Uzumaki clan would be dead. Without the support of Konoha, this ninja clan ranked in the top 3 of the ninja world was no match for the 5 great hidden villages. In the era of one village per country, no matter how strong a ninja clan was, it was no match for a ninja village. The fate of rogue ninja clans was only one thing: extinction. The Senju and Uchiha clans were wiped out one after another, yet they never thought of leaving Konoha. Leaving Konoha would only mean dying faster. The Mizukige turned his head to look at the other half of the Uzumaki ninja. It was over, this ninja clan was finished. Yegwang looked at Danzo, not understanding why he still remained motionless. Could it be that seeing the Mizukige appear made him afraid to act? That was possible. Danzo feared death and would never take risks easily without becoming Hokage. Just as the Mizukige slightly opened his eyes, a trace of red light appearing in them, a huge lizard suddenly appeared. This was one of Nagato's later summoned beasts, the invisible lizard. It appeared by the riverbank and opened its huge mouth toward the third Mizukige. Inside its mouth was the old clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, the brother of Uzumaki Nido. This old man's red hair had turned white, making him look like a man at the end of his days. Before the clan leader appeared, the seal had already been formed in the lizard's mouth. A translucent death god emerged above the great river, sealing all the corpses. The third Mizukige had not formed a seal, but a water formation wall rose behind him. However, the death god ignored the physical form. Its arm was covered with cursed seals, penetrating the water formation and grabbing the Mizukige's head more precisely, it seized his soul. His soul was pulled out by the death god. The Mizukige struggled for a moment, then quickly collapsed. His body instantly rotted, like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. The corpse sealing technique was different from ordinary ninjutsu. It transcended mortal understanding and directly attacked the soul. At the same time, the Uzumaki clan leader fell from the lizard's mouth. The death goddess seal was complete, and the third Mizukige's soul was sealed, becoming a sacrifice to the death god. A satisfied smile appeared on the clan leader's face. He had given everything for the Uzumaki clan. An innocent man is punished for possessing a treasure. The Uzumaki clan's sealing secret techniques were coveted by all the ninja villages. Even Danzo of Konoha wanted to share them. Unfortunately, Hashirama Senju only cared about pleasing the other 4 great hidden villages and, for the sake of his dream of peace, neglected the Uzumaki clan's need for tailed beasts. If it weren't for the Senju clan's insistence, perhaps the Uzumaki clan would have had tailed beasts as well. Looking back now, the Uzumaki clan serving as the 9 Tails Jinchuriki and residing permanently in Konoha was a terrible compromise. The third Mizukige and the Uzumaki clan leader perished together. Clan leader. Among the 4 purple flame formation, the Uzumaki women cried out. Uzumaki Yuka looked toward Konoha, puzzled. Why hadn't Konoha sent anyone yet? All the mist ninja found it hard to believe. Some even dropped their ninja swords to the ground. Their Kage was actually dead? He was a powerful figure who had participated in the 5 Kage summit alongside the first Mizukige. Although he was very old, his strength was formidable. How could he just be dead? The mist ninjas looked at each other in confusion. They had been invited by the hidden mist village to fight a major battle against Konoha, originally intending to create chaos behind Konoha's lines to increase the land of hot water's advantage on the main battlefield. Now, Konoha hadn't come, and the Mizukige was dead? Several squad leaders exchanged glances and then all turned their eyes toward the Uzumaki clan's shrine. They couldn't let so many people die in vain. Since Konoha hadn't come, they would seize the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques were incredibly powerful. Even a ninja like the Mizukage was easily sealed to death. With such sealing techniques, having a perfect Jinchuriki would no longer be a problem. The mist ninjas lost control completely, frantically charging at the Uzumaki ninjas, their eyes bloodshot, only wanting to take revenge on every member of the Uzumaki clan. All the red-haired people deserved to die. The water prison technique released by the Mizukage was astonishingly powerful. The Uzumaki ninjas who had just escaped from the water prison coughed incessantly, struggling to breathe. Many Uzumaki ninjas were tragically killed at the hands of the mist ninjas. Yegwang put down the telescope, thinking that now Danzo should make his move. The water shadow was dead, the Uzumaki clan leader had fallen, and the Uzushio hidden village suffered heavy casualties. Danzo stood up, and 3 squad captains quickly stepped forward to listen to his orders. The captains then went to their respective team leaders, passing down the orders layer by layer. The Black Chimpanzee squad found 3 squad leaders. Charge toward the 4 purple flame formation at the fastest speed. Fox and I will be in the center, the other 2 squads will flank on both sides, forming a wedge formation for the charge. Absolutely no stopping. End of this chapter. The Anbu had been lurking inside the barrier for more than 10 days for this opportunity. Taking advantage of the Uzushio hidden village being at its weakest and both sides severely wounded, the Anbu suddenly launched an attack. Beneath the mask, Yegwang's brows were tightly furrowed. The old thief Danzo didn't even lead the charge, hiding in the back. No wonder the second Hokage Tobirama didn't let Danzo become Hokage. His will of fire is so poor, he doesn't understand sacrificing for his comrades, only knowing to let others charge first to test the waters and then reap the rewards himself. Leading the charge was Captain Yellow Dog, which forced Yuku to stand very far forward. After a long night, the Uzumaki ninja finally saw the people of Konoha. Looking over, the Konoha ninja seemed like they had just crossed over the mountain ridge, rushing down from the mountain. The elderly and weak in the shrine cried red-eyed, finally awaiting the arrival of Konoha reinforcements. But after watching for a while, they realized there were only a few Konoha ninja, the same few they had first seen. Where were the others? Why had so few come? Shouldn't there have been thousands of Konoha ninja along with the allied forces of the Mist and Cloud ninja clashing fiercely? Yoku followed Captain Yellow Dog charging into Uzushio hidden village, the ground littered with corpses. Some had died suffocating from the water prison technique, some from the Mist Ninja's kunai, and others from the Mist Ninja's water-style jutsu. Passing by a wall, Yegwang saw a civilian crushed flat like a meat patty by a water release technique. The head was flattened into an oval, the chest pressed against the back, ribs broken and protruding from the side, horrific to behold. A very strong water release ninjutsu, the water release form was extremely solid, similar to the water dragon technique. Many of the surrounding houses had their roofs burned, but the ground near them was especially damp, with mud left behind by the water release. Setting fires while using water release simultaneously, utter chaos. When rushing across the central river, Yegwang glanced sideways toward the direction of the 3rd Mizukage. The Mizukage was dead, with 3 Mist Ninja squads guarding his corpse. As for the Uzumaki clan leader's body, it was nailed to the hull by the Mist Ninja, an extreme humiliation. Falling behind means getting beaten, being weak means being bullied. The Konoha squad charged toward the Mizukage's corpse, preparing to clear out the Mist Ninja squads and seize the Mizukage's remains. The Mizukage's body might conceal the secret of a powerful forbidden technique. The Uzumaki clan leader's corpse was equally valuable, possibly revealing the mystery of the Uzumaki seal. As far as the eye could see, flesh turned into blood and water, creating a terrifying scene. Yegwang followed the Black Ape squad leader charging forward. Upon reaching the north bank, the bodies of Uzumaki ninjas on the ground grew more numerous. These Uzumaki ninjas, like the Konoha ninjas, all bore the Uzumaki emblem on their backs. The red-haired clan had all died here. The Uzumaki clan was a major family in the land of whirlpools, with thousands of descendants. The Konoha Anbu had already reached the north bank. The Mist ninjas had not yet reacted and were frantically hunting down the Uzumaki ninjas. Seeing this, the Cloud ninjas quickly changed direction to guard against the Konoha ninjas and protect their rear. Captain Yellow Dog quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a large-scale fire release. Massive fireballs engulfed more than 10 buildings. Yegwang suspected that Captain Yellow Dog might be from the Sarutobi clan. A Cloud ninja jumped in the middle, desperately dodging the fire release. The Anbu squads on both sides flanked around to encircle, holding off the Cloud ninjas so that Captain Yellow Dog's squad could focus. Captain Yellow Dog's squad continued their charge, following the fireballs through the middle of the Cloud ninjas. Yegwang observed left and right. The speed was too fast, already deep behind enemy lines. Soon, Captain Yellow Dog's squad broke through the gap between the Cloud Ninjas and Mist Ninjas. The Mist Ninjas still frantically killed the Uzumaki Ninjas, only thinking of avenging the Mizukage. Captain Yellow Dog's squad took the opportunity to approach the four purple flame formation. Fox! Cover the rear! The Black Ape ordered. Yegwang had to slow down, dragging to the back of the squad. The Cloud Ninjas behind pursued relentlessly. Relying on excellent swordsmanship, Yegwang could anticipate and react to the Cloud Ninjas' moves. After cutting down 2 Cloud Ninjas in succession, he caught the attention of a squad leader. Unexpectedly, Konoha also had ninjas with solid basic sword skills. The Cloud Ninja squad leader suddenly charged, swinging his blade down. Yegwang immediately raised his sword to block but did not hear the expected metallic clash. The Cloud Ninja squad leader quickly twisted his body, turning the downward chop into a horizontal slash. Yegwang's lower abdomen tightened, the iron vest was cut open, flesh torn, blood flowing out, and abdominal muscles ruptured. This swordsmanship is terrifying. This squad leader's blade technique is extremely strange, no longer beginner level, mastering powerful skills. The Cloud Ninja squad leader swept horizontally again, and Yegwang hurriedly raised his blade to block. Once more, the Cloud Ninja's joints and muscles forcibly altered the trajectory of the ninja blade, changing the horizontal sweep into a downward stab. Yegwang's thigh was pierced, blood spurting out, spraying over a meter. After 3 consecutive attacks and defenses, Yegwang tragically realized he couldn't even touch the Cloud Ninja's blade. Until the last time, when his throat was pierced, Yegwang died atop the rooftop. Lying on his back, his waist pressed against the ridge, Yegwang saw an inverted world. The shattered whirlpool hidden village, the storm-tossed 4 purple flame formation, and corpses of all ages scattered in the streets. He had already become a corpse. Danzo strolled leisurely down the street, completely unaware that an Anbu ninja wearing a fox mask had just died beside him. A wave of darkness swept before his eyes, and his vision suddenly changed. The full moon reflected in Yagami's eyes, and his expression shifted from confusion to clarity. Consciousness returned, and he found himself back in the stealth barrier on the mountaintop near Yuzushio Hidden Village. In his previous life, he had waited for nearly 10 days, only to be slain within seconds by the Cloud Ninja squad leader during the final charge. Moonbow activation. The host has 1 resurrection chance per month, reviving on the night of the full moon after death. Reward, 1 lottery draw opportunity. 1 lightning attribute chakra. 2 Chunin level chakra amount stackable. 3 cloud flow sword technique beginner. Disregarding lightning attribute chakra, the remaining 2 options are both very appealing. The amount of chakra at the Chunin level is exactly what Yegwang urgently needs, capable of greatly enhancing combat power. Cloud Flow Sword technique is the sword style used by Omoi, centered on deceiving opponents. When he was killed by the Cloud Ninja in his past life, Yegwang didn't even touch the blade, taking every strike with his bare body. After careful consideration, Yegwang chose the Cloud Flow Sword technique. In an instant, he mastered this set of skills. At this moment, lying on the ground observing Yuzushio Hidden Village through a telescope, he felt changes in all his muscles and joints. As expected, the Cloud Flow Sword technique is a precise skill involving twisting the waist, shoulders, elbows, and wrists while swinging the sword. By changing the blade's path to confuse the opponent, avoid blocks, and strike weak points. Practiced to the extreme, the arms became as soft and smooth as clouds, hence the name Cloud Flow Sword technique. With this sword technique, he would at least not die as quickly on the battlefield as he did in his previous life. After mastering it, Yegwang's joints became much more flexible. End of this chapter. The plot was still exactly the same as in the previous life. Fox! You cover the rear. The Black Ape squad leader broke through the Cloud Ninja's defense line and once again ordered Yegwang to cover the rear. Yegwang turned around, anticipated the movements of 2 Cloud Ninjas, quickly slashing them to death, then fixed his gaze on the Cloud Ninja squad leader not far away. The opponent's attention was drawn by Yegwang, who rushed over and jumped to strike with a downward slash. The blade's path changed in midair, shifting from a downward strike to a horizontal slash. Clang! Blades clashed, and the Nightlight Ninja's sword blocked the attack. The Cloud Ninja's face changed drastically. He practiced the Cloud Flow Sword technique daily, with strikes that were strange and unpredictable. How could the Konoha Anbu before him block them so easily? A horizontal sweep turned into a stab. Clang! A forward stab turned into an upward flick. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal filled his ears, along with the Cloud Ninja's strange anger. Could this Konoha Anbu have specifically studied him? Why was he so familiar with his sword technique? Evenly matched, not at a disadvantage, Nightlight felt greatly reassured. Do you know what dang 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 means? Dang dang dang. I see through every one of your strikes. Nightlight glanced around, searching for a place to hide. The Cloud Ninja prepared to strike again, but Yegwang did not meet the attack. Instead, he pretended to retreat and jumped through the window of the house behind him. The Cloud Ninja was extremely pleased. In the confined space, his Cloud Flow sword technique was even sharper, and his flexible joints allowed him to dodge quickly. Without hesitation, he also jumped into the house. Upon entering, he saw a Konoha ninja forming hand seals. Quick! Must be faster than Konoha Anbu's ninjutsu. The ninja sword stabbed straight forward. Unfortunately, the sword stopped 3 centimeters short of Yegwang's chest. Unnoticed, a curse seal inside the house quickly climbed up the Cloud Ninja's legs, waist, and arms, locking his joints. The seal lasted only briefly. Yegwang rushed forward, pulled out the sword stuck in the ground, and stabbed through the Cloud Ninja's heart. After drawing the sword, he casually picked up the handkerchief on the table and wiped the blade. The handkerchief felt rough, and the blade had multiple chips from being used in combat. This battle is over. The blade must be replaced as soon as possible. Ninjas are poor mainly because their weapons wore out quickly. No one dares to skimp on weapons. A good ninja sword costs tens of thousands of ryo, while kunai are much cheaper, only a few thousand ryo. Ninja swords are equipment for wealthy ninjas, kunai are the choice of poor ninjas. The Cloud Ninja are even richer than the Konoha Ninja. It's really excessive. Yako smelled a strong fragrance and then noticed the 2 bodies of a mother and daughter with their throats slit inside the room, bloodstains scattered on the floor. The aroma came from the stewed chicken on the stove. He lifted the pot lid, and the aroma was overwhelming. The broth had dried up, the chicken was burnt underneath but still fine on top. He grabbed a chicken leg and ate heartily. Being able to eat hot chicken on the battlefield lifted his spirits considerably. After eating half a chicken and wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, Yegwang jumped out of the house. He killed 3 people, exceeding the mission requirements. He jumped onto the roof and saw the Huangquan squad deeply engaged in a charge, fiercely fighting the Mist Ninja on the outskirts of the 4 Purple Flame Formation. The Mist Ninja used water techniques to drain the energy of the 4 Purple Flame Formation, with mist spreading everywhere. Yegwang did not go to support the Mist Ninja. He honestly stayed in the rear, clearing out the miscellaneous enemies for the Black Ape Squad. Every time he encountered a Cloud Ninja, he lured them into the house and killed them using the Karma Curse binding seal. After killing 3 Cloud Ninjas in a row, Yegwang felt the Huangquan squad was moving too slowly. If it didn't end soon, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Besides half a chicken, Yegwang had already eaten a pot of ribs, 3 rice balls, and a basin of drunken shrimp. The drunken shrimp from the Vortex Hidden Village was quite good, though the alcohol was a bit strong. In addition, he had gathered over 500,000 taels, stuffed into his ninja tool bag. He still needed to go to the Crane Moon Izakaya to have a good time. No money, no fun. If the Whirlpool Hidden Village can be cleared out, it would instantly become immensely wealthy. While Yegwang was lost in thought, he glanced back at the Huangquan squad and noticed that only the ordinary members were fighting. Neither the squad leader nor the company commander was participating in the battle. At this pace, when will the Mist Ninja near the boundary be completely cleared? Compared to Konoha's Anbu, the Mist Ninja were fighting with all their might. After the Mizuki's death, they seemed like desperate soldiers determined to win, exhibiting exceptionally strong combat power. More than 10 minutes later, Yegwang killed a Cloud Ninja with his sword technique, when suddenly a loud roar came from behind. The 4 Purple Flame Formation of the Whirlpool Clan's Ancestral Hall was broken. Continuous water-style attacks finally exhausted the last energy of the 4 Purple Flame Formation. The 4 Whirlpool Ninjas in the corner were gasping for breath, their faces pale, and they all collapsed to the ground. The Mist Ninja rushed into the Ancestral Hall, brutally slaughtering the female members of the Whirlpool clan. One by one, red-haired girls were cut down, some still wearing pajamas, and the little girls wore cute pink dresses. In the eyes of the Mist Ninja, all members of the Uzumaki clan with red hair were the culprits behind the death of the Mizuki. Uzumaki Yuka appeared, summoning the long spear White Egret, and tied the crying Uzumaki Kushina to the leg of the White Egret. Fly! Fly to Konoha village! The long spear White Egret quickly took off, flying northwest. Captain Yellow Dog did not immediately order a pursuit but stood still, staring at the scene of the Mist Ninja slaughtering the Uzumaki women. The other ninja in the squad also slowed down, allowing more Mist Ninja to enter the shrine. This attitude clearly showed that one of Captain Yellow Dog's tasks was to deal with these ordinary Uzumaki women. Yegwang blocked the Yun Ninja's blade and countered with the Cloud Flow sword technique, stabbing the opponent to death. He suddenly understood something. For Konoha, the easiest Uzumaki to control was Uzumaki Kushina, the last lone Uzumaki in the ninja world. If there were still many members of the Uzumaki clan, she wouldn't stay in Konoha alone and would naturally side with her clan. The extermination of the Uzumaki clan was not only the goal of the Mist Ninja but also the wish of the Cloud Ninja, aligning more with the interests of Konoha village. There could never be a second Uzumaki in Konoha, nor should there be a second one in the ninja world. In this way, Kushina Uzumaki would have no other choice, and the 9 tails could be safely entrusted to her. In the original story, Nagato and his parents were in the land of rain, Karen and her parents in the land of grass. Perhaps the Uzumaki orphans from the land of fire had long been secretly executed by Konoha's Anbu. The spear-wielding egret carried Kushina Uzumaki far away, with an entire Anbu squad in close pursuit. Kushina Uzumaki carried a large scroll on her back, which seemed to be the sealing book of Uzushio Hidden Village. An Anbu squad from Konoha was the first to chase after her. The Cloud Ninja, upon seeing the sealing book of Uzushio Hidden Village, also began the pursuit. The Yellow Dog squad stayed outside the shrine, engaging in a measured battle with the Mist Ninja. The Mist Ninja ahead even rushed into the main hall of the shrine, slaughtering recklessly. A large squad of Uzumaki Kunoichi also fled northwest, among them Uzumaki Yuka. It was not until the Mist Ninja pursued the squad of Uzumaki Kunoichi that the Yellow Dog squad followed. End of this chapter. The first to leave was Uzumaki Kushina, taken away by a flying summoning beast. Long Spear Egret, Yatagarasu, and several other summoning beasts including giant eagles. Afterwards came the Cloud Ninja who were closely chasing the Uzushio Hidden Village's sealing scroll. Following them were 2 Konoha Anbu squads. Danzo also closely followed. The Yellow Dog squad stayed behind to cover the rear. Yako stood on the city wall, looking back at Uzushio Hidden Village. The Mist Ninja in the village were surrounding and blocking the last Uzumaki Kunoichi. About 50 female ninja desperately broke through the encirclement. The entire village was deathly silent, with only scattered fighting near the northwest wall. Yako jumped down from the city wall and infiltrated the forest outside the city. Captain Kurozaru signaled to stop. The squad had only 5 members left, Kurozaru, 3 squad leaders, and 1 member. Change into Cloud Ninja attire, we have a new mission. The only member carried a large pack containing Cloud Ninja equipment. Yako took off the iron armor marked with sword scars, put on the Cloud Ninja single shoulder vest, switched to a new ninja sword, and wore a blood-stained forehead protector and mask. A 5-person Yunin squad was formed. Black Chimp scanned the team members and did not hide the mission, ensure that the remnants of the Uzumaki do not interfere with the Uzumaki princess entering the village. No need to say more, everyone understood. Any Uzumaki approaching the princess must be executed. The 5 rushed out of the forest. The Uzumaki remnants fled northwest toward Konoha. The narrow peninsula terrain of the Land of Whirlpools limited their movements. Most of the Mist Ninjas stayed in the village to gather intelligence and loot, while a small group continued the pursuit. The Uzumaki remnants kept sending 3-person squads to cover their retreat, keeping an eye on Konoha village, their only hope. After the 5 Yunin appeared, hope grew increasingly slim. The 5 carried long swords on their backs, their postures upright. Black Chimp did not rush to attack but pursued in parallel with his subordinates, slowly closing in and applying pressure. Under psychological stress, the Uzumaki remnants' movements became distorted and their steps unsteady. Black Chimp's team threw kunai, and several Uzumaki Kunoichi died tragically, pierced by more than a dozen kunai. With Mist Ninjas pursuing from behind and Yunin interfering from the side, the Uzumaki remnants grew more desperate. Nightlight frowned deeply, the situation was unfavorable. A cornered enemy should not be chased too far. The Uzumaki ninjas were not without resistance, they still had sealing scrolls and secret sealing techniques. What if, when pushed to the brink, these people fought to the death, 1 for 1? Shikigami sealing was not something Nightlight could withstand. Nightlight saw several Uzumaki Kunoichi, their eyes vacant, already resigned to death, actively approaching the one disguised as a Yunin himself. At this time, it was the 7th day of the lunar month, not yet a full moon, with no resurrection chances. Exchanging 1 for 1 with these desperate enemies here was not worth it. Yegwine glanced at the Black Ape squad leader, who was solely focused on the Anbu mission, to kill all the Uzumaki ninjas. A female Uzumaki ninja charged forward. Another squad leader confronted her but was immediately entangled by the chains of a sealing scroll. The female ninja hesitated not at all and directly detonated the explosive tag, killing both herself and the squad leader in the blast. Yegwang was secretly surprised the Uzumaki clan suffered heavy casualties tonight. The relatives behind those female ninjas, whether fathers, brothers, or children, had all perished. They could no longer fight these mad women head-on, nor could they let them escape back to Konoha. Yegwang looked toward Uzumaki Yuka. Yuka was being protected by other female Uzumaki ninjas, positioned in the center of the group. She was lucky the fast spear-wielding egret had once been selected by the village to escort Uzumaki Kushina away. If Yuka died, the summoning contract would be broken, and Kushina would be trapped. But how to contact Yuka? While pondering, the only member left in the Black Ape squad also died, leaving only the Black Ape, the Fox, and the Leaf Monkey. Seeing the formidable fighting power of the remaining Uzumaki, the Black Ape squad leader quickly put distance between them. Originally, they had left the village with 16 people, now only 2 remained, and the Fox had been transferred from another squad. Yegwang breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, let the remaining Uzumaki and the Mist Ninjas fight each other. The Konoha Anbu need not intervene. The chase and escape continued. The Black Ape squad became observers, only responsible for recording the number of remaining Uzumaki. During a lull, Yegwang grabbed a broken wooden clog. He held a kunai backward, pretending to be ready to throw it at any moment, while secretly carving a few words onto the kunai. The Uzumaki ninjas were growing fewer and more desperate, charging at enemies as if each carried an explosive tag destined for mutual destruction. Taking advantage of the Black Ape squad leader being entangled by an Uzumaki ninja, Yegwang threw the carved wooden board and kunai together. No one around noticed the wooden board. Uzumaki Yuka sensed a kunai flying toward her and quickly dodged. Beneath the kunai was a small wooden board. The board landed, with words written on it. Yuka picked it up, her expression changing drastically, and quickly crushed the board. It read, "Do not go to the land of fire." Yuka looked up at the cloud ninja who had thrown the board and suddenly froze. That person had changed clothes, wrapped their hair, and wore a mask, but looked extremely similar to the fox. She hadn't connected the cloud ninja and the fox before, but now she realized how alike they were. Could that wooden board be a hint from the fox to itself? But why would the fox stop itself from going to the land of fire? Why disguise as a cloud ninja? Uzumaki Yuka suddenly thought of Danzo, thought of why Konoha had not sent reinforcements yet, and more importantly, why Konoha had not provided intelligence about the Cloud and Mist ninja invasion to the Whirlpool Hidden Village. Konoha Village and the Whirlpool Hidden Village share intelligence. The strangest thing about this disaster in the Whirlpool Hidden Village is that there was no prior warning. It was as if all the intelligence ninjas were wiped out tonight. This is completely impossible. During the Ninja World War, the Uzumaki clan had deployed many reconnaissance ninjas along the coast of the Land of Whirlpools. Unless someone leaked the intelligence of the Uzumaki clan's reconnaissance squads to the enemy. The enemy attacked all reconnaissance squads simultaneously, leaving no gaps, so the Whirlpool Hidden Village remained completely unaware. The Uzumaki clan would never betray their own. Could it be Konoha? Konoha and the Whirlpool Hidden Village share intelligence and also know the village's defense arrangements. Yuka Uzumaki suddenly felt a chill. Could it be that Konoha was also involved in the Uzumaki clan's extermination conspiracy? Yuka Uzumaki quickly walked behind an elder clan leader. "Elder, I have thought it over repeatedly. Tonight's events are truly strange. Our reconnaissance teams on the coasts of the Land of Waves and the Land of Whirlpools were wiped out simultaneously, with no intelligence reports returned. The only explanation is that the Mist and Cloud Ninja obtained accurate information and eliminated all the reconnaissance ninjas. Either there is a spy in the village, or Konoha deliberately leaked the information." The elder was advanced in years, his eyes somewhat cloudy, but after hearing Yuka's words, his gaze sharpened. Recently, strange incidents have frequently occurred around the Whirlpool Hidden Village, all starting after Danzo Shimura arrived in the village. Danzo first made 2 unreasonable demands: to send Princess Kushina to Konoha and to share the sealing secret techniques. Both demands were rejected by the clan leader. Kushina is the future hope of the Whirlpool Hidden Village and the only one capable of inheriting the sealing techniques. Princess Mito has guarded Konoha for many years, but Uzushio Hidden Village has gained nothing. The secret sealing technique is absolutely impossible to hand over to Danzo. Danzo also said that Konoha's Anbu needs to investigate the Cloud Ninja of the Land of Waves, so they took the reconnaissance squad's distribution map to facilitate cooperation with Uzushio Hidden Village. If Konoha really is the mastermind. The elder felt a chill all over his body, unable to accept this idea. No. Maybe someone inside the village has become a traitor. This was the only thought he could have. Princess Kushina was flying towards Konoha. She was the only future and hope of the Uzumaki clan. She had exceptional talent and could inherit and carry forward the sealing techniques. As long as the sealing techniques exist, the Uzumaki clan will eventually overcome their difficulties. Yoja didn't understand why the elder firmly believed that Konoha was innocent, so she asked, "Elder, should we test it out?" I can make the spear egret change direction and send it to Konoha to investigate. Konoha's intelligence is strong, yet they didn't detect the large-scale mobilization of the mist in Cloud Ninja, which is strange in itself. Now the Konoha Anbu is all chasing Princess Kushina, but they haven't given us any support. Elder Uzumaki had originally insisted on safely sending Uzumaki Kushina to Konoha village, but upon hearing Uzumaki Yoja's suggestion, she also felt uneasy. She wanted to know the truth as well. Yaojia, try making your spear egret change direction. Don't let it come back, but don't head straight to Konoha either. Alright. Uzumaki Yoja summoned a spear the length of an arm, called egret. This egret was very fast and left carrying Uzumaki Yoja's orders. Half an hour later, Uzumaki Yuka, who was on the run, suddenly froze. Elder, my giant spear egret is dead. Elder Uzumaki closed his eyes in pain. He changed direction. The Anbu had killed the summoned beast. Danzo's wind release ninjutsu was very strong, completely capable of shooting down flying summoned beasts. Elder, are we still going to the land of fire? After a slight hesitation, Elder Uzumaki said firmly. We can't go to the land of fire. I have chosen 8 Uzumaki clan members, and you will be the leader. The rest, including me, will stay behind to cover your escape. You must escape to another place and find Kushina, who was taken by Konoha, by any means necessary. She still knows nothing and is unaware of the truth about the Uzumaki clan's annihilation. Konoha will never allow her to come into contact with any Uzumaki clan members. She cannot unknowingly become a pawn of Konoha. The Uzumaki clan cannot be so tragically wiped out by the 3 great ninja villages. Lord Tobirama sacrificed himself for his 6 disciples, yet they destroyed his foundation. Konoha was once an open ninja village, allied with Uzushio village and Taki village. Now Konoha's strength has weakened, becoming conservative and cruel. Yuka, you are as important as Kushina. You must be careful of the Konoha Anbu's pursuit. The secret of the Uzumaki clan's annihilation must be guarded by you. Uzumaki Yuka wept uncontrollably. The elder handed her a scroll and said, "This is the sealing book of Uzushio Hidden Village, brought to Konoha by Kushina. This is my sealing technique notebook, and also the legacy of our clan. You are not yet 20, but you bear a heavy responsibility. I hope you can, like our ancestors, lead the Uzumaki clan through this crisis. First, go to the Land of Waves, where there are still Guardian ninjas and Uzumaki ninjas on missions. Meet with them and find a way. Uzumaki Keion, who is skilled in healing, will go with you. She doesn't need to stay with me. Uzumaki Keion has a special bloodline ability. Just biting her arm can heal injuries." The elder pointed out 8 Uzumaki Kunoichi, led by Yuka, to escape across the sea to the Land of Waves. Summoning Jutsu. As the white smoke dispersed, a Yatagarasu appeared above their heads. "Elder, the Yatagarasu is here, but where is Princess Kushina?" "Don't worry, Danzo will protect the lone Kushina. Let's go." Quickly climb onto the Yatagarasu's back and leave immediately. Elder Uzumaki stopped with the others and turned to face the Mist Ninja. Captain Korozaru was somewhat surprised. He ignored Elder Uzumaki and, with Yako and another, took a wide detour to avoid the remaining Uzumaki forces and headed toward the Yatagarasu. There must be something very important on the Yatagarasu and Uzumaki Yuka, otherwise, Elder Uzumaki wouldn't risk his life to buy time. Elder Uzumaki was going all out and had to stay far away. Keeping a wide distance from Elder Uzumaki, Yako turned his head to look at her from afar. An elderly Kunoichi, her white hair streaked with red, quickly formed hand seals. Chakra surged around her, distorting the space. Suddenly, hundreds of chakra chains burst from her abdomen, stabbing towards several Mist Ninja squads opposite her. Most of the Mist Ninja were pierced by the diamond chains, which carried powerful sealing power. Those struck were immobilized, while those swept by the chains moved slowly and struggled to break free. The Uzumaki Kunoichi took the opportunity to throw kunai and explosive tags, quickly eliminating the sealed enemies. Within more than 10 seconds, over 100 Mist Ninja fell. The chains gradually weakened, breaking one by one as the chakra dissipated. Yako silently felt relieved to be far from the battlefield. Getting close would have meant certain death. Elder Uzumaki slowly fell, her white hair turning completely white. More than 20 remaining Mist Ninja hesitated at a distance, intimidated by Elder Uzumaki's aura. 3 minutes later, the Mist Ninja tentatively charged, and all Uzumaki ninja were killed. The Mist Ninja carried away Elder Uzumaki's body, preparing to dissect and analyze it. Captain Korozaru did not look back, knowing neither side had any hope of survival. After tracking for more than 10 minutes, Korozaru turned and said, "We can't catch up. They're probably heading toward the Land of Waves. Fox, go find Captain Kage and report the situation here. The Yatagarasu took away 8 Uzumaki kunoichi, including Uzumaki Yuka, favored by Elder Uzumaki, and the clan's unique medical ninja Uzumaki cannon. There were still many Uzumaki remnants in the Land of Waves, and the captain of the guard ninja was an Uzumaki ninja. Please ask Captain Kage to send reinforcements quickly to hunt down the remaining Uzumaki ninja. I'm writing a tracking code now to facilitate the Anbu pursuit. After finishing the code scroll, the captain turned and ran toward the Land of Fire. End of chapter. Yako received the report but was not anxious. The pursuit ahead was complicated. Uzumaki Kushina led, followed by 2 Konoha Anbu squads, and finally the Cloud Ninja who wanted to seize the Uzumaki clan as sealing scroll. The Cloud Ninja numbered about 3 squads. Yako was moving too fast and might run into the Cloud Ninja, with unknown consequences. Outside the capital of the Land of Whirlpools, Yako saw a battlefield. Corpses were scattered on the ground, including Cloud Ninja, Konoha Anbu, and 5 bodies wearing the Land of Whirlpool's Daimyo's emblem and the Uzumaki clan crest. The Daimyo's guard ninja had fallen. The guard ninja were powerful. No other bodies were found within 10 meters of their corpses, clearly exhausted to death by the Cloud Ninja's long-range ninjutsu. Yako split off a shadow clone and searched the bodies. Some shadow clones died because of traps on the ninja tool pouch. After spending quite some time, Yegwang found 300,000 Ryo and 3 detonation tags. These ninjas don't bring many good things when they go out, so he searched thoroughly. Continuing on the road, Yegwang saw more than a dozen battlefields of various sizes and looted another 100,000 Ryo. He now has a huge sum of 1.1 million Ryo. It's worth noting that the reward for an S-rank mission is only about 1 million Ryo. With this money, he can splurge extravagantly once he returns to Konoha. Approaching the border of the Land of Fire, Yegwang became especially cautious. The Cloud Ninja wouldn't easily trespass into the Land of Fire because there are many Konoha intelligence squads there. He climbed a high mountain and carefully observed with a telescope. Found it! Below the distant hillside, the Cloud Ninja had already half-surrounded 2 Konoha Anbu squads. Behind the Anbu squads, Shimura Danzo was holding Uzumaki Kushina. The summoned beasts Long Spear Egret, Yatagarasu, Giant Eagle, and others were all gone. Uzumaki Kushina trembled in Danzo's hand like a frightened little bird. There wasn't a single Uzumaki ninja nearby, nor any Uzumaki summoned beasts. Unfazed by the Cloud Ninja's encirclement, Danzo pressed the other hand on the sealing scroll of the Whirlpool Hidden Village. That sealing scroll contained all the secret sealing techniques and forbidden arts of the Uzumaki clan, highly coveted. Yagami saw the sealing scroll from afar, his heart racing. Danzo's face was ashen, staring at Uzumaki Kushina with venomous hatred. His hatred was not for Kushina, but for Kato-dan. Danzo wanted to learn the sealing secret technique ahead of others but was stopped by Kato-dan using the spirit transformation technique. Kato-dan crossed 1,000 miles and possessed Kushina. Through Kushina's mouth, he expressed that he was monitoring everything here. The head of the Senju clan, Senju Rinbaku, was also beside Kato-dan. With Kato-dan guarding, Danzo held the Book of Seals but could not read it. The Senju clan remained powerful, suffocating the Konoha leadership. The Senju clan had many jonin, and Kato-dan mastered forbidden techniques. Kato-dan was Tsunade's lover and extremely loyal to the Senju clan. Many of Danzo's previous plans were thwarted by Kato-dan. The spirit transformation technique was extraordinary. Kato-dan alone could monitor many corners of the ninja world and even possess someone 1,000 miles away. Thinking of Kato's, Danzo's eyes grew even colder. Yegwang hurriedly rushed down from the mountaintop. He was not rushing to join the Anbu battle, but because a large number of Konoha ninja appeared in the forest behind. Konoha reinforcements have arrived. Konoha and Uzushio Hidden Village are allies. If Uzushio Hidden Village is in trouble, Konoha must not stand by idly. Yegwang quickly descended the mountain and ran toward the side of the battlefield. From afar, he saw the important figures among the reinforcements. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led the team to support Uzushio Hidden Village. Besides the third Hokage, the high-ranking officials also included Mito Munin. Yegwang also saw many members of the Senju clan, wearing clothing bearing the Senju clan emblem. Even the clan leader Senju Rinmu personally arrived at the scene. Senju Rinmu is the son of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and also Tsunade's father. At this time, Tsunade had not yet earned the title of one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Most of her honors came from being the princess of the Senju clan and a disciple of the third Hokage. The person closest to Senju Rinmu was his favored son-in-law, Kato-dan. Uncle! Uzumaki Kushina became excited upon seeing Senju Rinmu. She swung her arms, trying to pull her hand out of Shimura Danzo's grasp. Shimura Danzo glanced at Senju Rinmu, then looked at Kato Dan. Senju Rinmu frowned and asked, Danzo, what exactly does this mean? Danzo reluctantly released Uzumaki Kushina's hand, allowing her to run toward Senju Rinmu. Senju Rinmu tightly embraced Kushina, gently patting her back. Uncle! The Mist and Cloud Ninja launched a surprise attack on the village. The clan leader Grandpa and the third Mizukichi have both died, and the village has been destroyed. What? The village has been destroyed? What? The third Mizukichi is dead? Senju Rinbaku and Mito Mondo exclaimed in shock. This news was too shocking. The Uzushio Hidden Village was not an ordinary small ninja village. The Uzumaki clan had thousands of people, along with many joined ninja, totaling over 3,000, making it one of the top 2 strongest villages among the 5 great ninja villages. The Uzumaki clan also possessed powerful summoning beasts and nearly unbeatable sealing techniques, so no ninja village dared to underestimate them. Mito Mondo and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged looks, their feelings complicated. They were happy that Konoha finally had a new 8 Tails Jinchuriki, as Danzo had brought back the Uzumaki princess and the sealing scroll. But they also felt sorrow for the destruction of their allied village. Sarutobi Hizashi waved his hand, signaling the Konoha ninja to charge and eliminate the pursuing Cloud Ninja. He walked toward Kushina, his tone heavy. Sorry, Princess Uzumaki, the Mist and Cloud Ninja have sealed off the intelligence. Konoha sent 2,000 ninja to rescue Uzushio Hidden Village, but it was still too late. Kushina was speechless. Konoha invested heavily, but everything was too late. Senju Rinmu's face was pale. There were many relatives of the Senju clan in Uzushio Hidden Village. Kushina called him uncle, and he also called the Uzumaki clan leader uncle. Mother Uzumaki Mito was the clan leader's sister, and there were also his own nephews and nieces there. Uzushio Hidden Village was not only an ally but also an important in-law of the Senju clan. Although intermarriage within the ninja clans ensured pure bloodlines, it accumulated hereditary diseases. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan intermarried, both to preserve their bloodline and to prevent hereditary diseases. Without the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan would lose an important support. 2 Konoha ninja from the Senju clan took action, and 3 Cloud Ninja squads had no hope of escape. The entire force was wiped out within minutes. Senju Rinmako looked at Danzo. Advisor Danzo, hand over the Book of Seals to me. Kushina is still young, I will keep it safe for her. Danzo glanced at Kushina. This was a critical time for the transfer of the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo did not want any accidents regarding the Jinchuriki and did not want Kushina to harbor any resentment. He handed the Book of Seals over to the Senju clan. Yuku found Captain Kage and reported the situation encountered by the Black Chimpanzee squad to the captain. After listening, Captain Kage did not make a decision but took Yuku to meet Advisor Danzo. Since it involved the Uzumaki elder, it was best to let Advisor Danzo decide. As they approached the Konoha leadership, Yuku overheard a heated argument between the Senju clan head and Mito Uzumaki. End of this chapter. Nightlife followed Captain Huanquan to a spot about 20 meters away from the higher-ups. Huanquan's appearance meant that the Anbu had important intelligence to report to Minister Danzo. Nightlight glanced over the senior officials, noting their expressions. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dressed in armor, sat on a rock smoking. On one side of him were Senju clan head Senju Rinmaku and elite Jonin Kato Dan, and on the other side were Mito Uzumaki and Shimura Danzo. It seemed the third Hokage was acting as a referee between the two sides, trying to mediate the conflict. Senju Rinmaku's face was ashen, but he remained proud and unyielding. Mito Uzumaki looked tired and took a sip of water, while Danzo remained silent. When these senior officials gathered, it was usually Mito Uzumaki who spoke for the group. There was an obvious rift between the Senju clan and the other leaders, possibly concerning the arrangements for Kushina Uzumaki or the ownership of the Uzumaki village as sealing scrolls. In any case, both the Senju clan and the village wanted control over the Uzumaki clan's legacy. After seeing Huanquan, Danzo approached. Huanquan quickly reported, Lord Danzo, the Black Chimp Squad has obtained important intelligence. Before his death, the Uzumaki elders selected 8 Uzumaki clan members and sent them toward the Land of Waves via the Yatagarasu. The Uzumaki elder also left behind a sealing scroll. The Black Chimp is in close pursuit of the Yatagarasu. Danzo's eyes sharpened. Although they couldn't obtain the Uzumaki village's sealing scrolls, the Uzumaki elder's sealing technique could serve as a temporary substitute. He then ordered, Huanquan, your squad has suffered heavy casualties. Form the remaining members into a squad and immediately search for the Black Chimp. You and Hippo will select and train a new Anbu squad from the 2000 Konoha ninja who came this time, to quickly improve combat strength. Once two full squads are assembled, you will search for the remaining Uzumaki and bring them or the scroll back to Konoha. Nightlight thought to himself that Danzo's use of the word "or" was clever. It meant that if they could bring back the remaining Uzumaki, they should study them carefully. If not, it was still essential to bring back the sealing scroll. Huangquan nodded repeatedly and left with Nightlight. Danzo turned and glanced at Senju Rinmoku. The Senju clan had deep roots, and many village policies had to consider their stance. For example, in this replacement of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the Senju clan wanted to fully control the new Jinchuriki. How could the village's safety rely solely on the Senju clan? Huangquan brought Nightlight back to the squad. After this difficult mission, our squad has fewer than 20 members left. Yak, I now appoint you as squad leader. Reorganize a full squad and head to the Land of Waves to search. Fox has the temporary code assigned by Black Chimp. Your squad's mission is to find the remnants of the Uzumaki clan and the inheritance scrolls, and hold them down. Be careful, the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan are hard to deal with, and there are also large summoning beasts. Captain Hippo and I will lead 2 squads to carry out the capture. Yeguang followed Captain Yak. After waiting for a long time without receiving the disguised Cloud Ninja equipment, it turned out there was no need to gear up. Before the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, killing Uzumaki ninjas always had to be done stealthily, sometimes even disguised as Cloud Ninjas. Now that the Uzumaki clan is gone, killing them is straightforward. The Anbu keep things tightly sealed, no one knows the truth. The full moon hung high, silver light like frost. Yeguang arrived at the seaside on the night of the full moon. Next, he had one chance to be resurrected, easing the pressure a bit. He glanced at Captain Yak once more, wondering what benefits resurrection would bring. Entering the Land of Waves, the Anbu ninja closely followed the code left by Kurozaru, asking around if anyone had seen a 3-legged giant bird. Several days passed without finding any remnants of the Uzumaki, but they learned that after the death of the 3rd Mizukage, the 4th had not yet been chosen, and the Hidden Mist village was temporarily controlled by Elder Genzo. By the end of the month, the Anbu finally cracked Kurozaru's code, which pointed toward Kyoto in the Land of Waves. Captain Yakushi summoned the squad leaders to assign the mission. The hidden Whirlpool village was destroyed, freeing up mission quotas from both the Land of Whirlpools and the Land of Waves. The daimyo of both the Whirlpool and Wave countries are vassals of the Fire Country daimyo. We're operating in Kyoto, so we can't go on a killing spree, or we'll lose leverage in the upcoming negotiations. There are still many Uzumaki remnants in Kyoto, such as the Uzumaki ninja among the hidden Wave country daimyo's guard ninja. The Anbu ninja disguised themselves as ordinary merchants, carrying only kunai, and quietly infiltrated Kyoto in the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves is sandwiched among the 3 great countries, the Land of Lightning to the northwest, the Land of Fire to the west, and the Land of Water to the east. The situation is complex, much like the Land of Rain, another battleground of the 4th Great Ninja War. Yako moved through the streets and alleys, carefully searching every trash bin and tree trunk. The kunai were tightly concealed and could not be discovered by civilians. Kunai are a symbol of a ninja's identity. Once exposed, civilians would become hostile. Outside the ninja villages, ninjas are treated like monsters. The history of ninjas slaughtering entire cities and nations has filled civilians with fear and hatred toward them. A few days later, Yeguang finally found the chimpanzee squad leader. Squad leader, you. The chimpanzee was hiding in a cramped storeroom, his left arm severed up to the shoulder. Seeing it was Fox, his tense muscles relaxed, and he let out a long breath. Not just us, the scroll that Elder Xuanhua handed over in the end was also seen by the Mist Ninja. I tracked the remnants of Xuanhua here, and the Mist Ninja followed closely. The Leaf Monkey is dead, and I lost an arm too. Biwa Juzo is too powerful, I was no match for him at all. Yeguang was secretly shocked, not expecting the 7 ninja swordsmen to have also come to the Land of Waves capital. Captain, what about the remnants of Xuanhua? I don't know. They hid with the help of the Guardian Ninja, I can't find them. A trace of happiness stirred in Yeguang's heart. Xuanhua Yoka should still be alive. Captain, I'll take you to find the Yak captain. The first batch of reinforcements for us came from the Yak squadron, and 2 more battalions will follow. Chimp and Nightlight found the Yak squadron captain. After discussing, the 2 decided that the Dark Unit would operate in pairs to quickly search for the remnants of the Uzumaki in Kyoto. They must find those Uzumaki kunoichi before the Mist Ninja do. Chimp and Nightlight acted together. Chimp was very cautious, always walking to Nightlight's left side. He had lost his left arm, and his right hand was constantly on guard against Nightlight. Could it be that Nightlight looked like a traitor? Or was Chimp himself just too careful, always wary of him? Kyoto is very large. A few days later, Nightlight saw a white egret land by a small lake in the park. It was a long-beaked egret. The young long-beaked egret was similar to an ordinary egret, not very strong in combat, but it came to help Yuja scout for information. Konoha knew the Uzumaki clan inside out and held most of the intelligence. Seeing the long-beaked egret, Captain Black Chimp immediately said, "It's Uzumaki Yuja. She's nearby." He did not act rashly but quietly crawled closer to the egret. The egret was completely unaware. Just as Black Chimp and Nightlight were about to capture it, the egret suddenly flew into the woods. The two followed closely. The forest was vast, shrouded in mist, and visibility was blurred. As they chased, Nightlight heard two egret calls. How was there another egret on the opposite side? Not good, run! Black Chimp shouted, abandoning stealth and leaping away. The other long-beaked egret had lured in the Mist Ninja. Uzumaki Yuja used a strategy of misdirection, driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. 8 Mist Ninjas surrounded Black Chimp and Nightlight, and the battle erupted instantly. Black Chimp's fists grew huge. It turned out he was from the Akimichi clan. His heavy punches smashed the Mist Ninjas in front. The sound of bones breaking was chilling. Black Chimp stepped forward again but found his feet stuck by sticky slime on the ground, unable to move. Nightlight dared not approach either. It was a strange water-style technique. Black Chimp was too heavy and tried several times to jump but couldn't get up. Nightlight threw out a steel wire, wrapping it around Black Chimp's waist, desperately pulling but unable to move him. Kunai flew from all directions from the Mist Ninjas, and Nightlight drew kunai to defend. His body technique was excellent, clanging as he blocked the flying kunai. Black Chimp was not so lucky. He could only enlarge one palm and use his flesh and blood to block the kunai attacks. After his palm shrank back, the kunai fell off, but his hand was already covered in fresh blood. Fox! Go! Take the intelligence to Captain Hippo. I'll cover your retreat. Captain Black Chimp decided not to retreat. Hearing this, Nightlight left without looking back. Not to mention that Captain Black Chimp gave the order. Even if he hadn't, Nightlight would have left. Seeing the situation was unfavorable. After walking a dozen steps, Nightlight ran straight into another Mist Ninja squad. He stood ready, when suddenly a loud noise came from behind him. A stream of water pierced through the tree trunk behind him, carrying a powerful impact, stabbing straight into Yegwang's lower back. Hearing the sound, he quickly twisted his waist and rolled to the side to dodge. As he landed, Yegwang felt something unusual beneath his feet. Was also sticky liquid water escape. Both his hands and right leg were stuck, making it impossible to move. He hurriedly formed hand seals, trying to use earth mirror fish to dive underground, but the sticky liquid greatly slowed his speed. His chakra reserves were too low to move quickly underground. Puff, puff! 2 kunai were thrown, hitting his head and throat respectively. His vision went black, then shifted. The full moon shone into Yegwang's eyes. His expression changed, and he returned to the previous full moon night. At this moment, he appeared by the sea in the land of fire, preparing to follow Captain Hippo into the land of waves. The land of waves was fraught with danger. Both the Mist Ninja and Konoha coveted Elder Uzumaki's scroll. Moon Arc activated. The host has 1 resurrection opportunity per month, reviving on the previous full moon night after death. Reward lottery once. 1 water attribute chakra. 2 Chunin level chakra amount stackable. 3 kunai throwing mastery. Water attribute chakra is temporarily useless, so it was directly excluded. Mastery of kunai throwing is highly tempting, allowing precise assassination of enemies from 30 meters away, avoiding close combat, and greatly increasing survival rates. The amount of chakra at the Chunin level is also crucial. With a large chakra reserve, when encountering slime water style techniques, one can force through with chakra and quickly dive underground. After weighing the options, Yegwang chose the chakra amount of a Chunin level. Stacking twice the original Chunin level chakra amount finally alleviated the problem of insufficient chakra. Exhaling a long breath, Yegwang's chakra became easier to extract, and his whole body was filled with strength. This time, crossing the land of waves straight, he was almost not tired. Stepping on the rolling waves, chakra supported his feet and legs, fearless of the wind and waves. Last year's Chunin exam relaxed the standards, promoting 200 Chunins at once. Now Yegwang finally had the aura of a Chunin. As in his previous life, after searching for a long time in the land of waves, he entered Kyoto. After entering Kyoto, Yegwang found Captain Black Chimp. Black Chimp had lost an arm, greatly reducing his combat effectiveness. Soon after, they encountered Spear Egret by the lake. Egret led them into the park woods. Yegwang whispered, "Captain, do you think this might be a trap?" Black Chimp nodded repeatedly in agreement. "It's definitely possible. From now on, don't rush forward or hastily chase Egret. First, establish a general area, then notify Captain Hippo to bring people for reconnaissance. The two slowed their pace. Yegwang jumped to the treetop, watching Spear Egret from afar to see where it would fly. Black Chimp rested under the tree. He thought to himself, Fox is quite a good subordinate, cautious and careful, always completing tasks. Now that he has lost an arm, Fox even knows to take care of him and let him rest as much as possible. After losing his arm, his balance greatly declined, making it very difficult to climb to the treetop. The fox was quite strong. He gathered chakra in his feet and easily stood firm on the treetop, showing solid fundamentals. Yegwang jumped down from the tree and reported to the chimpanzee squad leader, Captain, I saw a white egret flying over there, and there are two in the forest. Should I use a shadow clone to scout? The chimpanzee nodded. Good, Fox, be cautious. The shadow clone disappeared into the depths of the forest. A few minutes later, the fox suddenly looked up and shouted, Captain! The shadow clone spotted Mist Ninja. They are also in this forest, we need to leave quickly. The chimpanzee and Yegwang immediately left the forest and headed toward the park lake. There were still many Kyoto civilians playing by the lake. Yegwang said, Captain, I'll guard here, you go contact Captain Hippo. The chimpanzee warned, Alright, you must be careful. The chimpanzee increasingly admired the fox, thinking that after the squad was rebuilt, he would make good use of him. After the chimpanzee walked away, Yegwang took out a small scroll. Since the spear-wielding white egret was here, Yojia was very likely hiding in the forest as well. He hoped Yojia could find him. A rustling sound came from the bushes a few minutes later. Yojia, is that you? Yegwang asked. It's me, Fox. The familiar voice came, and Yegwang breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't turn around, speaking softly, Yujia, Princess Kusanagi has been taken away by the Senju Rinmo clan chief, so you don't need to worry about her safety. The Uzumaki clan's sealing scroll is also in Rinmu's hands. The Anbu learned that the Mist Ninja wants to seize the sealing scroll. The land of waves is close to the land of fire and the land of water, very dangerous, you should leave quickly. The northern countries might not be very safe either, but not as perilous as the land of waves. After a long silence, Yujia asked, Fox, what role did Konoha's Anbu play in the destruction of the Uzumaki clan? Yegwang was silent for a long time, unsure how to begin. The destruction of the Uzumaki clan was complicated. After the death of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, Konoha weakened. The Uzumaki clan tried to seal the Three Tails, clashing with Konoha's Nine-Tail Sealers, and the three great ninja villages were thus embroiled in deadly conflict. He didn't want to say more to avoid further disputes. It's still unclear for now, I'm investigating, he said. Yujia threw out a scroll. Fox, this is my summoning scroll, containing the contract seal and summoning technique. I want to share the summoning of the Spear White Egret Shinobi Beast clan with you, to facilitate our communication. Yegwang took the scroll and carefully hid it away. Later, the scroll can be brought back to Uzumaki Yujia by the Spear White Egret. The long Spear White Egret cannot be used in front of others. Learn 2 sealing techniques, 1 contract seal and 1 summoning technique, and profit from it. By a twist of fate, the investment in Uzumaki Yuka yielded a good return. Yuka, don't contact Princess Kushina for the time being. There will be spies all around her, and anyone who contacts her will be discovered by Konoha's Anbu. Yegwang said, let us go, the land of whirlpools will soon face many enemies. Take care, Fox. Take care, Yuka. The gentle rustling of leaves came from behind. Among the guardian ninjas of the land of whirlpools, there are Uzumaki ninjas. If they want to escape, they should have their own ways. Besides, the Yatagarasu can also carry away quite a few people. Soon, the sound of the Yak Bull squad came from afar. The squad dispersed in several directions and entered the forest. Korazaro had lost a hand and his strength declined, walking at the rear of the group with Yegwang. A brief but fierce battle broke out in the forest. Both sides tacitly avoided large-scale ninjutsu, relying only on taijutsu. The Hippo squad killed several Mist ninjas and captured a squad leader. Weak muffled groans came from the forest, and the Hippo squad leader personally interrogated the Mist ninja squad leader. Half an hour later, the Hippo squad leader wiped the blood from his hands with a leaf and gathered the squad leaders, saying, the interrogation was effective. The Mist ninjas found a key figure, the guardian ninja squad leader of the land of whirlpools daimyo. The Uzumaki remnants rely on this guardian ninja squad leader for protection. This squad leader is a jonin of the Uzumaki clan. Kyoto Y originally hid many Uzumaki clan members who have been in hiding. The guardian ninja squad leader must be eliminated to force them to hand over the sealing scroll. Many missions of the Land of Waves were entrusted to the Uzushio hidden village, which greatly displeased Konoha. Among the Uzumaki ninjas, especially couples both from the Uzumaki clan, they have been stationed in the Land of Whirlpools for years. The Hippo squad leader continued, 8 Uzumaki Kunoichi escaped from Mizushio Hidden Village. According to intelligence obtained by Anbu from Mizushio Hidden Village, there are 48 Uzumaki ninjas stationed or on missions in the Land of Waves. A total of 56 Uzumaki ninjas. The Mist ninjas killed 3, so at most 53 remain. Our goal is to fin. D. the Guardian Ninja squad leader before the Mist ninjas do. The situation of Yuzushio Hidden Village is very tragic. All intelligence is shared with Konoha, which knows the exact number of Uzumaki ninjas in the Land of Waves down to the single digits, but this is coldly exploited. The Kurizara squad leader said, Hippo, I think the most important thing now is to cut off the Land of Waves support for the Uzumaki ninjas. Go directly to see the Land of Waves daimyo, promise to take on the daimyo's defense duties, and make the daimyo give up supporting the Uzumaki ninjas. Hippo's eyes lit up, but he said doubtfully, such a national-level negotiation should at least be handled by the Foreign Affairs Advisor, Lord Mito Munin, right? If we go, will the Land of Waves daimyo agree? Kurizaro replied, it's not necessary to get the daimyo's full approval, just make him understand the fact that the Uzumaki clan is about to be wiped out, and make him stop fully supporting the Guardian Ninja squad leader. The daimyo has 12 Guardian Ninjas, 8 of whom are Uzumaki ninjas, and the remaining 4 are all Konoha ninjas. 4 Guardian Ninjas, plus us, are enough to make the Land of Waves lean toward Konoha. The extinction of the Uzumaki clan means the Land of Waves mission share must never be given to Kirigakure. Hippo nodded repeatedly. The 2 squad leaders made a decision, sending Kurizaro into the daimyo's Tenshu castle to persuade the daimyo. Kurizaro only brought Yegwang and met Konoha's Guardian Ninjas outside the Tenshu castle. Yamanaka Kori Jonin, I am Kurizaro, the Anbu squad leader. I'm here to inquire about the status of the Uzumaki Guardian Ninjas. Yamanaka Kori has light golden hair. He said, the Uzumaki clan, such a powerful ninja clan, was actually wiped out by the combined forces of the Mist and Cloud ninjas. By the time Konoha received the news, the Uzumaki clan had already been destroyed. The 8 Uzumaki Guardian Ninjas were irresponsible and often disappeared. At first, they still asked the daimyo for leave, but later they completely lost contact. The daimyo was very dissatisfied and spoke to me twice. I have notified the village to negotiate with the daimyo as soon as possible and send new Guardian Ninjas to replace them. Let the Uzumaki people return to Konoha. I heard the Uzumaki princess is in Konoha, slowly being trained. Perhaps the Uzumaki clan can become a small ninja clan under Konoha. Yagami thought to himself that ordinary ninjas were completely unaware of Anbu's operations. The Uzumaki clan could never be reduced to a small ninja clan under Konoha. What Konoha truly needed was Uzumaki Kushina wholeheartedly serving as the Jinchuriki for Konoha. Uzumaki Mito was the wife of the first Hokage, which was another matter. If the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki harbored loyalty to another ninja clan, how could Konoha's higher-ups feel at ease? Kurizaro did not respond to Yamanaka Kori's suggestion, only saying, the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, but Anbu learned they are still plotting revenge. The Uzumaki clan still carries the name of Konoha's ally. This revenge might cause the daimyo of the Land of Waves to side with the Hidden Mist village. Sympathizing with the Uzumaki clan is one thing, but the Land of Waves mission allocation is another. Yamanashi Jonin, Anbu's south intention is to drive the Uzumaki Guardian Ninjas away from the daimyo of the Land of Waves, so they don't influence the daimyo. Yamanaka Kori frowned, feeling that Anbu did not support the Uzumaki clan. Could it be that the village did not approve of their revenge? He suddenly said, wait, you are. I've heard your voice in the clan. Yes, brother Kori, it's me. He glanced at Yagami's fox mask but did not call out Kurizaro's name. What about your left arm? Not important. After thinking for a while, Yamanaka Kori said, I understand the Anbu's intention now. You tell me the target, and I'll arrange the plan. This chapter ends. Kori prepared some arrangements, leaving Kurizaro outside Tenshu Castle to maintain contact with the Hippo squad at all times. Yako followed him into Tenshu Castle to help with secret arrangements. Kori found a Whirlpool Guardian Ninja and drank with him, talking heart to heart until late at night. When the Guardian Ninja relaxed his guard, Kori used the mind transfer technique and successfully took control of him. Under Yamanaka Kori's control, the Whirlpool Guardian Ninja disappeared deep inside Tenshu Castle. Yako stayed by Yamanaka Kori's side the entire time. The Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique is very powerful. It can completely control another Jonin. Half an hour later, Yamanaka Kori regained consciousness. I'll go check first. It's inconvenient for you to wander around Tenshu Castle. Wait for me to come back and find you. After Yamanaka Kori disappeared, Yako looked around to make sure no one was there, then took out the scroll that Whirlpool Yuka had given him and began to read it. After being busy for so long, this was the first chance to look at the scroll. The contract seal is used to sign contracts, while summoning techniques can call forth summoning beasts. After memorizing the hand seals and chakra manipulation methods, Yegwang silently practiced once in his mind. Then, he pressed his handprint onto the contract scroll, formed the summoning seal, and a little egret appeared before him. He handed the scroll to the egret, then released the summoning, hoping in his heart that Uzumaki Yoka could escape from the land of waves. Half an hour later, Yamano Kairi returned. Let's go. I have fully taken control of Tenshu Castle, prepare to close the net. Yegwang disguised himself as one of his subordinates and followed him into the castle. Tenshu Castle was divided into several areas by high walls: the main hall area, civil officials area, generals area, inner chambers, garden area, and so on. Various wooden pavilions were stacked layer upon layer, and the daimyo's wealth was astonishing. They went deeper into the castle and arrived outside a courtyard with a plaque reading, Inner Treasury Office. This was where the daimyo's treasures were kept, one of the most heavily guarded places. The samurai heard Yamano Kairi's voice and greeted him. He nodded in response and continued forward. Upon reaching the entrance to the underground treasury, Yamano Kairi carefully inspected it and was about to leave when he suddenly turned and shouted, "Not good. Someone has entered the treasury." The samurai looked at him and the treasury entrance in shock. "We just changed shifts, we don't know anything," someone shouted. Yamano Kairi urgently asked, "Where are the keys?" The treasury required 2 keys to open simultaneously, one from the daimyo and one from the guards. The samurai rushed into a room and found the key guard bound by sealing techniques. The alarm immediately sounded, piercing loudly throughout Tenshu Castle, tightening everyone's hearts. Yamano Kairi took out multiple explosive tags and plastered them all over the treasury door. Yegwang secretly admired them. There were at least 15 explosive tags. The explosion roared, shattering the treasury door. Amid thick smoke, a figure tried to rush out. Yamano Kairi and Yegwang jumped up simultaneously, one on the left and one on the right, killing the escaping thief. Yamano Kairi glanced at Yegwang once more. The skills of the Anbu were indeed extraordinary, with instant movement techniques and swordsmanship both extremely exquisite. As the smoke cleared, the thief was revealed: kunai stabbed into the left rib, a ninja sword into the right rib, and the clothing clearly bore the Uzumaki clan emblem. The samurai captain exclaimed, "What? An Uzumaki guardian ninja actually stole from the treasury." The guardian ninja coughed up blood, his eyes shocked as he looked at Yamano Kairi. He shakily raised his hand, pointing at Yamano Kairi. Before he could speak, Yegwang moved again. The kunai swept across, slitting the throat of this Uzumaki guardian ninja. Yamano Kairi used the trust the Uzumaki guardian ninja had in him and controlled him with the heart-turning technique. Now, even the Uzumaki guardian ninja was at a loss for words. Yamanaka Kori learned the village's true stance from Korozaru and designed the Uzumaki guardian ninja without any hesitation. Surrounded by the guardian ninja and samurai, the daimyo arrived at the treasury courtyard. Seeing the blown-open treasury door and the dead Uzumaki guardian ninja, the daimyo couldn't help but take a couple of steps toward the Konoha guardian ninja, his voice full of fear and questions. "What happened?" Yamanaka Kori answered, "Daimyo, the Uzumaki guardian ninja stole your treasury. I discovered it and killed him." The daimyo was stunned, staring at the corpse, then turned to the Uzumaki guardian ninja captain and said, "I heard you've been trying to rebuild Uzushio village these days. Are you using my treasury as funds?" "Absolutely not," the captain hurriedly denied. "A ninja's primary mission is to complete the task. If we don't follow the rules, who will come to us after Uzushio village is rebuilt?" No matter what he said, the daimyo didn't believe him. He ordered the Konoha guardian ninja, "Take action. Capture the Uzumaki guardian ninja." The Uzumaki guardian ninja captain knew explanations were useless and that he couldn't die here. He threw a smoke bomb, and a few of them quickly escaped. Yamanaka Kori ordered, "3 guardian ninja protect the daimyo's safety. I'll go after them." Nightlight closely followed behind. The mountain plow's speed was not fast, far behind, trying to track the remaining members of the Uzumaki guardian ninja. Soon, the Hippo squad leader arrived with the Anbu as well. Nightlight felt strange. Why was the Uzumaki guardian ninja jumping on the rooftop? Shouldn't he be sneaking? The two chased all the way outside the city. Just after jumping down from the city wall, Nightlight saw a large number of mist ninjas appear on the side. With such a commotion, the mist ninjas also noticed something unusual and came out in pursuit. A white egret flew down from the sky, dropping a scroll. The Uzumaki guardian ninja captain shouted from afar, "Do you want the Elder's sealing scroll? Come on, if you're not afraid to die. I will die, but before I do, I'll take you all with me. The Mist Ninjas outnumbered Konoha's side by far, with 2 large squads, while Konoha had only 1 squad. The Mist Ninja replaced Konoha as the main force in pursuit. The 3 parties chased and ran across the Gobi. The land of waves is flat with scarce rainfall except for some greenery by the sea, most of it is Gobi Desert. After leaving Kyoto, the Uzumaki ninja rushed into the desolate Gobi. Several Uzumaki guardian ninjas ran desperately. The Mist and Konoha had large numbers, so supplies had to be considered. Are the rations enough? Is the water sufficient? The captains closely monitored the supply situation. For Konoha's Anbu, the current trouble was the Mist Ninja. The Uzumaki Elder's sealing scroll must not fall into the hands of the Mist. The end of this chapter. Summoning technique. After a puff of white smoke, the captain of the Whirlpool Guardian Ninja team summoned a 3-headed donkey. These donkeys were over 3 meters tall, massive in size, and all the Whirlpool ninjas mounted them. Half an hour later, Yegwang really wanted to slap himself. Why had he looked down on the giant donkeys? These giant donkeys were incredibly fast. Their 4 hooves flew as they broke into a run across the Gobi Desert. More importantly, the giant donkeys showed no decrease in speed and had astonishing endurance. Tireless, their huge bodies stored a lot of fat, allowing them to go long periods without food or water, much like camels. The Mist Ninjas pursued closely behind the giant donkeys, with Konoha's Anbu following right after. Yegwang was responsible for leaving marks to help the subsequent Anbu squads find them. As they ran, Yegwang suddenly noticed the marks he had left earlier. Wait, how had they circled back? This meant the giant donkeys were leading them in loops across the Gobi Desert. The Gobi stretched endlessly. Who could outrun a giant donkey? Even if the Mist Ninjas chased desperately, the donkeys could accelerate. If the pursuers caught up briefly, a Whirlpool Ninja would stay behind to hold them off, exchanging 1 for 1 with the Mist Ninja captain. This chase and flight went on for several days. Yegwang saw multiple marks he had left, the directions growing more and more chaotic, even he had to concentrate hard to make sense of them. The giant donkeys could run non-stop, while the Mist and Konoha ninjas had to rest after a few hours to replenish water and rations. The Whirlpool Guardian ninjas, familiar with the Gobi, deliberately chose areas without water or food to run through. After the Mist Ninjas killed 2 Whirlpool ninjas who stayed behind, they could no longer keep up. It seemed the giant donkeys could keep running for several more days. 3 days later, Yegwang thought to himself that he would definitely be scolded by the squad leader. The secret signs left following the giant donkeys had only led them in circles, growing more and more confusing. Not to mention the 2 squads behind, even he himself found it hard to navigate out of the Gobi using the signs. Moonlight was like a silver plate, scattered like white frost. It was another full moon night, and in the distance came the long braying of a donkey, loud and clear. Nightlight understood that the Uzumaki Guardian Ninja was stalling to buy time for the remaining Uzumaki forces. Uzumaki Yuka heeded his advice. The remnants should have left the land of waves long ago. Several days later, 2 squads from Konoha finally caught up. Fortunately, Captain Yellow Dog did not blame Nightlight for the chaotic signals. Both squads were at full strength, indicating that Captain Yellow Dog had not split his forces to pursue Uzumaki Yuka. Perhaps Uzumaki Yuka had already left the land of waves before the Anbu arrived. Now, both the Mist and Konoha each had 2 squads. Konoha was engaged in battle with the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Hot Water, while the Hidden Mist Village was fiercely fighting the Hidden Sand Village, making it difficult to spare troops. Along the southeastern coastline of the Land of Wind, the Mist and Sand were the only contenders for control of the docks, suffering heavy casualties. Upon seeing the Konoha Anbu, the Uzumaki Guardian Ninja captain's eyes dimmed slightly. He said to several Uzumaki ninjas around him, "So, have you come to terms with it?" One replied, "We came to terms long ago. Our Uzumaki clan will be hunted by all the ninja villages, but as long as someone survives, there is hope." The Guardian Ninja captain nodded. "Time, we need more time." With 4 squads pursuing and blocking, the giant donkey's escape space shrank. 1, 2, until the last summoned donkey died at the hands of the Anbu from both sides. The Mist and Konoha Anbu maneuvered skillfully on both sides of the Uzumaki ninjas. Whenever one side approached, the other immediately followed, bringing only despair to the Uzumaki ninjas. Each time an Uzumaki ninja was killed, the Anbu from both sides fought over the corpse. The number of Uzumaki ninjas dwindled until only 1 remained. The Guardian Ninja captain watched as the last comrade's body was placed into a body bag, knowing they had done their best. Opening the ninja tool pouch, there was only 1 last kunai and a sealing scroll inside. After taking out the kunai, the captain slowly walked toward the Konoha Anbu. The Mist Ninja, seeing this, grew nervous and quickly followed. Captain Koken did not give orders immediately. The Guardian Ninja from Uzumaki was not a problem, but the Mist Ninja behind was truly troublesome. The Guardian Ninja captain understood what the Konoha Anbu feared, so he slowed his pace, deliberately waiting for the Mist Ninja to approach. The distance among the three parties gradually closed. At the last moment, the Guardian Ninja captain crouched down, gathered chakra in his feet, and suddenly leapt into the center of the Konoha Anbu. Captain Koken looked up, watching him jump over his head and land behind. The Mist Ninja grew anxious, knowing the scroll must not fall into Konoha's hands, and rushed forward. Yako was at the rear of the group and suddenly noticed the Guardian Ninja captain's appearance, quickly blocking with his sword. The kunai missed the centerline and only grazed his shoulder. With many Anbu present, Yako had no choice but to grab the kunai, trying to lock one of the Guardian Ninja captain's hands, pretending to be brave. The Guardian Ninja captain did not want to delay. He lifted his foot and kicked Yako, who wore a fox mask, flying. Although his stomach churned violently because he had taken a soldier's ration pill, he did not vomit out the mask. Yako flew backward and actually breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that being kicked away meant he didn't have to fight. Just as he was about to get up, a steel wire suddenly appeared before his eyes. Turning his head along the wire, Yako saw Kurosame Tsumamaro tightening the wire. The Mist Ninja had already circled to the side. As Kurosame Tsumamaro pulled the wire, a long needle-like blade flew from behind Yako, piercing his chest unnoticed. This was the unique attack technique of the long needle sewing blade. Yako and two other Anbu were pierced in a row by the long needle sewing blade, looking like roasted dead grasshoppers. Dead. Kurosame Tsumamaro's attack was too fast. Everything went black and the vision shifted. Yako returned to the night of the full moon 5 days ago. Damn it, it's only been a short time since the full moon passed and I'm already dead. Still in the Gobi Desert, being led in circles by a giant donkey. Moon arc activated. The host has only one resurrection chance per month and will revive on the previous full moon night after death. The reward has arrived, lottery chance opened. 1 stress reflex, 1 breakthrough. 2 Chunin level chakra amount stackable. 3 steel wire manipulation shuriken technique beginner. His night glow eyes lit up, getting excited. He stared closely at the options. The steel wire shuriken technique should be the skill of controlling steel wire ninja tools. The long knife sewing needle has steel wire attached behind it. The sewing needle can pierce the enemy, and the steel wire can cut the opponent's legs, quite powerful. Chunin level chakra amount? The one who killed him was Kurakasa Kurumaru. Yeguang originally thought he could obtain Jonin level chakra, but unexpectedly it was so little. Maybe his current body can't handle Jonin level chakra, so the system gave him Chunin level. The mission lasted for several months, mostly sustained by rations. He didn't starve but lost quite a bit of weight. Chakra is a combination of physical and mental energy. If the body deteriorates, chakra naturally decreases. He was more interested in the first option. Stress reflex, a one-time breakthrough, a special ability to improve reaction speed. Human reaction speed is generally between 0.2 seconds and 0.4 seconds. Yeguang tested himself and found it to be 0.2 seconds. Kurosawa's speed with the is extremely fast, movements agile, operating the long needle and steel wire swiftly. If he can break through the stress reflex a few more times himself, he can also become a speed-type ninja. He had his shadow clone grab a stone. The shadow clone suddenly let go, and he himself went to catch the stone. After several attempts, he measured the average height at which he caught the stone. Then Yeguang chose to break through the stress reflex once. The back of his head tightened, his whole body's skin and muscles contracted, feeling electric currents flowing through him. The reflex nerves changed. He had the shadow clone throw stones without warning. He felt the stones falling slower, and his muscle reactions became faster. This time, the position for grabbing the stone was much higher. After several trials, Yeguang estimated that the reaction speed improved by 0.05 seconds, about 0.15 seconds. It is said that some Olympic champions have reaction speeds around 0.15 seconds. Not bad, this is a significant improvement. Ninjutsu can be learned, taijutsu can be practiced, but innate reaction speed is hard to greatly improve. Rumor has it that Minato Namikaze has the fastest reaction nerves in the ninja world. Ordinary ninjas learning Flying Thunder God technique are useless teleporting in front of the opponent. If their reaction speed is slower, they will just get slapped away. Minato Namikaze is 1,000-mile pursuer, others are just 1,000-mile escort. The plot follows the development of the previous life. 2 Konoha Anbu arrived in the Gobi Desert and found the Hippo Squad. The Guardian Ninja captain was no longer alive and directly jumped into the crowd of Konoha Anbu. This time, Yegwang was smarter, avoiding the direction of the Guardian Ninja Captain early on, as well as steering clear of Kurosame Kurumaru's direction. The battle entered its most intense phase. The Mist Ninja frantically charged into the Konoha Anbu formation, desperately trying to reclaim the Guardian Ninja Captain. Yegwang noticed Kurosame Kurumaru. Just like in the previous life, Kurosame Kurumaru used a long knife sewing needle to cut open the Anbu defense line, and the Mist Ninja took the opportunity to rush in. He himself did not enter the fray, instead repeatedly throwing and retracting the long knife in place, as if dancing. Yegwang reacted even faster, seeing steel wires rapidly wrapping around him. The long knife sewing needle flew onto a nearby rock, circled around, and then flew back into his hand. A steel wire skeleton appeared between the rocks, the long knife weaving through it, quickly forming a large net. Many Konoha ninjas were discovered by the long knife sewing needles, and even iron armor couldn't stop their piercing. Kurosame Kurumaru fiercely pulled the steel wire, and a sharp cutting sound rang out. Several stones supporting the steel wire were cut, and the wire mesh instantly tightened. Yegwang stared at the ground. The net had severed the lower legs of two Anbu members. He quickly jumped away, moving faster than the other Anbu, avoiding injury. In this wave of attack, more than 20 Anbu ninjas had their legs cut off, falling in pain with blood gushing out. Kurosame Kurumaru threw the long knife sewing needles again, this time using the legless ninjas as the framework for the net. One by one, the legless ninjas were pierced, and the steel wire net spread out once more. The attack was extremely brutal. Kurosame Kurumaru clearly possessed the strength of an elite jonin, ruthless and merciless. The long knife sewing needle puncture wounds were small, making it difficult to kill the ninja quickly, but the pain caused continuous howling. The steel wire cuts were neat, and the ninja was controlled like a puppet. Captain Huanquan rushed to the flank, trying to stop him from setting up the net. Kurosame Maramaru easily dodged the attacks. Huanquan repeatedly cast fire release techniques, but the spinning long knife sewing needles disrupted his rhythm. Yegwang moved between the rocks and the injured ninja with a broken leg, cautiously observing. In the center of the battlefield, the Guardian Ninja Captain desperately resisted multiple attacks, struck by several blades. Before dying, he took a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. "Don't think you can steal the sealing technique of my Uzumaki clan." A detonator tag was attached to the scroll. He bit down on the scroll and the detonator tag, preparing to die together. At the critical moment, another Anbu captain, the Black Ant of the Nara clan, made a move. His shadow quickly spread, instantly controlling the Guardian Ninja Captain. The Guardian Ninja Captain raised his hand, tore off the explosive tag himself, and threw out the scroll. The explosive tag detonated around his head, blasting the scroll away. When the Guardian Ninja Captain tore off the explosive tag, Nightlight had already moved ahead, standing on the line between the explosive tag and the scroll. The explosive tag blasted the scroll away, and the scroll scattered in the air. Nightlight quickly jumped up and caught the scroll mid-air. Dead hand, fast. A quick glance at the sealing scroll, casually memorizing a sealing technique, that's a huge gain. Nightlight looked down, instantly wrapped the scroll, and threw it to the Black Ant Captain. The Black Ant caught the scroll, unfolded it, and was immediately shocked, even looking up at Nightlight. Nightlight, wearing a fox mask, nodded, signaling it was true. The scroll was actually blank. Among the 8 Uzumaki Guardian ninjas, 4 Jonin and 4 Special Jonin, they were holding blank scrolls. Who would have thought such a large formation was just a decoy to attract firepower? The real scroll might have long been sent out of the Land of Waves. The Uzumaki remnants had toyed with Konoha and Kirigakure ninjas. The Black Ant couldn't believe it and turned to a subordinate, saying, "Maybe there are hidden characters on the scroll that require special methods to reveal. Go decrypt it quickly." Nightlight watched the fierce fire-style attacks from Captain Yellow Dog and several squad leaders, feeling a tightening in his chest. Next, he had to extract a water nature chakra. The enemy might not only come from outside the ninja village. Internal conflicts within Konoha could not be ignored either. On the Gobi battlefield, both the Konoha and Mist Ninja suffered heavy casualties. The 2 newly formed Anbu squads were once again decimated, barely enough to form a single squad. The Black Ant squad leader returned to Konoha to report, while the Yellow Dog squad leader led the remnants to search for the remaining Uzumaki in the Land of Waves. Although the Black Chimp squad leader had lost an arm, he gained new subordinates. Yako's new squad became his loyal faction, always by his side. For more than 10 days, the squad had been moving between multiple ports in the Land of Waves, searching for traces of the Uzumaki clan. The full moon was like a silver plate, and the moonlight like white frost. After a long time of fruitless searching, the full moon came again. During a break, the Black Chimp squad leader handed the new member profiles to Yako. Yako unrolled the scroll and saw the names, ages, and abilities of a dozen team members. This information helped him quickly familiarize himself with the team, facilitating tactical planning. Captain, the Anbu personnel turnover is too fast. Since I joined Anbu, I've had several squad leaders and squad captains change, Yako said. It's the same with these members, many leave after battles, and new ones join before the next fight. The black chimp, supporting a stone with one hand to exercise his arm muscles and hasten his recovery, said, I heard Lord Danzo was preparing to establish Root within Anbu. Root specializes in training newcomers, improving strength, and reducing large-scale casualties. Lord Danzo's proposal is truly timely and important. Don't mention yourself, since I joined Anbu, I've already had 3 squad leaders. Yellow Dog's squad leader is really strong, he was my squad leader for 6 months. After Yako found the black chimp with the severed arm in the Land of Waves capital, the black chimp treated him better and better. The despair of waiting to die with a severed arm tormented the black chimp severely. While resting, Yako suddenly heard a peculiar sound of water. Enemy attack. After a loud shout, Yako quickly jumped up. A water dragon burst out from the forest, carving a deep trench in the ground. The water dragon bullet technique is the signature jutsu of the Mist Ninja. Black Chimp leapt up and threw the large stone in his hand toward the forest. Unknowingly, Yegwang had become the strongest squad leader in the squad. He earned the respect of his teammates through the swordsmanship he developed during battles with the Cloud Ninja. With basic swordsmanship plus Cloud-style sword techniques, combined with faster reactions, Yegwang's taijutsu was outstanding among the Chunin. Yegwang took out an explosive tag kunai, threw it into the forest, and drew his sword as he charged forward. He had to quickly acquire water nature chakra to counter Konoha's fire-style ninjas. Bypassing a large tree, he saw the Mist Ninja Anbu who had just formed hand seals. That incredible water dragon bullet was exactly what he had launched. Other Konoha Anbu also entered the forest. Yegwang's target was clear as he headed straight for the Mist Ninja squad leader skilled in water style. Water release, water formation wall. The Mist Ninja hurriedly used defensive water style as the sword light flashed. Heishing entered the forest to observe the battle situation. At first glance, he saw the fox cutting through the water formation wall with a blade. The fox's swordsmanship was indeed strong, but the idea of cutting through a water formation with a blade was puzzling. The luminous blade sliced beneath the water formation wall, cutting the flow of water at an angle upwards. It looked like a single diagonal slash severed the water flow. The Mist Ninja was startled. A kunai was shot through the gap in the water flow. The Mist Ninja hurriedly dodged, but the kunai still struck his shoulder. The combo was swift. How could this Konoha Anbu coordinate so quickly with both ninja swords and kunai? Was his reaction speed really this fast? Fortunately, the Mist Ninja squad leader still had a follow-up move. He learned a lot of sealing techniques from the bodies of the Uzumaki clan. With his right arm injured, he threw a scroll with his left hand, which contained a large amount of seawater sealed inside. With just one seal, the scroll unsealed, and seawater surged out, flooding the Konoha ninja. Yegwang felt a sudden tension in his heart. The Mist Ninja stopped playing with water-style jutsu and started using sealing scrolls. A whale falls, and all life thrives. After the Uzumaki clan's extinction, the sealing techniques of Kirigakure, Kanahagakure, and Kumogakure all improved significantly. As the seawater receded, Yegwang was trapped in a water prison. Heishing wanted to save him but was blocked by the captain of the Mist Ninja squad. After an unknown amount of time, Yegwang was suffocated to death. The full moon's radiance reflected in the night glowing pupils, and his gaze gradually cleared from confusion. Coughing repeatedly, he still felt the pain of suffocation underwater from his previous life. Moon arc activated. The host has only one resurrection chance per month, reviving on the full moon night of that month after death. Reward, 1 lottery draw chance. 1 water attribute chakra. 2 Chunin level chakra amount stackable. 3 sealing technique, water sealing hand sign. The sealing technique, water sealing hand sign, is a sealing scroll used by the Mist Ninja to store a large amount of seawater. For water-style ninjas, this sealing technique is like adding wings to a tiger, allowing them to create seawater without expending chakra. Chakra level of a Chunin, also very tempting. However, Yegwang chose the first option. Those who do not plan for the long term will have immediate worries. It is necessary to prepare for future conflicts with the Konoha ninja. Mastering water release to counter fire release is essential. The chakra extracted from the 5 organs determines the chakra nature. When the lower back warmed up, Yegwang clearly felt he could independently refine kidney chakra. This chakra, mixed with muscle chakra, becomes water-natured chakra. Innate earth-natured chakra comes from the spleen. Kidneys belong to water, spleen to earth. To refine a new chakra nature, one must continuously stimulate the internal organs, which is both easy to injure and not guaranteed to succeed. A few days later, Yegwang arrived outside the squat's resting forest. This time he was alert. As soon as the water dragon bullet appeared, he immediately warned the whole team, gaining half a second. Taking advantage, he formed a shadow clone with the water release hand seal, used the clone to probe, and the original body launched a sneak attack, severely injuring that water release mist ninja. In the following battle, Yegwang quickly killed 3 mist ninjas with his swordsmanship, earning recognition from Captain Haishing and the team again. After the battle, Yegwang carried the mist ninja away. Haishing asked curiously, "Is there something special about this mist ninja?" Yegwang admitted, "Captain, I've recently been able to refine water-natured chakra. Water has become my second nature. Tonight I'll try to interrogate him and see if I can get water release ninjutsu." Haishing said nothing more. Yegwang single-handedly took down a mist ninja squad, standing out in strength and naturally receiving preferential treatment. Interrogating prisoners is normal for the Anbu and might yield more intelligence. After 4 hours, Yegwang finally got the mist ninja to talk, earning a quick and merciful death. He obtained the water release, water formation wall ninjutsu. Mastering it will allow him to counter Konoha's fire release ninjas. Mission complete. Captain Haishing announced. Anbu headquarters intelligence says the remnants of the Uzumaki clan have entered the land of the moon, which is within the cloud-hidden village's sphere of influence. Their Anbuan spies are responsible for the pursuit. We can return to the village. Along the eastern coastline of the Ninja World continent, from south to north are the Land of Fire, Land of Hot Water, Land of the Moon, and Land of Lightning. If the Uzumaki remnants want to escape, they can only choose the Land of Hot Water or the Land of the Moon. Regardless, the Uzumaki chose the Land of the Moon, which must be painful in their hearts. After all, the cloud-hidden village was one of the clan's exterminators, but in their eyes, Konoha is an even more terrifying enemy. Given the Anbu's strength and Konoha's emphasis on Kushina, perhaps they will never see Kushina again in their lifetime. Uzumaki Kushina will never know the truth behind the clan's destruction. Return to the village. The Black Chimp squad left the Land of Waves and returned to Konoha. Re-entering Konoha village, Yegwang felt a bit dazed. More than half a year had passed since the trip to the Land of Waves and the Land of Whirlpools. Entering the Forest of Death, Yegwang noticed some changes. Some trees had become smaller and their positions had shifted. Upon closer inspection, Yegwang found many underground structures in the Forest of Death. Refurbished soil and newly planted trees indicated changes here. Jumping into the Anbu well, he indeed discovered many alterations in the Anbu as well. The newly built route had become a dedicated Anbu training institution. Danzo established new rules for the Anbu. Considering the high mortality rate in the Anbu, newly recruited ninjas must train en route for 3 months. Previously, Anbu ninjas were mostly selected directly from ordinary ninjas, with a Chunin level sufficient to start immediately. The route's ninjutsu instructors were appointed by Danzo, and in the future, route would gradually become independent, directly managed by Danzo. Yegwang returned to his squad's locker room, the Antelope squad's, opening the lockers of Captain Antelope, Purple Cat, and Black Bull. Their personal belongings had been cleared out, leaving only their masks. The 3 had long since died in the Land of Whirlpools and the Land of Waves. Yegwang's own locker was still intact, and he felt emotional as he began to organize his items. At that moment, the Black Chimp squad leader passed by and said, "Fox, 3 days leave. Report to me after 3 days." After agreeing, Yegwang took off his mask, removed his Anbu vest, changed into ordinary clothes, put on a face mask, and left the Anbu. Walking through the streets of Konoha, the sunlight was warm and the breeze gentle, though the Hokage's portrait overhead felt oppressive. After walking some distance, he took off the face mask and became an ordinary villager. With nowhere else to go, he came to the Crane Moon Izakaya. Few customers were there at noon, and the beautiful proprietress Xiaoyi was stunned upon seeing Yegwang. Was that the boy from half a year ago? Now his face bore maturity and composure. As a spy, Xiaoyi immediately understood that this composure stemmed from an increase in strength. Over the past 6 months, Yegwang had grown significantly and his power had greatly increased. Host status. Chakra amount 3 times that of a Chunin level. Chakra attributes, Earth, Water. Ninjutsu, basic 3 bodies technique, Earth release, technique of fish reflected in Earth, shadow clone technique, water release, water formation wall. Taijutsu, basic kunai throwing technique, proficient swordsmanship, proficient body flicker technique, cloud flow sword technique. Sealing techniques, self-industry curse binding seal, contract seal, summoning technique long spear egret. Others, stress reflex 1 breakthrough. After rigorous training in actual combat, swordsmanship and body flicker techniques had advanced from beginner to proficient. Xiaoyi hurriedly approached. Where have you been these past 6 months? Why haven't you come back to see me? During the war, how could I have stayed in the village all the time? Xiaoyi's eyes immediately brightened a little. As a spy, the intelligence she had gathered recently was of little value. The young man before her had completed a mission that lasted half a year, and after returning, his strength had increased significantly, making him worth probing. Setting down the cup of sake, Xiaoyi, like a girl seeing her crush, listened to Yeguang boast about his thrilling experiences on the battlefield in the land of hot springs, gently stroking his strong arm. Yeguang did not mention the missions in the land of whirlpools and the land of waves, only pretending to be an ordinary chunin returning from the land of hot springs battlefield. Ninja-sama, your right arm is stronger than your left. Want to switch hands sometimes? Don't always use your right hand, Xiaoyi suggested. I prefer not to use my hands at all. How about you help me? That way, no worries, Yeguang replied with a smile. 2 hours later, Xiaoyi tidied her clothes and walked out from the backyard bedroom. After 2 hours of effort, she hadn't extracted much intelligence. The Konoha Chunin were powerful. She walked with a limp and her legs ached. Yeguang lay half asleep and half awake on Xiaoyi's soft bed, maintaining basic vigilance, resting for a while to refresh his spirit. Night fell. Yeguang ordered 3 bottles of wine and sipped slowly. Around him were Konoha's ninjas and villagers. Men tended to brag when drunk. The young master of the Senju clan, Senju Shigeki, is graduating this year. Do you know who the jonin in charge of the Senju young master is? Someone said proudly. I don't know, tell me quickly, someone else asked. I ran into the Senju young master at the photo studio, and his team leader teacher is really impressive, the person continued. I know he's impressive, stop teasing us, someone urged. Orochimaru. The disciple of the third Hokage, teammate of Senju Princess Tsunade, Orochimaru, everyone exclaimed. I wish I could apprentice under Jonin Orochimaru. Don't be silly, I heard Jiraiya, Kato-dan, and over a dozen other jonin all competed to be the team leader in charge of the Senju young master. The third Hokage favored Orochimaru, so he was chosen. True, the relationship between Orochimaru and the Senju young master is complicated. It's hard to say who benefits more. Yako drank while gathering information. The izakaya really was a good place. Every time he came, he gained something. After the guests left, Yako approached the landlady. Open a room for me on the 2nd floor. I'll be staying here for the next few days. Xiaoyi covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. I just freed my hands at noon. Do you want to continue tonight? Don't keep my hands waiting too long, Yeguang replied with a smile. The full moon was like a silver plate, the moonlight like white frost. Life in Konoha was easy, with daily guard duties. The night of the full moon arrived once again. Surajetsu Tavern. Outside the window, the night sky held a bright full moon in the palm of the hand. 2 full moons, the 3 moons shone together. End of this chapter. In the Anbu changing room, Yeguang waited for the first batch of Anbu ninjas graduating from the route. 3 new members. They each chose one of 3 masks familiar to Yeguang: antelope, purple cat, and black bull. Yeguang pushed his fox mask slightly. Perhaps after he died, the fox mask would be put back in the locker of the changing room and worn by the next member of the Anbu. Captain Fox, hello. Yeguang nodded and said, the most important task of the Fox Squad right now is to follow the orders of Captain Heishing and protect Princess Uzumaki. Princess Uzumaki can die behind us, but she must never die in front of us. The 3 team members immediately responded, yes. At dawn, the Heishing squad left the Death Forest and arrived outside the Senju clan territory to relieve another squad. The Anbu cannot enter the Senju clan territory. When Uzumaki Kushina is inside the clan territory, the Senju clan ensures her safety. Once outside the territory, the Anbu takes over protection. In the early morning, more than 10 children walked out of the Senju clan territory. They laughed and played, carrying backpacks as they ran to the ninja school. Uzumaki Kushina was among them. Her red hair was especially striking in the morning light. Having experienced the clan's destruction, Kushina's face lacked the innocence of her peers, showing only sadness and melancholy. 3 little Senju girls surrounded her and treated her especially well. Kushina entered the school, and Yeguang hid behind the teaching building, observing the classroom through binoculars. The teacher was explaining the parabolic motion of kunai. Yeguang did not focus on Uzumaki Kushina in the front row but instead watched a blonde boy at the back of the classroom, Namikaze Minato, the genius of Konoha for the next 15 years. Minato occasionally glanced toward the front row, paying attention to the red-haired transfer student. After watching for a while, Yeguan left the treetops and patrolled the ninja school, checking every possible hiding spot. On the way, he met the teachers, who were already accustomed to the Anbu protecting Princess Uzumaki. Following the recently graduated Senju clan leader Shigure, the ninja school welcomed its second important student Princess Uzumaki. The afternoon was sparring class, and Yeguan watched in amazement. Namake's Minato's reactions were astonishingly fast. After a boost in reaction speed, Yeguan saw more clearly. As soon as the opponent's shoulder twitched, Minato raised his hand to block. His movements were so fast it seemed as if he anticipated the opponent. His defense was tight in the taijutsu duel. When the opponent showed a flaw, a simple thrust punch from Minato knocked the opponent down. Throughout, he was calm, composed, and skillful. During the sparring break, Uzumaki Kushina was surrounded by several children who pointed and whispered. The bullying of the transfer student was quickly noticed by the teacher, who drove the children away. At 4 in the afternoon, the Anbu changed shifts, and the Black Ape squad finished work. Yeguan came to the Crane Moon izakaya, ordered a pot of sake and some braised meat, and slowly whiled away the time alone. The large amount of meat quickly made Yeguan's body stronger, but the meat in Konoha was too expensive. Eating meat all night cost as much as 10,000 ryo. Even an elite ninja like Sarutobi Asuma couldn't afford to eat this much meat. The benefits were also obvious. After being back in the village for over a month, his chakra naturally increased quite a bit. Swallowing a big piece of beef, Yeguan thought about how he needed to find a way to earn money, or else he wouldn't be able to afford meat. The female owner, Choi, came by Yeguan's side from time to time, asking if he needed anything else. She really liked Yeguan and often stayed here overnight every day she came. She ordered the best drinks, ate a lot of meat, and spent a lot of money. If she were just an ordinary izakaya owner, Yeguan would definitely like her even more. All of Yeguan's money was spent on food and drink. He joked with Choi, telling her not to lose weight, or her chest would shrink. Choi retorted that the corset is too tight today, not that she has lost weight. When Choi went to busy herself, Yeguan's expression changed. The people in the izakaya were complicated. The way the person who just entered pulled out the chair made Yeguan alert. Shoulder, elbow, and wrist movements were coordinated, the chair leg hovering 1 centimeter off the ground. This was a characteristic of Yunlu's swordsmanship. Yeguan recognized this as the sword technique of Yunin village. 10 years of hard training in swordsmanship made the arm movements distinctive. Yeguan was skilled in Yunlu swordsmanship, so he could recognize it. He covered half his face with a wineglass, thinking that in the original story, the Yun ninja spy once kidnapped Uzumaki Kushina. Could they be targeting her again? That happened before Kushina became the Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki S-guards were much stronger than the Uzumaki princess. A suspected Cloud ninja spy chatted for an hour before leaving. Yeguan hastily stuffed some meat, then got up and followed. If he could participate in guarding the Uzumaki princess, he could at least get an A-rank mission and have meat to eat next month. No meat means no strength. Xiaoi caught up and shouted, "Not studying in release tonight?" Yeguan shook his head, taking a day off. The Hokage's back can't handle training every day. Xiaoi watched him walk away with regret. After leaving, Yeguan didn't pursue the spy but put on a fox mask and went to find Uzumaki Kushina. Near the Senju clan South Territory Park, he found her and the Anbu squad guarding her. The guard shifts in 3 teams. The chimpanzee squad changes shift at 4 p.m., and the next shift is at midnight. Nightlight did not approach, only observed from a distance. The Anbu also did not persuade Kushina to return to the Uzumaki clan. She was still adapting to Konoha, so it was best to let her move freely. There were children from the Senju clan and Kushina's classmates in the park. Nightlight saw Minato Namake's in the park through a telescope. It was late, and the children were leaving one after another. Even Minato was heading west towards his home. The park returned to calm. Nightlight yawned, thinking about how energetic these children were and why they still hadn't gone home. Suddenly, Nightlight's expression grew serious. "Here it comes." At the edge of the park, 5 people appeared. One of them was the person Yeguan had seen before at the izakaya. A spy who can enter Konoha village wouldn't be very strong. The well-known Jonin of Kumobakure, each one is a key target for intelligence reconnaissance. Chunin, at most elite Chunin, are easier to infiltrate. For Uzumaki Kushina, Kumobakure risked its entire spy network. Yeguan quickly entered the park. More than 10 seconds later, Yeguan looked up at the night sky in confusion. Why wasn't a signal flare fired? When Princess Uzumaki was attacked, according to Anbu regulations, a signal flare must be fired. Among this batch of new Anbu members, there was actually a spy from Kumobakure. When Yeguan entered the park, he first saw an internal Anbu skirmish. More than a dozen Anbu ninjas were fighting fiercely, with several bodies lying on the ground. Sure enough, there was a Kumo ninja spy hidden among the new Anbu recruits. When the Uzumaki clan was exterminated, Konoha only sent the Anbu to battle, suffering heavy casualties. Nearly all 4 squads were wiped out and later rebuilt. After the reconstruction, the Anbu became a mixed group and were even infiltrated by Kumo ninjas. Avoiding the Anbu's conflict, Yegwang rushed out of the forest and saw Uzumaki Kushina being carried by a Kumo ninja spy. If she was taken back to Kumo Bakure, she would surely be dissected and studied for sealing techniques. Yegwang hurriedly gave chase. Capturing Uzumaki Kushina would be a great achievement, at least in a rank mission, possibly even earning an S-rank reward of 1 million ryo, enough to splurge for 3 months. The Anbu spies darted through the alleys, frequently slipping into the shadows and disappearing. They were extremely familiar with Konoha, even more so than Yegwang, especially with the village's western district. Nightlight moved with stops and starts, each time struggling to find the Cloud Ninja. To be safe, Nightlight took out a detonating tag kunai and threw it into the sky. The detonating tag exploded, and nearby ninjas in the Anbu understood this was an emergency alert. Soon, the spies disappeared from the hole beneath the Konoha wall. Nightlight had an epiphany. In the park next to the Senju clan territory, Uzumaki Kushina was kidnapped, yet the Senju clan took no action. The village was dissatisfied with the Senju clan's control over Kushina. If something happened to her, the higher-ups would have an excuse to move against the Senju clan. Tonight's situation might be the result of the Anbu turning a blind eye. The spies performed exceptionally well, which was unusual. They actually made a hole at the base of the Konoha wall. Nightlight immediately crawled out of the hole and followed, leaving the village. Just outside the wall, Nightlight heard a noise from the hole in the wall and hid behind a big tree. A blond boy crawled out of the hole, still holding a few strands of red hair in his hand. Kushina Uzumaki's red hair was indeed keenly detected early by Minato Namikaze. Nightlight felt a tickle in his heart. Minato Namikaze was a speed-type ninja with extremely fast reactions. Ninjutsu and chakra can be gradually improved, but once speed breaks all limits, reaction is what truly counts. He originally followed Kushina Uzumaki hoping to snag an A-rank or S-rank mission, so he could have a good time at the izakaya. The situation had changed. Taking advantage of Minato Namikaze's limited ninjutsu skills, maybe he could even snatch an ability to speed up reactions. As for protecting Princess Uzumaki, that was Konoha's business, none of his concern. Following Minato Namikaze as he left the village, when Minato saw Kushina Uzumaki, his attention completely drawn to her, Yuku moved. Tonight, dressed in casual clothes, without his ninja sword, Yuku held a kunai and suddenly jumped down from the treetop. With both hands gripping the kunai, he fiercely stabbed toward Minato Namikaze's head. Minato Namikaze nimbly leapt along the tree trunk, very close to Yuku. Despair gradually appeared in Yuku's eyes. He saw Minato Namikaze look up, his gaze cold and stern. Minato Namikaze precisely caught every move Yuku made. He scanned himself from head to toe, mask, kunai, hands and feet, and even glanced at the treetop where Yuku was hiding. All these actions were completed in an instant. This reaction speed was difficult even for the 3-tomo Sharingan to match. Minato Namikaze suddenly exerted force, stopped his movement, and stood steadily on the tree trunk. Yagami landed in front of him, failed in the sneak attack, and hurriedly swung his kunai. Minato Namikaze reacted even faster, bent down to dodge the kunai. With one hand, he grabbed Yagami's wrist and with the other, stabbed the kunai into Yagami's abdomen. The speed was too fast. He saw through every move of Yagami and responded quickly. Observation, nerve conduction, muscle reaction all at the top level. Is this a born ninja? Is this the fate of the villain? Even Minato Namikaze from the ninja school couldn't defeat him and was killed by an elementary school student. Nightlight looks like a clown. Before Naruto was born, Minato Namikaze was a child of the dimension, but he died too quickly. Everything went black, and the view switched. Nightlight returned to the previous full moon night, appearing in the backyard of the izakaya. Joy was sweating profusely above. Nightlight closed his eyes to enjoy the system reward. Arc of the full moon activated. The host has only one resurrection chance per month and will be resurrected on the night of the full moon after death. Reward, 1 lottery chance. 1 wind attribute chakra. 2 chunin level chakra amount stackable. 3 stress reflex second breakthrough. Wind nature chakra is Minato Namikaze's original attribute, just like Naruto. Temporarily useless for Yegwang, but might come in handy when encountering cloud ninjas in the land of hot water, countering lightning release. Chunin level chakra amount indicates that Minato Namikaze's chakra far exceeds that of a genin. In the original work, Minato Namake's chakra is enormous, easily transferring the tailed beast orb. Seeing the third option, Yegwang was overjoyed. Sure enough, it has the ability to improve reaction speed. Stress reflex second breakthrough. He quickly chose the third reward. In an instant, Yegwang's reflexes became more active, with enhanced vision, spinal cord, and muscle nerves. Originally, the reaction speed was 0.2 seconds, but after strengthening, it became faster. 15s. He saw crystal clear sweat droplets hanging from Xiaoyi's chin. The sweat droplets on Xiaoyi's chin suddenly fell, and Yegwang reached out to catch them. Estimating the height at which the sweat droplets were caught, Yegwang's reaction speed at this moment was about 0.12 seconds. The first breakthrough improved it by 0.05 seconds, and the second breakthrough improved it by 0.03 seconds. Reaction speed is indeed very difficult to improve. Trying to enhance it by 0.03 seconds through training alone is probably impossible. Annoying. Why are you catching my falling sweat? Are you mocking me for being too proactive? I'm just worried you're too tired. The next morning, Yegwang left the izakaya feeling refreshed and clear-headed. He hoped to encounter more speed-type ninjas to repeatedly improve his reaction speed. Once reaction speed reaches the top level in the ninja world, relying solely on reaction can make one a strong taijutsu fighter. Really angry, they deleted 300 of my words, and as a result, the driving speed slowed down, making it not smooth at all. The backend is too much, not even allowing such subtle content to be written. End of this chapter. Just like in the previous life, Yegwang met a cloud ninja spy while drinking at the izakaya. The plot did not change. Yegwang hurriedly swallowed all the meat and left the izakaya, heading straight for the death forest. There is no chance of resurrection this life, so he must be more cautious and cannot act recklessly. If he can't win, he will call for help. Since he already knows the plot, can a few cloud ninjas still suppress him in Konoha village? Entering the underground base of the Death Forest, Yegwang was lucky to encounter the Black Ape Squad captain. Squad leader, I have discovered a cloud ninja spy. I have studied the cloud ninja's swordsmanship and confirmed that the person has marks on their arm from 10 years of rigorous sword training. Captain Black Chimpanzee had no doubts and summoned his subordinates. The squad was on rotation rest, and there were only 3 Anbu operatives resting in the changing room after training. The Anbu training ground had ample supplies of kunai and shuriken, with dedicated personnel to tidy the targets and collect weapons. Many Anbu members would come here to train during their free time. If lucky, some Anbu would kindly guide newcomers, helping them improve faster. Among them was the Yagakure operative, Purple Cat. Despite her fatigue, Purple Cat quickly donned her gear. Yagakure glanced at her a little longer. Purple Cat was a kunoichi with a well-defined figure. Wearing a mask that obscured her face, it was still faintly visible that she was a beauty. Black Chimpanzee, Yagakure, and 3 other Anbu members left the Death Forest. Waited outside Crane Moon Izakaya for half an hour, finally waiting for that Cloud Ninja spy. The Cloud Ninja spy headed northwest of the village, in the direction of the Senju clan's outer park. Approaching the park, Captain Black Ape noticed the Anbu in the woods. Anbu comrades, that is, the squad guarding Princess Uzumaki? The Cloud Ninja spy, hidden among the Anbu rookies, suddenly launched an attack. The guard squad fell into chaos. Many couldn't tell friend from foe nearby and reacted sluggishly. Nightlight blocked Black Ape, who was preparing to join the fight, saying, Captain, look over at Princess Uzumaki's side. Several Cloud Ninja spies killed a young Senju girl and kidnapped Princess Uzumaki. Captain Black Ape hurriedly said, bad. They're heading straight for Princess Uzumaki. We have to rescue her first. The team, led by Captain Black Ape, did not move quickly. Nightlight noticed that since losing his left arm, the chimpanzee squad had become more cautious and careful in their actions, lacking decisiveness in their pursuit. Yunin and Princess Uzumaki disappeared into the darkness, and the chimpanzee squad leader commanded the others to take a detour and investigate the nearby situation. These countermeasures slowed down their speed. When they arrived at the Konoha wall, Nightlight saw a blonde child slip into a hole in the wall. This time he landed behind Minato Namake's. Minato Namake's crawled out of the wall hole and continued to follow the trail of red hair. The amount of hair he was holding kept increasing. Pulling out so much was heartbreaking. That girl's will to survive was extraordinarily strong. Minato Namake soon clearly saw the figures ahead: 3 Yunin and the bound Kushina Uzumaki. One Yunin noticed Minato Namake's behind him, turned around to cover the rear, buying time for his comrades. Seeing that the opponent was just a half-grown child, the Yunin was filled with contempt. The hidden cloud village had been lurking in Konoha for a long time, and tonight they launched a full-scale operation solely to capture Princess Uzumaki. Unexpectedly, the first to chase after me was a child. A Ninja Academy student who hasn't even graduated yet. What skills could he possibly have? Put. The Cloud Ninja stared in shock at the kunai at his waist. The Konoha child moved extremely fast, dodging and stabbing, actually trying to kill me? Not far away, the Black Ape Squad leader also stared in surprise at the blonde boy. A genius, talent visible to the naked eye. His taijutsu was clean and precise, movements swift, and more importantly, the determination and mindset to kill. Such a young child, killing without hesitation, a born ninja. The Black Ape thought that tonight's mission report must emphasize this genius. A ninja like this is worth the village's dedicated cultivation. Minato Namikaze cautiously stared at the enemy before him, constantly on guard against any moves. The previous instant kill of the Cloud Ninja was because the enemy underestimated him. There would be no such good opportunity again. Minato Namikaze was momentarily stunned. The Cloud Ninja in front suddenly turned around, slashing a blade toward the lower side. The ground cracked open, and a dark ninja wearing a fox mask emerged. Earth release? Or some kind of stealth earth release? The fox Anbu moved extremely fast, rushing straight into the Cloud Ninja's embrace. Both drew their blades from behind the other. But the Cloud Ninja's blade was stained with blood, while the fox Anbu's blade was clean. Minato Namikaze's eyes lit up. The fox Anbu's reaction was incredibly quick. The Cloud Ninja's blade passed between the fox Anbu's left rib and arm, seemingly dangerous but actually not hitting any vital points. The fox Anbu drew his blade, and the Cloud Ninja fell to the ground. Purple Cat saw the fox captain cleanly and swiftly take down an enemy, feeling much more at ease. The family always said the Anbu were extremely dangerous. If he could follow such a powerful captain like the fox, he should be able to survive, right? Nightlight didn't notice the fangirl who had appeared behind him. He looked toward Uzumaki Kushina. Chasing a girl under the moonlight, could it be that this script is meant for me? The Cloud Ninja spy's strength wasn't high, not reaching Jonin level, but he still had a chance. So what if the original CP? As a transmigrator, aside from being weaker than Minato Namikaze, having a less sunny smile, and lower potential, what's the difference? If he could become a CP with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, wouldn't the village treat him to good food and drink? Thinking about it made him somewhat happy. Yagami charged at the last Cloud Ninja. He had just fought the last Cloud Ninja, and his gaze passed over the ninja's shoulder to see Minato Namikaze already holding Kushina Uzumaki in his arms. Damn it, why is Minato Namikaze so fast? He hasn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy, yet he is already incredibly strong. Minato Namikaze held Kushina Uzumaki and jumped to a high place, away from the battle on the ground. The huge moon illuminated the two of them, their blonde and red hair especially striking under the moonlight. Yagami's dream of chasing after a girl was shattered just as it began. Captain Korozaru arrived and, flanking Yagami on both sides, killed the last Cloud Ninja spy. Korozaru said to Minato Namikaze, "Come down. We are Konoha's Anbu, put down Princess Uzumaki." Minato Namikaze holding Kushina Uzumaki jumped down to the ground. Kushina, frightened at the mention of meeting Danzo, hid behind Minato, saying, "I don't want to meet Danzo, I want to see Uncle Rin." Minato Namikaze persuaded her, "Let us go back to the village first, Kushina. The most important thing now is to return to the village." Korozaru was somewhat surprised this blonde youth understood boundaries and knew that returning to the village was the priority, immediately persuading Princess Uzumaki. The group returned to the Konoha village gate, where the Anbu had already gathered. Captain Highwayne sighed in relief upon seeing Kushina Uzumaki and looked at Korozaru, who had brought her back, saying, "Korozaru, come with me to the Hokage building." Korozaru said, "I want to bring the fox." He was the first to notice something was wrong. Highwayne nodded, "All right, the fox will come too." In the battle at Yuzushio Hidden Village, the fox had performed excellently from start to finish, reliable both in pre-battle reconnaissance and post-battle cleanup. Highwayne regarded the fox as a capable assistant, trustworthy. At midnight, the Hokage building was brightly lit. The door to the Hokage's office opened, and Yagami followed Highwayne and Korozaru inside, seeing the third Hokage sitting behind his desk smoking. On one side of the sofa sat Danzo and Mito Munin, and on the other side was the Senju clan head Rin, with the silver-haired, stern Kato-dan standing behind him. 3 Anbu stood behind Danzo, both sides wearing grim expressions, clearly having just argued. Danzo turned to Kurenai, "Report tonight's situation." Kurenai replied, "Tonight all the spies from the Hidden Cloud Village were activated. Some created chaos to distract the Anbu, while others directly attacked Princess Uzumaki. The ANBU responded quickly. The Uzumaki princess's escort squad was intercepted by Cloud Ninja, but the Black Primate squad arrived in time to escort Princess Uzumaki. Yagakure thought something was off. The Black Primate squad's original intention was to pursue the Cloud Ninja spies Yagakure had discovered. Kurenai's description made it seem as if the ANBU had been prepared in advance. With this report, the ANBU's responsibility was greatly reduced. Kurenai continued. The Cloud Ninja escaped through a hidden wall hole in Konoha's perimeter wall and were caught by the Black Primate squad about 1 kilometer from Konoha. All Cloud Ninja spies were eliminated, and the Black Primate squad rescued Princess Uzumaki. The third Hokage nodded repeatedly. The ANBU's performance this time was very good, stopping the damage in time. Kurenai said, there are 2 reasons why Princess Uzumaki was kidnapped. First, at 11 p.m. she was still lingering outside the Senju clan territory, and no one came out to bring her back. Second, the Cloud Ninja spies were deeply embedded, at least 5 of them, and had not been discovered before. Captain Kurenai was strong and skilled at shirking responsibility. He didn't say the ANBU had no responsibility, only that they hadn't discovered the spies, which wasn't a major fault. Konoha had people coming and going every day, so some slipped through. The ANBU's problem wasn't serious and didn't warrant accountability. His first point, however, implied that Princess Uzumaki didn't return home at night, increasing the danger. As for why she didn't return home, the ANBU had no way of knowing. The third Hokage looked at Senju Rinbaku, who explained, Kushina hasn't adapted to Konoha yet. The clan allows her to act freely and doesn't force her. She hasn't yet emerged from the shadow of her clan's destruction, often has nightmares, suffers insomnia, and refuses to sleep in her room. He did this to help her adapt quickly and complete the 9 tails sealing. Everyone in the room understood the matter of the 9 tails Jinchuriki succession. The presence of the 3 ANBU here showed they were trustworthy executors of the village's secrets. Kato Dan was a core member of the Senju clan, mastering forbidden techniques and capable of unleashing shadow-level combat power in critical moments. The spirit transformation technique was a forbidden long-range assassination technique with tremendous power. Danzo said, Senju Renmu. If you can't manage Princess Uzumaki, you can hand her over to the village. The village has better ways to manage her. Letting her do whatever she wants? That idea is terrible. Lord Mito has been diligent for decades, not once letting the village worry about the 9 tails. After the older generation of the Senju faded, the village has grown increasingly disappointed. The handling of the Jinchuriki replacement by the Senju clan has been terrible. If the Anbu hadn't reacted quickly tonight, Princess Uzumaki would have been kidnapped by the Kumogakure village. Border intelligence says the Kumo ninja infiltration team is already within 60 kilometers of Konoha. Half an hour later, Konoha would have lost Princess Uzumaki forever, the next 9 tails Jinchuriki. I suggest revoking the Senju clan's guardianship and placing her directly under the village's supervision. I think Sarutobi Biwako is a very good candidate. She is a powerful medical ninja and has raised several children, fully capable of taking care of Princess Uzumaki. Senju Rinmo glanced at Danzo, then at Mito Uzumaki, and finally fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe paused in mid-air, not understanding why Senju Rinmo was looking at him like that. Senju Rinmo slowly said, Big brother Hiruzen, I still remember the scene when I met you at the clan's gate as a child and took you to see my father. At that time, you patiently taught me ninjutsu. You were the big brother I respected most. Even though my father and Uncle Tobarama treated you better than our cousins, I never had any complaints. But when did our conflicts start to deepen and become increasingly unbearable? When you became Hokage, my Senju clan gave full support. But why did you start targeting us more and more? Big brother Hiruzen, how long has it been since you last returned to the Senju clan's territory, since you last saw your wife, my mother? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Yes, how long has it been since he last saw Lady Mito? His wife Biwako visits often. She is Uzumaki Mito's personal doctor, constantly monitoring her health. It seems everyone is just waiting for Uzumaki Mito to die. For the elderly, the greatest pain is reading in others' eyes an expectation of their death, as if only by dying will the problems end. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought deeply. Only Uzumaki Mito seemed to have a relatively open mindset. How could ordinary old people endure such cold treatment? When the news of the Uzumaki clan's extinction arrived, Uzumaki Mito must have felt as if her heart was being cut with a knife, suffering daily like Uzumaki Kushina. The replacement of the 9 tails Jinchuriki was imminent. Mito Munin spoke, Clan Chief Rinbaku, the village has absolutely no intention of targeting the Senju clan or any other ninja clan. The current issue is that the Uzumaki princess, as a Jinchuriki, must always prioritize the village. To be frank, we are very worried. The Uzumaki princess was raised by the Senju clan and instilled with incorrect ideas, always considering the Senju clan first. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is too important. If she deviates from the right path, the consequences will be severe. The Jinchuriki of Iwagakure and Kumogakure, due to grudges with their villages, were controlled by their tailed beasts' minds and caused chaos. Jinchuriki easily breed hatred. Their training must be flawless. Yako watched with great interest. The high-level dispute was full of drama. Everyone spoke of righteousness, yet no one could convince the other. Senju Rinbaku's face was dark, and Mito Munin struck at the most difficult contradiction to reconcile. Does the Nine Tails truly belong to Konoha or the Senju clan? Faced with the near ultimatum from the leadership, Senju Rinbaku pondered for a long time. Everyone stared at him, waiting for his concession. Finally, he spoke. I will recall Tsunade, have her return from the front lines, participate in Kushina's growth, and personally train her. Tsunade was the greatest common denominator between both sides. She was both the prized disciple of the third Hokage and a princess of the Senju clan. Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Tsunade best. Her love for the village was far purer than Senju Rinbaku's. For the village, Tsunade was willing to do anything. The village was the fruit of Tsunade's grandfather's efforts. Tsunade would never allow the Jinchuriki to threaten the village. Seeing Hiruzen's attitude clearly soften, Danzo and Mito Munin said no more. A look of joy appeared on Kato's face. He could finally see Tsunade. After the third Hokage sent 2 groups away, he said, Kiba, get me a detailed report of tonight as soon as possible. I'll bring it in 10 minutes. Late at night, the third Hokage carefully read the report, which was no exaggeration, and detailed the actions and observations of Kiba's squad. The turning point came when the squad leader, Fox, discovered a spy from the Cloud Village. Fox reported to Gorilla, who led a team to pursue the Cloud Village spy and happened to witness them abducting Princess Uzumaki. Hiruzen Sarutobi understood in his heart. After the Uzumaki clan's destruction, several outstanding newcomers appeared in the Anbu, Fox being one of them. He imitated the Cloud Village's sword techniques, his swordsmanship becoming increasingly refined, showing clear growth and definitely not a spy. Continuing to watch, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow slightly, his interest greatly piqued. Namake's Minato, a classmate of Uzumaki Kushina, had actually killed a spy from the Cloud Ninja? Hiruzen held Namake's Minato in very high regard. Although the fox was skilled in swordsmanship and quick to react, it was somewhat inferior in front of Namake's Minato. A 10-year-old child's strength surpassed that of an Anbu squad leader? This was the first time Namake's Minato entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's sight. This was a promising talent. He immediately ordered the ninja school teachers to focus on training Namake's Minato. Because of this incident, Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina might become friends, which could also influence Uzumaki Kushina. Whether in terms of strength or connections, Namake's Minato was worth investing in. After day upon day of surveillance missions, many days passed. The full moon hung like a silver plate, moonlight like white frost, once again welcoming the night of the full moon. At midnight, after the shift change, Yako hid in the treetops outside the Senju clan territory, observing the Senju clan land through a telescope. The Senju clan territory was vast, occupying 1/10 of the center of Konoha village. This great ninja clan was in the late stage of its glory, with 12 elite jonin and over 30 jonin within the clan. Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina were extremely safe here. Yako looked toward the outer alley and saw a couple. The female ninja was from the Senju clan, and the male ninja was a civilian ninja from the village. Thanks to Senju Tobarama's policies, the Senju clan was happy to support civilians. After the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, many Senju women began to pay attention to the village as civilian ninjas. Murasaki Nico stood beside Yako, also looking at the couple through a telescope, then after a moment, put down the telescope. The male ninja's hands were restless, constantly exploring up and down. Senju female ninjas were famously curvaceous, so exploring involved climbing mountains and crossing valleys, quite a challenge. Murasaki Nico, being a woman, felt a bit embarrassed. She turned her head left and right, only to find her 3 teammates' mask eye holes all pressed tightly against the telescope. Cough, cough. Purple Cat lightly cleared her throat, signaling the men in the squad not to go too far. Staring so intently at the affectionate young couple does not align with the will of fire. Ling and Black Bull shamefully put down their binoculars. They are all comrades from Konoha, how could they spy on others' privacy? Yet Nightlight paid no mind and instead sternly scolded Purple Cat. Purple Cat, you have made several serious mistakes. If we weren't in the village, your actions could have endangered our entire squad. First, you must not make a sound. As a member of the Anbu, how can you make noise while surveilling? It's one thing to be discovered outside the Senju clan territory, which isn't too dangerous. But if you were found in other towns, would you be willing to be the first to cover our retreat? Second, you must not act on your own accord. You cannot abandon surveillance just because you saw something you shouldn't have. What if that civilian ninja is a spy? What if the moment you put down the binoculars, he tries to kill the Senju Kunoichi? Any stranger appearing in the land of the Senju clan could pose a threat to Princess Uzumaki. Third, you have no right to command Ling and Black Bull. Without my orders, you must all follow my command. Now, pick up the binoculars, watch carefully, and don't miss any details. Purple Cat's face turned redder than when seeing those embarrassing scenes. Sorry, Captain Fox. It was my fault. Ling, Black Bull, and Purple Cat picked up the binoculars again and continued to focus on those intimate scenes. Ling and Black Bull thought the captain was very sensible, able to watch without criticizing, and could stare intently under the pretext of a mission. The two became more and more intense in their movements, even trembling unconsciously. Poor them, unaware that the Senju clan's land was under strict surveillance at this moment. In several nearby large trees, at least 3 squads were secretly watching. After being intimate for more than 10 minutes, the thousand-handed female ninja blushed and weak-leggedly returned to her clan. This must be the sour stench of love. The male ninja, however, stood in place for a long time without leaving. In the neighboring treetops, the chimpanzee squad leader made several hand signals. Nightlight responded with a few hand signals and waved to signal the squad to withdraw. Purple Cat felt even more guilty. All communication between the squad and the company was silent. This was the true style of the Anbu. Captain Fox was really strict, but also more trustworthy. After leaving, Nightlight said to the 3, "Follow that male ninja and rule out the possibility that he is a spy." The squad followed the man from a distance until he got home. He went upstairs, turned off the lights, and drew the curtains. Purple Cat saw that the captain was not making a move and could only wait silently. That wait lasted from midnight until dawn. It was only after the male ninja left that Nightlight led the team to sneak into the single-family house. Nightlight carefully observed everything inside the house. The more he looked, the more something felt off. Purple Cat, check the bed. Black Bull, check the bathroom. Antelope, check the tabletop. End of this chapter. The 3 team members reported their inspection results to Nightlight. Captain Fox, the target's bed is too tidy. The target did not unwrap the quilt last night, only lay on the bed briefly. The indentations on several layers of bedding show that the target did not turn over and seemed to be staring at the ceiling the whole time. Captain Fox, the target did not use the bathroom last night. There are no water stains there. Nightlight frowned and said, "The target was entangled with that well-built female ninja last night. Normally, when you go home, you do something, right? Not going to the bathroom, just lying there tense. It's too abnormal, very suspicious." Under the Purple Cat mask, the face flushed. "What do you mean by doing something when you go home? Do all men and women lose control after being intimate?" Antelope added last, "Captain, the target used a brush pen last night." Nightlight was even more puzzled. The target turned off the lights and drew the curtains early last night, so why use a brush pen? The squad left the room and returned to the Anbu. Purple Cat saw the Black Ape squad captain summon Captain Fox's squad, wondering what mission was assigned this time. After a long time, Captain Fox returned and said to Purple Cat, "Purple Cat, you will be responsible for observing all the habits of that Senju female ninja from last night, especially her behavior when she is with the target male ninja." "All right." Purple Cat is a ninja from the Mountain Clan, whose abilities are highly valued by the Anbu. For the next week, the Fox squad monitored the target ninja and the Senju female ninja meeting every night. They were by the lake, under trees, behind houses, each time lingering for more than half an hour. The two were young and full of passion, kissing each other with reluctance every time they met, caressing each other uncontrollably. Zimao gradually adapted from the initial awkwardness, mastering all their habits and physical reactions. A week later, Yeguang called Ling and Hanyu aside and said to Zimao, "Zimao, use the heart-turning technique to control the thousand-hand female ninja and deliver one piece of information to the target. On the 5th of next month, the Senju clan will hold a funeral for Uzumaki Mito." "Okay, Zimao agreed promptly but immediately froze. A funeral for Uzumaki Mito? Last night, while monitoring the Senju clan's territory, Lord Uzumaki Mito was still in the courtyard admiring the moon. Could it be Lord Uzumaki Mito is going to die? "Zimao, don't think about what you shouldn't, just carry out the mission." Zimao nodded with difficulty. The last elder of the founding generation of the village, Lord Uzumaki Mito, is about to reach the end of his life. That night, the Fox squad lay in ambush near the Senju clan territory. A Senju Kunoichi, just off duty from Konoha Hospital, was suddenly stopped. Please come with me. She thought the Anbu had a wounded member needing her secret treatment after all, she had taken on similar missions before. Unfortunately, her boyfriend would have to wait a long time tonight. The Anbu mission could not be delayed, and there was no time to inform him. Turning into an alley, the Senju Kunoichi saw an Anbu wearing a purple cat mask. Mind transfer technique. The Senju Kunoichi was stunned for a moment. The purple cat collapsed softly into Yagami's arms. The thousand-hand female ninja's eyes changed, her facial features moved slightly, and Zemo began to adapt to this body. Go, you must make sure the target absolutely believes it. You know what to do. Zemo controlled this body and arrived in an alley outside the Thousand-Hand clan territory. This was the place where she and her boyfriend often got close. The target appeared quickly. Zemo suppressed her shyness, imitating the thousand-hand female ninja as she pounced, tightly wrapping her hands around the target's neck. She felt embarrassed all over, almost unable to continue. To avoid the target noticing, a thought suddenly popped into her mind. Why not imagine the target as Captain Fox? That way, she could perform those shy actions. Closing her eyes, Zemo treated the person in front of her as Captain Fox and said, "Dear, I have to go home early tonight, we only have a little over 10 minutes. The two grew increasingly intimate in their movements. Although the body wasn't her own, the touch of the Senju female ninja was clearly felt by Shirmao. The target's hands began to move restlessly. To help the target relax, Shirmao pretended her body was trembling. Darling, for the next few days, I want to be able to go out. What? The target asked, panting, why can't you go out? Shirmao said, Grandma Mito's funeral is coming up soon. The clan is keeping it a secret, no one knows she has passed away. On the 5th of next month, we will hold her funeral. Seeming to think of sad memories, the Senju female ninja's mood sank. The target's movements slowed as well, saying, then you should return to the clan lands quickly. I miss you a lot, but important matters come first. We'll meet again after the funeral. Okay, I'll miss you too. Purple Cat hurriedly left the alley and jogged toward the Senju clan territory. After entering the clan territory, she controlled the Senju female ninja to leave through another gate. Nightlight supported Purple Cat's soft body and came to the other side of the clan territory. Purple Cat and the Senju female ninja switched bodies back. Nightlight said to the Senju female ninja, sorry, you have to stay in the Anbu until the 5th of next month. The Senju female ninja held her head, struggling to support herself. Why? Why are you doing this? Nightlight said, Anbu missions, don't ask why, I'm just following orders. She was very scared but didn't dare to say more. Nightlight took her back to the Anbu and arranged for her to rest well. The Fox squad returned to the locker room. He let the team members rest and go home. Yeguang sat on the chair, pondering the arrangements of the Anbu. He didn't understand why the Anbu were quietly spreading news about Mito's funeral. Not only his own squad, but other squads were also secretly passing on information. Could this be the Anbu's tactic against the Senju clan? The Uzumaki clan was wiped out, and Konoha lost a strong ally. If the Senju clan were wiped out, Konoha would be even weaker. Forget it, he was just an Anbu ninja, why bother thinking so much? He had come here through time for only 3 things, to survive, and to damn well survive. Turning his head, Yeguang noticed Purple Cat leaning against the cabinet nearby. Ling and Black Bull had already left, leaving only Purple Cat. Purple Cat, why are your ears and neck so red? Is this a side effect of the heart-turning technique? Yeguang couldn't see Zemo's face clearly, only noticing the redness on her neck. Zemo spoke with a sobbing tone, I don't like that kind of embarrassing task. Yeguang was stunned for a moment and said, sorry, I didn't expect you to react so strongly. Next time, I'll find a male mountain ninja to carry it out. No. Zemo hurriedly said, I'm not refusing, it's just that earlier I had to imagine that person as you in order to continue, and that made me. Her face turned even redder, and she accidentally let something slip. Yeguang was stunned. After more than a month of being together, could it be that the charm he unconsciously exuded had already moved her? He stepped closer, gently touching Zemo's slender and rosy neck, teasing her, I'm right here in front of you, no need to imagine anymore. The fox's fingertips traced her neck, and Zemo trembled all over. She whimpered softly and collapsed into the fox's arms. Purple Cat had seen countless lovers' intimacy, but this was the first time she truly felt the fox's caress, her heart racing, becoming more proactive. In the secret changing room, the two suppressed their breaths. Purple Cat's skin was as cold and white as snow. The girl's cheeks were rosy, intoxicating. Red and white blended into a gentle pink. End of this chapter. Anbu base. The Black Ape Squad leader said in the dark room, "Fox, your team has an urgent mission, hunt down 2 traitorous ninjas." "Captain, are these the traitorous ninjas related to Princess Uzumaki?" "No, it's a traitorous ninja designated by the Yamanaka clan, and must be killed immediately, not a moment to delay." Yegwon took the scroll and looked at the mission details with confusion. This was a critical moment for monitoring Princess Uzumaki, and the funeral of Uzumaki Mito was also approaching. He didn't want to miss this grand event. 9 tails, Uzumaki Mito, the Senju clan, Uzumaki Kushina. If any of them let him draw a lottery, he would definitely win a big prize. However, he couldn't say much. Orders from the Anbu must be carried out. He could only find a way to finish the mission quickly and return to the village to continue monitoring Princess Uzumaki. After carefully reading the scroll several times, Yegwon put it down and went to the changing room to gather the squad. The Fox squad quickly left the village and headed northwest. Yegwon walked while thinking about the mission. The Yamanaka clan had always been a key helper in the village, responsible for many important and irreplaceable tasks. Collecting intelligence from enemy ninja corpses, framing with the art of turning the body, transmitting orders on the battlefield. When in Kyoto of the Land of Waves, the guardian ninja Kori of the Yamanaka clan once demonstrated the clan's framing techniques to Yako, leaving him speechless. Controlling the enemy's body, the enemy is completely unable to resist. The Yamanaka clan strongly requested the Anbu to carry out the mission, urgently diverting the power monitoring Princess Whirlpool to complete it. It should be that those 2 rogue Yamanaka ninja threatened the fundamental interests of the Yamanaka clan. Could it be that the 2 intend to deliver the Yamanaka secret techniques to an enemy village? The mission briefing did not specify what crime the rogue ninja committed. With so little intelligence, it's impossible to formulate a countermeasure. Yako glanced at Shima, who is a Yamanaka clan ninja. The Anbu dispatched their own squad surely because of Shima's identity. "Shima, the rogue ninja we are pursuing are from your Yamanaka clan. Do you have any intelligence on them?" Purple Cat hesitated before answering, "Captain, there's nothing special about the rogue ninja's intelligence. Their strength isn't high, they're all at the Chunin level. Our squad is more than enough to handle them. Why did they defect from the village?" Faced with Captain Fox's question, Purple Cat was evasive. "Captain, this matter concerns the honor of the Mountain Clan, so I can't say much. Their combat power is indeed weak and normal tactical arrangement will suffice." Nightlight felt puzzled. Their strength isn't high, yet it concerns the Mountain Clan's face. Why wouldn't the Mountain Clan send their own ninja to handle it, instead relying on the Anbu? Tracking to a small town 50 kilometers from Konoha, Nightlight ordered the squad to search cautiously. According to Anbu intelligence, 2 rogue ninja might be hiding here. The town was small, and after investigation, it was learned that strangers had appeared recently. In the past few days, a couple from out of town had come to the bathhouse. After studying the bathhouse layout, Nightlight said, "Purple Cat and I will sneak in from the back wall, make a small hole to scout the rogue ninja. Antelope and Black Bull, you 2 hide in the tree canopy behind the bathhouse and provide support at any time." Nightlight led Purple Cat to the back wall of the bathhouse and used Earth Release Chakra to make a small hole. Peering close to the hole, there were more than 10 men and women bathing together in the pool, but no traitorous ninja were seen. Yegwon had no interest in spying, so he moved to investigate the high-end Sweetest private bath. Luck was on his side. After making 3 holes, he found the target. Just as he was about to formulate an action plan, Yegwon took a closer look. Wait, it's not just 2 traitorous ninja, there are 2 more, 4 in total. He almost acted rashly. The intelligence was wrong, and the situation with 4 people was more complicated. Zimao urgently whispered, "4? Let me see." Yegwon made room at the hole for her to look. Seeing the 4 faces, Zimao felt pain in her heart. Not only are there 2 traitorous ninja, but also 2 Mountain Clan ninjas who were originally on a border mission. "I don't know why they came here." "Don't know why?" Yegwon whispered, "Zimao, stop hiding it. We can assault 2 traitors, but 4 is dangerous. I'm worried the squad might suffer casualties." "Casualties aren't scary. The Anbu often suffer losses, but we must act carefully. But because of intelligence issues, because the Yamanaka clan deliberately concealed information leading to casualties, I as the captain cannot accept that. Ankaku ninja, always ready to die for the village, but those who die must be valuable." Shirma was breathing uneasily, and she said, "Captain, see for yourself, you will soon understand why. It's not that the Yamanaka clan concealed information, but it's really hard to talk about." Yako pressed against the small hole, continuing to look inside. The Yamanaka clan's combat ability was not strong, and they had not yet noticed Yako. Among the four, two rogue ninjas controlled the situation, while the other two young men who had just returned from the border listened attentively to the rogue ninja's explanation. The speaker was serious, and the listeners even more focused. Then, a scene that shocked Yako appeared. He thought the craziest scene was just the indulgence of four people in the bathhouse. Unexpectedly, having read various cultures before crossing over, Yako felt his mind in complete chaos. What exactly were they doing? A man and a woman, Yamanaka ninjas paired up in twos, performing the mind transfer technique on each other. This technique allows a ninja to control the other's body. In the bathhouse, the female ninja's soul entered the male ninja's body to control it, while the male ninja's soul entered the female ninja's body. Then, what is this? I actually slept? Myself? Wait, let me sort this out, it's a bit confusing. The female ninja's soul entered the male ninja's body and fiercely fought with the body she controlled for hundreds of rounds. Is this an advanced version of the mind transfer technique? Mind transfer and mind reversal technique? The four, paired in twos, were developing advanced uses of the mind transfer technique. Heresy. No wonder the Yamanaka clan immediately executed these rogue ninjas, they truly deserved to die. At this moment, Yegwang's jealousy towards the ninja clan reached its peak. Why? How could the mountain clan ninjas, who mastered secret techniques, enjoy such a peculiar experience? They truly deserved to die. The ninja clan was utterly detestable. Yegwang pulled out a detonating talisman from his ninja tool pouch, signaling Ling and Hanyo behind him to act immediately. Now! At once! Although the detonating talisman was precious, there was no time to hesitate. After forming the hand seals, the earth reflection fish technique activated, the wall rippling like water, and Yegwang sank into the wall. Boom! An explosion sounded, plunging the bathhouse into chaos. The mountain trader ninjas were hunted by the Anbu not because they leaked secret techniques, but because they developed a new technique capable of corrupting the mountain clan, the heart and body exchange technique, a dual cultivation between men and women, an ultimate experience. Which mountain ninja could resist such temptation? The mountain clan dared not send their own people to execute the traitors, fearing assimilation. The two border return ninjas found by the traitors clearly showed how great the allure of this secret technique was. Corruption was inevitable, so the mountain clan could only seek help from the Anbu. With the assistance of the mountain clan's tool, the Anbu agreed to the request without hesitation. Thus, the Fox Squad arrived. Zemo Shanshongli supervised the death of the traitors throughout, with Anbu guards present, so there was no fear of Shanshongli falling into corruption. Only Yegwang's eyes were injured. His eyes were tainted. Only Yegwang's heart ached. Jealousy makes the heart ache deeply. Yegwang decided that he would learn all the ninjutsu and secret techniques in the entire ninja world. A journey through time, pursuing all novel pleasures. The steam from the explosion instantly filled the entire bath. Four naked bodies were in a panic. Switch back. Quickly switch back. It's too late. The four bodies had just gone through climax, feeling weak and unable to control themselves, stumbling as they fought empty-handed. At the front was a woman whose body housed a man's soul. This man's soul was very responsible, stepping forward first to block the enemy. Unfortunately, her body was female, limiting her combat effectiveness. In the thick fog, the blade of Nightlight cut through with a cold gleam. The woman grabbed a plate to block the ninja blade, but Nightlight's Yunlu sword technique suddenly changed moves, slashing across her throat. His reaction speed doubled, and the Yunlu sword technique made him more adept. The man behind suddenly screamed in pain, his heart transfer technique forced to break off. The man felt the excruciating pain of his throat being cut, but the woman had already died. The man's soul returned to his body, painfully calling her name. They were a pair of heretical souls and bodies perfectly fused. When one died, the other was worse than dead. Ah! The man raised his hands, forming a square with his fingers, heart transfer. Suddenly, a kunai flew. The mountain trader ninja looked on in horror as the kunai precisely passed through the gap between the man's fingers and stabbed into his chest, blood spurting out. The Anbu were indeed powerful. After eliminating two enemies, Nightlight looked toward other directions. Ling and Black Bull killed a female traitor ninja. Not far away, a male ninja fell, bearing terrifying explosion marks from a detonating tag. All four traitor ninjas were down. Nightlight was about to ask Purple Cat how to deal with the corpse when Black Bull suddenly raised a kunai and stabbed Nightlight's side. Black Bull! What are you doing? Antelope shouted, but it was too late to stop him. Nightlight held the backward and instinctively counter-stabbed. Black Bull's kunai pierced Nightlight's side, but Nightlight's had already penetrated Black Bull's throat. No! Purple Cat rushed toward the rebel ninja who had been blown down. Half of the rebel ninja's body was destroyed by the explosion, yet he used his last strength to perform the mind transfer technique. Purple Cat's kunai pierced the rebel ninja's head. Nightlight withdrew his blade, glanced at Black Bull, and sighed, "What a pity, how could Black Bull die?" He walked over to Purple Cat and stared at the kunai stuck in the corpse's head, saying, "Purple Cat, you were too impulsive. First, after Black Bull died, your reaction was excessive. As the team's support ninja, you shouldn't be so reckless. Second, the rebel ninja's brain might contain important intelligence. Using a kunai to stab the head risks damaging the brain tissue, which is very inappropriate. Sorry, Captain, it's my lack of experience. I just wanted to make sure he was completely dead." Suddenly, angry banging sounded on the door outside the bathhouse. The explosion talisman had blown off the roof, and the bathhouse owner came with samurai to question them. Yegwang did not want to negotiate with the bathhouse owner. When ninjas carry out missions, damage to property is inevitable. The Anbu has no precedent for compensation. Carry all the bodies on your backs, retreat. Including Hanyu, there are now 5 bodies. Yegwang tore a bath towel to wrap 2 bodies, Ling carried 2 bodies, and Zemo carried 1 body. The 3 quickly retreated. Away from the town, Yegwang let the squad rest. Zemo felt uneasy and approached Captain Fox. "Sorry, Captain, because we are from the Mountain Clan." Zemo spoke softly. Yegwang interrupted her, "Zemo, I don't want to keep lecturing you, but you made a mistake again. You must always protect your secrets." The Anbu rarely use ninjutsu during missions, mainly relying on taijutsu and explosive tags, all to safeguard intelligence. Once exposed, the Anbu easily become prime targets for the enemy. He continued, "That ordinary uncle you saw in the village might be an Anbu squad leader at night. Apart from missions, never discuss any personal matters. The mission comes first. When teammates die, don't carry pain or guilt. These mean nothing to the Anbu." Hanyu died honorably completing the mission. He was controlled by a rogue ninja. I killed him without hesitation. If I hadn't killed him, I would have been the one to die. Yegwang was initially impatient with Zemo's emotions, but thinking as a captain he had to do ideological work to strengthen the team's fighting spirit and survival chances, he patiently guided her. "This Zemo mask once belonged to a teammate of mine. He died in front of me. He was a well-coordinated Anbu ninja. We will all die. After death, this fox mask will be passed to a new Anbu ninja. Completing Anbu missions is our only requirement." The frequent deaths in the Anbu are mainly due to Danzo's command style. When deployed, the Anbu are used to probe for intelligence, while Danzo himself either charges in last or turns and leaves. Just like when Danzo led people to the Land of Rain to kill Yahiko, losing more than half of the Anbu elite in one go. Or before his death, he sent his most capable subordinate to probe Obito, while he leisurely observed the intelligence. Purple Cat quickly said, "I understand, Captain. I will adjust my mindset and become a true Anbu ninja." The death of Black Bull was also a heavy blow to Antelope. In the squad, only Nightlight had experienced the brutal battles in the land of whirlpools and understood that death is the norm for Anbu ninjas. Returning to the Anbu base at dawn, Nightlight handed the mission over to Captain Black Ape. Black Ape looked at the mission report and said, "Killed 2 more rogue ninjas, the Yamanaka clan should be satisfied." "Black Bull died? I'll apply for a replacement from Root tomorrow." Black Ape's tone was as if he was talking about picking up a kunai. He continued, "Your subordinates have been with you for over 2 months now. These 2 are really lucky to have survived this long. During this period, most of our squad's missions have been within the village. Only missions outside the village can truly test the caliber of Anbu ninjas. Let Purple Cat and Antelope train well and not slack off." Nightlight said. "Understood, I will supervise their training. Captain, I request to monitor Princess Whirlwind tomorrow. Not seeing her for 2 days feels a bit unsettling." "There's such a request? Then don't even think about taking a day off. I promise you, I'll go monitor Princess Uzumaki tomorrow." End of this chapter. At noon, there were very few customers in the Crane Moon Izakaya. Xiaoyi sat behind the counter with a worried expression, casually flipping through the ledger in front of her. Where exactly had he gone these past few days? Why was there no news at all? Thinking of how his movements had become faster over the past few nights, her cheeks couldn't help but flush. She had witnessed his growth. Both his ninja skills and masculine aura had clearly improved. Perhaps he had taken on a mission and left the village. At that moment, 2 customers walked into the izakaya. "Landlady, bring us a bottle of sake." Xiaoyi first heard the sound, and her heart suddenly tightened. That sound. She slowly looked up and saw a girl even younger than herself. Little sister? A look of shock flashed across her face. Xiaoyi was the village's spy, while her more talented younger sister Mei was a ninja in Iwagakure. All the rewards and payments from Iwagakure were given directly to Mei. Why was her sister here? Could she be the contact person? Sent to Konoha as a liaison? Why would the village do this? She had already sacrificed so much for the village herself. Xiaoyi had just received an extremely important piece of intelligence: Uzumaki Mito would hold a funeral in 5 days. When the first Hokage Senju Hashirama was alive, he did not conceal the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With Hashirama's strength, the Nine-Tails was nothing significant and did not need to be treated as top secret. Uzumaki Mito being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was public information. Xiaoyi knew the village valued this news greatly and did not expect the village to send Mei to find her. Mei's appearance meant Xiaoyi had to desperately verify the authenticity of the intelligence. This was the village's final order to the spy. Either succeed in espionage, be recalled, and become a ninja in the sunlight. Or fail, die, and have everything the spy cherished disappear along with them. Mei disguised herself as a merchant on a mission to Konoha, making her identity very easy to expose. Here it is. I have 3 kinds of sake: mid-range, high-end, and special grade. Which one would you like to drink? Special grade, let us try this great sake from Konoha, made by the Omura family. The code matched. Kaio's last hope was shattered. Mei was not in Konoha by chance. She picked a bottle of sake and handed it to Mei. Mei was overwhelmed with emotion, not having seen her sister for 3 years. Unfortunately, the two could not recognize each other and had to pretend to be strangers. Mei lifted the cup, looked closely, and found the special mark. 2 days later, this bottle would be thrown into a nearby trash bin, containing the last piece of information Kaio confirmed. The village must know the most accurate intelligence about the Uzumaki Nido. Xiaoyi walked into the backyard and came to the room. She took out all the money, preparing to act in the next 2 days to confirm the intelligence. While tidying the room, Xiaoyi saw a razor. This was his razor. She wondered if he had found another little demon. A small portion of the funds for her last operation was given by him. Every time he came, he ordered a lot of expensive beef and drank the sake with the least impurities. If she really were a villager of Konoha, she might try to find a way to be with him. Having known him for so long, he only told her one name, but Xiaoyi knew it was a fake name. He said his name was Miku, but that was just the name of an ingredient on a sake bottle, a very perfunctory answer. His personality is very stable, which is a rare advantage among ninjas. Many ninjas have mental issues. They seem normal, but when they go berserk, they are especially terrifying. Some ninjas, while drinking at an izakaya, suddenly recall experiences from missions and start smashing things wildly. They might have killed the wrong person, killed too many innocents, been tortured by enemies, or been suspected by their village. Fortunately, this place is very close to the Uchiha Security Division, and Uchiha ninjas handle these out-of-control individuals. Xiaoyi arrived at the largest sake distributor in Konoha village. Boss, my izakaya's sales have been declining recently. I'm planning a promotion tomorrow. How much premium sake do you have left? How much premium sake does your shop consume in a day? At least 20 cases every day, for 5 consecutive days. While chatting with the boss, Xiaoyi gave a signal to the salesperson. The salesperson understood immediately and took the boss away, claiming an important client had arrived. The boss told Xiaoyi to wait for him in the office and return shortly. That salesperson was her subordinate whom she had trained, usually useless, but now put to good use. Xiaoyi entered the boss's office, closed the door, and took out the key she had prepared earlier. She carefully opened the safe and looked through the account books. The Senju clan had paused their liquor purchases? She checked the dates. Since yesterday, the Senju clan hadn't ordered any alcohol. Continuing to flip through, she saw the news that excited her the most. The Uchiha clan had placed a large additional order for liquor. The two clans had extremely poor relations and were the biggest rivals in the village. After Uchiha Kageme's death, the clan's external contacts were cut off. Senju paused ordering wine, indicating they sensed something unexpected would happen to their clan. Uchiha, on the other hand, increased their wine orders, clearly expecting something good to occur. In contrast, Xiaoyi believed the spy's intelligence. The Senju clan was indeed about to face a great disaster. The only possibility was the news of the death of the long-lived Uzumaki Nido. Leaving the tavern, Xiaoyi continued to other locations in search of evidence. Within Konoha village, spies from Iwagakure ran around, investigating secretly. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of grass, a middle-aged man hovered in the air. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was staring in the direction of Konoha village. Behind him were 5 squads of IWA shinobi. The Five-Tails Jinchuriki, the steam ninja Han, arrived beside Inoki. Lord Tsuchikage, the troops have assembled. Han looked at the Tsuchikage and noticed the large fluctuations in his movement through the air, indicating that he was also somewhat uneasy. With elite forces, they planned a surprise attack on Konoha village, taking advantage of the transition of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the death of Uzumaki Mito, to deal a heavy blow to Konoha, thereby giving Iwagakure the upper hand in the Ninja World War. This was a gamble. If successful, the rewards would be immense, but failure could mean the death of over 300 elite soldiers. Inoki said, "At critical moments, we must remain calm and composed. We are like solid rock, either immovable or like a mudslide, destroying everything in our path. Once the spy confirms the intelligence, we will launch a 1,000-mile surprise attack on Konoha immediately." This was a rare opportunity for Iwagakure. Legend says the Nine-Tails is temperamental and full of resentment, having been sealed by Uzumaki Mito for many years, surely harboring hatred for him and Konoha. With the Nine-Tails' help, they could severely damage Konoha. In a small alley in Konoha village, Mei picked up a bottle from a trash can. The bottle had several engraved marking secret codes from the Iwagakure spy. The intelligence was true. After confirmation, Mei quickly left. She disguised herself as a merchant to complete the mission and prepared to leave Konoha. Finally, she glanced at the Kaioi izakaya, thinking that her sister could finally return to the village, and the two sisters would no longer be separated. In the land of grass, Inoki, having received the intelligence, waved his hand in midair. He would personally lead the team to raid Konoha and strike the enemy hard. On the night of the 4th, a horse-drawn carriage left the Senju clan territory. The carriage doors and windows were tightly closed. Inside sat the elderly Uzumaki Mito and the young Uzumaki princess Kushina. Senju Rinmaku, Tsunade, and all the Senju clan's jonin silently followed in the darkness, with Konoha's Anbu trailing behind. Yagami thought, the transition of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has finally begun, right? To prevent the Nine-Tails from running wild, the village elders and the Senju clan decided to perform the critical sealing transfer on Ushigekure Mountain, 10 kilometers northwest of the village. Yagami looked at the carriage, secretly speculating, if he died at Mito's hands, would he gain godlike powers? The Uzumaki sage's constitution, sealing secret techniques, even the power of the Nine-Tails? Thinking of this, he felt a bit excited. Today is the 4th day of the lunar month, 11 days away from the full moon. If I die now, the next resurrection will require enduring 11 days. Given the current tense atmosphere in the Anbu, surviving these 11 days won't be easy. It would be troublesome if I died during a mission. Living longer is the key. I can't take risks. Yeguang was lost in thought when the chimpanzee squad leader retreated from the front of the team and signaled to the 3 squads behind. The chimpanzee squad left the main force and quickly advanced due north. Yeguang looked back at Mito's carriage, wondering what this squad was up to. Not only the black chimp squad, but the other 2 squads also dispersed, disappearing in different directions. After walking a few kilometers, the black chimp squad leader gathered the squad leaders and said, "All 3 of your squads have secretly passed on intelligence that the Senju clan will hold a funeral for Uzumaki Mito tomorrow. According to border intelligence, a powerful force has broken through the blockade on the Fire Country's border and entered deep into the Fire Country's territory. Our squad's mission is to find that force, identify who they are, and investigate whether their target is Uzumaki Mito. Ares, your squad is the main reconnaissance force. The other 2 squads are responsible for combat." The ninja wearing the Ares mask came from the Hyuga clan and was a reconnaissance ninja that the black chimp squad leader had struggled to secure. The black chimp squad arrived early at Ushigaya Mountain and began scouting the surrounding environment. An hour later, Ares suddenly made a hand signal, pointing to the 9 o'clock direction, for suspicious figures spotted. Those people had dense chakra and moved quickly. The black chimp squad immediately approached to confirm their identities. When a ninja army marches, they usually send out intelligence ninjas to scout the enemy. The 4 in front were very likely an enemy reconnaissance squad trying to infiltrate deep into the Fire Country. The black chimp squad quickened their approach, with the Ares squad at the rear, the fox and leaf monkey squads flanking on both sides, and the black chimp squad leader commanding from the center. Ares shouted nervously, "The enemy has spotted us. They're charging this way." Black Chimp ordered in a deep voice, "This is deep inside the Fire Country, no delays allowed, fight with full force, crush them in one strike." Purple Cat, prepare to gather intelligence from the enemy's mines. Purple Cat tensed her nerves. This was her first encounter with a formidable enemy since joining the Anbu. An enemy capable of breaking through the border and penetrating deep into the hinterland must possess extraordinary strength. Suddenly, a massive earth release, Earth Rock Dragon charged forward, shattering more than 10 large trees with an awe-inspiring momentum. This ninjutsu move indicated the presence of a Jonin on the opposing side. Apart from high-ranking direct descendants, Jonin often seek to build their reputation in the sunlight, making Jonin in the Anbu rare. Facing a Jonin, although Black Ape was a special Jonin, he couldn't help but feel nervous, yet he remained resolute and refused to retreat. They scattered and jumped aside to avoid the Earth Rock Dragon's attack. The Earth Rock Dragon split Black Ape's squad into two. The north side held Black Ape and Leaf Monkey's teams, while the south side had Fox and White Sheep's teams. Suddenly, three enemies charged toward Black Ape's squad leader, creating a critical situation. Half a squad was fighting against a Jonin-led team, extremely perilous. Nightglow and White Sheep led their teams to leap opposite the Earth Rock Dragon but were violently knocked back by a bow from its back, causing the two teams' ninjas to roll and fall to the ground. Nightglow and White Sheep adjusted their posture to steady themselves, but their teammates fell awkwardly. White Sheep fixed his gaze on the opposing rock ninja Jonin and said firmly, "Fox, your close combat is the strongest. We'll risk our lives to create an opening for you." "All right." Black Ape's squad leader and Leaf Monkey's team were entangled with three rock ninjas on the other side. They had to regroup with the squad leader, or they would be defeated one by one. Purple Cat and another Anbu member responsible for long-range kunai throwing, with White Sheep charging out first. Earth Release, Earth Rising Spear. The rock ninja Jonin formed hand seals, and 4 stone spears instantly shot out from the ground. Return to Heaven. Ares was very strong and used the Hyuga clan's secret technique Kaiten. The earth spears collided with the chakra hemisphere of Kaiten, shattering one after another. The IWA ninja Jonin was very interested. He didn't expect to encounter a Hyuga ninja of considerable strength. Without releasing his hand seals, he thrust wave after wave of earth spears, instantly turning the ground into a hedgehog-like surface, full of earth spears, or like bamboo shoots ready to spring. Ares quickened his steps and used Kaiten again, shattering several earth spears. But the Jonin's ninjutsu was hard to break. After 2 consecutive Kaitens, Ares was already gasping for breath. Facing the continuous assault of earth spears, he struggled to gather chakra and barely managed a third Kaiten. This time, an earth spear pierced through Kaiten and stabbed into Ares' abdomen. "Keep going." A member of the Anbu stepped on Ares' shoulder and leapt toward the IWA ninja Jonin. But shortly after taking off, his abdomen was pierced by an earth spear. Yegwang followed closely, stepping on the Anbu member's corpse midair, continuing the charge toward the IWA ninja Jonin. Seizing the moment when the IWA ninja Jonin was casting a technique, Yegwang rushed forward and swung his ninja blade fiercely. The Jonin released his hand seals and raised his metal gauntlet to block. Yegwang suddenly changed his move. The ninja blade shifted from a downward strike to a diagonal cut aimed at the opponent's neck. The subtlety of the Yunlu sword technique lies in the delayed change of moves, catching the opponent off guard. Seeing the blade strike the neck, Yegwang felt a surge of joy. Ares had drained his chakra, and the Anbu member served as a stepping stone, finally securing an opportunity to attack. However, Yegwang instantly sensed something was wrong. The feeling of cutting the throat was unusual. The IWA ninja Jonin's body suddenly went limp and turned into a puddle of mud. Earth Clone. This was an A-rank substitution technique favored by the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The IWA ninja Jonin's figure suddenly appeared behind Yegwang. Yegwang bent sharply to dodge the kunai thrust at his lower back. His reaction speed was astonishing, bordering on exaggerated. But he could dodge the first strike, not the second. An earth spear shot up from the ground, stabbing straight into Yegwang's chest. Host death detected, crescent moon arc activated. What if I die during the outer reconnaissance? What about the main battlefield? End of this chapter. Nightglow's eyes shifted, returning to the previous full moon night. He hid in the canopy of a large tree, monitoring the Thousand Hands clan territory. The stealth unit was too dangerous. He hadn't even seen the Nine Tails transfer seal before dying during intelligence reconnaissance. Every month he was cautious, but not a single month passed safely. Since crossing over, he hadn't actively drawn any rewards yet. Moon arc activated. The host has only 1 resurrection chance per month, reviving on the previous full moon night after death. Reward, 1 lottery draw opportunity. 1B rank Earth Release, Earth Rising Spear Beginner. 2 Constitution, Giant Rock Body Strength Enhancement. 3A rank Earth Release, Earth Substitute Beginner. His first chakra nature was Earth. He didn't expect 3 rewards so perfectly suited to him. It was hard to choose. B rank Earth Release, Earth Rising Spear, creates hard rock spikes to attack enemies. Yegwang now mastered an escape Earth Release technique. Earth Release, Fish Reflection in Earth technique. Earth Rising Spear was exactly the offensive ninjutsu he urgently needed. By choosing it, he could launch mid-range attacks and diversify his combat style. The second option was Constitution, giant rock body, which enhances strength. Many rock ninjas are tall, muscular, and incredibly strong, constantly training. Choosing this would strengthen his physique. The third was a rank Earth Release, Earth Clone. Recalling the battle before his death in the previous life, when he jumped at the rock ninja Jonin, that person was still using Earth Rising Spear, definitely a real person, not a clone. When the ninja sword struck the cloud ninja Jonin, the opponent blocked with an iron armored arm, then silently used Earth Clone, mysterious and unfathomable. After hesitation, Yegwang chose the third. Being alive meant he could counterattack. Defense was the best offense, and improving survival was key. He had always died before the full moon and really wanted to live until the 14th day to decide his own fate. As long as he safely passed the whole month, on the 14th day he could actively provoke and draw powerful rewards. The Senju clan leader, Uchiha clan leader, third Hokage who couldn't draw strong abilities? But he always died on missions. After dying several times, he became more cautious, avoiding danger and patiently waiting for the full moon. A rank Earth Release, Earth Clone was a top-tier clone technique. After choosing it, his eyelids drooped as information about the Earth Clone flooded his mind. Jackpot! Earth Clone was so powerful. It could send chakra into the earth beneath his feet in danger. He could swap himself with the earth body to avoid damage and attacks. Among clone techniques, Earth Clone was truly top-notch. D-rank clones required using transformation when the enemy was distracted, turning a tree stump into one's likeness while the real body hid in the shadows, relying on the enemy's blind spots. Earth Clone required no preparation like flipping a page. He could instantly swap his body with the soil beneath using a single hand and half a seal. Concealed, swift, unpredictable, and low in chakra consumption. Combined with Earth Release, Fish Reflection and Earth Technique, Yegwang could easily execute tactics of luring enemies, stealth, and flanking. Just like in the previous life, in the following days, the Fox Squad used the Senju female ninja to send out intelligence about the date of Uzumaki Mito's funeral. Purple Cat had long harbored a secret affection for Nightlight, who repeatedly admired the shy Purple Cat girl, her cheeks flushed pink. Men are always so fickle. Nightlight lingered on Purple Cat's innocence, rarely visiting the tavern Crane Moon these days to see the proprietress Chowie. The Fox Squad was still dispatched to hunt down the rogue ninjas in the mountains. This time, Nightlight didn't use expensive explosive tags. Instead, he used Earth Release to sneak in and killed 4 naked mountain ninjas. This time Nightlight was well prepared. Black Bull was not dead. He could revive once a month, greatly improving the teammates' survival rate. On the night of the 4th day, Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina left late at night by carriage. The Black Ape Squad was sent to scout, but this time Nightlight had foreseen many situations in advance. The Earth Rock Dragon charged forward, and the Black Ape Squad met it head-on. The Fox Squad and the Ares Squad were separated, while the Black Ape Squad leader and the Leaf Monkey Squad were on the other side. Ares desperately revived 3 times, sacrificing a teammate each time, just to give the Fox Squad one chance to strike. Nightlight used the Cloud Flow Sword technique to slash the throat of the Earth Ninja Jonin, but he turned into mud and used Earth Substitute. Everything went incredibly smoothly. Nightlight bent his waist in half turned, dodging the kunai with his reflexes. The Earth Ninja Jonin was surprised this Konoha Anbu was formidable. Suddenly, an Earth Spike Spear stabbed into Nightlight's lower back from behind. 2 Anbu charged at the Earth Ninja. The Earth Ninja turned to face them. At that moment, the fox who had originally died transformed into mud, emerging from the earth and stabbing the Earth Ninja's lower back with a blade. The Earth Ninja formed hand seals, eyes filled with terror. Turning his head, he saw the mud on the Earth Spike Spear and the Anbu wearing a fox mask, who had mastered a rank Earth Substitute ninjutsu. Since when had Konoha's Earth Release become so strong? Nightlight struck the Earth Ninja and was about to press the advantage when he saw Earth Spike Spears bursting from the ground all around. Another second's delay and he would be pierced like a porcupine. Without hesitation, Nightlight formed half of the ox seal with one hand, swapped his body with the soil beneath his feet, and slipped underground, severely wounding the Earth Ninja. Emerging from the earth again, Nightlight saw only Ares and Purple Cat supporting each other. The others had been killed by the dense Earth Spike Spears. 5 Earth Spike Spears stabbed toward the 2 from different directions. The eyes beneath the mask were terrified, the whites of the eyes eerily like pathological cataracts. Purple Cat's heart was filled with sorrow, knowing she was destined to die. At the time, Advisor Danzo had requested the Yamanaka clan to send someone into the Anbu. The village's high command and clan leaders were all aware of the Anbu's high casualty rate. They didn't know exactly what missions the Anbu were carrying out, only that the Chunin who entered were dying one after another. As the eldest sister among the Yamanaka youths of this generation, Yamanaka Riri stepped forward willingly, ready to join the Anbu for the clan. Their mother cried until her eyes were red. After their father sacrificed himself for the village, their mother raised her and her younger sister. For the sake of her sister, Yamanaka Riri also had to voluntarily enter the Anbu. Unexpectedly, less than half a year after joining the Anbu, she was about to die on a mission. The Iwa Nin Jonin's strength was overwhelming, one ninjutsu after another, with endless chakra. Even with a ninja blade stabbed in her abdomen, she and Shirayaji could still be killed. Shima, watching in despair, was saved by the timely appearance of the Fox Squad leader. The sight of the fox's back nearly brought Shima to tears. She silently rejoiced, relieved she wouldn't die. Shiroyaji was an important reconnaissance ninja of the squad, possessing the Byakugan, able to detect enemies in advance, greatly increasing survival chances. She absolutely could not be lost. Water release, water formation wall. A wall of water surrounded Shima and Shirayaji, blocking the attack of the Earth Spear. Yagami raised an eyebrow slightly. The Earth Spear's power had diminished, indicating the Iwa Nin Jonin was seriously injured and considerably weakened. With the Earth Spear weakened, the opportunity for attack had come. Yagami used the water wall as cover and formed the Shadow Clone Seal. The Iwa Nin Jonin knew the Fox Anbu had Earth Stealth and Earthfish reflection techniques, making it difficult to succeed, and prepared to cooperate with the Shadow Clone for a strong assault. The water formation wall fell, and two Yagamis charged out, one on the left and one on the right. One person jumped high, slashing fiercely with a ninja blade. Another circled around, swinging a horizontal blade toward the side ribs of the Iwa Nin Jonin. The Iwa Nin Jonin judged that the aerial attack was a shadow clone feint, and the real body was rushing on the ground. The Fox Anbu's Earth Clone technique must make contact with the ground, so the Iwa Nin Jonin kept a close watch on the ground, looking for signs of the technique being used. The Earth Spear stabbed out again, but its speed had clearly slowed. The Iwa Nin Jonin was severely wounded in the abdomen, with a ruptured spleen, already at the end of his strength. Yako reacted quickly, dodging multiple Earth Spears, rushing to the side of the Iwa Nin Jonin, and slashing horizontally with his ninja blade. The Iwa Nin Jonin was on guard, blocking with his armored arm slightly raised to protect his throat. He thought the ninja blade would change its move, but it ended up cutting straight at his waist. He thought to himself, this Fox Anbu was cunning and unpredictable. The blade struck the armored arm, producing a clanging metallic sound and sparks flying. But the force was unusually weak. How could a taijutsu type Anbu be like this? Could it be that he abandoned the powerful A-rank Earth Release, Earth Clone technique and jumped down from the air? Before he could block the downward strike of the ninja blade, it cut into his forehead. Die. Two ANBU squads exchanged 5 lives for one Iwa Nin Jonin. To be precise, it was 6 lives. Yuku had already died once. Does Yuku's life not count as a life? After the battle ended, Yuku was gasping for breath and quickly retreated, fearing that the Iwa Nin Jonin might still have some desperate ninjutsu. Only when the Iwa Nin Jonin fell to the ground with a heavy thud did Yuku finally breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately turned and gave orders. Bai Yang. Don't rush to find Captain Heishing. Use Byakugan to search for the enemy's main forces. The major force breaking through the border is nearby. Bai Yang was shot in the abdomen, blood flowing. He hurriedly opened his Byakugan and searched around. Soon, his expression changed drastically, and he said in horror, Fox. The third Tsuchikage Inoki is leading at least 300 Iwa Nin, plus 6 elite Jonin, one of whom has chakra comparable to the Tsuchikage. They're only 2 kilometers away, at the 10 o'clock direction. Nightlight's heart tightened. The Anbu's release of the news about the Whirlpool Mito's funeral unexpectedly attracted the third Tsuchikage. He hurried to find Captain Korazaro, only to discover that the Leaf Monkey squad had been completely wiped out. Korazaro was lying on the ground, one leg broken by Earth Release, the bone twisted at an obtuse angle. Ignoring the need to stabilize the injured leg, Nightlight helped Korazaro up. Bone shards pierced the flesh, and Korazaro trembled in pain. Despite this, Korazaro was grateful in his heart that Fox and Ares were still alive and had come to rescue him. He valued Fox, whom he had trained, as she had helped greatly multiple times. Captain. Ares has seen the third Tsuchikage. Korazaro's heart tightened. He immediately withdrew his hand from supporting Fox and stood on one leg. Fox, you and Purple Cat are uninjured. Return to Danzo immediately and report this critical information. Nightlight looked at the injured Korazaro and Ares, nodding in agreement. Compared to the intelligence, their lives were insignificant. Tonight's battle concerns the transfer and sealing of the Nine Tails, the foundation of the village. After settling Black Ape and White Sheep, Nightlight and Purple Cat quickly headed towards Mount Ushigo. Black Ape treats Nightlight well, and Nightlight is willing to keep a low profile under his command. As long as Black Ape is alive, Nightlight can easily explain the A-rank ninjutsu Earth substitute he obtained. If the captain changes, it would be hard to say. After running more than 20 kilometers, they finally saw Mount Ushigo. At the foot of the mountain is a deep valley, the entrance guarded by Anbu operatives. Urgent intelligence. Upon hearing the urgent intelligence, the Anbu guards did not stop them but watched Nightlight and Purple Cat swiftly enter the valley. In the distance, Danzo saw the Anbu ninja rapidly leaping between tree trunks, not stealthily, but standing upright directly. This indicates that the intelligence is urgent and cannot be delayed even for half a second. Yeguang and the others arrived beside Danzo, first locating Captain Huangquan with their gaze. Captain Huangquan signaled that there was no need to report to him first and directly led the fox to Danzo's side. Lord Danzo, we have discovered over 300 IWA shinobi, led by the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki. At the 9 o'clock direction, 20 kilometers from here, 15 minutes ago. A look of surprise appeared on Danzo's face, which was usually stiff and expressionless from years of habit. It's actually Anoki? Flight ability, top-tier dust release bloodline in the ninja world, cunning, tenacious, extremely difficult to deal with. Yeguang carefully watched Danzo, unsure if Danzo regretted proactively revealing the death date of Uzumaki Mito to the spy. Truly courting death recklessly, don't risk your own life to fulfill Danzo's ambitions. Danzo performed the body flicker technique and disappeared behind the valley. Soon, the 3rd Hokage, Senju Rinbaku, Tsunade, Kato Dan, and others gradually left the valley and moved forward. The 3rd Hokage saw Yeguang and waved his hand. Fox, tell me about the situation your squad encountered. The 3rd Hokage remembered Fox's name. He had appeared multiple times in the Anbu reports, with a high mission completion rate and steadily improving strength, having become a key member of the Anbu. Both Captain Huangquan and Captain Heishing valued Fox highly. Yeguang briefly reported the encounter, mainly relying on the intelligence observed by Ares using the Byakugan. Hokage-sama, the 3rd Tsuchikage is leading 5 ninja squads, totaling 300 IWA ninja. Ares said there are at least 6 elite jonin on the opposing side, one of whom has chakra levels almost equal to the Tsuchikage. The enemy's outer reconnaissance teams are all led by jonin. Their speed is very fast, and even the weaker ninja in the rear move quickly, indicating they have just rested and can enter battle at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. You all did well. Huangquan retreated with Fox and Purple Cat, while several senior leaders began discussing tactics. Yeguang looked at the waning moon, feeling somewhat melancholic. The moon was still in its waning crescent phase. This full moon cycle has already died once. How will he respond to the upcoming great battle? End of this chapter. Orders were issued one after another. Yeguang heard his arrangements and let out a long sigh of relief. The Huangquan Brigade lost 2 companies, greatly reducing its combat power. The higher-ups decided to have the Huangquan Brigade guard Kato Dan to avoid direct frontal confrontation, which made Yeguang feel relieved. Inside the mountain of Nugashin, a cave was dug. Kato Dan, 2 Senju ninjas, and Huangquan entered the cave. Yeguang and Zimao guarded the cave entrance. On each side of the cave entrance was a covert ops squad, while Huangquan stayed close to protect Kato Dan. When Kato Dan used the spirit transformation technique, his body could not move. The higher-ups believed he was more valuable than veteran Anbu jonin like Huangquan because he wielded forbidden techniques without hesitation. No wonder Kato Dan was qualified to participate in the 4th Hokage succession. His strength and prestige were extraordinary. A burst of floral fragrance wafted in. Tsunade entered the cave to check Kato Dan's protective condition. She had prepared an herbal perfume. The floral scent was refreshing and soothing. Yeguang recalled that Tsunade was 4 years older than him and that he had seen her back in ninja school. At that time, the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama was still alive, and Tsunade was truly a favored daughter of heaven. Passing by Yeguang, Tsunade stopped and said, Fox, is it? Your intelligence is very timely. Yeguang replied, It's what I should do, Princess Tsunade. Tsunade was not a shy person wearing a loose low-cut outfit. Her ample bosom was magnificent. After nodding to the fox, Tsunade continued walking into the cave. When Tobarama's 2nd grandpa was around, the Anbu was like Tobarama's arm, and Tsunade always maintained a sense of closeness with the Anbu. Unfortunately, after the Anbu was handed over to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it changed. Danzo has now become Sarutobi Hiruzen's assistant, commanding the Anbu to do dirty work. Even if the ninjas are dissatisfied, Sarutobi Hiruzen steps in as the arbiter. Today, Tsunade heard that an Anbu squad returned with only 2 members but brought back important intelligence, making her feel that the Anbu still carried the legacy of second grandpa. Watching Tsunade and Kato-dan chatting inside the cave entrance, Yako felt some pity for the two. Kato-dan should be nearing the end. Nawaki and Kato-dan both died successively in the Second Ninja World War. After Tsunade left, Yako raised his binoculars and looked into the distance. A small black dot appeared in the night, getting closer and revealing a human figure wearing a Tsuchikage straw hat. It was Inoichi. The battle quickly erupted. Inoichi unleashed dust release, his hands glowing as the dust release barrier suddenly expanded, a beam of light shooting straight at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The IWA ninja side also surged with red chakra. The steam ninja Han did not hesitate, entering the tailed beast chakra cloak and bursting out the 3 tails. Being deep in the land of fire, the IWA ninja had to fight quickly, otherwise, if the Konoha army arrived, Inoichi would have difficulty holding out. Facing a strong enemy, Konoha responded swiftly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nimbly dodged the dust release, summoning the Monkey King, extending the Vajrarui staff, and smashing it toward Inoichi in the air. The 3 tails Han concentrated the tailed beast orb in front of his head. Suddenly, a Jonin behind him lunged forward, pulling out a detonating tag, intending to die together with Han. It's Konoha's spirit transformation technique. An elite Jonin used Earth Release to intercept the controlled one, the explosion causing chaos among the IWA ninja. The elite Jonin immediately said, "I'll take people to find Kato-dan." Although Kato-dan was not as strong as Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples, his presence on the battlefield was more intimidating. His name was a headache for enemy village commanders. Once the spirit transformation technique was used, their side would be in chaos. Soul ninjutsu rarely has perceptible manifestations, so they could only look for Kato-dan's real body. Yako looked at the faint barrier light on the cave wall, unsure if it could block IWA ninja reconnaissance. The elite Jonin took 2 sensory squads, leaving the main force to flank and reinforce Kato-dan. Although not going head-on, Yako could not avoid the battle. While observing the IWA ninja's movements, he asked the purple cat beside him, "Purple cat, the Yamanaka secret technique can control others. Can Kato-dan's spirit transformation technique also control others? Are these 2 techniques somehow related?" Purple cat said, "Yes. The Yamanaka secret technique and the spirit transformation technique are both specialized in release secret techniques for mental control. The spirit transformation technique is a forbidden technique, and its range is much farther than the Yamanaka secret technique. The Yamanaka clan does not know exactly why the spirit transformation technique is so powerful. The spirit transformation technique is a secret technique of the Senju clan, passed down among the Senju clan and affiliated minor ninja clans. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan fought against each other for hundreds of years during the Warring States period, and the Senju clan united many affiliated ninja clans to oppose the Uchiha clan. For example, illusion masters are like the Uchiha clan, while the Kurama clan inherits the spiritual transformation techniques of the Kato clan. These small ninja clans have always been the primary targets of the Uchiha clan, and their scale has remained very small. Yegwan thought to himself that the proud Uchiha clan did not understand how to unite the strength of other ninjas. The Senju clan had marital ties with the Uzumaki clan, and with the support of smaller ninja clans like Kurama and Kato, their strength only grew stronger through battle. The distant sounds of fierce fighting became a noisy background. Outside the cave, it was completely quiet. Yegwang formed hand seals and performed the fish projection technique, pressing his hand to the ground, causing ripples to spread. Chakra spread underground, searching for the lurking IWA nin. These IWA nin were like rats, skilled at hiding within the earth and making full use of the terrain in battle. A few minutes later, Yegwang suddenly looked up and shouted, 2 o'clock direction, 80 meters away. 2 IWA nin sneaking there. Huangquan immediately warned, "Be on guard." He tightly guarded Kato-dan. The ANBU squad outside the cave quickly rushed toward the direction Yegwang indicated. Cold sweat seeped from Yegwang's forehead. There might not have been only 2 people just now. There was a vague figure underground, location unknown. He couldn't accurately detect it. It could be his own perception error or the enemy's strength far surpassing his own. The outcome of the battlefield didn't matter, nor did Kato-dan's life or death. The most important thing was to save his own life. Facing an elite Jonin, even if Zimao died 10 times, he couldn't help him. Hanyo and Ling had already fallen. Zimao was the only subordinate and had to be cherished. He couldn't stay here. Exposure was too dangerous, and the environment around Kato-dan was unsafe. Yegwang shouted, "Large number of enemies spotted at 2 o'clock. One squad isn't enough, request support. Huang Quan ordered, go. Hurry. The position has been exposed, others must buy time for Katodan. Yeguang and Zimao charged toward the 2 o'clock direction. Abnormal chakra fluctuations came from underground. The elite Jonin did not engage with Yeguang and quietly infiltrated the cave. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded inside the cave. Captain Huangquan is skilled in fire release. The scale of this explosion should be his doing. Yeguang does not use fire release and is unsure whether fire release consumes oxygen. If it does, would the people inside the cave suffocate? Over 90% of deaths in fires are due to suffocation and poisoning. Those actually burned to death are comparatively few. Yeguang kept a safe distance from the cave, cautiously observing the situation. He had already warned Captain Huangquan in advance and had done all he could. If the sky falls, the tall guy must rush up and hold it up. The 2 rock ninjas sneaking underground were dealt with by the Anbu squad, but in the forest opposite, 2 rock ninja squads appeared. Yeguang created a shadow clone to guard in front of Zimao. This shadow clone would provide protection for Zimao, who must seize the opportunity to use the mind transfer technique. Only 2 members remained in the squad, each crucial. The situation was dire, and there was no time to worry about exposing the identity of the Purple Cat clan in the mountains. Yeguang drew his blade and charged at the IWA ninja. Over a dozen kunai flew toward him. He swung his blade a few times, easily knocking them away. The IWA squad leader was surprised by Yeguang's solid fundamentals and agile reactions, clearly not an ordinary Anbu. 2 IWA ninjas engaged him, while the squad leader formed hand seals in the rear, preparing a ninjutsu. Yeguang's ninja blade spun and leapt in the darkness, executing the cloud flow sword technique, swiftly slaying the IWA ninja on the left. The other IWA ninja took the opportunity to stab at Yeguang's side. Though wounded, Yeguang countered and killed him. At the critical moment, Purple Cat fell and subdued one of the IWA ninjas. Yeguang seized the chance to slay the controlled ninja. The squad leader activated his ninjutsu, sending hundreds of stones hurtling like bullets. Yeguang had long prepared an earth clone with a one-handed seal. His body turned into mud, and the stones splattered upon hitting the mud. The squad leader was shocked. Konoha ninja actually mastered advanced earth release techniques of Iwagakure, which even he couldn't use. The squad leader leapt up, preparing to sneak attack through the earth kunai were thrown. He dodged the attack but noticed the kunai's handle was wrapped with a detonating tag. The explosion blasted the squad leader away. From a distance, Yeguang threw a kunai, pinning it into the squad leader's throat, swiftly executing him. After clearing the enemies, Yeguang returned to Purple Cat's side to confirm she was unharmed. Then he jumped onto a large tree, gazing toward the main battlefield. The battle was chaotic, with the Vajrarui staff, dust release, wind release, earth release, and fire release intertwined. But the most eye-catching was Uzumaki Kushina slowly emerging from the valley. She stood unsupported, no longer showing signs of old age. Reaching outside the valley, she clasped her hands together. Chakra boiled and condensed into a tangible form. At the foot of Mount Ushigekure, a chilling aura spread, and a strong murderous intent surged from the depths of the heart. This was the Nine Tails chakra. The chakra surrounding Uzumaki Kushina stirred, slowly transforming into a fierce demon fox head. Chakra was still spilling out, and more Nine Tails chakra appeared. A complete translucent Nine Tails appeared in the valley. Chains were wrapped around the translucent Nine Tails, and important joints such as the shoulders and waist were pierced through with iron chains. This is a special tailed beast cloak form that was never revealed in the original work. Only the top sealing technique masters of the Uzumaki clan can use the adamantine chains to manipulate the Nine Tails in such a way. The Nine Tails raised its head, and a huge-tailed beast ball quickly appeared in its blood-red mouth. Anoki's piercing shout cut through the night sky. It's a trap. Uzumaki Mito is far from death. Seeing Uzumaki Mito's formidable strength, Yako finally understood that tonight was not the day for the Nine Tails transfer sealing, but a feast prepared by Konoha for the enemy. Few forces could intervene in the Nine Tails transfer sealing, and Iwagakure was the strongest among them. By releasing false information, the enemy would inevitably take the bait. This is a great opportunity to weaken Konoha. The powerful Iwagakure village absolutely cannot resist the temptation. Lure Iwagakure over and let them witness what true tailed beast power is. The Three Tails Jinchuriki Han is simply no match for the Nine Tails. Han's tailed beast orb is only fist-sized, while the Nine Tails is dozens of meters wide, like a small hill, an enormous difference. Iwagakure's sealing techniques are far inferior to the Uzumaki clan's. After decades of training, Mito has nearly perfected the Jinchuriki form and has developed a unique method to utilize the Nine Tails. There weren't many Konoha ninja deployed this time, but fewer people meant more agility. But Konoha Ninja desperately retreated, but the IWA Ninja did not give up and built wall after wall of earth. However, in front of the Nine-Tails massive-tailed beast orb, those earth walls were like a stack of broken playing cards. Yegwang whispered urgently to Purple Cat, "Run." Not daring to look back, he activated his chakra and used the body flicker technique to flee at full speed. Purple Cat was also fast. After only a few dozen seconds of running, a violent explosion suddenly erupted behind them. Yegwang hurriedly threw Purple Cat to the ground and lay flat. The shockwave tore through the treetops, tilting tree trunks at a 45-degree angle, nearly toppling them. The explosion was a kilometer away, yet its force was still astonishing. The IWA Ninja at the center of the explosion was severely injured. After a dozen seconds, the shockwave finally dissipated. Yegwang got up, took out binoculars, jumped onto a tilted tree trunk, and looked toward the direction of the IWA Ninja. There was only a large crater left, with a figure floating above it. Anoki had dodged the Nine-Tails-tailed beast orb attack by flying and was holding an unconscious Hanjin Shuriki in his hand. The ground was bare soil with no grass, and there was not a single figure in sight. Anoki roared, "Shimura Danzo! I will definitely kill you." Clearly, he believed this was a trap set by Konoha Anbu. Spies and counter-spies, intelligence and false intelligence, these are all the work of the Anbu. End of chapter. The battle ended, and Yegwang immediately went to find Captain Huangquan. Captain Huangquan and Kato Duan were covered in dirt, standing over the bodies of the elite Iwan and Jonin. Yegwang sighed, truly worthy of being Captain Huangquan, one of the 6 captains of the Anbu, with formidable strength. Seeing Fox approaching, Captain Huangquan stepped away from Kato Duan and took Fox to a distance to speak. "Fox, reinforcements from the village will arrive soon. You, Purple Cat, and the others in the squad should take off your masks, disguise yourselves as ordinary ninja, and start promoting Lord Danzo's heroic deeds." Anbu Captain Danzo has been planning for half a year, using the old Uzumaki Mito as a cover and the Uzumaki princess entering the village as bait, setting a trap against Iwagakure. In this battle, Iwagakure suffered heavy losses. 6 elite jonin, over 30 jonin, and more than 300 chunin were all slain by Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo, the shadow of Konoha's ninja, hero of the Land of Grass War. Someone said. Yegwang was stunned, cursing inwardly at their shamelessness. "All right, Captain, I'll arrange it immediately." Yegwang asked, Captain Black Chimpanzee and White Sheep were injured. Did they manage to hide successfully? After promoting Lord Danzo, can I go rescue them? Complete the promotion task first, then I will send a Hyuga ninja to support you. Understood. After Yegwang and Zimao delivered the orders, they removed their masks, put on forehead protectors, and blended in with the ordinary ninjas. Half an hour later, many ninjas indeed arrived from the direction of the village, and the clan leader along with well-known jonin also showed up. Yegwang and Yamanaka mingled in the crowd, spreading rumors. Did you hear? 6 elite jonin from Iwagakure died, all because of Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo planned for half a year, and tonight he is closing the net in one go, killing over 300 chunin. The chunin exam never had this many chunin appear at once. Can Anoki still be the Tsuchikage? What a fool, being played around by Lord Danzo, voluntarily entering the Land of Fire and getting beaten up badly. The shadow of the shinobi is definitely Lord Danzo. Instead of waiting for other forces to cause trouble after Uzumaki Mito dies, better to detonate early and teach them a lesson. After Yegwang spread these rumors, he asked Zemo for a water bottle and took big gulps, feeling very disgusted inside. How can they praise Danzo like this? He suddenly thought of Xiaoi. Perhaps her spy identity had long been discovered, and the Anbu kept her to pass false information to Iwagakure. If Xiaoi was exposed, he himself would become very suspicious. He must rescue Captain Black Ape and find a way to clear his name. Yegwang stood at the edge of the valley, watching high-ranking figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Rinmo leave amid the cheers of the supporting ninjas. After the crowd dispersed, he finally waited for a Hyuga ninja, preparing to search for Captain Black Ape. After searching most of the night, the Hyuga ninja found 2 people inside a tree hollow of a large tree. Yegwang jumped onto the tree and rhythmically tapped the trunk, signaling to those inside that he was an ally and not to cause friendly fire. After the hollow responded with the code, he jumped down, pushed aside the bushes for cover, and shouted, "Captain Black Ape! Are you okay?" Hearing the fox's voice, the chimpanzee's pale face finally regained a trace of color. "I'm fine, Fox. Did we win?" "We won, a big win." Yegwang quickly went to check on the 2. The chimpanzee's leg was broken, a comminuted fracture, bone fragments damaged the blood vessels, the leg bent outward, and it was severely swollen. If not treated promptly, amputation was very likely. The chimpanzee squad leader had already lost his left arm. If he lost his right leg too, he would be forced to retire on the spot. The ram's injuries were very serious. His lower abdomen was pierced, with internal organs exposed. Fortunately, he was a ninja, or he would have died on the spot. The chimpanzee squad leader performed first aid on him, barely saving half of his life. Let's go! We need to hurry back to the village, to Konoha Hospital. Princess Tsunade is in the village. She can definitely save him. The chimpanzee was full of gratitude. Fox is the member who has been with his team the longest and has performed the best. Fox has saved him twice already, once in the Land of Waves Kyoto, and once here. He is truly his lucky charm. After being sent to Konoha Hospital, Yegwang saw several medical ninjas enter the ward, led by Tsunade. She first examined the unconscious Aries and immediately diagnosed intestinal rupture with infection. A section of the intestine needs to be removed. The medical ninjas quickly recorded the plan and pushed Aries toward the operating room. Tsunade then conducted a detailed examination of Black Ape, which took longer than expected. The situation is complicated. Amputation poses no life threat and he can be discharged soon. But if he wants to retain combat ability, a major surgery is necessary. The leg's bone fractures affect blood vessels, muscles, and nerves. The success rate is low, and recovery will be long. If luck runs out, amputation will still be necessary. She looked toward the Anbu by the wall and saw the fox mask, asking, "Is that you?" I was about to ask the family which treatment option they choose. Black Ape said firmly, "Princess Tsunade, I choose surgery. I must stand up and regain my combat ability." Tsunade closed her notebook. "All right, push him to the operating room and start the surgery immediately." The ward quickly emptied. More than 10 minutes later, Captain Yellow Dog came in and asked, "Where is Black Ape?" "To the operating room." "Major surgery, is there still hope?" Yellow Dog asked. That's what Princess Tsunade said. Huang Quan went straight to the operating room. He returned shortly and said, "The Black Ape squad is down to 4 members. The Black Ape is performing surgery on himself and recommended that you temporarily act as squad leader. Depending on his recovery, if it doesn't go well, you will officially take over." The battalion commander also reminded me that the Anbu has been busy lately, and the Black Ape squad must regain combat effectiveness as soon as possible. You should return to the Anbu now and quickly familiarize yourself with all the missions. The battalion commander's assistant took Yegwang back to the Anbu to formally hand over the acting squad leader position. Yegwang got promoted. Yegwang first went to the archives to review all the member profiles of the Black Ape squad. The Black Ape was a ninja from the Chodao clan, and Purple Cat was from the Mountain clan. These were pieces of information he already knew. He sought his own profile. After joining the Anbu, he had carried out missions successively in the Brown Bear squad and the Black Ape squad. Suddenly, he noticed that on the Brown Bear squad leader's file, it was recorded that he had long operated in the Land of Grass and had interrogated many IWA Nin. Yegwang had a sudden inspiration. His Earth Release, Earth Clone technique could be said to have been obtained from the Brown Bear squad leader. The Brown Bear squad leader had died early in the Land of Whirlpools, and no one could verify it. If an Anbu ninja concealed certain abilities or suddenly mastered new ones, they would be investigated to see if it was related to enemy villages. He found his own file, which recorded that he had received an Earth Release scroll from the Brown Bear squad leader and spent several months mastering Earth Release, Earth Clone. As for why the Brown Bear squad leader was so good to Fox, the Black Ape squad leader was even more doting on Fox. The feeling of promotion is really great, with more autonomy. If I became the captain of the Anbu squad, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? If I became the Anbu chief, I could influence the entire ninja world. Danzo can be the shadow of the shinobi, why can't Yegwang? Yegwang found the mission records of the Black Chimpanzee squad again. Ongoing missions included monitoring Princess Uzumaki, investigating the spy network in Iwagakure, and several missions Yegwang Han-T participated in. He soon saw a familiar named Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi's spy identity was indeed suspected by the Anbu, but since she wasn't much of a threat, the Anbu hadn't taken action to eliminate her. The investigation records also included Yegwang's name. The Leaf Monkey squad had monitored Xiaoyi and found Yegwang appearing in her shop. The Leaf Monkey suspected the fox's suspicious behavior. The Black Chimpanzee captain wrote in the records that the fox suspected Xiaoyi's identity and might be investigating secretly. Later, Yegwang and the Black Chimpanzee captain caught a Cloud Ninja spy in Xiaoyi's shop and, with the help of the spy, tracked down the kidnapped Princess Uzumaki. The Black Chimpanzee squad captain ultimately concluded that the fox was fine and shouldn't be suspected. If the fox were truly a spy, how could he have let a target more important than Princess Uzumaki go? So that's how it was the Anbu had done so many things by accident. Yeguang called Purple Cat to recruit people from Root to supplement the fox and the black chimpanzee squad. After Purple Cat went to select new recruits, Yeguang left the Anbu base and headed to Choi's Surajetsu Izakaya. That day, Surajetsu Izakaya hung a closed sign. Yeguang thought to himself, this big-breasted, empty-headed woman closing at this time is obviously telling the Anbu she is in trouble. If it weren't for the black chimpanzee squad's brief incapacitation and the leaf monkey squad's total annihilation, Choi would have been dragged into the Anbu interrogation room tonight. Open the door! Yeguang shouted. A woman's voice came from inside. Sorry, we're closed tonight. It's me, Yeguang said. Sounds of chairs and tables moving came from inside, and the door was opened. Yeguang saw Choi, covered in wrinkles. Her eyes were full of despair and fear, like a frightened kitten. Closing the door is fine, tonight I'm the only customer you're serving. Yeguang walked in by himself. After Choi closed the door, she hurriedly followed Yeguang and cautiously asked, what missions have you been on these past few days? Why haven't you come to see me? She thought to herself, Iwagakure village, located on Mount Ushigakure not far from Konoha, suffered such a heavy blow. Everyone in Konoha is rushing around celebrating, but as a spy, maybe this is the end for me. I'm going to die. Neither Konoha nor Iwagakure can accept me. Did you go to carry out the mission to strike the IWA ninja on Mount Ushigakure? Hearing Choi's words, Yeguang turned around and looked down at Choi. Choi was momentarily flustered, then stubbornly raised her head to meet Yeguang's gaze. Yeguang thought to himself, it's a pity she has already given up. Of course not, how could I participate in such a mission? Iwagakure suffered heavy losses, 6 elite jonin, more than 30 jonin, and over 300 shunin. This is truly satisfying. After Yeguang finished speaking, he saw Choi's chest trembling violently. Her mouth twitched, on the verge of breaking down. Yeguang said, get me a bottle of wine. Let's not worry about what tomorrow will bring tonight, we should enjoy ourselves properly, don't you think? No matter what happens tomorrow? Choi swallowed hard, yeah, we'll deal with tomorrow when it comes. Choi suddenly lunged forward, pinning Yeguang down on the sofa. Whether on the sofa, the table, or the counter, every time Yeguang tried to gain the upper hand, Choi resisted fiercely, eventually overpowering her until she was gasping for breath. Choi vented her inner stress wildly, as if she had gone mad. Yeguang was powerless to resist and finally had no choice but to silently accept. Choi's waist was firm and tight, without any excess flesh, like a sculpture. Yeguang suddenly remembered that during a lottery draw, she had seen the physique, giant rock body. The training of the rock ninja made the body exceptionally sturdy. Choi's legs were straight and strong, exactly the result of that training. After the passion subsided, Yeguang picked up the kitchen knife, hesitating in her heart. He knew that to eliminate the danger, he should have acted ruthlessly. Choi lay on his chest, completely unaware of his thoughts. She whispered, if only I could follow you. Yeguang gently put down the dinner knife, wrapped his arms around her back, holding her close to his chest. After an unknown amount of time, he fell into a deep sleep. Choi got up, carefully tidied his clothes, and cleaned his body. Finally, she glanced at Yeguang on the counter, withdrew her lingering feelings, and turned to leave the izakaya through the back door. Everything about Konoha village was over. Inside the izakaya, Yeguang suddenly opened his eyes. Choi arrived at a green area in the southern district of the village, which looked like a park but resembled a dense forest even more. The trees were lush, and in the darkness of night, outsiders could not peek inside. She struggled to search for the signal of Iwagakure village near the tree roots. An hour later, she found the signal and waited under a large tree. Soon, a person crawled out from the bushes. Mei, is that you? Choi's younger sister slowly stood up from the ground. Sister, your mission is finally over. Come back to the village with me. But there was not a trace of joy on Choi's face. The intelligence she passed on led to the village's defeat, and the Whirlpool Mizuto showed no signs of decline, still possessing strong combat power. Choi understood the village. Even if she returned, she would face the terrifying interrogation of Iwagakure village's Anbu. But for the sake of her sister's future in the village, Kaio had no choice but to return. All right, little sister, let us go back. Mei rushed forward and tightly embraced Kaio. In the dense forest of the park in Konoha village, the two sisters from Iwagakure depended on each other, supporting one another. Ugh! A kunai suddenly stabbed into Kaio's abdomen. Kaio looked at Mei in horror, her eyes full of confusion and despair. Sis! You can't betray the village. The village has already issued a death order. All spies in Konoha village are considered traitors. Kyle cried, May, I'm willing to go back with you, as long as I can clear my name, you won't be implicated. May's eyes turned cold, her heart hardened. Only by killing her traitorous sister and taking her head with her own hands could she lift the village's suspicion from herself. She stepped back half a pace, fiercely drove the kunai deeper into Kaio's abdomen, then pulled out another and pointed it straight at Kaio's throat. Kaio suddenly showed a faint bitter smile. It turned out that after years of effort, only I was moved by myself. Under the influence of Iwagakure village, my younger sister had already become a ninja who only considered the interests of the village and herself. Is this what a ninja is? The kunai stabbed into Choi's throat. Smack! A large hand grabbed Mei's wrist. Mei fearfully realized that the kunai had only pierced half a centimeter into Choi's throat. Even more terrifyingly, a cursed seal appeared all over Mei's body, sealing all her joints. Yeguan looked at her with satisfaction. It had been a long time since he used the cursed binding seal, but its efficiency was still astonishing. He pinched Mei's chin and sneered coldly. The spy from Iwagakure village actually used your resemblance to Choi to conduct espionage activities. That makes some sense. Now, you're doomed. Yeguang raised the kunai and stabbed fiercely into Mei's head from top to bottom. Since he couldn't ruthlessly kill Choi, he could only ruthlessly get rid of her sister. In fact, he had long had the chance to stop Choi from being seriously injured by her sister, but he did nothing and kept waiting. It was not until the very moment Mei was about to kill her sister that he intervened to stop the murder. If he rashly killed Mei, Choi would hate him instead. Blood flowed from Mei's forehead, sliding down past her ear and neck. Choi wanted to raise her hand to stop it, but Yeguang didn't give her the chance. Sharp pain came from her abdomen and throat. Thinking of how her sister had just tried to kill her, Choi suddenly felt that her sister had become a stranger. She had long forgotten what her sister originally looked like. The little girl who used to follow behind her with two braids bouncing was long dead, buried deep in her memory. Perhaps all these years of effort for her sister were just for the sister she imagined. The spy's payment and rewards were all given directly to her sister, making her sister believe that it was all deserved. Mei's body fell, Yeguan pulled out the kunai, and brain matter flowed from the crack in her skull. In this way, even the mountain clan would not receive any intelligence, and the spy investigation report could be written by himself. Mei's rock ninja traits were more obvious, making it easy to deceive. Yeguang turned around and knocked Choi down, whispering, It's over, Choi, it's all over. You have already been abandoned by Iwagakure. Owanoki blamed one of the reasons for the failure on your spies sending wrong information. He is not a forgiving person. On the contrary, due to his dwarfism and paranoid personality, he will never change his decision or admit his mistakes. Forget Iwagakure, forget your sister, and continue to stay in Konoha. I have someone covering for you, able to help you temporarily hide. Yeguang knew clearly that it couldn't truly be covered up when the time came. To save his life, he would have to strike first. The cruelty of the ninja revealed itself at this moment. No matter how much Yeguan likes Choi, if he really had to choose between the two, he would only choose himself. He tore open the clothes on Choi's abdomen, revealing the wound, and while treating it, he said, Tomorrow at noon, the shop will open as usual, pretending nothing happened. No matter how much the abdominal wound hurts, you have to endure it. The wound on your neck is easier to hide, just wear a collar. Yes, wear a collar, very romantic, I like it. Choi lay on the ground, tears streaming endlessly. She cried for herself, for her sister, for those useless sacrifices, and for her sister's ruthless attempt to kill her. She cried even more for the Iwagakure spies who died beside her. Under the village's hatred, their deaths seemed utterly meaningless. In the end, the one who saved her was actually a stranger from Konoha. What is your name? Choi asked. What is my name? Yeguang replied while applying medicine. Didn't I tell you last time? Mi Chu. Then I'll call myself Mi Chu. Choi knew he wouldn't tell the truth and didn't bother to press further. After all, she was a spy. Having someone protect her and keep her alive was already enough. She stared blankly at the night sky through the gaps in the treetops and said, Tell me, why do people kill each other? Why is there war? Why are there hostile villages? Why are there so many deaths? Yeguang answered, The ninja world respects strength. Everyone wants to make others bow with the kunai in their hands. The problem is, this way of thinking is too common. The 5 great ninja villages all think this way, including the Kage-level ninjas. Villages fight each other, and there is constant internal strife within the villages as well. Where there are people, there are conflicts. This problem is too big, Choi, you just need to live well. This is not something you should worry about. Maybe one day, if I become the strongest in the ninja world, I can try to reduce the killing. After saying this, he didn't even believe it himself. It was just to comfort the little girl. However, he is now quite interested in the position of Anbu captain. The Hokage is busy with countless affairs. The Anbu captain can carry out private agendas, has many things they can do, and can influence many people. The Hokage cannot personally oversee all Anbu missions, so the assistance of the Anbu captain is definitely needed. The next day, Xiaoyi opened the door of the izakaya punctually at noon. No one came to arrest her. It seemed she had truly become an ordinary villager of Konoha, running a small izakaya. This kind of life wasn't too bad either. In the afternoon, someone suddenly came in and shouted, "Madam, bring the best sake and a plate of braised beef." Xiaoyi was stunned. The person was him, standing at the door and smiling at her. At this moment, he looked even more handsome, heart-stirring. Xiaoyi blushed and quietly stepped aside. After eating and drinking, thinking that Xiaoyi was still injured and couldn't do much at night, Yeguang left the izakaya and went to Konoha Hospital. At the hospital, the surgeries on the chimpanzee and the ram had been completed. The chimpanzee took off his mask. He was a round-faced chubby man, resembling other Akimichi ninjas. His wife is also from the Akimichi clan. The two of them might be distant relatives. The shinobi clan has a strict genealogy to avoid close relative marriages. Kurozaru said to his wife, "You go out first, I'll chat with my friend." His wife didn't know Kurozaru was a member of the Anbu. He referred to the other person as a friend, not a subordinate. Yako glanced at Kurozaru's wife's chest, which was astonishingly large, even surpassing Tsunade's. The Akimichi clan excels in body expansion techniques, something even the Senju clan can't match. When the ward was empty, Yako said, "Captain, I'm temporarily acting as the squad leader. Many tasks are hard to carry out. The squad is understaffed." Kurozaru looked at his bandaged leg and said, "I have half a month left before discharge, and 1.5 months before I can regain combat strength. Princess Tsunade's medical skills are truly brilliant. My aunt said that no other doctor in Konoha Hospital could have saved my leg. Once I recover, I'll rebuild Kurozaru's squad. You all should rest first. Captain Koken probably won't assign major missions." Yako nodded repeatedly, secretly excited that the next 1.5 months would be safe. Today is the 12th. The resurrection count for this month has been used up. If I can survive until the 14th of next month, I will use the golden finger to take the initiative. Crossing over, every month is filled with danger. No wonder Uchiha Itachi slaughtered his clan for peace. Peace is too precious, and war can drive people to become beasts. End of this chapter. The full moon is like a silver plate, the moonlight like white frost, and nightlight gains a new chance at revival. Wearing a mask, he walks into the dim corridor of the Anbu base. The flickering candlelight reflects off a series of grim masks. Everyone's steps are hurried after the heavy blow to Iwagakure. The Anbu members all shine with renewed brilliance. The Anbu, nominally directly under the Hokage, had Danzo appointed as Anbu leader by the third Hokage, fully managing the Anbu. Danzo and the Anbu faithfully carry out the will of the third Hokage. From the time that Yeguang crossed over, Tenzo had not made any extreme moves. However, his ambition was already glaringly obvious. In the battle at Ushigakure Mountain, Tenzo clearly became the greatest contributor, but the campaign to build up his reputation abruptly stopped. It was said that the third Hokage directly ordered the Anbu to cease the propaganda. Severely damaging Iwagakure was a major achievement, a victory won through the joint efforts of Uzumaki Mito, the Senju clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others. Yet in the rumors, Tenzo became the main character. He had laid out a 1,000-mile plan, spending half a year to create this opportunity. The third Hokage did not pay attention to these rumors. Yeguang arrived at Captain Kurenai's office to report on Captain Kurozaru's recovery. Kurenai frowned. 1.5 months he wanted Kitsune to fully take over the captain's duties, but Kurozaru was an important figure in the Akimichi clan, and their feelings could not be ignored. "The mission to guard Princess Uzumaki is not urgent. I will send other squads. The spies in Iwagakure have all been cleaned out, every single one dead. Before Kurozaru returns, you are responsible for training the rookies," Kurenai said. "Understood, Captain," Yeguang replied. Xiaoyi was temporarily fine. The Yemen squad was all dead, and no one knew Xiaoyi's whereabouts. Mei's body was also returned, and the Anbu found no leaks. Training rookies and doing simple patrols during this time, they probably wouldn't leave the village. Yeguang left the Anbu and headed toward the Tsukazuru tavern, pondering in his mind. Assassinate the third Hokage directly at the Hokage building? Sarutobi Hiruzen, aside from summoning the monkey demon, had limited strength. Even if he summoned the monkey demon, one punch from it could kill its master. High-level summoned beasts were temperamental and difficult to control. Anbu ambushing Tenzo? Tenzo was skilled in wind release, but Yeguang did not have wind-natured chakra and couldn't develop it this month either. He vaguely felt that sooner or later he would fall out with Tenzo. And in front of Tenzo, 2 lives might not even be enough. Mochizuki's arc reminder: being killed twice by the same person will result in the host's immediate death. The system's warning made him alert. Danzo was too dangerous, he couldn't afford to die on purpose and had to save the chance to revive. What if Danzo came looking for him one day? Ambush Captain Kurenai? Forget it, he knew all his intel, no chance. Yagami jumped onto a street lamp, looking at the night view of Konoha, thinking of trying his luck at the Uchiha clan territory. If he got the Sharingan, that would really be a breakthrough. He was tempted. He would be more careful then, after all, wearing a mask made it harder to expose the Sharingan. Anyone who saw his Sharingan would be killed. The risk was there but controllable. He then looked toward the Senju clan territory. The Uchiha clan's extermination was far in the future, so no rush for now. The Senju clan's extermination, however, was just within the past year or two. Better to choose the Senju clan, their abilities were also good, with large chakra reserves and strong physiques. Next was to formulate an action plan. On the night of the 14th, challenge the strongest Senju clan ninja. Clan leader Senju Rinbaku, or Tsunade, either would do. Back at the izakaya, Yegwang applied the top-tier ninja wound medicine from the Anbu to Xiaoi. Xiaoi had to recover quickly, otherwise, the long night would be unbearably boring. Before crossing over, Yegwang was exhausted like a beast of burden. Now that he was in another world, couldn't he enjoy himself a little? The next day, deep in the Death Forest training ground, Yegwang stood on a rock, looking down at the new team members. I am the acting squad leader of the Black Chimp Squad. While the squad leader is injured, I am in command. I am the Fox Squad leader. Just call me Fox. The Black Chimp Squad has 3 teams. The Aries team leader is also under treatment and is expected to return in about 2 weeks. The Leaf Monkey team is all rookies, with no experience from the squad leader to the members. Next, we will start basic kunai throwing coordination training. The person wearing the Leaf Monkey mask suddenly stepped forward. Fox, although I am a newcomer to the Anbu, I have previously carried out many rank missions. Isn't this basic training too simple? I think I am qualified. Purple Cat frowned behind the mask. The route was just established, and the coordination wasn't in place yet? How could there be such a rebellious ninja? What are you qualified for? Nightlight Instant appeared in front of the Leaf Monkey, slashing a blade toward his shoulder. Yiho's strength was indeed extraordinary. He crouched down to dodge the blade, then grabbed the fox's wrist, trying to ease the situation. Fox, I mean no harm, it's just that. But he only caught a handful of mud. A mud substitute? Yiho hadn't even regained his footing when he hurriedly turned around to guard against a sneak attack from behind. But he found no one behind him. Everyone saw the fox emerge from the mud, predicting Yiho would turn to defend. Yi Guang reversed his ninja blade, smashing the hilt hard into Yiho's forehead, sending him flying into the air, unconscious. Captain, a team member shouted, seeing the fox look at him, quickly bowing his head and staying silent. Yi Guang jumped back onto the rock, shaking his head and saying, "The Anbu are really getting worse with each generation. You are the worst batch of ninjas I've ever seen. Why does this sound so familiar? The teacher in my previous life often said the same. Those teachers didn't cherish them, but this generation will definitely be the strongest in the coming years." Yegwang withdrew his thoughts and said, "The Leaf Monkey was kicked out of the chimpanzee squad. What awaits him is punishment from the Anbu in the village. The root, responsible for training him, will also face collective punishment. The mission of the Anbu ninja is only one: to give your all and complete the mission with your life. Obedience. Obedience. Damn it, obedience." Training began, and the newcomers finally realized the harshness of the Anbu. Training ended, but Yiho was still unconscious. Yegwang carried him to the route for a return. There were not many root ninjas from Jiadague, a total of 10 people. Hearing the fox say that this person actually openly defied the acting squad leader, all the root ninjas looked toward Ding. Ding, panting heavily, took the unconscious Yiho and said, "Don't worry, I will assess whether he can be reformed. If not, he will be dealt with according to Anbu regulations." Hearing Ding say this, Yiho's hope for reform was slim. Many ninjas in Konoha were simple-minded, truly believing that the high-ups' propaganda about mutual care, valuing comrades, and the will of fire was all true. They were naive and laughable, truly brainwashed by the leadership, and one day they would die under this brainwashing. The end of this chapter. Yegwang stood on the Hokage rock, the Senju clan territory appearing calm through the telescope. He carefully memorized the layout of the Senju clan buildings. The large compound was divided into 3 routes: left, center, and right. The center route was a 7-section compound. The front 4 sections were public buildings of the Senju clan, including the Ancestral Hall, Assembly Hall, and Archive Room. These were open to the public, making it easy for Yegwang to gather intelligence. In the last 3 sections of the compound, it was unclear which building belonged to the clan leader Senju Rinmo and which to Uzumaki Nito. On the 14th, it was uncertain where Senju Rinmo was. If he was outside, they would find a way to ambush him. If inside the clan territory, they first needed to figure out where he lived. The left and right routes were also 7-section compounds, densely packed with houses and few main halls. On the east and west sides, there is a single row of long houses, each over 200 meters. In this building complex, thousands of the Senju clan live. Behind the 7-gate courtyard, there is also a large training ground, about 1/3 the size of the 7-gate courtyard. Yegwang sighed quietly. Could it be that they intend to break through the Senju clan? He also discovered that there was a 3-person patrol team in the clan territory. In the alleys between the courtyards, ninjas patrolled everywhere. The patrol teams would disappear under certain pavilions. Those were hidden sentries. With more than 20 days left in the investigation, there would definitely be a chance. After descending from the Hokage rock, Yegwang saw a group of people walking out of the Hokage building and was startled. It was Senju Rinmo and his guards. On second thought, Yegwang felt there was no need to be afraid. He hadn't made a move, so why fear him? He is now a core force in the Anbu. Scanning Qianqiu Linmu, there were 6 guards around him, each resolute, elite members of the clan. Back at the Crane Moon Tavern, Yegwang ordered 3 bottles of wine and drank silently. Shui saw he was gloomy and teased him under the table. Stop it, Shui, come back tonight. There are so many customers in the shop now. Shui rolled her eyes at Yegwang, twisted her big, round, perky hips, and left. A middle-aged man with a cane entered the tavern. He had a broad, square face and well-developed neck muscles, but unfortunately a broken leg. He must have been a powerful ninja in his youth. What caught Yegwang's attention even more was the clan emblem on his clothes, the Forest Qianqiu clan emblem. Yegwang had seen him before, a regular at the izakaya, the retired ninja Senjuka. Senjuka entered the izakaya, saw his friend Yachi waving to him at the bar, and hobbled over with his cane. Yegwang drank 2 bottles of sake in a row, then also walked toward the bar. Shui, don't be mad, I was wrong, he said softly. Senjuka and Yachi nearby saw the young couple as playful banter and couldn't help but laugh. Senjuka joked, young man, I've been through it all. Cherish this girl well, or you'll be living the good life in the future. Yachi laughed and replied, can anything be better than marrying a woman from the Senju family? Senjuka smiled bitterly, are you still regretting not marrying my sister when you were young? Yeah, she died 14 years ago, otherwise I definitely would have married her. A deep nostalgia showed on Senjuka's face. His sister had died early in the First Ninja World War. Duck Pond sighed, it's a pity your sister passed away 12 years ago, otherwise she wouldn't be bad either. I'm easygoing and not picky. You jerk! Thousand-Handed Hua shouted angrily, swinging the broken leg and kicking Duck Pond off the high chair. Duck Pond wasn't angry. He got up laughing loudly. I didn't expect you to still be so strong. Luckily your leg is broken, otherwise I really couldn't beat you. The 2 middle-aged men argued loudly, creating a lively scene. Yachi worried that Senjukaba would keep arguing, so he quickly changed the subject. Why did you call me here? Get to the point, I don't have time to reminisce with a retired ninja like you. Senjukaba's expression darkened as he said, you are my son Senju Bai's Jonin in charge, and also his teacher. Help me check on his situation. Bai just went on a mission to the land of grass. After he came back last night, he locked himself in his room and refused to come out. I asked him, but he wouldn't say a word. I feel like something's wrong with his mood. Yachi said, I know your son well. He has a strong will. There's no way he would lock himself up just because of one mission. Senjukaba sighed, his mission record is excellent. He has completed multiple A-rank missions. I even applied for his promotion to Special Jonin and wanted him to be the clan leader's bodyguard. But his current mental state is off. I'm afraid something's wrong with him. Impossible, Yachi said firmly. I took him on his first mission outside the village. He even killed 2 sand ninjas. In all subsequent missions, he never showed any emotional reaction to seeing blood. He is an outstanding ninja. At 19, he already has the strength of a Special Jonin. He will definitely be promoted to Jonin before 25. He won't develop a mental illness. Only the weak are tormented by fear. Go talk to him, stop dawdling. Alright, I'll arrange to meet him here tomorrow. Tonight, let's drink first. The Senju family, being a major household, must host guests. I need to have a good drink. Yeguang teased Xiaoyi while carefully listening to the two of them talking. What interested Yeguang the most was Senju Hua, who had a broken leg and wanted his son to become the clan leader's bodyguard. The next day, Yeguang waited early at the izakaya. Yachi soon came in and sat at the bar drinking. In the latter half of the night, a tall young man walked in. He had a full beard, unkempt. His eyelids drooped, suffering from severe insomnia, with heavy dark circles. "Bai, come here." Senju Bai looked up and saw teacher Yachi, then slowly walked over to him. Yachi kept encouraging Bai, but he just stared blankly at the wine in his cup. "Bai, you have to pull yourself together. Your mother came from the Whirlpool clan and sacrificed herself early for Konoha. For your father's sake, you can't be downhearted. If you have any thoughts, tell me, and I'll help you." Bai suddenly looked up, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, then he became confused and puzzled. He leaned close to the teacher's ear and whispered something. Yako saw it, and Yachi's pupils suddenly contracted. He said in disbelief, "No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." After the shock, he asked, "Did you tell your father?" "No, I didn't dare to say." "Don't rush to say anything. You can't handle this. I will find out the truth and then tell your father. You go home first, don't be depressed, and don't act abnormally." "All right, I understand." The two left. Yako recalled the details. Bai heard from Duck Pond that his mother married into Konoha from Uzumaki Hidden Village, and his attitude changed. Secrets cannot be kept no matter how hidden, they will eventually be exposed. Yeguang suspected that Bai might have come into contact with the remnants of the Uzumaki in the Land of Grass. He pondered whether he could use these clues to get close to Senju Rinmu. End of this chapter. During the day, Yeguang trained as a new member of the Anbu. At night, he investigated Senju Rinmu's whereabouts. Rinmu always went out with 6 guards, either lurking in the Senju clan territory or going to the Hokage building. Since the battle at Ushigakiyama, the cause of Uzumaki Mito's death has been a mystery. The transfer of the Nine-Tails seal was not urgent, but the Senju clan was unusually anxious. Yeguang still hadn't found Tsunade and didn't know where she had gone. After performing surgery on the chimpanzee, Tsunade disappeared. In the afternoon, Yeguang left the Anbu early and walked into an izakaya. "Xiaoyi, can I borrow your property registration certificate for a moment?" "What do you need it for?" "You're recovering well. Come on, let's go practice in the backyard." An hour later, Xiaoyi weakly got up from the bed and rummaged through the drawer to find the property certificate. What a nuisance. Do I need to write an authorization letter too? With the property certificate and authorization letter in hand, Yeguang went to Konoha's only daimyo bank. All the money earned by the Anbu was spent at the Tsurujetsu izakaya, so using the izakaya's property certificate for a loan was reasonable. If he died on the night of the 14th, everything would return to the full moon of last month. All loans will be written off in one lump sum. The luminous golden finger points to the arc of the moon, as if creating a parallel world every month. In this parallel world, Yeguang takes away Xiaoyi's property registration certificate. In the next parallel world, it starts again from the last full moon. Yeguang found a manager and asked, "Manager, with this property registration certificate, what is the maximum loan amount I can get?" "That mainly depends on how many years you can borrow for. The longer the loan term, the higher the interest rate, and the larger the loan amount." "May I ask how old you are this year?" Yeguang said, "I'm 18 this year and want to borrow for 60 years. The manager laughed and said, "Young man, you're quite humorous. The average lifespan in Konoha village is 45 years, so you can only borrow for 45 minus 16, which is 26 years at most." Nightlight helplessly said, 26 years is fine too, give me a loan for 26 years. The manager asked again, "Are you a ninja?" "Yes." "That won't work. The average lifespan of a ninja is 31 years, so you can only get a loan for up to 15 years. "Alright, 15 years is fine." Nightlight thought to himself, "Anyway, I don't plan to repay it." The manager continued, "Don't rush. According to statistics from Daimyo Bank, male ninjas in Konoha live to 27 years old on average, females 35. If you're a medical ninja, the maximum loan term is 15 years for ordinary combat ninjas, only 11 years. Nightlight angrily said, 11 years. Calculate how much I can borrow. The manager checked the data and quickly calculated, then said, "You can borrow 8 million ryo, to be repaid over 11 years. Young man, train hard and strengthen your abilities. If you die next month, we will confiscate the property directly, understand?" Nightlight thought, "Then I better hurry up, I might not be in this parallel universe next month. Once I'm gone, I don't care if this universe floods." After leaving the bank, Nightlight went to the ninja tools shop. Detonation tags cost 10,000 Rio each. Buying too many at once would attract village investigation, so he bought 40 tags daily in batches, slowly stockpiling. 800 detonation tags were enough for him to splurge. The original work states that Conan has 600 billion explosive tags, clearly showing that Kishimoto's math skills are questionable and he doesn't understand numbers at all. Back at the izakaya, Xiaoyi didn't ask Yeguang what she wanted her registration card for. Late at night, the sound of a cane echoed. Senju Kaba entered, leaning on his cane, and instead of going to the bar, he found a table and sat down. His face was pale, and his eyes were hollow. Shortly after, Yachi came in carrying a long cloth bag, his steps heavy, and found Senju Kaba on the sofa. He unzipped the bag to reveal a prosthetic limb. Seeing the prosthetic, Senju Kaba understood something and shouted angrily, "My son didn't die at the hands of a spy. What exactly do you know?" He stood on one leg, wildly shaking his friend's shoulder, his eyes bloodshot. Yeguang recalled a mission record he saw this morning in the Anbu, about a young member of the Senju clan who died at the hands of a spy. Senju Kashi's contact with the remnants of the Uzumaki was discovered by the Anbu, and it was unknown which squad carried out the silencing operation. Shoo! Yachi interrupted Senju Kaba's aggressive shouting. Fortunately, the izakaya was noisy and chaotic, so most people's attention was elsewhere. Senju Kiba woke up, sat down silently, rolled up his pants, and began installing the prosthetic limb. His hand trembled uncontrollably at first, then became unusually steady. After fitting the prosthetic, both men wore resolute expressions. In silence, they raised their glasses and finished their drinks, then turned and left the izakaya. Yeguang put down his glass and hurried to follow. Senju Kiba and Yachi slowly walked toward the Senju clan territory. Yachi asked, "Are you really going to confront them?" Senju Kiba replied coldly, "What else? My son died mysteriously. I can accept a battlefield death, but I absolutely cannot accept him dying in a dark alley in Konoha." Yachi sighed, "If you make it clear, the Senju clan and the village will definitely fall out, possibly even trigger a civil war." Senju Kiba's eyes were firm. "So what? My son is dead, I have nothing to lose. If you're scared, go back. I'll find the clan leader myself." Yachi smiled bitterly, "Actually, I like your sister more. It was because your older sister couldn't get married that I pursued her." Senju Kiba shouted angrily, "You're talking nonsense." The two quickened their pace. At the corner, Yeguang instantly landed, blocking their way. Senju Kiba and Yachi tensed immediately. This youth was a regular at the izakaya. Could he have seen through something? Yeguang said bluntly, "Are you going to confront Senju Rinmu, saying Danzo and the Anbu planned the destruction of the Uzumaki clan?" Kunai flew simultaneously from both their hands, attacking Yeguang. Yachi reacted quickly, but Senju Kiba was half a beat slower. Yeguang formed hand seals with both hands, summoning jutsu. White smoke dispersed, and a long spear carrying egret landed on Yeguang's shoulder. Senju Kiba and Yachi immediately stopped. Uzumaki Yoka was the leader of the Uzumaki remnants. Both recognized this summoned beast. Yeguang scanned the distance. "It's not convenient to talk here." The three turned into the depths of the forest. Yeguang said, "On the 14th of next month, we'll go together to find Lord Uzumaki Nido. I am an insider of the Uzumaki clan. The long spear egret can vouch for me." Senju Kaba asked, "Why wait until the 14th? Yeguang replied mysteriously, "We can't rush. This is a matter of great importance. If the news leaks, Konoha will split, and the Senju clan might be destroyed. You just need to follow my arrangements." Yachi pulled Senju Kaba aside and whispered many things, mentioning the Uzumaki clan people they encountered in the land of grass, and that the spirit beast was the spear-wielding egret. Senju Kaba approached Yeguang and said, "We trust you will wait for the operation on the 14th. Yeguang finally secured 2 strong reinforcements. With Senju Kaba as an insider, the chance to find Senju Linmu greatly increased. End of this chapter. The 14th finally arrived. Throughout the day, people came and went within the Senju territory, with no abnormalities. Late at night, Yeguang stood atop the Hokage rock, using a telescope to look far toward the Senju territory. Behind him, Senju Kaba and Yachi waited patiently. Senju Kaba saw Yeguang put down the telescope and asked, "Did the Anbu really participate in the Uzumaki clan's destruction?" Yeguang nodded and said, "Of course. Konoha's sluggishness is very unusual. The Cloud and Mist Ninja even attacked Uzushio Hidden Village, yet Konoha's intelligence system knew nothing. That's very strange." Senju Kaba nodded. His son did not die because of a spy, but was caught up in the remnants of the Uzumaki clan and assassinated by Konoha's Anbu. His son could not have died silently in an alley. Someone must have disguised themselves as a familiar person and successfully ambushed him. Yeguang said, the survivors of the Uzumaki clan believe that Konoha's Anbu used the Nine Tails transfer in sealing as an excuse to cut off all contact between Uzumaki Mito and the outside world. Lord Uzumaki Mito was completely unaware of the truth behind the clan's extermination. The Uzumaki clan wanted Princess Kushina to seal the Three Tails, but Konoha decided to abandon them, not only standing by idly but also blocking all information. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, ultimately led 2,000 ninja to the Whirlpool Hidden Village, but it was just for show, maintaining only a superficial alliance. Yachi also participated in that rescue and kept nodding. Everything matched. Poor his disciple Kashiwa, whose values collapsed after learning the secret, realizing the village was not what he imagined, and was eventually killed by the Anbu. Yeguang continued, the Senju clan's territory is heavily guarded during the day. We sneaked in at midnight. Uncle Kaba, please take me to Lord Uzumaki Mito's residence. I have important intelligence from Uzumaki Yuka. As long as it reaches her hands, it can reveal the truth behind the clan's extermination. Senju Kaba's eyes were resolute. You say there is a traitor within the Senju clan? Yeguang fabricated a reason. Yes, they have sided with the village and know the truth about the clan's extermination. If you act rashly, they will kill you. The most important thing now is to find Lord Uzumaki Mito and prevent the intelligence from falling into the traitor's hands. Your son's death was strange, with a kunai wound in the back of his head. It must have been done by someone familiar, possibly a traitor within the clan. Senju Kaba nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Yeguang's analysis. Yeguang turned and looked down at Konoha village, cursing inwardly, the way I die tonight will definitely shock you all. At midnight, Senju Kaba was heavily drunk, staggering as two people helped him walk into the clan territory. The guards recognized him and knew his son had just died, so he was in the worst mood. He was brought back drunk by friends, and the guards said nothing more, letting them in. The person on Senju Kaba's left was none other than Senju Kashiwa's teacher, who often visited the Senju clan. The person on the other side was unfamiliar, a young man, perhaps a friend of Senju Kashiwa. Yagami glanced sideways at the large trees surrounding the Senju clan territory. He was very familiar with the Anbu surveillance points, all of which had their backs turned to the Anbu monitoring squads. After the three entered the Senju clan territory, they proceeded inward through the alley between the middle and right routes. Their steps were unsteady, movements sluggish. Yagami silently counted in his mind, first courtyard, second courtyard, third courtyard. Passing through the fourth public courtyard, they were about to reach their target. Senju Kashiwa had said that the fifth courtyard was Senju Rinmo's residence, and the sixth courtyard was Uzumaki Mito's mansion. As they approached the sixth courtyard, the three suddenly accelerated into a sprint. Although Senju Kashiwa wore a prosthetic limb, he ran swiftly. Yagami pulled out a kunai, to which a steel wire was attached, and the wire was hung with over 100 explosive tags. Senju Kara was about to speak, but thought to himself, with so many explosive tags, this doesn't look like someone here to explain the truth. The next moment, Yeguang threw a kunai at the back wall of Senju Rinmo's residence, igniting the explosive tags. Only then did Senju Kara breathe a sigh of relief. So it was a blast aimed at the clan leader, no problem. Whether Rinmo betrayed the clan or not, the destruction of the Uzumaki clan would always leave the Senju clan leader bearing the blame of incompetence. Senju Kara's wife came from the Uzumaki clan. She was a gentle and resilient woman who left him with many beautiful memories. After clan leader Tobarama's death, the clan gradually realized that Rinmo's strength was insufficient to lead the Senju clan back to its peak. It was unknown whether Princess Tsunade or young Master Shibuki would grow up to shoulder the clan's main responsibilities. A series of explosions echoed through the back wall of Senju Rinmo's residence, thick smoke spreading, breaking the silence of the night. Yeguang shouted, "You go find Lord Uzumaki Mito, I'll hold off Senju Rinmo." Senju Kara's heart stirred. The inside man was indeed reliable. That night, the young man was destined to die decisively. Blasting open the back wall, Yeguang looked toward the study. Xianzhou Linmu, holding a scroll, was staring intently at something. Seeing Yeguang, Linmu's eyes blazed with fury. "Little thief, where did you come from?" He instantly appeared in front of the hole and charged at Yeguang. Yeguang didn't want to get injured and sent for trial. He knew he couldn't fight head on. "Qianzhou Linmu, you've brought shame to your clan. Useless second generation, living off others. You're less worthy of the clan leader's position than a tied-up dog. You can't protect the vortex, nor can you protect your mother." Qianzhou Linmu's nostrils flared with anger as he rushed at Yeguang, throwing a punch. The force of that punch was astonishing. It struck Yegwang's chest, causing his chest to cave in immediately. The pain was like an explosion, but Yegwang surprisingly felt no pain. What pierced through my own arm? Oh, it's my own rib. Staring at the duck pond behind, I was stunned. Isn't it? Weren't they here to find Uzumaki Mido to clarify the truth? Does that young man hate Senju Rinbaku that much? If you didn't know, you'd think Senju Rinbaku destroyed the Uzumaki clan. This young man is really asking for trouble, isn't he? Senju Rinbaku smashed this foul-mouthed little thief away and saw the backs of Senju Kaba and the duck pond. The two were rushing toward Uzumaki Nito's residence. What exactly do you want to do? Senju Rinbaku mistakenly believed Senju Hiba had betrayed him and planned to kill his mother, Uzumaki Mito. 3 hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. A huge water dragon quickly took shape, rushing straight at Senju Hiba and Yachi. Yachi stood on the wall, turning around to counter the water dragon bullet. Earth release, earth formation wall. The earth wall briefly held, but was soon shattered by the water dragon bullet. Although Senju Rinbaku was not as powerful as Hashirama and Tobarama, he had served as an elite jonin for many years, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Senju Hiba's voice was loud and sharp in the night sky. Lord Mito. The Konoha Anbu are actually involved with the Uzumaki clans. Senju Rinbaku's mastery of water release was extremely high. After the water dragon bullet hit the earth formation wall, it quickly split into 3 smaller water dragon bullets, bypassed the broken earth wall, and suddenly struck Senju Hiba's back. Senju Hiba had retired for many years, his strength much diminished, and was knocked to the ground by the water release attack. He couldn't finish his last few words, collapsed on the ground, his chest and backbones fractured, blood spitting from his mouth, struggling to reach out his hand toward Uzumaki Kushina's room. Suddenly, a ninja blade pierced through his skull. Captain Koken appeared here after all. Until Senju Kaba died, the door to the room never opened. Yagami also fell to the ground. Senju Rinbaku used monstrous strength to shatter his ribs with a single punch, directly piercing his heart. He saw countless ninjas jumping over the walls, rushing toward Uzumaki Kushina's direction. Host death detected, Mochizuki arc system activated. Finally arrived. I wonder what good stuff I can draw. The end of this chapter. The scene suddenly shifted, and Yegwang returned to the dark base on the night of the previous full moon. In the Fox Squad's changing room, he was the only one there. He sat on the bench in the middle, looking up at the bright full moon outside the window. This was the first full moon he had lived through since crossing over, and he actively chose his own way of death. Luck was on his side. He met Qianqiu Hua, an insider, who took him into the heartland of the Qianqiu clan, where he met Qianqiu Linmu. Qianqiu Linmu was incredibly powerful and almost instantly killed him. Fortunately, he was killed instantly, otherwise, dragging himself half dead until the next full moon would have been even worse. He was a ninja from the Anbu, sent to assassinate the Qianqiu clan leader. This matter was already decided. There was no choice but to defect. Bad luck meant he didn't even get the chance to become a rogue ninja. Arc of the full moon activated. The host has only one resurrection opportunity per month and will be resurrected on the night of the previous full moon after death. Reward: 1 lottery chance. 1 entry-level water release, water dragon bullet technique. 2000 hands super strength secret technique. 3 bloodline inheritance, 1000 hands of the forest normal, can be purified. This is too much. All 3 rewards are practical. Looks like I have to waste 2 chances. Any one of these 3 abilities is enough to become the core skill going forward, supporting myself up to Jonin level. The first reward, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, is an improved version of the Water Release by Senju Tobarama, requiring only 3 hand seals to release. The Water Dragon Bullet Technique is a top-tier offensive water release ninjutsu, used by the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama and the 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi. Even when facing Uchiha Madara, this technique is capable of holding its own in battle. This technique has a sufficiently large attack range and high attack power. With this technique, fire release ninjas pose no threat to me. The second reward is Tsunade's Specialty Super Strength. This technique can maximize the body's chakra utilization, with taijutsu attack power second only to the 8 gates. When mastered to the extreme, tearing apart Susanoo with bare hands is not difficult. Both of these abilities are highly tempting, especially Super Strength, which has greater potential for growth. Nightlight set his sights on the third reward. Bloodline limit 1000 hands of the forest normal can be refined. This is the bloodline limit of the Senju clan, with a naturally strong physique, a vast chakra reserve, and the ability to be refined. When refined to a certain degree, it even holds the potential to awaken would release. The chakra attributes within his body were earth release and water release, perfectly complementary, almost tailor-made. Although he didn't know the purity of Senju Linmoe's bloodline, given his physical condition, he should only be able to handle the normal level of the Thousand Hands of the Forest bloodline. The rewards issued by the system were linked both to the strength of the enemy who killed him and limited by his own carrying capacity. The Thousand Hands of the Forest bloodline was truly practical. He could try to find more opponents from the Senju clan. Perhaps he could gain the bloodline reward again, increase the refinement level, and become stronger. After much hesitation, Nightlight ultimately chose the Thousand Hands of the Forest bloodline with the highest potential. In the future, he might even transform into the Six Path Sage and reach the pinnacle of strength. Once selected, Nightlight's whole body suddenly heated up, steam quickly rising from his head and neck. His skin burned hot, his clothes clung tightly to his skin, and even the slightest friction caused intense pain. He hurriedly took off his clothes. Every cell in his body tore and screamed as his physique completely transformed. His muscles grew stronger, his ligaments tougher, his internal organs beat powerfully, and his chakra reserves rapidly climbed. Half an hour later, his body gradually stabilized, and he quickly checked the status panel. Host status. Chakra amount, 1.5 times that of an elite Chunin. Chakra attributes, earth, water, yang. Bloodline, Thousand Hands of the Forest normal. Ninjutsu, water release water formation wall, earth release earth clone, etc. Taijutsu, beginner level body flicker technique, cloud flow sword technique, etc. Sealing technique, curse binding seal of karma. Special ability, stress reflex second breakthrough, natural chakra growth. Originally, the chakra amount was 3.9 times that of a Chunin level. An elite Chunin level is 5 times that of a Chunin. After acquiring the normal Thousand Hands of the Forest bloodline, the chakra amount surprisingly increased to 1.5 times that of an elite Chunin level, an astonishing growth. The increase in chakra comes from the increase in physical energy. His muscles became more solid, and his taijutsu further strengthened. This feeling of being filled with power all over is truly wonderful. What surprised Yegwang even more was the change in his chakra nature and special abilities. In terms of chakra attributes, there is an additional yang attribute. Yang attribute is useless in the early stages of a ninja, but in the later stages, it may affect the abilities at the Six Paths level. I actually gained a special ability. Chakra naturally increases. In other words, Yegwang's chakra will naturally increase from now on until it reaches the limit of his bloodline. I'm glad I didn't choose the chakra quantity increase option I encountered before. Choosing 3 chakra quantity increases can't compare to a fundamental physical quality improvement. The Senju clan really is born with a silver spoon. Even ordinary bloodline power brings such a huge boost. The changing room door suddenly opened. Purple Cat walked in and was shocked to see the almost naked fox. She said mockingly, "Ah? Are you waiting for me? In such a hurry, you took off all your clothes first?" Purple Cat walked closer, her covert gear falling piece by piece to the ground, finally revealing her jade-like feet. "Feels like your figure has gotten even better." Half an hour later, Purple Cat began to beg for mercy. "Not only has your figure improved, but your stamina has also increased?" An hour later, Purple Cat's legs weakly slipped down from Fox's waist, unable to even stand steadily. If it weren't for Fox supporting her, she would have almost fallen. "Captain, the new team members are coming soon. You can't be so reckless from now on." "It's okay, the casualties in the Dark Division are high, they'll be gone soon." Purple Cat thought to herself that Captain Fox truly had a heart of stone. She also thought that she might sacrifice herself on some mission. Seeing Purple Cat's gloomy expression, Nightlight comforted her, "Don't worry, I become stronger and have enough strength to protect you." Before, his strength was insufficient, so he couldn't care for those around him. Now that his strength has improved, he can do more. "Thank you, Captain." Nightlight returned to a month ago, when many things had not yet happened. The squad had not been rebuilt, and Senju Kiba and the others were still alive. He put on his clothes, wore his mask, and walked slowly through the Anbu base. He arrived at the mission records room and began to look through the Black Ape Squad's mission logs. The Black Ape Squad had carried out many missions, but there was no information related to Hashirama cells. The Hashirama cells were in Danzo's possession. It was unknown when they could be obtained. With the ordinary Senju bloodline of the forest and then acquiring Hashirama cells, perhaps he could learn would release. Hashirama cells combined with the Senju bloodline had a lower limit of another Yamato, and the upper limit was unpredictable. Nightlight suddenly thought of Orochimaru. After Shibuki's death, Orochimaru frantically conducted experiments, searching for the secret to immortality. Maybe when that stage comes, Danzo will release Hashirama's cells. End of this chapter. After rebirth, Yeguang still followed the route of his previous life, first going to see Captain Haisheng, then reporting to Captain Huanquan that Haisheng would need more than a month to recover combat strength. After training the new squad members, Yeguang entered the Crane Moon Izakaya at night. There, he saw Senju Hua with a broken leg and his friend Yachi. Watching the two chatting at the bar, Yeguang pondered his own situation. Being in the Anbu, he was unwilling to always be the lackey of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. He wanted to maintain a certain degree of autonomy and not let Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo grow too powerful. The Senju clan was wiped out, the Uchiha clan was wiped out, the Hyuga clan was oppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the main family head Hyuga Hizashi was almost sent to the Cloud Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's word was law in Konoha Village, and he would face more situations beyond his control. Now, the only person in Konoha Village who could suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen was Uzumaki Mito. Yeguang felt it was necessary to leverage the influence of Uzumaki Mito to preserve the village's diverse voices and prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen's family from dominating. The Senju clan was crucial at the very least, they had to protect more of the Senju bloodline like they did with Uzumaki Yoka, causing headaches for the village leadership. The more chaotic the village, the greater his own survival space. Yeguang walked to the bar, joking with Choi while listening to Senju Kabai and Yachi talk about his son. The next day, Yachi arranged to meet Senju Kabai's son, Senju Bai. When Senju Bai heard Yachi mention his Uzumaki mother, his expression changed drastically, and he quietly said a few words to his teacher. Yachi was shocked and warned his disciple not to act rashly, deciding to investigate first himself. After leaving the izakaya, Yachi was deeply worried. Senju Bai had met a female Uzumaki ninja in the Land of Grass, who carried a spear and had a white egret summoning beast. The woman revealed the truth about the Uzumaki clan's destruction. Not only did Kirigakure and Kumogakure want to eliminate them, but Konoha had the same plan, which was shocking. Yachi had heard rumors from the higher-ups. Senju Renmaku, the clan leader, always acted like a half-owner of Konoha and bossed other leaders around. Others didn't confront him openly out of respect for his status, but the Hokage and advisors were unwilling to listen to his emphasis on the legacies of the first and second Hokage. Did the Konoha leadership not inherit those legacies? Yachi was confused. Were the internal conflicts among the leadership really this intense? Could they so easily abandon allies like Uzushio village? The Uzumaki clan was related by marriage to the Senju clan. How could they accept such an outcome? Yachi looked toward the death forest in the northeast of the village, knowing only that the Anbu base was there but unsure how to investigate. Late at night, he paced the village, dismissing one plan after another. Investigating the Anbu in secret would mean being branded a rogue ninja if discovered. As he passed the park, a white bird flew out from a tree on the left and quickly darted into the woods on the right. Yachi was stunned. The bird looked like a waterfowl, which Konoha didn't have. A paper slip fell from the sky. He caught it. It read, Senju Bai, danger tonight. Yachi suddenly realized the bird was clearly a white egret. His disciple had just mentioned meeting a female Uzumaki ninja with a white egret summoning beast in the Land of Grass. Could there be a force within the village pushing for an investigation into the Uzumaki clan's destruction? Yachi hurriedly turned and rushed back to the izakaya where he had parted from his disciple. It was already 2 a.m. in the latter half of the night, and the izakaya had just closed. The pretty young female boss was busy closing the windows, occasionally glancing back with eyes full of springtime at the handsome young man leaning against the back door frame. Duck Pond had no time to investigate the relationship between the couple and hurriedly made his way from here to the territory of the Thousand Hands clan. Nightlight glanced at Duck Pond's retreating figure, unsure if he could save that young man from the Thousand Hands clan. He wrapped his arm around Choui's waist and walked into the backyard. After resurrection, Nightlight had to be extra cautious. He only had one chance to resurrect each month and could only relax a little after the next full moon. The next day, Yeguang went to the Anbu. Since Yamonkey was deemed unqualified, Yeguang had to go to the route to request the dispatch of a newcomer with squad leader level strength. While waiting, another squad leader complained, the newcomers trained by the route are too poor, they can't even complete simple cleanup missions, and they let people escape. Without the art of eradication, Danzo's control over the Anbu and the route was far weaker than before. Danzo was urgently in need of the Uzumaki clan's sealing scroll. Yeguang's mind stirred. Could last night's cleanup mission have been aimed at Senju Kashi? Having received no new recruits, Yeguang returned to the squad to continue training his subordinates. In the training ground deep within the Death Forest, there were 2 new members in the Fox Squad, 3 in the Aries Squad, and 3 in the Leaf Monkey Squad, a total of 8 people. Purple Cat handed Yeguang a training ninja blade coated with red paint. Yeguang's body surged with the power of the Thousand Hands bloodline, eager for a good fight. He sneered coldly at the newcomers. The Konoha Anbu gets worse with each generation. Does the village even have a future? All 8 of you, come at me together. Don't disappoint me, you brand new trash. Having passed the Chunin exam, they all held themselves in high regard and could not tolerate such humiliation. The 8 attacked separately, but Yegwan easily dodged 2 strikes and kicked 1 person flying. Fools, do you think I can fit 8 people around me? Why not split into 3 for ranged harassment? What kind of tactic is a swarm attack? The ninja blade struck a person's arm, knocking away the kunai. Several people retreated to the rear and threw kunai. 2 threw steadily, but 1 threw weakly and feebly. Yegwan caught that kunai and threw it back directly. Don't underestimate the basic kunai throw. Your throwing technique is too poor. Do you think it's not an advanced ninjutsu, so you look down on it? The kunai thrown back hit the newcomer's throat. He bent over in pain, unable to help frowning. Yegwan kept shaking his head. Konoha continuously weakened during the 2nd and 3rd Great Ninja Wars. Even the quality of the Anbu ninjas declined so noticeably, the strength of the village's ninjas was probably even worse. Beside him, Zemo was increasingly astonished. How was Captain Fox's strength so strong? Anbu ninja combat mainly relied on taijutsu and explosive tags. Captain Fox's movements were smooth, without any sense of stiffness, as if his body had undergone a second development. Recalling the captain's performance in the locker room a few nights ago, Zemo's neck turned red, and he hurriedly lowered his head to record each newcomer's performance. While the squad training was in full swing, Captain Huanchuan's assistant suddenly appeared. 2 special Jonin traders have appeared in the village. One of them is a special Jonin from the Senju clan. Captain Huanquan orders your squad to dispatch a team to hunt them down. Understood, I will lead the team there immediately. Yegwang felt a tightening in his heart. After alerting Yachi, the butterfly flapped its wings, and the plot of this life completely changed. Senju Kashiwa and Yachi were both identified as traitor ninjas by the Anbu. Yegwang formed a new fox squad with Zemo and 2 of the strongest rookies, giving them the masks of Ling and Black Bull. After receiving the mission scroll, he led the team to the northwest corner of the Senju clan territory. The mission was to monitor a Senju clan member who was passionate about fishing. This person fished all day long, had a dark complexion, and wore clothing bearing the Senju clan emblem. Yegwang immediately understood why the Anbu wanted to conscript the newly rebuilding Black Chimp Squad. The mission was severe and required a large number of personnel. The Anbu knew that Senju Kashiwa had contacted remnants of the Uzumaki, and anyone who had contact with him might know the truth about the Uzumaki clan's annihilation. The Senju clan territory had increased defenses, serving as the first layer of surveillance. Every member of the Senju clan in the village had to be monitored. The surveillance continued from morning until afternoon, when suddenly an explosion shattered the calm. The Senju uncle who was fishing heard the explosion coming from the clan territory. He picked up his fish basket and found he hadn't caught a single fish. Dropping the basket, he vanished in an instant. Yegwang and the others closely followed. From afar, they saw a narrow alley outside the clan territory crowded with many people, including Senju clan members and Anbu ninjas. Seeing other Anbu squads, Yegwang did not hide and stayed tightly behind the target. At the edge of the alley, the fishing-loving Senju clan member tiptoed to peek and cursed. The enemy village S-rats are really annoying, always watching Lord Mito. They're probably spies investigating Lord Mito again. The body was covered with cloth, making the identity unclear. Every Senju clan member knew that Uzumaki Mito was about to pass away. This was the most important matter recently. A member of the Anbu walked to the alley entrance and said to the Senju clan members, "The Anbu need to deal with a spy. Please disperse and do not watch." Nightlight peered through the gaps between people and saw the corpse on the ground. A streak of graying hair appeared, perhaps it was Yukichi. Behind him came the sound of distinctive footsteps. Senju Kaba approached, leaning on a cane. But he saw nothing. The Anbu had already taken away the body. Senju Kaba anxiously questioned the Anbu, wanting to know what exactly had happened. In this lifetime, Senju Kaba still did not know the truth. Last night, Yukichi had just seen Senju Kashiwa, who had an accident before returning to the clan territory. Near the Senju clan territory, the guards were strict and would not allow any suspicious individuals to enter. Nightlight followed the fishing-loving Senju uncle back to the small lake, continuing to monitor him secretly. Until midnight, an Anbu found Nightlight. Captain Huanquan has ordered. All squads cease their current missions and assemble at the Konoha main gate. Yegwang felt a sudden tension in his heart. He hadn't expected that casually mentioning the duck pond would trigger such a big change. Gathering at the Konoha main gate meant leaving the village. The plot not only changed, it changed drastically. He was actually going to leave the village. There was no chance of revival now. What if he died after leaving the village? At the Konoha main gate, Yeguang, acting as the deputy squad leader, directly received orders from Captain Huangquan. Huangquan said, the traitor of the Senju clan, Senjubai, took advantage of this afternoon's chaos to head north out of the village, towards the land of grass. According to intelligence, he might be going to find the young clan leader of the Senju Xingshu. We must intercept him before he meets Xingshu and execute him. Yeguang's heart jolted. Had Senju Xingshu already come under the village's high-level surveillance? The chaos caused by the duck pond this afternoon was very likely to help Senjubai escape. Huangquan continued, Senjubai is very powerful, a special jonin skilled in earth release. Crucially, he has mastered the Senju perception secret technique. By touching the ground with his fingers, he can sense vibrations within several kilometers and know the number of enemies. Now that he has entered the forest, the pursuit will be difficult. The other two squads are searching for Senju by using their own sensory ninjas. The Fox squad and I are responsible for relaying intelligence. The Anbu squad advanced silently. The duck pond had bought Senju by a lot of time. He had left the village 3 hours earlier than Captain Huangquan. For a ninja, 3 hours could cover 200 kilometers. A whole squad chasing one Senju ninja showed how seriously the Anbu took the mission, or rather, how seriously Danzo took it. After heading northwest for more than 200 kilometers, Senjubai was still nowhere to be seen. The Byakugan couldn't detect him, and the Inazuka clan's ninja dogs had lost his scent. Senjubai was familiar with Konoha's tracking methods, skilled in earth release to erase footprints and water release to eliminate scent. Huangquan thought for a moment and said, we can't pursue aimlessly. Fox, go find the mouse squad and have them head straight to the front line. They should stay close to Senju Xingshu and monitor any suspicious individuals nearby. Senjubai might be secretly contacting others. If rumors spread, it would be a big problem. Yeguang nodded and hurried to find the mouse squad. Upon receiving the order, the mouse squad accelerated again, heading straight for the front line. 5 days later at the front line, Orochimaru left the command camp with Xingshu and 2 other team members, suddenly turning back to glance sideways. In the darkness of the forest, an Anbu squad also left the camp. The mouse squad leader was startled. Orochimaru is incredibly powerful, already possessing the strength of an elite jonin. Moreover, he is ruthless in nature, harsh on enemies and equally harsh on his own people. Just a single glance made Captain Nazumi's heartbeat slow down a bit. Shigeru was very perceptive and asked, Sensei, what's wrong? Nothing. Orochimaru felt the Anbu's presence was unnecessary. With him around, was it really necessary to assign a squad to protect Shigeru? Shigeru's Senju bloodline was extremely pure. At 12 years old, he was in a phase of rapid power growth. Over time, he was sure to become a top ninja like the predecessors of the Senju clan. Orochimaru took on a simple reconnaissance mission, leading a squad of rookies to scout the movements of the IWA ninja. The mission was not difficult. After the Battle of Mount Ushigakure, Iwagakure's strength had greatly diminished and was temporarily in a defensive stance, unlikely to launch a large-scale offensive. After 3 days of reconnaissance, they hadn't encountered a single IWA ninja. Orochimaru asked Shigeru, do you think the frontline camp can advance now to compress the activity space of the IWA ninja? Only when looking at Shigeru did Orochimaru's gaze soften and fill with expectation. The other 2 boys and the squad members of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans looked at Shigeru with full jealousy. After some thought, Shigeru replied, whether the frontline camp should advance is not for us to decide, nor for Iwagakure to decide, but depends on the stance of Kumogakure and Sunagakure. Even if we have the advantage, pushing too deep risks a counterattack. Only when Kumogakure or Sunagakure take action to force Iwagakure to open a second front will be the best time for us to pursue. Orochimaru nodded repeatedly. Shigeru, your thinking is very clear. Mito Munin is heading to Kumogakure. I estimate they won't be able to hold back for long and will take the initiative to attack Iwagakure. Orochimaru was very satisfied. Shigeru not only improved his strength quickly but also had good strategic insight. Communicating with a genius was just that simple, completely different from Jiraiya's clumsiness and reluctance to talk much. When he becomes Hokage, Shigeru will definitely be a strong candidate for the next generation Hokage. At the border of the land of grass, Yuku followed Captain Yellow Dog to search for Senju Kashiwa. Looking at the moon, he thought, if Shigeru must die, it has to be before next month. Before dying, at least I need to get a reward. Shigeru was praised by everyone. His bloodline power was definitely extraordinary. End of this chapter. The Rat Squad blockaded the land of grass, and Captain Yellow Dog's team pursued relentlessly, tightening the encirclement. The Byakugan ninja discovered Senju Kashiwa's trail, but he cunningly escaped. Yaku patiently waited for the right moment. He had to delay until next month. He watched Senju Kashiwa escape farther and farther, and the Fox Squad was also dispatched, quietly moving away from the main force. Yaku continuously calculated the distance between himself and the sensory ninjas of the main force, waiting for the opportunity to act. Purple Cat felt her squad had gone too far, but she didn't say much and left everything to the Fox Squad. After moving several kilometers beyond the reconnaissance range of the Hyuga ninjas in the main force, Yaku sent out 3 subordinates to search a small hill. The 3 subordinates ascended the hill from 3 different directions. After ensuring absolute safety, Yeguang formed a seal and summoned a spirit beast. A long spear egret, about the size of a forearm, stood on Yeguang's shoulder. Yeguang's heart was pounding rapidly. If he miscalculated the distance and the Hyuga ninja squad saw him with the long spear egret, he would have no choice but to defect. Senjubai tied the squad's intelligence to the leg of the long spear egret, and Yeguang let it fly close to the ground. The long spear egret was Yeguang's exclusive communication spirit beast. In the forest on the border of the land of grass, Senjubai hid inside the belly of a recently dead giant bear, feeling the corpse gradually cooling. He used this method to avoid being tracked, as ordinary reconnaissance ninjutsu could hardly detect him. To hide longer, he also used medical ninjutsu to treat the wounds of wild beasts, helping them survive longer. He had been evading the Konoha pursuers for more than 10 days, and his record made him proud. Suddenly, he thought of his teacher, Yachi, wondering if the teacher would be proud of him. Teacher Yachi had charged directly into the Senju clan territory to help him attract the enemy. He tried to contact more clan members but found the clan territory surrounded by Anbu guards after being attacked. Almost every clan member was watched by Anbu. Teacher Yachi couldn't find a chance to contact him and finally said they could reverse the approach by sending the intelligence to the frontline clan members, especially the clan leader Senju Shigure. Shigure, who knew the truth about the Uzumaki clan's destruction, would never let it go. Teacher Yachi was probably already dead. Before leaving, he wrote the secret on a scroll and hid it by the lake where he often went with his cousins. He wasn't sure if his cousins could find the information. The Anbu's control over the village was just too strong. Senju Kashi's mood was terrible. On the first night back in the village, he decided to honestly tell his father everything he had seen. Since his father retired, he had avoided worrying him and rarely mentioned anything about missions. His father, who had once been like a towering tree in his childhood, had now become an ordinary middle-aged man. The father he once admired had now turned into an annoying old man. Senju Kashi knew he might not survive this time, but before he died, he missed that annoying father the most. The teacher was dead, the father was old, and the relatives on his mother's side had also been wiped out. Just as he was in despair, through the gap in the giant bear's belly, he saw a white bird flying. His eyes lit up. Could it be that fate had not yet abandoned the Uzumaki clan? He crawled out of the giant bear's belly, covered in blood and filth, with intestines hanging from his shoulder. The spear-carrying egret recognized him. He had seen this bird in the land of grass and was also familiar to its clan. On the leg of the spear-carrying egret, he saw a note. On the note was all the information about the pursuing Anbu squad. Captain Yellow Dog, skilled in fire release. 2 Anbu from the Hyuga clan, 1 Anbu from the Inazuka clan, and 2 Anbu from the Aburane clan. There were so many sensory ninjas in the pursuing squad. Besides that, there was also a covert squad around the chief of the Shoshuwa tribe, lying in wait like a hunter, ready to catch Senju Kashiwa in a trap. Senju Kashiwa looked at the intelligence and felt his fighting spirit ignite once again. Who gave him this intelligence? With this information, Senju Kashiwa could formulate his tactics more confidently. He must see the young clan leader in person. Yeguang led the squad back to Captain Huangquan. He observed the Hyuga ninja of the squad, then looked at Captain Huangquan, finding no killing intent. It seems I haven't been exposed yet. He walked casually to the squad leader's side and reported that the team had not caught up with the target. Day by day passed, the moon changed from a half circle to a crescent, and then from a crescent back to a half circle. Yeguang thought to himself, Shenshobai was quite capable, able to lead the Yellow Dog Brigade wandering from the land of grass to the land of hot water, and then back to the land of grass. But he was not smart enough yet. Yeguang seized a precious opportunity and unleashed the long spear egret. Shenshobai-san was hiding by the lake and saw the long spear egret again. 2 slips of paper were tied to the egret's leg. He opened the first slip and saw a suggestion. The bodyguards around the Senju clan leader were heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible for Senjubai to see him. But Senjubai could risk his life for a chance. Not only was Senju trying to find a way to contact the clan leader, but Uzumaki Yuka and the Uzumaki remnants were also making efforts. The second slip of paper was blank. Senju immediately understood that this blank slip was for him to write down a plan. The spear-wielding egret was used to attract the attention of the Anbu, delivering his action plan to Uzumaki Yuka. Uzumaki Yuka would seize the opportunity to contact Senju Shigure. Senju quickly bit his finger and wrote the plan on the blank slip. The long spear white egret dispelled the summoning technique and vanished into white smoke. Senju crouched down, touched the ground with his finger, and began to scout the surrounding enemies. There is a squad and a 4-man team near me, among them an elite jonin skilled in fire release. My plan is. Half an hour later, the Yellow Dog squad arrived at the lakeside and found a crocodile carcass where Senju had hidden. Following the bloodstains on the ground, they could see the direction Senju had fled. The Yellow Dog squad leader said, Senju is skilled in the Thousand Hands perception secret technique and seems familiar with our intelligence. The direction he fled this time was exactly towards the frontline command of the Land of Grass. We have been chasing him for 20 days. Perhaps he has already mustered his last strength, preparing for a fight to the death. Keep chasing, keep up. The Yellow Dog Brigade continued the pursuit. The full moon is like a silver plate, the moonlight like white frost. Finally, it is another full moon, and the night light breathes a sigh of relief. Made it through this month, luck was pretty good. Getting closer and closer to the frontline command post, Senju Kashiwa's desperate fight is about to begin, and Yegwang's opportunity has also arrived. The end of this chapter. Hyuga Ninja from the Mouse Squad discovered the target, Senju Kashiwa, 3 kilometers away. Squad leader. Target spotted. The eyes behind the mask of Mouse Squad leader were sharp. We're only a few kilometers from the command center. We can't attract Senju Kurenai's attention. We must stop Senju Kashi. The 3 squads of the rat team quickly rushed toward the Thousand Hand Cypress. Enemies were chasing from the front, and there was a blockade behind. The Thousand Hand Cypress took out a secret potion. This was the secret Akimichi medicine once given to him by a teammate from the Akimichi clan before their sacrifice. After taking the secret medicine, Senju Kashi's flesh and blood burned, transforming into a massive amount of chakra. However, this power was extremely difficult to control, and a slight mistake could lead to sudden death. Without hesitation, he swallowed the chili pill, facing death fearlessly. Every cell in his body screamed in agony as he exerted all his strength to push his body's potential. Chakra surged and roared. Before the Anbu closed in, he unleashed his final ninjutsu. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Suddenly, a fountain-like stream of water erupted beside him. The Rat Squad captain, rushing forward, was shocked. Senju Kashi's strength far exceeded the intelligence reports, and he quickly set up defenses. Against such a water release, he was completely outmatched. The Rat Squad captain did not retreat, vowing to stop Senju Kashi from approaching the frontline command at all costs. Earth release, Earth flow wall. A heavy earthen wall rose before him. In the distance, Captain Yellow Dog appeared in sight, but Senju Kashi's water release was not aimed at the Rat Squad captain. The Water Dragon Bullet shot straight into the sky, its water column strikingly visible against the blue sky and white clouds. Though Captain Yellow Dog was 200 meters away, his heart tightened. Fire release, Great Flame Bomb. A massive fireball rapidly charged toward the Water Dragon Bullet. Yegwang silently marveled at the incredible range of this fire release attack. Although the flame bomb was fast, it was still slightly inferior, colliding with the lower half of the Water Dragon Bullet. After the Water Dragon Bullet ascended, it suddenly deformed, scattering into several small water dragons that condensed in the air into the Senju clan emblem. Captain Huanquan felt a shock in his mind, sensing something extremely wrong. The other enemy troops still charged toward the ascending water dragon. Inside the command camp, Senju Shigure was sparring with Orochimaru when he suddenly turned his head to look at the clan emblem in the sky. That is the Senju clan's distress signal. An enemy attack is coming. IWA shinobi are rushing into the camp nearby. Before the words finished, Shigure leapt up and vanished into the air using the body flicker technique. Orochimaru wondered, why would the enemy use this rare Senju distress symbol instead of the standard Konoha signal flare? Since the founding of Konoha village, this signal had not been seen for decades. To train Shigure, Orochimaru kept his distance and followed. He hoped Shigure could judge and decide independently. Only when Shigure made a mistake would he step in to assist with analysis. If he guided everything, he would never cultivate a disciple who could surpass him. Not only did Shigure leave the camp, but other Senju clan ninjas on the front line also rushed out urgently. Looking at the Senju clan emblem formed by water release in the sky, Captain Huangquan turned and said, "Fox, you take your squad to find Senju Shigeru who is rushing here. Do not stop him for now, just monitor him." Yeguang nodded and left with the squad. After Senju Kashiwa finished all this, he let the water release fall, and within a radius of dozens of meters around him, it was as if a flood had occurred. Senju Kashiwa was submerged by the water release. In the waves, the rat-s ninja blade stabbed into his chest. The rat captain himself was surprised how was it so simple. After the water release dissipated, he saw Kashiwa was as thin as a skeleton, blood vessels burst, skin clinging to bones, looking ghostly. A few minutes later, Konoha ninja arrived at the frontline camp and saw a body on the ground, burned by fire release, wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector. Senju Shigeru walked over and stared at the corpse. Captain Koinu explained, the Anbu captured a Kirigakure spy skilled in water release. We learned of a distress signal from a Senju ninja. This spy wanted to sabotage the Konoha camp and has already been killed by us. Shigeru was silent, half believing it. Although the Anbu's words made sense, he still felt something was off. After hesitating for a while, the Senju ninja at the front line left. Yeguang said to Koinu, "Captain, Shigeru didn't encounter anyone on the way, and nothing happened." Koinu breathed a sigh of relief. Good, the mission is finally over. But Yeguang thought to himself, this really is a relief. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged Senju ninja was strengthening patrols. Passing by a tree, he suddenly froze. On the tree were special symbols of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. These symbols were only used during the Warring States period, before the village was founded, representing secret contact between the two clans. He approached the tree and found a scroll hidden in the grass beneath the symbols. The grass around the scroll was bent, clearly placed there for at least 2 days. Wasn't the Uzumaki clan already wiped out? Who secretly left this scroll 2 days ago? The village said only one Uzumaki remained, Uzumaki Kushina. The Senju ninja opened the scroll, his eyes jolted. The contents made him dizzy. The Konoha village had long known the truth about the Uzumaki clan's destruction and had even been involved. To catch the Uzumaki clan off guard, Konoha's Anbu had leaked the coastal reconnaissance point of Uzushio hidden village to Kirigakure in advance, leaving them no chance to escape. The Anbu rescuing the Uzumaki princess was just a show? Everything was for Konoha's Nine Tails to have a new host? Calming his breath, the Senju ninja suddenly remembered the young clan leader. The fire style rose, burning the scroll. He stomped hard on the tree trunk, erasing the secret signs of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. Being over 40 years old, experienced, he did not panic. He patiently waited until the patrol mission ended and returned to the main camp as if nothing had happened. If he made it known to everyone, the Senju clan would immediately have to sever ties with the village. With the Konoha Civil War breaking out and the Ninja World War at a critical moment, this would bring serious consequences. The village was painstakingly built by the first and second Hokage, and no one could easily destroy Konoha, especially the Senju clan. Koken decided to report first to Princess Tsunade or Senju Shigeru. Princess Tsunade was on a mission, not on the front line, so he could only contact Shigeru first. A few days later, Koken's squad was returning to Konoha when suddenly a messenger hawk flew by. Koken stood on the tree trunk, a sense of unease rising in his heart. The messenger hawk quickly landed and handed over a scroll. Yagami saw from afar that cold sweat was streaming down beneath Koken's mask. Cold sweat dripped down the mask, falling onto the iron chest plate, shining dazzlingly under the sunlight. For the first time, Yagami saw Koken so disheveled, veins bulging on the hand holding the scroll. Yagami thought, has the alliance between Senju Kashiwa and Uzumaki Yuka finally succeeded? Yagami would not allow the Konoha leadership to dominate alone, or else his own space would be compressed. It would be better if the Uzumaki clan were wiped out, but the Senju clan must never be silently eliminated. Their power must be preserved to balance the leadership. If Senju Shigeru learned the truth, the Senju clan would surely strike back. After a few seconds of silence, Captain Huangquan said, "Those skilled in earth release stay, the others return to the village." Yeguang immediately understood that a few elites would disguise themselves as IWA Nin to assassinate people inside Konoha. The Anbu are special assassination forces, and the deterrent power of the higher-ups lies in their willingness to kill their own people. Which high-ranking official doesn't have a few lives in their hands? Since Yeguang was good at earth release, Huangquan let him stay. Zemo and 2 others left. Zemo looked back reluctantly and returned to the village alone, feeling very out of place for a while. The 5 followed Huangquan back to the land of grass, the atmosphere heavy. On the way, the sensory ninja rat requested instructions from Huangquan, who scolded him angrily for 2 minutes. veins bulging, speaking harshly. The others all lowered their heads in silence. Huangquan finally shouted, "The third Hokage and Danzo are personally rushing to the front line just to handle the aftermath. Who can tell me why Senju Kashi knows our intelligence? Why was he able to lead us on such a big detour? Why, even though Senju Kashi is clearly dead, do the Senju Clan's ninjas still know something and keep meeting secretly? We failed. All of us failed." Yeguang heard terrible news, both the third Hokage and Danzo were coming. Either we nip the disaster in the bud or confront the Senju clan directly on the front line. Blocking the intelligence transmission between the front line and Konoha can temporarily prevent the Senju clan from knowing the truth. Captain Huangquan said. Advisor Mito Munin, as the overall commander, has discovered bad signs and immediately dispatched Senju Tsunemaru outside. We must intercept Senju Tsunemaru. The six changed into IWA Nin clothing and headbands, dark red lining, yellow-brown vests, disguised as enemy village ninjas in old Anbu routine. They arrived 20 kilometers northwest of the Konoha main camp, and Huangquan told everyone to stop. Advisor Mito Munin said that the Senju Shigure squad will pass through here on their way back to the main camp. I will personally set a trap to ensure Shigure doesn't detect it. The three of you will take turns luring him, step by step leading him into the trap, then use a detonating tag to kill him. The bait must act convincingly. Shigure must kill it with his own hands, no faking. Only then can we dispel Shigure and Orochimaru's suspicions and make Shigure rush in. Huangquan stared at his subordinates and said, the bait must constantly remind themselves that they are an IWA ninja. Seeing their hesitation, he added, Orochimaru only teaches geniuses, raising them with guidance. He always acts at critical moments and won't interfere with Shigure's judgment. Shigure always charges ahead first to protect his teammates. Not only must Shibuki die, but all the Senju ninja on the front line must die as well. The sealing of the Nine Tails is imminent. No one can interfere, not even the young clan leader of the Senju. Koken finally asked, who is willing to act as bait to protect the village's Nine Tails seal? Yako thought for a moment and was the first to raise his hand. Dying at Shibuki's hands was part of his plan. The third Hokage and Danzo personally came to the front line. Mito Munin secretly arranged formations. Koken set traps himself. Shibuki's death was certain, at least a 1 in 9 chance of survival. If the opportunity isn't seized, it will be lost. Good, Fox, you haven't disappointed us. Yako lowered his head, not letting his eyes reveal any dissatisfaction. Kurosawa recommended him as acting squad leader to make things easier for him. Huangquan said he valued him, but in the end, he was sent on a mission that was certain death. Yi Guang clearly understood that he was nothing more than a tool being used. The three weakest were chosen as bait. At the border of the land of grass, Orochimaru said to Shibuki, let's go, the reconnaissance is over. Orochimaru, just like before, didn't even glance at the two teammates from the Rengoku tree. In this mission, one from the Sarutobi clan and one from the Shimura clan performed terribly. They did nothing but hold everyone back. If it weren't for Shibuki's outstanding performance, these two would have died long ago. Orochimaru has a severe aversion to stupidity and hates fools the most. Shibuki nodded slightly and turned away silently. Orochimaru asked Shibuki, what's wrong, Shibuki? Is something on your mind? No, nothing. Shibuki felt a sudden panic deep inside, but he quickly acted as if everything was normal. Before leaving the main camp, a ninja from the Senju clan had come to see him, wanting to say something. That clan member only said the 4 words Uzumaki clan before collapsing from poison. Medical ninjas quickly arrived and took him away. Tsunade was sent on a mission, and Shibuki was very worried, unsure if that clan member would recover. What puzzled him even more was why the man only uttered Uzumaki clan before dying. After leaving the camp, Shibuki kept pondering. The Senju clan's unique water-style distress signal, the sudden dispatch of clan members on missions, and that phrase Uzumaki clan all made him feel that something major was happening. It was as if an invisible net was slowly tightening, closing in on him. He trusted Orochimaru-sensei but did not trust the other ninjas in the village, especially the two teammates beside him, one from the Sarutobi clan and one from the Shimura clan. Originally, he wanted to team up with a ninja from the Kurama clan, but the village forcibly assigned these two unfamiliar teammates. He understood the village's intention, to have the three of them build a good relationship since these two were also prodigies in their respective clans. He was willing to cooperate and help each other, but this forced arrangement made him feel uncomfortable. He suddenly asked Orochimaru-sensei, Sensei, do you think there is darkness in the village? The teammates from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans tensed up, unsure why Shigure asked this. Had he discovered some secret? Orochimaru pondered for a moment and said, in Konoha, people's hearts are complicated. Some are kind, some are evil. This is an objective fact that cannot be changed. Evil people inevitably exist. Some use dark means to pursue bright goals, while others use bright means to achieve dark ends. Many things seem bright but hide darkness. Some things seem dark but ultimately aim for the light. Nothing in the world is absolute, it depends on which stage it is in. The two teammates were confused after hearing this, while Shigeru nodded in agreement but felt uneasy inside. He couldn't understand why the people in the village couldn't unite and instead were filled with various shadows. Putting his thoughts aside, Shigeru crouched down and used the Senju sensory technique to feel the vibrations on the ground. Suddenly, he shouted, "Enemy attack! There's a person hiding behind the boulder at the 1 o'clock direction." He charged forward first, with the two teammates close behind. As the de facto squad leader, Shigeru would never let his two teammates take risks. The most dangerous place must be handled personally by Shigeru. No matter who the teammates were, this was his resolve as one aspiring to be Hokage. Sounds of fighting came from behind the boulder. Orochimaru walked forward unhurriedly. After a few seconds, all sounds ceased. Shigeru dragged out the corpse of a rock ninja from behind the boulder. "Teacher, there might be a rock ninja reconnaissance squad nearby. You take command and eliminate this squad." After the three students left, Orochimaru continued to move forward slowly. With Shigeru's current strength, ordinary rock ninjas were no match. Orochimaru would only take action if he encountered a Jonin or elite Jonin. The second rock ninja was more cunning, hiding underground and using earth release, earthfish reflection technique. But Shigeru was unafraid. He could sense vibrations underground. Yako moved stealthily beneath the surface, pretending not to notice Shigeru following him. When Shigeru got close, Yako suddenly leapt out from the earth and instantly fled toward the trap. Captain Kage had already set up a sophisticated trap, hiding a kilometer away to avoid detection by Orochimaru. As long as the fox lured the enemy into the trap, the mission would be considered a success. Ahead appeared a small valley, its entrance blocked by rocks. Behind the rocks was a small bend. The trap was just beyond the bend. Yako heard a whooshing sound behind his head, turned, and blocked 3 flying shuriken with his kunai. Senju Shigeru teleported in and slammed a fierce punch into Yako's face. Yako hurriedly raised his hand to block, feeling a strong force transmit through his elbow. The Senju clan's taijutsu was rough and powerful. Having such strength even before taking the Chunin exam shocked Shigeru inwardly. The punch sent a strong vibration, showing this rock ninja's immense strength and extraordinary toughness. When the punch landed, only the elbow wavered slightly. The shoulder and waist remained perfectly still. Such toughness was not just muscle training but the result of every cell in the body being extremely robust. Yako possessed the ordinary Senju bloodline, with a constitution stronger than normal people. At this moment, another rock ninja circled out from behind a boulder, intending to assist Yako. Yeguang turned his head and shouted, "Don't worry about me. Quickly pass the information. I'll cover the rear." Upon hearing this, the IWA ninja immediately turned and left to deliver the intelligence. Shengshu, hearing this, hurriedly formed hand seals to perform a ninjutsu, no longer entangling with Yeguang. He suspected that these IWA ninja had uncovered important information. Could it be that they knew the command was preparing to advance? As Shengshu had previously speculated, after Mito Munin met with the Kumo ninja, the Konoha main camp had already begun preparations to break camp. The Kumo village was restless, intending to strike a fatal blow while the IWA village was weak. This intelligence was extremely important. The IWA ninja must not be allowed to escape. Shengshu threw out a shuriken and formed hand seals with both hands, shuriken shadow clone technique. In the distance, Orochimaru nodded repeatedly. Shengshu had already mastered this complex A-rank ninjutsu, truly a genius of the Senju clan. Countless shuriken swarmed like locusts, rapidly shooting toward Yeguang. Shuriken came from all directions, leaving no way to evade. The shuriken spun at an extremely high speed, emitting a chilling sound similar to a saw blade. He held a kunai, blocking several shurikens, and shattered the shuriken clones into white smoke. However, more shurikens hit him. On his head, throat, chest, and abdomen, there were shurikens. Yeguang fell down. Shengshu was very confident in his ninjutsu, and the rock ninja opposite him had several fatal wounds. Before Yeguang died, he saw Shengshu be the first to rush past the boulder, turn, and run into the valley. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. This was a detonation tag trap personally set by Captain Huangquan. Even Orochimaru might not have noticed it immediately. Senju Shengshu was still too inexperienced. Yeguang died. Before him was complete darkness, and his vision suddenly shifted. When he opened his eyes again, what he saw was a bright full moon. I found myself back 10 days ago, on the road chasing Senju Kashiwa. Arc of the Full Moon activated. The host has only one resurrection opportunity per month and will be reborn on the night of the previous full moon after death. Reward, 1 lottery chance. 1 rank ninjutsu shuriken shadow clone technique beginner level. 2000 hands perception secret technique. 3 bloodline, 1000 hands of the forest intermediate advanced, can be refined. These options are all highly tempting. The shuriken shadow clone technique is the signature ninjutsu of the Sarutobi Hiruzen lineage. It is a top-tier ninjutsu in the art of throwing ninja tools. Sarutobi Hizashi, Orochimaru, and Namake's Minato all know this technique. The second option, the Senju perception secret technique, is also very practical. Perception-type ninjas are extremely valuable and serve as the tactical core of the team. Perception ninjas like Hyuga, Inazuka, and Aburame are key protection targets for the squad. Yagami's perception ability is insufficient. If one can master this secret technique, they can detect enemy positions in advance, greatly increasing their chances of survival. The Senju perception secret technique locks onto the enemy's location by sensing vibrations through the ground. Yagami himself uses earth release and especially desires this secret technique. The third option is the Senju bloodline of the forest, which is higher than the previous normal level and belongs to the upper middle tier. In other words, after choosing it, his bloodline purity was about the same as mid to upper level ninjas like Senju Kashi. If all goes well, he could be promoted to Jonin around the age of 20. Yegwang thought it over. There would be chances to learn ninjutsu and secret techniques later, but bloodline abilities were rare. The Senju clan was on the brink of extinction. If he didn't seize the opportunity, it would be lost. While the team was resting, Yegwang chose the third one, the Senju bloodline of the forest. End of this chapter. As before, after selecting the bloodline, his entire body's cells trembled violently. He slowly sat down, leaning against the tree trunk. Purple Cat saw his arm shaking uncontrollably and came over to ask, "Captain, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just a cramp." "Don't tell anyone, it'll be fine soon." Purple Cat found it strange how could the fox captain, with such strong abilities, get a cramp. She didn't ask further and stood in front of Yegwang. Yegwang felt a surge of joy in his heart. The last time, the ordinary Senju bloodline had already increased his chakra and strengthened his physique. But the mid to high level Senju bloodline, besides enhancing chakra and physique, also granted a new ability. Self-healing recovery slow. Many ninjas of the Senju clan excel in medical ninjutsu. For example, Senju Hashirama and Tsunade could even apply self-healing abilities in battle, increasing their margin for error and driving their opponents to despair. When fighting against Tsunade at her peak, unless her chakra was completely drained, Tsunade would never die. As for Senju Hashirama, he even kept Tsunade's trump card, the 100 techniques, as a constant state. After the purity of the Senju bloodline improved, Yegwang gained initial self-healing abilities. When injured, he could quickly stop bleeding, reduce pain, and maintain combat effectiveness. His body cells slowly recovered, allowing him to heal without medical ninjas. His chakra amount increased to 1.7 times that of a special jonin. Host status. Chakra amount, 1.7 times that of a special jonin. Chakra nature, earth, water, yang. Bloodline, Senju of the forest upper mid-level. Ninjutsu, water release water formation wall, earth release earth clone, etc. Taijutsu, body flicker technique, cloud flow sword technique, etc. Sealing technique, curse binding seal of karma, etc. Special abilities, stress reflex second breakthrough, natural chakra regeneration, self-healing recovery slow. Yegwang let out a breath. His physical enhancement had finally reached a pause. He swallowed 3 ration pills in a row, stood up, clenched and unclenched his fists, his whole body filled with strength. After the physical enhancement, his digestion sped up, warmth rose in his abdomen, dispelling the chill throughout his body. He looked toward Captain Huangquan's direction, a difficult question in his heart. If he encountered Senju Shigeru again, how could he survive? According to Huangquan's orders, he was destined to die in the decoy mission, luring Senju Shigeru into a trap. Shigeru's movements were designed by frontline commander Mitoiman Hanu, the trap was set by the Anbu captain, and the third Hokage and Danzo prepared the backup. Yegwang tried every method, wanting to protect both Shigeru and himself. Following the previous life's plot, he secretly warned Senju Kashiwa. For Kashiwa, wanting to see Shigeru was like a fool's dream. Only by cooperating with the remnants of the Uzumaki and leaving a signal was their hope. Senju Kashi used the unique distress signal of the Senju clan to attract all Senju ninjas within the frontline camp. The Yellow Dog squad did not notice that the remnants of the Uzumaki had already placed scrolls around the camp perimeter in advance. Believing the mission was complete, Yellow Dog led the team back to the village. The difference this time was that Nightlight had arranged things in advance. When leaving the land of grass, a long spear egret suddenly flew by not far away, moving extremely fast, disappearing behind the distant mountains, heading toward the land of rain. Nightlight paused, immediately reporting, "Captain Yellow Dog. That is the Uzumaki remnant S summoned beast, the long spear egret. I one team mistake it previously in the land of waves, Captain Black Ape, and I chased this kind of summoned beast." Captain Yellow Dog said in a deep voice, "The village has heavy tasks, and this is a critical moment. But we cannot let down our guard against the Uzumaki remnants. Fox, you lead a squad to search for remaining intelligence. The Uzumaki remnants have learned the Senju perception secret technique, making them very hard to catch. You must be careful." Nightlight quickly nodded and said, "I understand, I will be careful." Reborn into this life, with a little maneuvering, he could stay far away from the dangerous whirlpool. The plan went very smoothly. He broke free from Captain Yellow Dog's control. As a result, when Captain Yellow Dog received the urgent report from the Anbu and returned to the front line to design the rope tree, he didn't even have time to bring him along. The critical moment Captain Yellow Dog mentioned was probably because Uzumaki Mito's health had deteriorated, and she could transfer the seal at any time. In the last battle at Ushigoyama, Uzumaki Mito did not appear so at ease. To prevent hostile forces from sabotaging the Nine Tails transfer seal, he forced himself to remain calm, concealing his inner tension. Captain Huanquan, as a core member of the Anbu, was delayed significantly by Senju Kashiwa and was now rushing back to the village. After the other team members left, Yeguan led the squad in tracking the spear-wielding egret. The tracking was actually quite simple. Yeguan only needed to point in a direction, and the team followed closely behind. After all, the spear-wielding egret was also under Yeguan's control, occasionally appearing just to fool the newcomers. When previously interacting with the summoned spear egret, Yeguan and Uzumaki Yajia had secretly agreed on a meeting place. The Fox squad advanced all the way into the rain country. The rain country is located in a basin, shrouded in clouds year-round, with scarce sunlight and frequent rain. It is the source of the Nanka River in the fire country and the origin of more than a dozen rivers. Just as they entered the rain country, a sharp cry rang out. A three-legged Yatagarasu dove down from the clouds, its massive beak striking directly at the Fox squad. With one blow, the four were scattered. Zimao and the others had never seen such a powerful summoned beast. Their kunai and shuriken could not penetrate the Yatagarasu's tough feathers. The Yatagarasu also laid a powerful explosive egg, instantly suppressing the Fox squad. Yeguan urgently shouted, "This is a large summoned beast bound by the Whirlpool clan's sealing contract. We must not miss this clue." After several rounds of struggle, he threw a shuriken connected to steel wire, firmly entangling the Yatagarasu's talons. The Yatagarasu flew into the sky with Yeguan. "Captain! Captain!" Zimao chased from behind, watching helplessly as Yeguan was dragged high into the air and disappeared behind the clouds over a distant mountain peak. Yeguan thought to himself, this time he couldn't bring Zimao along. It had been a long time since he last saw Whirlpool Yuka. He both missed her and needed to gather intelligence from her. Zimao was difficult to manage. Xiaoyi was his lover, Yuka was the mistress, and Zimao was the fourth rank and seniority mattered, so he had to consider the feelings of his seniors first. The Yatagarasu finally landed by a lake and vanished into white smoke. Soon after, a large white heron carrying a long spear flew over, and Whirlpool Yuka gracefully jumped down from its back. She still moved lightly as before, and only after a few gentle hops did the heavy fruit on her body regain its weight. "Fox! Long time no see," Yuka said with a smile. End of this chapter. After parting ways in the wave country, Yeguan and Whirlpool Yuka had not met again. Yeguan was busy with covert missions, while Whirlpool Yuka fled with her clan. "Long time no see," Yeguan said. "Yuka, did you remind Senju Shingu, the young clan leader, to be cautious as I instructed?" Last time, he had only used a scroll to convey the truth about the Whirlpool clan's extinction. In this life, Yeguan added a more critical warning: someone intended harm against Senju Shingu. He hoped Senju Shigyur could survive. It was a reminder, not only revealing the truth about the Uzumaki clan's extinction but also leaving a warning message. Uzumaki Yuka asked, "Fox, will Konoha's Anbu really harm young Master Shigyur?" He is the young clan leader of the Senju and a genius of Konoha. Yako nodded and said, "Don't underestimate the determination of Konoha's upper echelons. They are resolute and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. If the truth is exposed and the Senju clan breaks with Konoha's leadership, it would be Konoha's greatest disaster. The Senju value family ties deeply. A split is almost inevitable." During the Ninja World War, Konoha would suffer a massive defeat due to internal strife. Although they are currently only at war with Iwagakure, later Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure will unite to attack Konoha. Recently, Konoha has been on high alert against Lord Mizuto, Princess Kushina, and the Senju clan. One of my Anbu missions is to monitor the Senju territory. I warned you before not to get involved with the Senju clan because I wanted to wait for the turmoil to settle before acting. Senju Kashiwa knows the truth and tried to inform the leadership but was discovered by the Anbu. Uzumaki Yuka lowered her head and whispered, "I met cousin Senju Kashiwa by chance in the grass country. He was surprised I was still alive. I told him some facts. He is very smart and immediately guessed the truth. He worries about Konoha's division and said he would return to handle it properly. The Konoha leadership doesn't cherish the village, but my cousin cares deeply. Should kind-hearted people be bullied?" Unexpectedly, my cousin was discovered by the Anbu and sacrificed his chance to pass on the intelligence. Thank you for risking yourself to help as an insider. In Konoha's political game, those who cherish Konoha the most are the easiest to be used by the leadership. On the other hand, someone like Orochimaru, who doesn't care about Konoha, leaves the leadership helpless. They can only placate him, and it doesn't matter if he experiments on Konoha's children. The weak point is the Senju clan. The invincible ones without parents, attachments, or ties are what everyone fears. Even villains, no matter how fierce, dare not provoke the invincible. Once their resolve hardens, it's death. They face everyone barefoot while others wear shoes. Rain began to fall from the sky as the two slipped into a tree hollow. Yuka replied, "There are still 32 members left in the Uzumaki clan." Yako was silent, surprised that the once famous Uzumaki clan had dwindled to so few. Why choose the Land of Rain? The Land of Rain is the battleground of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Konoha, and Hanzo of the Land of Rain, along with the rebel forces opposing Hanzo, make this the most chaotic place, Uzumaki Yuka said. The more chaotic it is, the better it is for us to hide. Previously, we were in the Land of Grass, which is within Iwagakure's sphere of influence, and they have strong control over every village. After being exposed in the Land of Grass, they captured an Uzumaki Keion, who is skilled in medical ninjutsu. I wanted to rescue her, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to. It was while trying to save Keion that I met cousin Senju Kashiwa. Yako speculated that Uzumaki Keion is the mother of Uzumaki Karen from the original story. He said, "When I find the chance, I will definitely tell young Master Shigeru to rescue Uzumaki Keion." Silently, he added in his heart, "If Senju Shigeru is still alive." Recently, Uzumaki Yuka has been under great pressure, almost on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for cousin Senju Kashiwa and Fox's support, she felt she couldn't hold on. Seeing Fox at this moment made her feel especially warm inside. Outside the tree hollow, raindrops fell softly. Inside, Yoja gently kissed Yegwang's neck, quickly shedding clothes, their passion drenched in sweat. "Fox, how did your figure get so much better?" Yoja thought to herself. The Fox's Senju bloodline was indeed growing stronger. An hour later, Yegwang sighed at the strength of the Uzumaki clan's constitution. No wonder the Senju clan had to marry into them to be a match. "Yoja, the Nine Tails transfer seal is approaching. I'm here to understand the situation of the Nine Tails seal. Do you know of any technique that can affect the Nine Tails seal? I have a feeling this transfer won't go smoothly. I'm worried about Lord Mito and Princess Kushina." Yoja addressed while speaking, "A technique that affects the Nine Tails seal? I know of only one, called contract seal release, a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, rarely known to outsiders. There is also one that is not a sealing technique, but the Uchiha clan's Sharingan." Yegwang pondered. The Uzumaki clan's sealing book is in the hands of Senju Rinmaku, the clan leader. The risk of contract seal release being leaked is low. The key is to watch out for the Uchiha clan. They are hereditary enemies of the Senju clan and might take this chance to break the Nine Tails seal. "Yoja, you all must hide first. Lord Mito is old now since the battle at Ushigakiyama, his lucid periods have grown shorter. Once Princess Kushina grows up, everything will improve." "Understood, we will wait for her to grow up." Yegwang left the tree hollow, stepped into the rain curtain, and vanished instantly. Uzumaki Yoja leaned against the wooden wall, feeling the warmth left by the fox. The fox was right. Once Princess Kushina grew up, everything would get better. She returned to the rainforest where the Uzumaki remnants hid, with a makeshift treehouse barely sustaining life. 3 children, 26 women, 3 men, that was all the Uzumaki clan had left. According to Ninja World customs, women changed their surname after marriage, but the Uzumaki women agreed not to change their names after marriage, and their children all took the Uzumaki surname. The Whirlpool clan must never be wiped out like this. They are the last spark of the Whirlpool clan. Whirlpool Yoja thought, the fox's thousand hands bloodline is quite good. It would be great if she could bear a fox's child. Really, only twice in an hour. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him go. Thinking this, Uzumaki Yuka laughed to herself. A woman holding a child happened to pass by and asked, Yuka, did something good happen? Oh, no. Yoja teased the little boy and said, has Nagato been eating well lately? End of this chapter. More than 10 days later, a female Uzumaki ninja rushed hurriedly into this remote rainforest, crying out as she ran, Yuga! Yuga! Something's happened. Yuga jumped down from the treehouse. Hearing the piercing cries, other female Uzumaki ninjas also hurried over. After a few simple words, the women of the Uzumaki clan each collapsed in the rain. Only Uzumaki Yuga stood with difficulty, looking up at the sky, tears mixing with the rain sliding down, dripping into the mud beneath her feet. The young clan leader of the Senju clan, Senju Nawaki, was dead. Fox was a spy for the Senju clan in the Anbu, who had long obtained the intelligence and warned the young clan leader. However, the young clan leader still could not escape. It was said that Iwagakure publicly declared responsibility for the incident, proudly claiming they had assassinated the brightest genius of the Senju clan in retaliation for Konoha's operation in Ashigakuyama. With an old ninja like Orochimaru protecting young clan leader Nawaki, how could he possibly have been killed by an assassination squad from Iwagakure? Only then did Yoja understand why the fox had warned not to reveal the truth to the Senju clan for the time being. After Lord Tobarama's sacrifice, Konoha village became cold and unfamiliar. Everything changed. The Uzumaki clan's attempt to make Kushina the Three Tails Jinchuriki angered Konoha's leadership, and the Uzushio hidden village was mercilessly abandoned. The Senju clan also had numerous conflicts with Konoha village over the issue of the second generation Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and misfortune followed one after another. Konoha's leadership tolerated no opposition. The village could only obey their orders. Even if the Senju clan tried to challenge them, they would be ruthlessly suppressed. This was no longer the Konoha village of the Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo era. After Yegwon left Uzumaki Yoja, he first returned to the Land of Rain to find his own team. Purple Cat asked anxiously, Captain, are you okay? Seeing Captain Fox being captured by the Yatagarasu, Purple Cat was extremely nervous. She circled around Yegwon to check him. It's nothing, I was captured by the summoning beast of the remnants of the whirlpool, but I obtained important intelligence, Yegwang said. Let's go, we'll return to the grass country's main camp and report the intelligence. Halfway there, an important piece of news spread throughout the rain country. Even ordinary people knew that something major had happened in the ninja world. The young clan leader of the Senju clan was killed. The IWA ninja were spreading the word everywhere, claiming they were responsible for this major incident. Yegwang immediately understood that this was Anoki hyping himself up. Anoki certainly wanted to eliminate Senju Shigeru. He wanted to wipe out all the genius youths of Konoha. However, if he sent too few troops to kill Senju Shigeru, it wouldn't succeed, as Shigeru was personally protected by Orochimaru. If he sent too many troops, it would definitely attract the attention of Konoha's frontline main camp, escalating into a large-scale battle with even more casualties. Yegwang roughly guessed the truth. Captain Yellow Dog, upon receiving urgent intelligence, learned that the Senju clan ninja at the front line had encountered remnants of the Uzumaki. Enraged, he returned, disguised himself as an IWA ninja, and personally set a trap. The frontline commander Mito Munin customized a mission for the Shibaki squad, and Captain Yellow Dog knew all the details of the customized mission. Captain Yellow Dog set a trap on the way and blew Senju Shibaki to death. The person who designed the trap was as powerful as the current Orochimaru. Even though Yuku warned in advance, Shibaki still couldn't escape the disaster. Yuku assigned the task of tracking the spear-wielding egret, allowing him to avoid the danger of being bait, but being bait meant certain death. Back at the frontline camp, from a distance, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were seen guarding outside the mortuary tent. Inside the tent, Tsunade knelt on the ground crying. Shibaki had been dead for several days, yet she still guarded the body. Orochimaru leaned against a wooden pillar, his eyelids drooping, looking stiff. Jiraiya glared angrily at Orochimaru, as if he had just heard him say something unpleasant to Tsunade. Shibaki's death was a huge blow to Orochimaru. He was far less calm than he appeared on the surface. Many bodies were scattered on the tent floor, and it was unknown how many Senju ninja at the front line had been ambushed. Yuku learned that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had also arrived at the front line. At a small Jonin meeting, Tsunade angrily proposed that each squad be equipped with a medical ninja. She believed that if Shibaki's squad had a qualified medical ninja, Shibaki might still be alive. Sarutobi and Shimura, those two, were forced on Shibaki by the higher-ups and were useless. It was said that Shibaki was caught in a two-stage explosive trap. First, a detonation tag exploded, blowing up a large bundle to waist height, then the detonation tag at the waist exploded, blasting Shibaki's internal organs out. Captain Yellow Dog's trap design was indeed ingenious. Among many Jonin, only Kato Dan supported Tsunade, and the two grew closer. After Shibaki's death, Kato became Tsunade's spiritual support. In the chaos, Yuku found the Anbu tent and saw Danzo and Captain Yellow Dog. He stepped forward to report, "Lord Danzo, Captain, I have detected that the Uzumaki remnants are moving back and forth between the land of rain and the land of grass, their movements unpredictable." After speaking, he lowered his head and waited for a response. Captain Yellow Dog waved his hand, signaling him to leave, and Yuku exited the tent. The Anbu soldiers around the tent all wore solemn expressions, the atmosphere heavy, as if they had just endured a great disaster. The Anbu killing Shigeru was truly out of necessity. Captain Koken had made a grave mistake, allowing the remnants of the Uzumaki to come into contact with the young Senju clan leader, forcing the Anbu to act swiftly before the Nine Tails could relocate its seal, ending Shigeru's life. This cost was extremely heavy for the Anbu. If Orochimaru or Tsunade found out anything, the consequences would be disastrous. Moreover, behind Shigeru stood the powerful Senju clan. Late at night, the Fox Squad was on duty, standing guard outside Danzo's tent. Yageo saw Orochimaru approaching and entering the tent. Yageo pricked up his ears, listening to the sounds inside the tent. After listening for more than 10 minutes, he heard nothing. There must have been a barrier set up to prevent sound from escaping. Inside the tent, Orochimaru stared at Danzo with his vertical pupils. Danzo showed no expression, making it impossible to tell that he had once ordered the killing of Senju Shigeru. Orochimaru was silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke, "Human life is truly fragile, Lord Danzo. I had hoped Shigeru would achieve great things, but I never expected a few explosive tags to take his life. Those traps were so ingenious that even I could have fallen for them. Unbelievable. Since when did Iwagakure have such skilled trap ninjas? Their control over explosive tags is so precise. Shigeru's potential far exceeded mine, but alas, it's all gone. Lord Danzo, I agree with your earlier suggestion to begin researching the transplantation, enhancement, and modification of ninja life constitutions." Danzo had expected Orochimaru to come demanding justice and had even prepared a response. But Orochimaru did not mention Shigeru's death. Instead, he showed unexpected interest. Shigeru's death had ignited Orochimaru's passion for life research. Danzo's voice was hoarse but could not hide his excitement. "Orochimaru, you are the one I have the highest hopes for. You have talent, determination, and willingness to work hard, but you are limited by the lack of a bloodline. In the face of bloodline limits, effort is meaningless. I have trained in wind release for 40 years, yet I am still no match for true bloodline masters. You have trained hard in earth release and summoning techniques, but what of it? You have never witnessed the prowess of Hashirama and Madara that is true strength. Like you, I am troubled by physical limitations. But giving up is not the ninja way. Physical limitations can be overcome. Teacher Tobirama had some ideas, though unimplemented, but I believe there is great potential. As long as you are willing to research ninja life constitutions for the village, I will fully support you. Tonight, I will give you Teacher Tobirama's research notes. During the war, enemy village captives can serve as your experimental subjects. After the war, you can recruit volunteers from the Anbu. Anbu ninjas are well trained and highly motivated. Once the experiments yield results, I am also willing to be your test subject. I have some transplantation materials but lack mature techniques." Orochimaru thought to himself that the materials Danzo wanted to transplant must be top tier in the ninja world. He said, "I hope to begin research tonight." Danzo rarely showed a smile. "Tonight I will prepare the experimental equipment for you and send all the captives in the camp to your tent. Anoki killed Shigeru Kanova will surely seek revenge. I will order the Anbu to capture Iwagakure ninjas alive, and all living subjects will be handed over to you. During the war, your test subjects will come continuously. Do not be stingy with test subjects. Research progress is more important. However, I hope to specify the initial research direction." "Oh? What direction?" Orochimaru became interested, not knowing exactly what Danzo wanted to transplant. Danzo said, "I hope you start with eye transplantation." Orochimaru understood in his heart. Danzo's teammate, Uchiha Kagami, left no remains after death. It seems Uchiha Kageme's Sharingan is in Danzo's hands. Whether it was a dying entrustment or a corpse robbery to destroy the body is unknown. Orochimaru, from today on, you are the head of the Root Laboratory, codename Adat. Orochimaru asked suspiciously, why is it the Root, and not the Anbu? Danzo explained, Hizashi doesn't want to bear a bad reputation, even if it's the kind that comes from Anbu completing missions in secret. From now on, all the village's dark missions will be handled by me and the Root. To protect Hizashi's honor, the Root's responsibilities have been adjusted, not only training new Anbu recruits but also taking on missions the Anbu cannot openly handle. Rest assured, Hizashi will soon learn about your joining the Root and will agree. Orochimaru turned and left the tent. Danzo saw that the guards outside the tent were the Fox squad and shouted, Fox, come in. Yagu received the mission to send all the captives in the camp to Orochimaru's tent. At the same time, Danzo told him that Orochimaru is now a Root member, in charge of the laboratory, and has captain-level authority. Arriving at the prisoner enclosure, Yaku instructed 3 team members to tie up the 5 IWA ninja prisoners with ropes and take them away. These prisoners had been drugged by the interrogating ninja, unable to extract chakra or resist. One prisoner asked in panic, where are you taking us? Is the village going to exchange prisoners? Yuku pondered for a moment and said, if I'm not mistaken, the era of prisoner exchanges is over. From now on, Konoha will not exchange prisoners with any village. Why? Is Konoha really this cruel? Yuku shook his head, thinking to himself, who told you not to commit suicide? Bringing the prisoners to Orochimaru's tent, Yuku saw a young boy already waiting at the entrance. The tent flap was pulled aside, and Orochimaru came out, first looking at the prisoners. Through the gap, Yuku saw 2 large tables inside the tent, laid out with simple tools like scalpels, scissors, tweezers, and awls. The boy shouted excitedly, Orochimaru-sensei! Please accept my condolences. Shizen has unfortunately sacrificed himself, and I will train even harder to make up for his regrets. Please officially accept me as your disciple. I will never let you down. Orochimaru glanced at the captive, his eyes showing displeasure, then turned to the boy. Did the clan leader Danzo know you came to see me? No, I haven't met the clan leader. The clan leader might still be in the village. This boy from the Shimura clan didn't even know if Danzo had come to the front lines. He was originally a member of Shizen's squad and, seeing Shizen dead, thought his chance had come. Orochimaru sneered coldly, good, then you go in first. He turned to Yaku. Take the captive into the tent. You all stay here and wait outside. Tomorrow we'll deal with the bodies. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. A pitiful howl echoed inside the tent, and Orochimaru found it noisy. The howling abruptly stopped. Throughout the entire night, the tent was filled with muffled cries of pain, sending chills down anyone's spine. The next morning, Orochimaru stepped out of the tent. Sunlight shone on Orochimaru's pale face, and he even showed a hint of enjoyment, though it was unclear whether he was enjoying the experiment or the sunlight. He waved his hand, signaling the Fox squad to enter and handle the bodies. 6 bodies were mangled beyond recognition. Wait, weren't there only 5 prisoners? How did there end up being an extra one? The young member of the Shimura clan had been dissected by Orochimaru? Did Danzo know about this? Should it be reported? Yagami thought for a moment and decided to report it. After all, Orochimaru was not his superior, but Danzo was his superior's superior. The prisoners' bodies were dragged outside the camp and burned, but the Shimura youth's body was kept for the time being. Yagami hurried to Danzo's tent to report the situation. Danzo paused briefly and said calmly, I understand. He thought to himself that this price had to be paid for the eye transplant. The Shimura clan member was the most similar to him. Although Orochimaru was cruel, he couldn't go too far. The number of dissections had to be controlled in the future. Yagami wondered if that was the end of it, quickly withdrew, and stopped asking further questions. The Shimura youth's body was burned, gradually shrinking in the flames. He sighed, thinking Danzo was truly ruthless, showing no mercy even to his own people. That youth too, always pretending to be the next Shigerin character, died miserably, especially with hollow eye sockets and no eyeballs in sight. The captain of the Black Ape Squad had recovered well from his injuries and returned to the front line ahead of schedule, rushing from the village. Long time no see, Fox. Long time no see, Captain. Yegwan looked down and saw that the chimpanzee's broken leg was thinner than the other one. Pitiful, breaking an arm and a leg is inconvenient. The chimpanzee said, next, we need to capture at least 3 strong IWA nin alive. Your squad is the strongest, so you'll be the main force. I just applied for an Earth Release Ninjutsu scroll for you. You can choose one ninjutsu. Yegwan listened excitedly. He had completed quite a few Anbu missions and could finally exchange for a ninjutsu. Anbu rewards had no standard. The number of missions, rank, and will of fire all had to be considered. The will of fire was entirely subjectively judged by superiors. The chimpanzee thought Fox's will was as firm as steel, but another superior might not see it that way. Yeguang took the scroll and glanced at the catalog. He currently mastered 3 elemental ninjutsu: Earth Release, Technique of Fish in Mud, Earth Release, Earth Clone, and Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Infiltration, Substitution, Defense. He still lacked an offensive ninjutsu. Yeguang saw a familiar name: Earth Release, Earth Spear. During reconnaissance in the Battle of Ushigakiyama, he had seen an Iwa Nin Jonin use this ninjutsu. Chakra is injected into the ground, and sharp stone spears suddenly burst out from the earth, instantly piercing the enemy. The attack angle is tricky, allowing for a sneak attack from behind. It's a pretty good offensive earth release ninjutsu. Captain, I choose this B rank ninjutsu. The chimpanzee saw the name and felt a lingering fear. My leg was shattered in a comminuted fracture while fighting against this kind of technique. It's really powerful. He unrolled the scroll and had Yeguang copy this ninjutsu. After Yeguang finished copying, Haching said, "Tomorrow night we leave the main camp to capture the rock ninja and master this ninjutsu as soon as possible." Yeguang didn't rest and went to the training ground to start practicing. This ninjutsu was chosen because it only requires one seal to perform, making it simple and fast. In a past life, I saw a general say, "What are you aiming at? Shoot first to gain the advantage." The same applies to ninja battles. The one who quickly uses ninjutsu controls the rhythm. Earth Release, Earth Spear. An earth spear shot out from the ground, striking a tree stump. Unfortunately, the spear lacked sufficient hardness and shattered upon impact with the stump. The practice is even harder than what the system teaches. Yeguang repeatedly trains to improve chakra strength. Each time, he fires 10 shots in a set, then rests before practicing again. At the Rizhao training ground, the Earth Dragon Spear can already pierce tree stumps. Seeing the hole, Yeguang nodded with satisfaction, feeling ready for real combat. Next, he trained speed and power to make the ninjutsu faster and stronger. The key to ninjutsu lies in precision, not quantity. Although Kakashi is said to have over 1,000 ninjutsu, he commonly uses only 3 to 5. At night, the Black Chimpanzee Squad set out to complete the capture mission. They left the border forest of the Land of Fire and entered the vast grasslands of the Land of Grass. The Konoha ninja, accustomed to the forest, suddenly seeing the plains felt as uncomfortable as if they were naked. The Black Chimpanzee reminded the 3 squad leaders the negotiations between Mizutamon and advisor and the village hidden in the clouds went smoothly. The Cloud Village took advantage of the Land of Iwa's weakness to attack the Land of Water and declared war on Iwa. The Iwa ninja in the direction of the Land of Grass might retreat. "We have to be quick, or we won't catch any prisoners." The Battle of Ushigayama became the turning point in the war between Konoha and Iwa, with Konoha shifting from defense to offense. Byakuyo used his Byakugan to search for enemies and quickly locked onto a 4-man Iwa ninja squad by the river. Byakuyo said, "A 4-man Iwa ninja team just took water by the river and is heading toward the 2 o'clock direction." Black Chimpanzee said, "Good. Before they notice, Byakuyo's squad and my central force will charge forward, while the Fox and Leaf Monkey squads will flank from both sides to encircle them." Captain Yellow Dog had specifically come to assess Black Chimpanzee's recovery status. Black Chimpanzee had to prove with concrete actions that he was capable of completing Anbu missions. Yeguang led the squad to the small river and leapt. While in the air, Yeguang suddenly felt a slight discomfort in his nostrils. After acquiring the Senno Senju bloodline, Yeguang's physique became stronger and more sensitive to all stimuli. It seemed that something unpleasant had just been inhaled through his nose. The smell came from the water surface. But at a glance, the river water appeared completely normal. In the distance, the Leaf Monkey squad was running swiftly, and Yeguang did not slow down, continuing forward. Strange, the river water actually emitted a pungent odor. Although feeling uneasy, Yeguang decided to complete the mission first. The 4 Iwa ninjas suddenly noticed 3 Konoha Anbu squads appearing from 3 directions. The Iwa ninja squad immediately broke through. They were strong, at least all Chunin level, and very fast. Yeguang infused chakra into his arm and threw a kunai with full force. After his physique was enhanced, his taijutsu and ninja tool throwing skills improved significantly. The kunai swiftly flew over the grass and struck the last Iwa ninja's calf. That person screamed and rolled on the ground, but the other Iwa ninja ignored him and kept charging forward. Korazaro couldn't help but praise, "Fox, well done. It had been a while since they last saw him, and Fox's strength had improved again. Murasaki Nico immediately acted, using mind transfer technique to control the fallen IWA ninja, while Ray injected him with poison. The controlled IWA ninja lost resistance and became a captive of Fox's squad. Next came the tedious pursuit battle. 2 members of the Rock Ninja squad stayed behind to cover the rear, buying time for the captain. The mission of the Black Chimpanzee squad was to capture live prisoners, which was much harder than killing and covering the rear for the Rock Ninja, consuming a lot of time. The Rock Ninja captain made a wide arc and ran toward the small river. Suddenly, White Sheep shouted, "No, there's an ambush!" The Black Ape squad had been chasing for half an hour, already far from the river and beyond White Eye's observation range. Unexpectedly, the enemy had set traps by the river. More than 30 ninjas jumped out of the river, wearing distinctive gas masks, clearly rain ninjas. After Konoha and Cloud ninjas teamed up against the Rock ninjas, Iwagakure surprisingly persuaded Amagakure to form an alliance. The rain ninjas stationed themselves in the land of grass, inserting themselves into the conflict. Yegwang suddenly recalled the pungent smell when crossing the river. Could it be rain ninja poison? He warned everyone, "Be careful, it's poisonous." The river water suddenly exploded, and the mist in midair shimmered with a purple glow under the moonlight. The ground on both banks was covered with detonated poisonous mist, accompanied by booming explosions, and the toxic smoke quickly spread. The Black Ape squad was instantly surrounded by the poisonous mist. Near Amagakure lived highly venomous salamanders, and the rain ninjas were skilled in poison techniques, comparable to the sand ninja puppeteers. Everyone in the squad immediately swallowed antidotes. But the antidotes prepared by the Anbu were designed for Rock Ninja poisons. Unexpectedly, the Rain Ninja poison had no effect. After breaking out of the mist, coughing sounds erupted throughout the squad. Cough, cough. White Sheep's voice was full of apology as he said, "Sorry, Captain, I didn't scout the enemy hiding in the river." Black Ape said, "It's not your fault. Capturing live prisoners took too much time." Cough, cough. Retreat. Cover each other in turn, and be sure to bring back the 3 prisoners we captured. The people beside him ran with uneven steps, deeply affected by the poison. Nightlight felt he was still okay. The physical enhancement brought by the forest bloodline gave him higher poison resistance. Leaf Monkey Squad, cover the rear. The newly formed Leaf Monkey Squad did not hesitate to stay behind and cover the rear. The other squads desperately fled. Nightlight looked back. The poison Leaf Monkey Squad held on for more than 10 seconds before being completely wiped out by the Rain Ninja. They fought to the death, killing 5 or 6 Rain Ninja before dying. The Rain Ninja continued their relentless pursuit. Black Ape looked at Nightlight, his eyes full of determination. Nightlight understood his intention. As the 2 strongest members of the squad, he and Fox would stay behind to cover the rear, buying time for the captives and sensory ninja Aries and the others to escape. If the chase continued, everyone would be gradually poisoned and unable to complete the mission. Black Ape was desperate to prove he had recovered and to complete the mission. Nightlight nodded to him and turned to Purple Cat, saying, "You 3 carry the captives and keep moving forward. From now on, follow Captain Aries' orders." Purple Cat's voice choked up. Dark missions were always so cruel. Nightlight and Black Ape stopped, turning to face the Rain Ninja behind them. Black Ape calmed his breathing and took out a box, the secret medicine of the Akimichi clan, the 3 colored pills. He said to Fox, "You help me from here." Fox nodded. Black Ape passed over the blue chakra refining pill and took out a stronger yellow curry pill. Noticing Fox's confusion, he explained, "The Rain Ninja's poison targeted the weak spot in my leg. The leg that just had surgery is numb and itchy, and the bones and muscles hurt. I have to defeat the enemy before my leg completely collapses." Nightlight nodded, understanding the plan. The comminuted fracture weakened Black Ape's combat ability. Nightlight said, "Let's go, squad leader, for your comeback first battle." Black Ape lifted his mask and swallowed the pill. "If I get hurt again, I'll have to retire." Fox, how does it feel to act as squad leader? Fox replied, "Captain, Princess Tsunade is on the front line. You won't retire even if you're injured." Black Ape fell silent, focusing on the battle. Visible chakra steam rose from his body surface. Partial hyper-enlargement technique. His right hand suddenly grew large, palm 10 meters wide, arm thick as a club. With a heavy swing of the giant palm, 5 Rain Ninja were flung away. Yegwang took the opportunity to throw kunai, slaying the unconscious enemies. The gorilla transformed into a massive flesh projectile war chariot, rolling and charging toward the Rain Ninja. The Rain Ninja captain shouted, "Don't be afraid. He's been poisoned by salamander toxin. He won't last long. Wear him down." Under the captain's command, the Rain Ninja scattered. The flesh projectile war chariot charged back and forth among the rain ninja, its momentum impressive, but its effectiveness gradually diminished. The rain ninja kept throwing explosive tags, detonating on the flesh projectile war chariot. Seeing this, Yeguang patrolled the perimeter, searching for an opportunity to strike. One rain ninja was forced backward by the flesh projectile war chariot, landing right around Yeguang. Earth release, earth rising spear. As the rain ninja just landed, he found his abdomen pierced by the earth rising spear. He struggled to turn his head and saw the Anbu wearing a fox mask, hands forming a U seal. Yeguang was very satisfied with the performance of the earth rising spear. This ninjutsu requires few hand seals and is a mid-range attack type, so Yeguang didn't have to risk getting close to the enemy. After increasing chakra, many ninjas shifted from taijutsu to ninjutsu. Mid to long-range ninjutsu made them much safer. Taijutsu ninjas were like dancing on the tip of a knife. A slight mistake could cause serious injury. The human torpedo tank crushed over 10 times in succession, combined with Yeguang's ninjutsu, killing more than 10 rain ninjas. After the final charge, Heishin gasped for breath and collapsed, his figure shrinking. His nails turned purple, and the toxin corrosion was severe. Nearby rain ninjas rushed over, and kunai and senbon steel needles had already been thrown. Water release, water formation wall. Yeguang appeared just in time, blocking the ninja tools. Heishin seized the chance to catch his breath and took out the last red chili pill. The team was surprised. "Captain, are you going to burn all your fat?" Heishin gave his all for the mission. This was his last resort. After swallowing the pill, chakra surged around him. The obese Heishin quickly slimmed down, becoming lean but full of strength. His combat power greatly increased. He suddenly stood up and charged toward the water formation wall. Just as the water wall fell, the three rain ninjas opposite hadn't reacted yet when a fist suddenly enlarged and smashed down. Yeguang thought to himself, Heishin was fighting desperately to prove himself to the extreme. After a month of recovery, he heard that the Anbu High Command was considering letting him quit. But the Akiyama clan needed him to maintain influence in the Anbu. The Inoshikacho trio clans and the Saratobi clan had been close for generations, and Heishin would not give up easily. The battle quickly tilted overwhelmingly to one side, with Heishin slaughtering the rain ninjas like a force of nature. Taking advantage of the brief chakra burst from burning fat inside his body, he charged straight at the rain ninja captain. The rain ninja captain pulled out an umbrella-shaped ninja tool from behind. Heishin was too fast. The rain ninja didn't use the umbrella surface to block but instead swung the umbrella sideways at him. Heishin charged into the rain ninja's embrace, the umbrella-shaped ninja tool wrapping around his back. The rain ninja desperately closed the umbrella-shaped ninja tool, and the umbrella's spiked ribs pierced Heishin from behind. Yeguang hurried forward, but it was already too late. The previously vanished rock ninja squad leader suddenly appeared and slashed toward Heishin's head. Heishin raised the umbrella surface with his only movable right arm to block the blade. The ninja sword fell, and his right arm was cut off. Heishin roared, "Earth release, earth spear." The earth spear pierced through the rock ninja squad leader's heart. Yeguang rushed over, killed the rain ninja squad leader with multiple fractures, and rescued the double-armed lost Heishin from the umbrella-shaped ninja tool. "Captain!" He had lost both arms, his back was pierced by steel needles, and purple poisonous blood sprayed from every wound. Captain Black Chimp is really pushing himself too hard. Is it really worth it for the Akiyama clan? End of chapter. Carrying Captain Black Chimp and holding his severed arm, Yeguang sprinted wildly across the grassland. "Captain! You have to hold on." Yeguang had killed his previous superiors, Captain Antelope and Captain Brown Bear. Black Chimp surviving until now was thanks to Yeguang's mercy. He wouldn't allow Black Chimp to die at someone else's hands. Black Chimp's severed arm hung down. It was cut off 5 centimeters above the elbow, surrounded by bruises turning purple, and the blood had a purplish tint. The severed limb was completely blue-purple, cut off by the rock ninja. Black Chimp's consciousness was hazy, only feeling himself jolted continuously. Black Chimp had taken a red chili pill, making his body lighter, and Yeguang ran very fast. Inside the Konoha frontline main camp, Yeguang carried Black Chimp into the medical tent. Tsunade's expression was numb as she just came out of the tent. After her younger brother Shibuki died, she threw herself into work to escape the grief. "Princess Tsunade, please save the captain," Yeguang shouted. Tsunade looked at Black Chimp's severed arm and the poisonous purple blood and said, "This is salamander venom. The toxin has already spread to the internal organs. We need to amputate part of the upper arm first to see if we can save his life." Yeguang raised the severed arm and asked, "Should we amputate more? Can it still be reattached?" Tsunade didn't reattach the severed limb and turned to enter the surgical tent. The medical ninja took Black Chimp away, leaving Yeguang holding the severed arm, bewildered and at a loss. The severed limb was indeed ugly, but is there really no hope left? Black Chimp had already lost an arm, and the land of waves losing another would truly make him disabled. In the nearby tent, Purple Cat shouted, "Captain!" Yeguang entered the tent, where members of the Fox Squad and Sheep Squad were all hooked up to 4 drips, undergoing detoxification. "Have the prisoners been handed over?" Yeguang asked. "The prisoners have been handed over, mission accomplished." Yeguang showed no hint of joy. In the cold darkness of the Anbu, Black Chimp was one of his rare sources of warmth. Once Black Chimp retired, Yeguang was very likely to be promoted to squad captain, at which point he would have to face the cruel and suspicious Captain Yellow Dog. Half an hour later, Captain Yellow Dog strode over quickly, the fanged paint on his mask making him look even more ferocious. "Fox, come with me." Yeguang hurried to follow and entered the main medical tent. Inside the tent, Black Ape was out of life-threatening danger. The surgery was urgent, and he didn't even take off his mask. Yellow Dog asked the medical ninja, "How long until he recovers? How much combat strength does he still have?" The medical ninja replied, "Both arms are broken, he can't form hand seals. The toxin has eroded his nerves, and he will be slow to react from now on. I can't judge how much combat strength he has left, but it shouldn't exceed 20%. Yellow Dog didn't hesitate and said to Black Ape, "Black Ape, I'll have someone bring you the retirement registration scroll immediately. You're retiring from the Anbu will give you a large compensation." Yellow Dog turned to Yeguang and said, "Fox, you officially take over as squad leader. From now on, Black Ape's squad becomes Fox's squad. Handle Black Ape's retirement and the squad's reorganization as soon as possible." After speaking, Yellow Dog turned and left. Yeguang felt sorry for Black Ape. Retirement was acceptable, but Captain Yellow Dog handled it too coldly. Recently, Yellow Dog was under a lot of pressure. The Senju Kashi matter wasn't resolved cleanly, so Danzo had to come to the front line personally to help clean up the mess. Senju Shiroguru died, and Senju ninjas on the front line kept falling. Without Danzo's personal arrangement, the Senju clan would definitely become suspicious, thinking the incidents were too coincidental. Yeguang reached out to remove Black Ape's mask but suddenly stopped and withdrew his hand. He saw tears sliding down the side of the mask. Poor Black Ape, in the future even wiping away tears would be difficult, and many things he couldn't take care of himself. Life would be very inconvenient. Black Ape's suffering was hard for outsiders to understand, he could only endure it silently. Seeing the tears, Yeguang turned and left, knowing Black Ape didn't want others to see him like this now. He went to the side tent to inquire about the squad member's condition. The medical ninja said it was ordinary salamander toxin, not the giant summoned beast's poison, and after 3 more days of rest, the toxin would be cleared. Yeguang breathed a sigh of relief. The basic framework of the team was still intact. He walked up to Purple Cat, Antelope, and Black Bull and said, "I have been officially appointed as the squad leader. From now on, Purple Cat will be the leader of your squad. Purple Cat, the mask of Black Ape will be kept by your squad from now on." Purple Cat asked, "What about Captain Black Ape? Did he sacrifice himself?" "No, he retired. In Konoha village, elderly ninjas who have lost their combat abilities have no income and live very miserable lives. Many ninjas would rather die on a mission than endure such a bleak old age. Ninja clans are better off, supported by their families, but the old age of ordinary ninjas is pitiful to behold. Living long is not necessarily a blessing. Dying quickly is considered a release." Nightlight pretended he was also poisoned and had the medical ninja give him an antidote, saying he moved quickly and only inhaled a small amount of the poison mist. After leaving the medical tent, Nightlight went to the Anbu camp. The other 2 squads of the Yellow Dog Battalion, the Hippo and Yak squads, were both dispatched toward the Land of Rain. Amagakure is one of the 6 great hidden villages, and their participation put Konoha at a disadvantage. The Fox squad had not yet regained combat strength and had no external missions for the time being. During recovery, everyone practiced taijutsu and ninjutsu during the day. Nightlight discovered that the power of the Earth Dragon Spear was increasing. He learned to inject chakra into the earth in segments. The spear tip concentrated more chakra, making it harder. The rear part focused on thrust and speed. With this fine-tuning, the Earth Dragon Spear's attack power was greatly enhanced. After forging one Earth Dragon Spear, Nightlight also tried to make multiple Earth Dragon Spears simultaneously. 2, 3, 4, attacking the enemy from different directions. If he has enough chakra, this B-rank ninjutsu can also become a powerful technique that changes the terrain. This feeling of strength slowly growing is comforting. A few days later, the squad members recovered, and Yako also received a mission, which was relatively easy. Escort the bodies of sacrificed ninjas like Senju Shigeru and the severely injured back to the village. It was heard that the Hippo Squad suffered heavy losses in the Land of Rain, and the Yellow Dog Battalion would gradually return to the village to recruit new members and reorganize. At the main gate of the camp, Tsunade looked haggard, staring intently at the body bags on the cart, where her younger brother Shigeru lay. Princess Tsunade, please rest assured, I will definitely deliver the remains of the village heroes safely back. Hearing the voice, she turned and saw Yako wearing a fox mask, nodding slightly. She still couldn't return to the village. The village had sent them to the Land of Rain to resist the rain-hidden village's army. Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood beside Tsunade waiting. When Yako walked away, he glanced back at them. The reputation of the three legendary Sannin was established in this battle at the rain-hidden village. At the gate of Konoha village, the village had issued a notice in advance that a batch of bodies and wounded would be sent back from the Land of Grass, and many people gathered to wait. Senju Rinmu stood listlessly at the front, his arms hanging weakly, shoulders drooping, utterly spiritless. This head of the Senju clan, son of Senju Hashirama, had lost his former fighting spirit, left only with the grief of a middle-aged man who had lost his son. The convoy slowly arrived, and the body bags were taken by relatives one by one. Some cried, some were numb, and some discussed compensation with the ninjas. The last body bag contained Senju Shigeru. Only a buzzing sound filled Senju Rinmo's ears as he dragged his stiff legs forward step by step, still unable to believe that Shigeru was really dead. Shigeru possessed rare talent and had an elite jonin like Orochimaru as his master. The revival of the Senju clan was thus interrupted. At this moment, Senju Rinmu even entertained the thought of giving up everything. If the village wanted clanland, they could have half. If they wanted the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, let them go seal it. If they wanted the Scroll of Sealing, they could take it too. Kushina Uzumaki softly called, "Uncle." Senju Rinmu shook his head, dispelling his weakness. He could not give up. The 1,000-year glory of the Senju clan could not be destroyed by his own hands. Death? His father founded Konoha, and deaths now were fewer than at the end of the Warring States period. Shigeru died later than his two uncles. The Senju clan never feared death. Next to the luminous station, he pinched his nostrils shut. Although the body bag was treated with preservatives, the stench of the corpse was still pungent. What was a foul-smelling corpse to Yegwan was a beloved child to Chincho Linmu. He unzipped the body bag and saw the pale face of Shengshu. Reaching out to gently stroke Shengshu's face, Chincho Linmu's resolute expression changed several times before he finally lowered his head. The Senju clan took away Shibuki and the bodies of the other Senju ninjas. This family has sacrificed too much for Konoha. The wife of the Black Ape, the woman seen last time at Konoha Hospital, took the Black Ape away. The Black Ape took off his mask, now looking like a middle-aged man with both arms broken, disheartened, and worn out. His cheeks were sunken, not at all like an Akimichi ninja. Yegwan returned to the Anbu, completed the mission handover, then went to the route to submit personnel reinforcements, and left the Anbu. Back at the familiar Tsurujetsu Izakaya, Yegwan felt emotional, finally back again. This place had long become his most reassuring refuge. "Xiaoyi, has anyone been secretly watching you lately?" he asked. "No, I didn't notice," Xiaoyi replied. Yegwan had paid special attention to Xiaoyi's situation in the Dark Division. Now that the related mission has been archived, no one will check her identity for the time being. "I've got someone backing me up. I helped you solve a big problem, so you should thank me, right?" "How should I thank you?" Xiaoyi asked with a smile. "Yin escape and Yang escape are a bit dull. Want to try some new moves?" Xiaoyi gritted her teeth and leaned in. "You've been gone so long, have you been playing new tricks with the little fox outside? Come back to relive it with me?" "Not at all, I've improved my skills and need stronger stimulation." Xiaoyi rolled her eyes at him, "Then try the secret ninja techniques of Iwagakure." "What secret techniques? Have you heard of the Earth-style technique?" "I've heard of it, using Earth release to trap the enemy in a hemisphere and crush them into mince. After Yin release and Yang release, is this sphere release?" The two lay on the bed, Xiaoyi slowly slipping under the covers, performing her sphere release, mountain earth technique. After midnight, Xiaoyi lay on Yi Guang's chest, suddenly becoming tense. "It's coming soon." "What's coming soon?" "We just got started." Yi Guang suddenly felt a chilling Yin chakra. He quickly put on his pants and instantly leapt to the rooftop. From the direction of the Senju clan, ominous chakra waves drifted through the streets of Konoha, and insects and birds fell silent. Uzumaki Mido, barely holding on? Yi Guang jumped down from the rooftop and returned to the side room in the backyard. Does this kind of chilling chakra often appear when I'm not around? Yes, especially in the past 2 weeks, almost every day. A troublesome time, forget it, don't think about it. I still don't quite understand the art of mountain soil, let's study it more. On this cold and gloomy night, the new year quietly arrived. Yegwang welcomed his own birthday. Except for Qiaoyi, no one accompanied him to celebrate. The new year in the other world was much quieter than in his previous life. A few days later, Yegwang carried 2 pounds of braised beef and walked into the territory of the Chodao clan. He didn't know where Haisheng lived or what his name was, but the feature of having both arms broken was very distinctive, so he should be able to find out quickly. At the street corner, he saw 3 elderly women. Yegwang looked and thought, isn't this the intelligence center of the Chodao clan? He stepped forward and asked, hello, does the Chodao clan have a retired ninja with both arms broken? Are you looking for a retired ninja whose left arm was severed first, or one whose right arm was severed first? Yegwang was taken aback. Wait, does that mean the Akimichi clan has many ninjas with severed arms? Left arm severed first, right arm severed later, and just returned to the clan territory. Then the old lady said again, so do you want a retired ninja whose left severed arm is longer, or whose right severed arm is longer? Are the ninjas of the Akimichi clan really that tragic? They are taijutsu type ninjas, so that makes sense. Yegwang continued, the right arm is severed longer. Do you want a tall retired ninja with a longer right severed arm, or a short one with a longer right severed arm? Yegwang replied helplessly, the tall one, the darker and taller the better. The old lady finally pointed in a direction. A wave of bitterness surged in Yegwang's heart. A simple question about directions unexpectedly revealed the cruelty of war. In the Chodao clan's territory, there are many disabled people. The family supports them, so even the disabled have basic living guarantees, which is why there seem to be many disabled retired ninjas. It's different for civilian ninjas. If they become disabled, they don't live long, so you hardly see that many. This is survivor bias. Arriving outside a small courtyard, Yegwang saw someone moving house. A thin, black man with both arms amputated sat in the yard, his face gloomy. Big brother, I came to see you. The chimpanzee looked at the nightlight, and its eyes lit up. How did you find me? He asked. Not difficult, the autumn path ninja with both arms broken, there are only a dozen or so in the clan territory, just looked for them one by one and found you. Yeah, I had to look for you one by one to find you. Yegwang didn't say that he got the information from the ant at the street corner. Saying one by one sounded more sincere. Why are you moving? Yegwang asked. After retiring, I had no income. My wife retired even earlier than me to take care of the family. We didn't live long in the nice house. She said she wanted to move and save money to support our daughter's education. Yegwang sat nearby, watching several young men from Chodao busy moving. From your tone, your sister-in-law isn't very kind to you? Yegwang asked. It's not that she gave me a bad look, it's that she deceived me for over 10 years. Women are all liars, not a single good one. Haisheng said angrily. Yegwang was about to ask the reason when Haisheng's wife came out of the room. I had seen her before at the hospital. She carried herself with such grace that even Tsunade lowered her head. How come this time she has a flat chest? Korizaru was almost in tears. That woman confessed to me that when she was a child, she secretly flipped through my treasured adult magazines and learned my preferences. So from puberty onwards, she used partial multiplication techniques to maintain the appearance of a large chest. If this isn't a liar, then what is? A big liar. She deceived me for over 10 years, a full decade. Now that I've lost both hands, she said she no longer needs to maintain the partial multiplication technique and has returned to her original appearance. I never expected that the person by my side would have deceived me for so long. Yegwang listened in astonishment. The mountain clan actually studied the art of mind turning and body turning, allowing a person to fall asleep to themselves, which exceeded his imagination. He didn't expect the Chodao clan to be into microplastic surgery? The pig, deer, and butterfly clans can't all be freaks, right? Yegwang was extremely curious and wanted to know what strange quirks the Nara clan had. He was full of sympathy for the black ape. That's too much. You only lost 2 arms, and you're not blind. How can they treat you like this? Not even letting you touch or look at the big scars, this is clearly bullying you. But on the other hand, maintaining partial multiplication techniques for you for over 10 years, that counts as true love, right? At this moment, the black ape's wife walked over, and Yegwang quickly shut up. The black ape pouted in grievance. His wife hurried over, holding a sliced watermelon. I've cleaned out the fridge, and there's half a watermelon left, you eat it. She fed him watermelon bite by bite, but the black ape turned his head away. His wife leaned in and whispered, don't be angry. I'll change back for you tonight, isn't that enough? You've been using partial multiplication all along, I've noticed. Sometimes it's big, sometimes it's small. At times, I even thought you were someone else. Don't think I don't know. Black Ape blushed, opened his mouth to say something, but then stopped. Nightlight watched Black Ape's wife patiently feed him watermelon, put down the braised meat in his hand, and left with peace of mind. The chimpanzee was quite lucky, although he couldn't touch or see the big scar, at least he had a woman accompanying him. After the new year, Yegwang waited for the night of the new moon. During this period, he was responsible for monitoring the Senju clan. Late at night, shadows loomed heavily outside the Senju clan territory. The Anbu ninjas no longer hid in the treetops, nor did they transform into chimneys or stones. They stood on rooftops and walls, fully focused on the depths of the clan territory. No need to hide, because the Nine Tails chakra had already infiltrated everyone nearby. During the day, Uzumaki Kushina was awake and could suppress the Nine Tails. But at night, Kushina was half awake and half asleep, and the Nine Tails became increasingly active, sometimes even showing fluctuations of dark red chakra. Nightlight held 3 scrolls and walked toward the 3 squads he led: the Purple Cat Squad, the White Sheep Squad, and the Leaf Monkey Squad. He couldn't help but glance at the Leaf Monkey a little more. Since he joined the Chimpanzee Squad, the Leaf Monkey Squad had been wiped out 3 times and rebuilt 4 times. He wondered how long this 4th generation of the Leaf Monkey could hold on. He had a close relationship with Purple Cat, so naturally, he would take extra care of them. White Sheep was a ninja from the Hyuga clan, with sensory abilities that were key to the squad, so their retreat priority was even higher than Purple Cat's. As for Leaf Monkey, all he could do was wish them luck. Leaf Monkey was an elite chunin, appointed as squad leader as soon as he joined the Anbu. Seeing the squad leader Fox's gaze now, he felt a chill run through his body. Did the Nine Tails chakra put so much pressure on him? Why did the squad leader look at him so strangely? What did the squad leader mean by that? Why did he look at him an extra time? Could it be that the darkness of the Anbu was about to descend upon us? No one knows when the war will end. Even Konoha struggles to bear such heavy casualties. In the original story, during the Battle of the Third Raikage, Iwagakure lost over 10,000 ninja. The ninja wars were extraordinarily brutal. Every battle was like a meat grinder, and the age of frontline ninja gradually decreased. Yegwang handed out scrolls and said, "The Senju clan's territory is over 300 meters long. We are responsible for guarding the eastern side of the barrier to prevent chakra leakage and protect other areas of the village." Konoha's night suddenly turned cold. The Hokage's office claimed it was due to the severe winter. Ordinary people believed it, but the ninja were suspicious. This feeling was unusual, like a special chakra. Just as the 3 squad leaders received the scrolls, Senju clan ninja jumped out from behind the wall. Anbu. The Hokage has withdrawn the order. Do not use the barrier to enclose the Senju clan's territory. Doing so is tantamount to declaring that there is a problem with the Senju clan to the village. The 3 ignored this and continued setting up the barrier. Even with Senju Rinmu present, he had no authority to command ordinary Anbu members. The Senju ninja's face darkened as a jonin. He only wanted to warn the Anbu in advance but was ignored. 10 seconds later, an Anbu ninja teleported beside Yegwang. "Captain Fox Squad, withdraw the barrier set up immediately and go find Captain Yellow Dog Squad. There are new orders." Yegwang was secretly surprised the Anbu were forced to retract the order, clearly indicating intense conflict between the Senju clan and the higher-ups. He went to the south side of the Senju clan's territory and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen standing in the center, Danzo on the left, and Senju Rinmu on the right. The 2 sides argued again. The situation was tense, and Senju Rinmuku's face was ashen, as it had been recently. He stood behind Captain Koken, waiting for orders. Danzo said to Koken, "The Senju clan must hand over the secret technique of the Uzumaki seal. The Anbu will be responsible for the Nine-Tails sealing. Rinmuku, the Senju's strength is no longer what it once was, far weaker than in Tobarama's era. If the sealing goes wrong, half the village will pay the price for your ambition." Senju Rinmuku looked pained, took a deep breath, and said, "Our strength has diminished because we have sacrificed too much for the village. My father, uncle, and brother all died, and now even my son is gone. None of them died for anything other than the village. The Nine-Tails sealing is the foundation of the Senju clan. Only we Senju possess the powerful sealing techniques, and only my niece Kushina can withstand the Nine-Tails chakra. The Nine-Tails sealing must be completed by our Senju clan. On this matter, I will absolutely not compromise." Yako listened intently. It seemed neither side would yield. As long as the Nine Tails exists, the Senju clan remains the greatest ninja clan in Konoha. Even if the Senju clan suffers countless casualties and is weakened to the extreme, it is still the village's most important ninja clan. If we back down this time and hand over the Nine Tails sealing to the Anbu, they will use the seal as an excuse to take away the custody of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up, "Stop arguing here, this place is not suitable for quarrels." Danzo expressionless, Senju Rinmu gritted his teeth. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Senju Rinmo's stubborn, even grim face, his eyes complex, and finally said, "Constantly arguing won't solve anything. Lady Nito's mind is becoming increasingly unclear. But under no circumstances can the Nine Tails seal be moved within the village. If anything goes wrong, half the village will be buried with it. Rinmo clan leader, you first draft a plan and prepare to start transferring the seal." Senju Rinmo's eyes lit up. Could it be that the village was finally yielding? Danzo turned to glance at Hiruzen, not understanding why he wasn't continuing to pressure Senju Rinmo according to the original plan. "Alright, Hokage-sama, I will draft a perfect sealing plan." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his expression grave. "Rinmo clan leader, I understand your position. But does the Senju clan really have the ability to complete the Nine Tails sealing? How much power can you bring forth?" Danzo said the Senju clan's strength has declined, and that is a fact. "I want you to come up with a feasible plan to ensure the sealing is foolproof, not just empty talk about positions," Senju Rinmoku said firmly. "Hokage-sama, the Senju clan has always been researching how to unite more forces. Although the number of Kage level and elite ninja has decreased, we do not rely on individuals, we value unity. The Senju clan has a combined sealing technique that can gather the power of the clan members. At that time, I will arrange for all Senju ninjas, regardless of age or gender, to work together to complete the sealing." Yegwang heard this from afar, his heart shocked. Jinsho Linmu is going to mobilize the entire clan's power to complete the Nine Tails seal? Could it be that this transfer is destined to be the annihilation of the Senju clan? Yagakure's heart trembled. He absolutely could not let the Senju clan be destroyed like in the original story. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo walked toward the Hokage building. With no one behind them, the Anbu had already been withdrawn. Danzo asked, "Have you made your decision?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The Second Ninja World War has only been going on for a little over 2 years, and Konoha has already lost too many people. A quarter of the ninja have died in battle, and the village is growing increasingly dissatisfied with me because of the loss of their loved ones. I cannot take risks, cannot afford any accidents, and must firmly control the Nine Tails. Danzo, follow your plan and go to the front lines to find Orochimaru. Danzo nodded, vanished instantly. The next morning after the shift change, Yuku followed Captain Kurenai back to the Anbu base. Captain Kurenai issued an order requiring all squad leaders and team leaders to study the combined sealing technique, investigate its history, and gather intelligence. At this time, the Anbu were not skilled in sealing techniques, and root ninjas did not possess the mark of the cursed seal of the tongue. Yuko, however, mastered several sealing techniques, including the curse binding seal and the contract seal. The seal of karma curse binding comes from the system, while the contract seal comes from the scroll that Uzumaki Yuka gave herself. He put on a show, researching the combined sealing technique with the squad leader, but refused to reveal the sealing skills he had mastered. Day by day, the Nine Tails chakra grew increasingly violent. On the 12th of the second month, the Senju clan finally began sealing the Nine Tails. As night fell, the lights in the Senju territory gradually went out. Doors opened one by one, and ninjas stepped out of their homes. Couples, fathers and sons, brothers and sisters, any ninja who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy wore robes embroidered with the Senju clan emblem. Unlike ordinary ninja uniforms, the Senju clan's robes were wide and flowing, exuding a noble aura. This was a ninja clan with a millennium of honored heritage, and every clan member's face was full of pride. If the transfer seal of the Nine Tails was successfully completed, the Senju clan could once again prosper for decades around Uzumaki Kushina. The clan leader Hashirama had left the Nine Tails to Konoha and the Senju clan because he believed only they and the Uzumaki clan could control the Nine Tails. Unexpectedly, the Senju clan gradually declined and could only slowly regain strength by relying on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Now was the darkest moment for the clan. The young clan leader Shigeru had fallen on the front lines, and the entire clan's hope rested on this critical battle. Uzumaki Kushina would become the next Kage-level ninja, bearing the future of her people. Yegwang stood on the rooftop outside the clan territory, looking at the empty and silent Senju lands. Only children who had not yet graduated remained in the clan, carrying infants in their arms or on their backs. At the clan gate, some elderly and disabled elders waited silently. According to Yegwon, except for key figures like Tsunade, most Senju ninjas had returned from the front lines. Deep within the clan territory, Uzumaki Mito moved slowly, needing support from others as she climbed onto the carriage. Uzumaki Kushina also boarded the carriage. This time, it was no longer a disguise but a true transfer seal. The carriage slowly drove out, carrying 2 Uzumaki ninjas and 8 Senju elites, heading outward. Tonight might be destined to become the Senju clan's final chapter, their last requiem. Choices are always painful. They are not between good and bad, but between two evils, choosing the relatively lesser outcome. At this moment, the Senju clan faced 2 choices: to hand over the guardianship of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to the village, losing their last trump card, or to barely complete the Nine Tails sealing, but face the risk of the Nine Tails going berserk during the seal. Senju Rinmu had witnessed the glory of the Senju clan. Even if it meant taking risks, he would never relinquish his trump cards or influence. After the Senju ninjas left their territory, Sarutobi Hiruzen followed with 4 squads from the Anbu. Yagami felt something strange. He didn't know where Danzo had gone. Logically, how could Danzo miss such an occasion? After thinking carefully, it had been a while since he last saw Danzo, who had not been in the Anbu for some time. In the night, on the rooftops of Konoha village, many jonin stood silently. Strong shinobi from the Uchiha clan, the Inoshika Chotrio, the Inuzuka clan, the Hyuga clan, and others sensed the unusualness of the Senju clan and came out to see them off. The Senju clan's group carried a faint air of tragic heroism. The gates of Konoha were wide open late at night, and the guards did not question the permission to leave the village. The Senju ninjas passed through the gates in formation. Not far from the village, they chose a special place, the Valley of the End. There, statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood on either side of the waterfall, symbolizing the Senju clan's glory and Hashirama's achievement in ending the era of chaos. Uzumaki Mito slowly got off the carriage. Her red hair had turned white as snow, and her gaze was fixed on Hashirama's statue by the waterfall, a trace of nostalgia appearing on her face. At this moment, she was no longer the Jinchuriki who sealed the 9 tails for Konoha, no longer the highest-ranking ninja in the village, and no longer the matriarch of the Senju clan. She seemed to have returned to the scene from over 60 years ago, when she first met Hashirama. At that time, Hashirama was still a boy, full of youthful vigor, leading the Senju youths into the Uzumaki territory. The entire Uzumaki clan rejoiced at his arrival, and the village felt like it was celebrating a festival. The Uzumaki clan held the Chunin exams, and Hashirama led a team to participate, demonstrating powerful and unexpectedly brilliant strength and wisdom. He stood in the center of the field and proudly said, "Senju and Uzumaki genin will pair up 2 by 2, adapt and devise tactics within half an hour. Let us go together. I have to hurry to deal with Uchiha Madara." The Uzumaki clan leader did not object but instead smiled and let everyone pair up. Mito remembered how furious she was at the time, teaming up with the Senju Kunoichi Mamazono, vowing to defeat Hashirama's arrogance. But they couldn't last even 5 seconds. Holding out for 3 or 4 seconds was only possible because they were Kunoichi. How could there be such a powerful enemy? After the exam ended, Uzumaki became the idol of the young members of the Uzumaki clan. And she, the defeated woman, was announced as Uzumaki's fiancée at the ceremony. She lowered her head, blushing and heart-pounding, unable to look directly at Uzumaki. Now, looking at that statue again, Mito felt a surge of emotions. Although she had spent her life alongside Uzumaki, she always felt she had never truly entered his heart. Before dying, she decided to make one last sacrifice for Uzumaki. She held Kushina's hand and said, "Kushina, I hope you will meet a hero ninja who stands tall and proud, someone who will fill your heart, resolve all your confusions, and soothe all your anxieties." Uzumaki Kushina stubbornly said, "Great aunt, I will become a hero ninja who stands tall and proud on my own. I don't need another man." "Ah, very well, Kushina. With the help of the 9 tails, you will surely become a hero ninja who stands tall and proud." Uzumaki Mito held Kushina's hand and walked toward the Senju Ninja Central. Over 900 Senju ninjas formed 3 circles around a large sealing scroll laid on the ground. The scroll was covered with dense sealing talismans, and the entire formation had a diameter of over 300 meters. At the very center were Senju Hashirama and his wife. The two pressed their hands on 2 large scrolls, which were the sealing books of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Senju Hashirama's wife whispered softly. Cousin Uzumaki Mito grasped their hands and said, "From now on, the Senju clan and Kushina are entrusted to you." The two nodded solemnly, promising to protect the Senju clan and Kushina well. Uzumaki Mito released Kushina's hand. The two stood 3 meters apart, steady in posture, and began forming hand seals simultaneously. The transfer sealing of the 9 tails officially began. Senju Hashirama and his wife stood on either side, surrounded by 3 circles of Senju ninjas, with the outermost layer formed by 4 ANBU squads led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The ANBU ninjas stood with their hands behind their backs, silently awaiting the Hokage's command. Yako noticed Uzumaki Mito slowly forming the seals, as a circle of golden chains appeared around her body like tightly wound threads. When the seal loosened, the chains began to spread outward, the gaps gradually widening, and the red chakra of the 9 tails leaked through. At one moment, the demon fox's pupils suddenly appeared in the gaps of the chains, its cold gaze seemingly fixed on Yako in the distance, sending a chill through his body and making his heart race. The 9 tails chakra was filled with resentment, strongly affecting the minds of everyone present. Chakra surged beside Uzumaki Mito, causing ripples to spread across the ground like stones thrown into water. The chilling aura made everyone's faces stiffen. Yako slightly lifted his mask, feeling numbness on his face. The seal grew weaker and weaker, and the diamond chains completely unraveled, spreading out like peacock feathers. The back of Uzumaki Mito's clothing tore apart, and the 9 tails chakra burst forth, condensing into a gigantic demon fox head in the night sky. The demon fox lowered its head and roared, "Uzumaki Mito! You sealed me for over 30 years. Over 30 years. The chakra fluctuated with the sound waves, continuously striking the ground. Uzumaki Mito's white hair fluttered in the wind, his hairbun disheveled. In the raging wind, Uzumaki Mito said to Kushina, "Kushina, from now on, it's up to you. Restrain the 9 tails, protect Konoha, and carry on the Uzumaki name. In my lifetime, everyone around me has died for Konoha. No one told me, but I guess Tsunade or Nawaki might already be dead?" End of chapter. Tsunade or Nawaki might already be dead? Kushina was startled. To prevent Mito's sealing from being affected, the village and family had cut off much information. Unexpectedly, Mito had guessed something correctly. Uzumaki Mito saw from Kushina's expression that she was right. Whether it's Tsunade or Nawaki, it doesn't matter. Tell me, I'm dying soon too. Great aunt, it's cousin Shinshu. Uzumaki Mito nodded, then turned to her tearful daughter-in-law, Rinmo's wife. Don't be sad. No matter who dies, don't be sad. The village is Hashirama's dream. This path is difficult and long, and I can only come this far. The village is still in your hands. You must continue to protect Hashirama's dream and repay those who sacrificed. The Vajra chains behind her suddenly swung violently, pointing straight at the 9 tails in midair. The 9 tails spread its 9 tails, forming a translucent shape. The Vajra chains pierced the 9 tails, circled several times in the air, and flew toward Kushina. Under Uzumaki Mito's powerful chakra control, the 9 tails did not fully materialize and remained translucent. She walked toward Kushina, guiding her right hand with her left, and together they formed a hand seal. Konbo chains flew out from behind Kushina, connecting with Mito's chains. The 9 tails were pulled back into Kushina's body along the chains. Uzumaki Mito, are you still not going to let me go? When the 9 tails was pierced, its howling echoed thunderously. During the sealing transfer process, the 9 tails chakra inside Uzumaki Mito increased more and more, and her figure became increasingly solid. Senju Rin shouted, "The 9 tails is struggling. Senju Ninja, joint sealing technique." Over 900 Senju Ninja formed hand seals together, pressing their hands onto the long scroll spread on the ground. Incantations appeared on the scroll, flying toward the 9 tails like chains, wrapping around its body and joints. The 9 tails was locked down, unable to move. Yagakoro thought, the Senju clan's joint sealing technique is really powerful. Hundreds of people working together can actually suppress the 9 tails. With their help, the 9 tails chakra slowly entered Kushina's body. The 9 tails completely returned inside her body. The hind legs of the 9 tails were also sealed inside. Just as everything was going smoothly, Yako saw several people rushing over from a distance. It was Danzo and 2 assistants. More importantly, Danzo's right eye was bandaged. Yako suddenly remembered the corpse of the Shimura clan youth, whose eyeball had been gouged out by Orochimaru, with the eyelid sewn onto the brow bone, leaving only 2 bloody holes. Could it be that Danzo had gone to Orochimaru during this time to transplant an eye? Danzo stood behind Hiruzen's Sarutobi, using Hiruzen's Hokage robe and straw hat to conceal his figure. The members of the Senju clan could not see Danzo, but Yako, positioned to the side, could see him. Danzo raised his hand, his finger tapping on the eye patch over his right eye. A sealing curse pattern appeared on the eye patch, which could block any probing and prevent others from seeing what was beneath it. Quickly lifting the bandaged eye patch, Danzo took advantage of Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage hat to briefly glance at the 9 tails. His former teammate Uchiha Kagami had once said that the threat of the 9 tails in the village needed to be resolved. The nine tails was like a sword hanging over Konoha, ready to fall at any moment. The Sharingan reflected the heart. Uchiha Kageme's deepest desire became the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The armored Susanoo was his core skill. In Tobirama's notes, the disguised Susanoo was praised as the second best method after wood release for controlling the nine tails. Such power must never be easily wielded by a single Uchiha. Danzo had obtained Uchiha Kageme's Sharingan years ago but had never dared to transplant it casually. With Orochimaru's help, Danzo finally dared to use this eye. The nine tails, originally sealed by the combined efforts of Uzumaki Mito and the Senju clan, paused in its gaze. It slowly turned its head toward the Valley of the End, where the towering statue of Uchiha Madara stood. A powerful genjutsu made it recall the past. It seemed to return to the battle at the Valley of the End, where Uchiha Madara used Sharingan illusions to control it, donning the armored Susanoo and fiercely clashing with the wood-release Buddha statue standing alongside Senju Hashirama. The nine tails was originally restrained by diamond chains and sealing techniques, but suddenly another chakra surged within it. This chakra instantly transformed into the armored Susanoo, as if donning armor. Senju Rinbaku shouted, "No, the Uchiha clan's Susanoo has appeared." He looked around, but aside from the outer Anbu, no one else was present. The armored Susanoo lasted only a second or two before disappearing. The combined Senju seal and Uzumaki Mito's diamond chains instantly shattered. The nine tails regained mobility and, without hesitation, opened its mouth to form a tailed beast ball. "Break it quickly!" All the Senju ninja increased their chakra extraction, desperately pouring it into the sealing technique, but the tailed beast ball only grew larger. Uzumaki Mito looked up, her cloudy eyes instantly clearing. She scanned the perimeter and saw thick white smoke standing out in the night. It was the aura of Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoned monkey demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already shed his Hokage robe and hat, wielding the Vajra staff, fiercely smashing the forest as if driving away a terrifying enemy. He shouted, "We must find the culprit who broke the seal." The Anbu ninjas scattered wildly through the woods. Yguangxin sneered coldly, "Your acting is really good. Isn't Danzo right there in the white smoke behind you?" Uzumaki Mito said, "I will restrain the nine tails. The sealing from here on depends on you all." Two diamond chains shot out from Uzumaki Mito's body again, locking the nine tails' neck and head, forcibly turning the nine tails' head. The nine tails struggled wildly, and Uzumaki Mito's diamond chains clanged as they were pulled tight. Blood flowed from Uzumaki Mito's mouth. In the last moment, she successfully twisted the nine tails' head. The tailed beast ball shot out, not downward, but diagonally upward toward a distant place. The tailed beast ball did not hit any of the Senju ninja, and each Senju ninja breathed a sigh of relief. The nine tails struggled, and the two diamond chains on Uzumaki Mito's body were forcibly pulled out. A large area of flesh and blood on her back was torn open, revealing a terrifying, blood-filled wound. Blood gushed out, and Mito knelt down in pain, barely supporting her waist, using her last strength to form the sealing hand signs. "Kushina, I'm leaving now. Don't be afraid, you will find someone to fill your heart." Her voice was weak. The nine tails was left floating with only its upper body in the air, struggling desperately. If it weren't for the Susanoo armor, the seal might not have been completed. Uzumaki Mito finally collapsed, frail as a withered branch, falling to the ground as her life ended. This highest-ranking elder grandmother of Konoha sacrificed her life for the village, and an era came to an end. Yguangxin was terrified in his heart. The Senju clan was on the verge of extinction. In the original story, the Senju clan was nearly wiped out, leaving only the disabled and the elderly guarding the clan lands, unable even to protect the ancestral home. Other ninja clans were powerless to oppose, and Tsunade could not blame the village leadership. Danzo had been forcing the Anbu to complete the Nine Tails seal, and it was the Senju clan's insistence on an independent seal that led to their extinction. Yguangxin absolutely did not want to see such an ending. He wanted to know what he could do. The Nine Tails roared in pain, its head and shoulders still massive, but its body rapidly shrinking below the chest, connecting like a funnel to the frail Uzumaki Kushina. Compressed forcibly to roughly human size, the Nine Tails' hull was filled with rage. Its waist was tightened as if by a rope, only about a dozen centimeters thick, the agony of the giant beast indescribable. The Nine Tails lowered its head and suddenly swung its claw at Uzumaki Kushina. Senju Rinmaku's wife led the joint sealing technique, and Senju Rinmaku stood in front of Kushina, shouting, "Earth release, earth flow wall." A tall wall blocked the Nine Tails' claws, and flying stones struck Kushina. Yagami breathed a sigh of relief. Rinmaku's earth release was very powerful. The Senju ninja exerted all their chakra, spreading sealing talismans over the Nine Tails. Its movements grew slower with each action, each swing of its forelimbs using all its strength. The Nine Tails struck with a claw, instantly sending more than 30 Senju ninja flying, killing them under its claws. Seeing the Senju ninja die, the sealing talismans on the Nine Tails loosened slightly, so it continued to strike the Senju ninja with its claws. In just a minute or two, over 100 Senju ninja had died under the Nine Tails' claws. The Nine Tails howled at the moon, seemingly finding claw attacks inefficient, and once again formed a tailed beast bomb in its mouth. Uzumaki Kushina struggled to lift her head, whispering, "I must not let it release that jutsu." Two adamantine chains shot out from her back, locking around the Nine Tails' throat. The Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb missed its target, failing to hit the Senju ninja below, flying off and exploding in the distance. The Nine Tails' chakra was so powerful that even when one tailed beast bomb missed, it immediately condensed a second one. Exhausted, Uzumaki Kushina could only watch helplessly as the tailed beast bomb shot toward the side below. At the moment of explosion, over 300 Senju ninja were vaporized, a mushroom cloud rose, and the earth trembled. Each time the Nine Tails struck the ground, it caused a massive shockwave, turning dozens of ninja into pulp. Fearing tears were written on the faces of the ninja, but no one retreated. Their fallen were family and comrades, yet they still held their ground, pouring all their chakra into jointly sealing the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails slowly shrank, pulled back inside by Kushina. After Uzumaki Mito's death, more than half of the Senju ninja were dead or wounded, and the sealing runes on the tailed beast grew fewer and fewer. Sarutobi Hizashi smashed the forest into chaos with his Vajrarui staff, leaning on it as he watched the seal. Seeing the situation grow critical, he finally waved his hand to issue the attack order. Even though he hesitated in his heart, he dared not let the Nine Tails run wild. The four Anbu squads, seeing the Hokage's signal, quickly charged toward the Nine Tails. The Yellow Dog squad shouted, "Suppress the Nine Tails. Use continuous attacks to share the pressure on the seal." Yako, as the squad leader, followed closely behind. The Anbu all unleashed fire release and explosive tags, attacking in a swarm. The Nine Tails swatted away the fireballs with its claws. Some Anbu jumped up, trying to attack the Nine Tails' eyes, thinking they were a weak point, throwing explosive tags at them. What greeted them, however, was a claw swipe that sent them flying. Blood mist filled the air, Anbu innards splattered, mask fragments scattered, but no heads remained. An extremely brutal scene. Yako thought to himself, no wonder the night the Nine Tails ran wild became a psychological shadow for the predecessors in the original story. The Nine Tails' attack power was strong, and its defense was even harder to match. Yellow Dog's fire release was immensely powerful. One flame bomb was half the size of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails had to divide its attention to respond. Yellow Dog took the opportunity to accelerate, drawing the Nine Tails' focus. The Nine Tails' claws chased after Yellow Dog, smashing down, but Yellow Dog dodged. However, Senju Rinmu's wife was struck dead on the spot. The Anbu entered the scene, and Senju Rinmu, who had originally breathed a slight sigh of relief, suddenly saw his wife die a tragic death. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, full of terror. The Dark Faction, why didn't they protect his wife? Why didn't they protect the core host of the joint sealing technique? The joint sealing technique rapidly collapsed. The sealing curse marks on the Nine Tails disappeared, making its movements more agile. Consequently, Kushina Uzumaki's adamantine chains became unstable. A large section of the Nine Tails' body was torn off from Kushina, causing her to collapse to the ground in pain, wailing in agony. The Nine Tails once again condensed the tailed beast ball and fiercely blasted it toward the nearby Senju ninja. In the explosion, over 100 Senju ninja were blown to pieces. Senju Rinma shouted, "The combined sealing technique has failed. All Senju ninjas, attack the Nine Tails together and weaken it." He wanted to say that they had to hold out until the third Hokage could reinforce the seal, but the words caught in his throat. Yellow Dog rushed to Kushina Uzumaki's side, no longer fooling around, guarding her. Yagami, as the squad leader, closely followed Yellow Dog. Above them was the massive Nine Tails, the oppressive presence making it hard to breathe. Looking up at the wildly swinging sharp claws, each as large as Yagami's palm. Nine Tails struck down with a claw, but Yegwang rolled and crawled away, quickly forming a hand seal, Earth Release, Earth Rising Spear. The rock spear stabbed at Nine Tails' claw, causing the claw's skin to slightly dent, but the rock spear shattered instantly. Nine Tails' body was extraordinarily tough. The several-meter-long Earth Rising Spear was like dirt caught under a fingernail in front of it. Another giant claw followed, smashing down. Yegwang formed another seal. This time the Earth Rising Spear spread densely like a thorny forest, trying to trap Nine Tails' claw. But it only held for a second before Nine Tails exerted a bit of force, breaking free from the thorns, scattering shattered stones everywhere. Annoyed by the meddling fox masked ninja, Nine Tails swiped its claw, knocking away the unprepared fox Anbu. Yegwang's entire skeleton shattered. He died midair. Host death detected, moon arc system activated. The view suddenly changed. Yeguang returned to the previous full moon night, standing outside the Senju clan territory, monitoring the Senju clan. Cold sweat soaked his forehead. He understood in his heart, facing this calamity, how to avoid the clan's extinction. System, hurry up and give the reward, stop dawdling. End of this chapter. Yeguang stood outside the outer wall of the Senju clan territory, where a dark aura permeated. The Senju clan seemed cursed, with important clan members falling one after another. The more they struggled, the closer extinction came, like the collapse of an apocalyptic dynasty. Moon arc activated. Reward lottery opportunity. 1S rank sealing technique for symbol seal beginner. 2 special Jonin level chakra amount stackable. 3 Uzumaki bloodline limit upper mid. Looking at the rewards, Yeguang knew in his heart that he was not killed by the Nine Tails, but was harmed by Uzumaki Kushina. It might be because Uzumaki Kushina sealed away more than half of the Nine Tails. Among these 3 options, Yeguang first ruled out the special Jonin level chakra amount. Even if his chakra amount doubled, it would be impossible to survive the night of the Nine Tails sealing. The first option, S-rank sealing technique for symbol seal, is extremely precious. This sealing technique is second only to the adamantine chains among the tailed beast sealing techniques. With this technique, Yeguang could later attempt to seize a tailed beast and even get a Jinchuriki to serve as a puppet. A cold wind crept up from his legs, rushing upward along his calves, and his whole body felt a chill. The Nine Tails chakra always stirred negative emotions. Yeguang recalled the battle from his previous life. Even with the 4-symbol seal, it was impossible for him to seal the Nine Tails chakra under those circumstances. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, the Anbu, and the Senju clan were all watching the Nine Tails, leaving him no chance. Although this technique was precious, it was useless that night and he would still have been defeated by the Nine Tails. So, he could only choose the third option, the Uzumaki bloodline limit. Choosing it could help Uzumaki Kushina hold on at a critical moment, and perhaps there would still be a chance. After making the choice, Yeguang's constitution changed. Inside his body, violent turmoil raged beside his bones, his muscles twitched uncontrollably. The mask slowly sank, not loosening, but the flesh and blood writhing. After a minute of intense pain, it quickly disappeared, and he hurriedly checked the panel. Host status. Chakra amount, 2.5 times special Jonin level. Chakra nature, earth, water, yang. Bloodline, Senju of the forest mid-high, Uzumaki clan mid-high. Ninjutsu, earth release, earth dragon spear, etc. Taijutsu, body flicker technique proficient, etc. Sealing techniques, self-inflicted curse binding seal proficient, etc. Special abilities, stress reflex second breakthrough, natural chakra regeneration, self-healing recovery slow, sealing technique specialty. The bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan began to improve his physique. The chakra amount increased significantly from 1.7 times that of a special Jonin to 2.5 times. The Uzumaki clan is known for their chakra volume, and insufficient chakra makes it difficult to suppress the tailed beasts. In terms of sealing techniques, the curse mark seal advanced from beginner to proficient. Originally requiring 3 hand seals, now only 1 is needed. The sealing range expanded from 2 meters to 4 meters, almost becoming a mid-range sealing technique. Most importantly, a special ability called Sealing Technique Specialty was added, indicating that his chakra naturally possesses powerful sealing strength. The reason Uzumaki Kushina was chosen as a Jinchuriki by 2 villages was because she was born with strong sealing chakra. Her sealing techniques were far superior to others. Yagami was thinking about the new bloodline, hoping to get through the night of the Nine Tails sealing smoothly. He had to protect the Senju clan and prevent Hiruzen, Sarutobi and Danzo from rapidly gaining power. If the Senju clan were to be wiped out, and Danzo obtained the Uzumaki clan as sealing scroll and the tongue root calamity seal, he would wield immense power within the Anbu. The plot developed the same as in the previous life. Outside the Senju territory, Danzo and Senju Rinbaku argued, and Hiruzen Sarutobi agreed to Senju Rinbaku's plan, letting the Senju clan be responsible for sealing the Nine Tails. Danzo disappeared and only appeared on the night of the Nine Tails sealing. When he reappeared, Danzo's right eye was already bandaged. During the critical period of the Nine Tails sealing, Danzo used the Mangekyo Sharingan hidden in his right eye to grant the Nine Tails a momentary Susanoo armor. Though it lasted only a moment, it disrupted the seal on Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito passed away early, and the seal gradually lost its power. The Senju clan suffered heavy casualties, and the Anbu took the opportunity to intervene. Yaku had already died once during this full moon cycle. If he died again, it would be the end for him. He followed Kuroinu, quickly approaching Uzumaki Kushina. Senju Rinbaku's wife was killed by a single strike from the Nine Tails after Kuroinu attracted its attention. The Nine Tails took a large amount of chakra from Uzumaki Kushina's body. Yaku was more cautious and did not provoke the Nine Tails. He symbolically blocked with water release, water formation wall to protect Kuroino's back. After the death of Senju Rinmu's wife, the Senju clan abandoned the combined sealing technique and launched a fierce attack on the Nine Tails alongside the Anbu ninjas. Senju Rinmu shouted loudly, "Water style, water dragon bullet." 100-meter-long water dragon bullet rose from the ground, wrapping around the Nine Tails' foreleg, biting down firmly. The Nine Tails' foreleg was restrained by the water style, unable to move. It stopped struggling and began to concentrate the tailed beast ball. Senju Rinmu pulled hard, and the water dragon fiercely dragged the Nine Tails' foreleg to the side. The tailed beast ball exploded at the edge of the battlefield, killing dozens of Senju ninjas in Anbu. Yagakoro thought, "The opportunity has come." Taking advantage of the Nine Tails tilting and supporting itself with the other foreleg, he jumped and flew toward the Vajra chains in midair. Dust flew, obscuring vision, and he took the chance to infuse most of his chakra into the chains. On the ground, Uzumaki Kushina was shocked. What kind of chakra is this? Why does it feel so familiar? This was clearly the sealing chakra unique to the Uzumaki clan. Only ninjas skilled in sealing techniques could use it. Uzumaki Kushina, using a large amount of Uzumaki chakra, gradually gained the upper hand. The Nine Tails form instantly shrank, more of it being pulled back into her body. Half of its chest cavity was sealed, leaving almost only the shoulders and head outside. Senju Rinmu was overjoyed. "Kushina, that's amazing." Over 400 Senju ninjas were all excited, exerting themselves desperately. In the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo showed expressions of surprise. Why did Uzumaki Kushina suddenly erupt? If they sealed the Nine Tails now, what meaning would their plan still have? This was precisely the perfect opportunity to weaken the Senju clan and seize the Book of Seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who nodded and lifted his eye patch. Beneath the patch, the three tomo of the Scarlet Sharingan spun rapidly. In the center of the battlefield, the Nine Tails had long been annoyed with Senju Rinmu. This Senju ninja, relying on his strong power, was jumping around like a flea. He raised his paw and struck towards Senju Rinmu. Senju Rinmaku was already very familiar with the rhythm of the Nine Tails attacks, and he powered his legs, preparing to dodge. However, in that instant, his eyes suddenly froze. His gaze passed through the fiercely fighting Senju ninja, passed through the Anbu throwing explosive tags outside, and saw a Sharingan. The originally smooth dodging movement stalled instantly. Danzo had actually transplanted a Sharingan. Did he really want to kill me? Before the Nine Tails seal was transferred, Senju Rinmaku had proactively visited the Uchiha clan. The Nine Tails seal could only be affected by the Sharingan. Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Kane assured that the Nine Tails transfer was a major matter for the village. They would not cause trouble and were even willing to offer help. Senju Rinmaku did not agree. There were many grudges between the Senju and Uchiha clans, and some even said the death of the first Hokage was related to provocations by Uchiha Madara. But where exactly did Danzo get such a powerful Sharingan? The Nine Tails claws deeply pierced Senju Rinmaku's body. At this moment, Koken saw the fox nearby and shouted, "Fox, go check on the Senju clan leader." Yeguang felt a surge of joy in his heart. He usually worked hard, and at this critical moment, Captain Huangquan of the squad still trusted him. He instantly appeared beside Senju Rinmu. "It's not easy to use your bloodline abilities first. I have to recharge you, then extend Uzumaki Kushina's life. Unexpectedly, my Senju bloodline is above average and also has self-healing abilities." Yeguan looked at the large hole in Senju Rinmu's abdomen, placed his fingers on his carotid artery, pretending to check if he was dead. A large amount of chakra flowed from Yeguang's fingertips into Senju Rinmu's body. Yeguang's chakra carried self-healing abilities, making Senju Rinmu's cloudy eyes immediately clear. Senju Rinmu looked up at the sky and saw the dark red Nine Tails chakra rampaging, as if the apocalypse had arrived. He suddenly recalled a scene from his childhood, playing in his father's study when Uncle Tobarama came to see his father. Tobarama said he wanted to unite the various ninja clans to strengthen their bonds. Adult ninjas were hard to change because they only recognized their clans, not Konoha. Many ninja clans joined Konoha because Konoha was strong and could easily defeat the enemies of the Land of Fire. Tobarama said he wanted to establish a ninja academy, so that all children ninja clans and civilians alike could grow up together. The first generation of students had to become role models for Konoha, earning the recognition of all ninja clans for the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Torafu Akimichi, Hamura Mitokado, and others were among the first students, personally taught by Tobarama. Whenever they were mentioned, Uncle Tobarama's eyes were always filled with pride. Those first students carried Uncle Tobarama's hopes for the village. For those students, Uncle Tobarama accepted descendants of the Senju clan as disciples. For those students, Uncle Tobarama even set aside his prejudice against the Uchiha clan, selecting and wholeheartedly training Uchiha Kagami. After Uncle Tobarama's sacrifice, Uchiha Kagami found Senju Rinmaru. Uchiha Kagami said that as long as the Senju and Uchiha clans worked together, Konoha would never decline. The foundation of Konoha village was the great reconciliation between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, led by the first Hokage. Uchiha Kagami firmly believed that only by the two clans joining forces could Konoha truly prosper. The Sharingan was not just an eye, but a reflection of the soul. Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan possessed a unique ability to enhance the Nine-Tails Susanoo armor. If the Ninja World War broke out, the Senju clan would release the Nine Tails, and the Uchiha clan would cloak it with the Susanoo armor, making Konoha unbeatable by any other ninja village. Kagami believed that the Nine Tails combined with the Susanoo armor could make up for the loss of top-tier strength after the deaths of the first and second Hokage, continuing to suppress the ninja world. But he never got to see the Great War and died before it began. After Kagami's death, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Clan leader Uchiha Sho quickly distanced himself from the Senju clan, as if merely approaching them would bring disaster. Senju Tobarama confirmed that after Kagami's death, the Mangekyo was seized by Danzo, and tonight dealt a heavy blow to the Senju clan. Uncle Tobarama entrusted the village to the first graduating class of the Ninja Academy. Perhaps back then, Shimura Danzo and the others truly dedicated themselves to Konoha, but after many years, they had all changed. Apart from Kagami, the higher-ups like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had become detestable. They were no longer students with dreams but beasts corrupted by power. They killed without blinking, and Senju Tobarama was nothing more than a useless second-generation ninja. But how could they have killed the Hokage's wife? Tobarama thought of his father. The village was his father's life's work, Tobarama's hope, and his mother's spiritual pillar for many years. He could not give up. The Nine-Tails seal must never fail. Chakra flowed smoothly within him, restoring much of his strength. He had long accepted mediocrity, knowing he would never reach the heights of his predecessors, but he could die to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, to die for Konoha. His sister Hanabi, daughter Tsunade, and Kushina all entrusted to them. Tobarama clapped his hands together. He had always admired his father's grace, and at this moment, he released ninjutsu just like his father. Ah! Ah! A thick water dragon bullet rose from the ground, soaring into the sky. Nightlight hurriedly stepped back, wanting to protect Tobarama, but Tobarama gave it his all. The thick water dragon bullet surpassed the Nine Tails, descending from the sky and striking the Nine Tails hard. Seal! Before dying, Senju Rinmaku must complete the sealing of the Nine Tails. Otherwise, all the Senju ninja will die here. Either die at the hands of the Nine Tails or at the hands of Danzo. A large hole appeared in Senju Rinmaku's abdomen, yet he could still unleash a massive water release technique. His vitality was truly astonishing. The Nine Tails was hit by the water dragon bullet and was instantly immobilized. The waterfalls formed after the water dragon bullets shattered still had tremendous impact force. The Anbu ninja tightly guarded Uzumaki Kushina, but were met with a powerful water release assault as thick as a waterfall. The ground trembled amid the roaring water. Korainu shouted loudly, "Protect Princess Uzumaki!" The higher-ups' plan was to weaken the Senju clan in the process, but under no circumstances could they let the Nine Tails run wild. Yago extracted his last chakra, dodging the collapsing water pillars like waterfalls, pretending to collide with Uzumaki Kushina's Vajra chains. Kushina once again sensed that familiar chakra, a unique aura only the Uzumaki clan possessed. Who exactly was that person? She struggled to lift her head, only to see Anbu ninja all around. Could he be hiding among the Anbu? Was there a spy from the Uzumaki clan inside Konoha? At this critical moment, that person transmitted a large amount of chakra, especially strong in sealing techniques. With the aid of this chakra, Kushina's sealing technique grew significantly stronger. Above was Senju Rinmaku's final, desperate strike. Below was Kushina's sudden explosive Vajra chains. With a resentful roar, the Nine Tails completely vanished, sealed away. The battlefield suddenly fell silent, only the sound of heavy breathing echoed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flickered with a trace of regret. There were still more than 200 Senju ninja. This number far exceeded the plan. Senju Rinmaku's younger sister Hanamoku went to check on Kushina first. She saw Kushina unconscious, but the seal was stable, so she breathed a sigh of relief and carried her on her back. At the same time, she commanded 2 Senju Jonin to take the sealing scrolls from their clan and the Uzumaki clan. The clan members slowly gathered with heavy steps. Uzumaki Mito, Senju Rinmoku, and over 600 Senju ninja died tragically here. Yako was still shaken, slowly crawling out of the water-style mud. In this battle, he had twice handed over most of his chakra to Kushina, finally sealing the 9 tails. With 200 surviving ninja, the village would not suffer consecutive disasters. The Senju clan was preserved, and the Book of Seals was still in their hands. As long as Danzo didn't get it, Yako still had room to maneuver in the Anbu. While the Senju clan members were organizing the bodies, Yako went to find his squad. Seeing Yemen, he was surprised and said, "You're still alive?" Shirkan and Hakuyo were ninja from the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans respectively, usually not on the front lines, so it was no surprise they survived. But Yemen's survival shocked him. Yemen was stunned. Why would the squad leader say that? He looked down at himself. He was not a rogue ninja, not a spy, and had a clear conscience. Yako said, 3 or 4 people who wore your mask have died in the past 6 months. You're different, at least you're very lucky. Luck is also a kind of strength. The Fox squad lost 4 members, a loss within an acceptable range. After cleaning up the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo also arrived at the center of the battlefield. The ground was littered with the bodies of the Senju clan and Konoha Anbu. More than 70 Konoha Anbu had died. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Senju Hanamoku, whose facial muscles twitched before he finally bowed his head and said, "Thanks to the village dispatching Anbu ninjas to help seal at the critical moment, and thanks to Lord Hokage and Danzo for defending the rear and repelling the Uchiha ninja wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, his tone softening. Tonight's situation was perilous. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan nearly took control of the 9 tails. I have been wary of that hidden enemy. Fortunately, he appeared only briefly and was eventually forced to retreat. The fallen ninjas should be buried as soon as possible, and the village will investigate who secretly sabotaged the 9 tails, causing heavy losses to the Senju clan and Anbu. Senju Hanamoku lowered his head, bloodshot eyes. In any case, the transfer sealing of the 9 tails has finally been completed. There were too many bodies to move all at once. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo left some Anbu behind to guard the bodies and took most of the people away. Yagami asked Captain Kogane for permission to stay until the Konoha ninjas arrived to transport the bodies, and Kogane agreed. Yagami did not want to leave with Danzo. Danzo's left eye had been transplanted with a Sharingan, and the bandaged eye patch was inscribed with advanced sealing techniques to block sensory ninjutsu and prevent the Uchiha from discovering he had a Sharingan. Yagami pondered, determined to find a way to eliminate Danzo's Mangekyo. The Kitsune squad finished organizing the bodies, and Yagami stood nearby, watching the Senju clan members handle their fallen kin. Only 5 Jonin remained besides Senju Hanamoku. The closer to the sealing center, the stronger the ninjas, and the faster they died. All 6 Senju Jonin were killed, and out of more than 30, only 6 remained. With the sealing complete, the pressure suddenly eased, but Senju Hanamoku and the others wore faces full of lingering sorrow. Senju Minami and Senju Hanamoku whispered to each other. Hanamoku responded numbly, his mind nearly collapsing, unable to think. Senju Hanamoku's eyes shifted as he looked toward the Kitsune squad. Everything tonight was abnormal. The 9 tails had manifested Uchiha Susanoo, which had caused his mother Mito's untimely death. After brother Rinmu died, his face was full of grief and confusion, as if he had suffered a great injustice, encountering something that was hard for him to accept. Unfortunately, the chaos during the 9 tails rampage was too great, and brother didn't even leave a final word. Everything was too strange. Senju Hanamoku stared at the Anbu ninja, recalling how Danzo had hurried over before the sealing. Danzo was not from Konoha village but came from the northwest direction, from the land of rain. This sealing was shrouded in suspicion. If it weren't for Kushina's 2 outbursts at the end, all the Senju clan's ninjas would have died here. Who exactly wanted to annihilate the Senju clan? Senju Hanamoku's first suspicion was the Anbu. Before the sealing, brother Rinmo and Konoha's higher-ups had multiple fierce conflicts due to Kushina's arrangements. Senju Minami asked, "Hanamoku, are you listening to me? We decided to appoint you as clan leader." "Sorry, I was a bit distracted," Senju Hanamoku replied. "Tonight, immediately contact Tsunade at the front line and report everything that happened here exactly as it is, especially the Anbu's behavior and the details of Danzo's appearance." The Thousand-Hand Jonin was surprised. "Hanamoku, are you saying?" "Shoo." Senju Hanamoku stopped her. "Any ninja clan might betray Konoha, but the Senju clan cannot." "I mean nothing else, just want Tsunade to understand the facts." Senju Hanamoku knew this matter had to be kept from most of the clan. She added, "Please have Kato return to the village once, I urgently need to see him." Kato Dan possesses the forbidden technique of spiritual transformation, allowing his soul to leave his body and act independently. Investigating the Anbu openly is a death sentence. Only he can silently gather intelligence in secret. Even the Anbu find it difficult to resist his probing. This matter must remain top secret and cannot be leaked. The 4 Anbu squads involved in the sealing and Danzo's 2 assistants are all under investigation. The true culprit must be identified. Senju Hanaki adjusted her gaze, no longer filled with hatred when looking at the Anbu. Yagami, looking at the whirlpool Uzumaki Kushina on her back and the large sealing scroll beside her, felt that the trip was well worth it. The Senju clan still retains strength, and there are still voices within the village. There is no fear of Danzo's iron grip over everything. Soon, Kushina woke up and, seeing the neatly arranged corpses, tears welled up in her eyes. Aunt Mito and Uncle Rinmaku cared for her so deeply. Kushina tugged at Senju Hanaki's hand, signaling her to come closer. She revealed a shocking secret: among the Anbu ninja, there were actually members of the Uzumaki clan. That person had twice infused chakra into her, the chakra containing powerful sealing energy that helped seal the 9 tails. No wonder she had 2 outbursts. It turned out there was an Uzumaki spy hidden within the Anbu. Even Big Brother Rinmaku was unaware. Senju Hanaki was secretly on alert and ordered Kato Dan to be extremely careful during the investigation to avoid mistakenly harming this Uzumaki spy. Several hours later, a large number of Konoha ninja arrived and transported the bodies of the Senju clan and the Anbu back to the area around the memorial monument. The next day, in front of Konoha's memorial monument, most of the village's ninjas, dressed in black, rushed here. Konoha's grandmother, the wife of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito, had passed away, marking the official disappearance of the founding generation of the village. The founding generation Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama brothers, Uchiha Madara, and the previous 1 or 2 generations of leaders of each ninja clan had all died for various reasons. After Uzumaki Mito's death, Konoha was completely handed over to the first generation of Konoha represented by Sarutobi Hiruzen, with no more restraints. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the front, presiding over Uzumaki Mito's funeral. He recalled the first time he met Lady Mito, when he followed teacher Tobarama into the Senju clan territory. It was during the grand wedding of the first Hokage and Lady Mito. Lady Mito and teacher Hashirama together laid the foundation for the village. Teacher Hashirama is gone, teacher Tobarama is gone, and now Lady Mito has also left. Though they have departed, the precious legacy they left behind the village of Konoha continues to be passed down. We will inherit the will of the village's founding ancestors. Yagami, dressed in Anbu attire and wearing a mask, stood at the side and rear of the crowd. The third Hokage's words were stirring, and many people couldn't help but shed tears. Danzo stood in the front row, but Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Kane didn't glance at him once. Yagami's suspicion was correct. The bandages under Danzo's eye patch bore a sealing jutsu that blocked sensory perception. As for where he got the sealing jutsu, no one knew. Could it be notes left behind by Senju Tobarama during his research on Sharingan transplantation? Tobarama's abilities seem tailor-made for the Uchiha. Water release counters fire release, body flicker technique counters the Sharingan, and dark pursuit technique counters Jinjutsu. Tobarama probably really tried the idea of transplanting the Sharingan. Beside Uchiha Kane was the young clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. After the funeral ended, everyone gradually left. Uchiha Kane took Uchiha Fugaku and went alone to express condolences to Senju Hanamoku. Suddenly, a sharp, noisy voice drew attention. "Uchiha Kane! You owe me an explanation. Where were you last night?" Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, glanced at the emotionally charged Senju Hanamoku, then looked at the complex expression on Uchiha Kane's face, said nothing, and continued to leave. Uchiha Kane repeatedly explained that he was in the clan territory last night, with many witnesses. He had learned what the Senju clan had encountered and knew that Senju Hanamoku wanted to blame the Uchiha clan for the Susanoo armor. He firmly insisted that he did not use Susanoo and that it was definitely not their doing. No matter how he explained, Senju Hanamoku never believed him and instead argued even more fiercely. In the end, Uchiha Kane asked her to calm down and wait for him to apologize again. After everyone dispersed, Senju Minami asked in puzzlement, "Clan leader Hanamoku, was it really the Uchiha clan?" Senju Hanamoku did not answer. She deliberately pursued the Uchiha clan to create conflict, but in fact wanted to muddy the waters and cover up Kato Dan's investigation. End of this chapter. Inside the dark corridor of the Anbu, Ares followed Captain Fox toward the squad's changing rooms. Beneath Aries' mask, cold sweat continuously seeped out. Captain Fox was sharp and turned to ask, Aries, what's wrong? Aries quickly lowered his head, letting the cold sweat fall onto his collar instead of the floor. I'm fine, Captain. During last night's Nine Tails transfer sealing operation, Aries attacked the Nine Tails from the perimeter using explosive tags, not following the captain and the squad leader beneath the Nine Tails to protect Princess Uzumaki. It was too dangerous near the Nine Tails, and out of concern for Captain Fox, Aries kept his eyes on him. He could see chakra flow with his Byakugan and noticed Captain Fox's chakra was drained several times, which seemed very strange. Normally, such anomalies should be recorded in the squad's mission report, detailing everyone's performance for evaluation and rewards. But Aries did not write it down. The Fox squad leader was very meticulous. If those things were in the report, he would definitely have noticed. Late at night, Aries stayed in the lounge, looking for an opportunity to report directly to Captain Yellow Dog. Purple Cat had intended to get close to Fox when everyone else had left. Seeing that Aries wasn't leaving and realizing there was no chance tonight, and with a mission tomorrow, Purple Cat left first. Nightlight saw that Aries still hadn't gone home and walked over to ask, Aries, why aren't you leaving yet? Is something on your mind? Aries tensed up, worried that the captain had discovered something. Nothing, just a bit tired, he replied. Yagami thought of how Niji Hyuga in the original story hated the branch family status and the cursed seal, saying, I heard every Hyuga branch family is tormented by the caged bird curse seal. Every ninjutsu has its weakness, and sealing techniques can also be broken. The Uzumaki princess is skilled in sealing techniques. When she grows up, she might be able to break this curse. Aries breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out the captain thought he was troubled by the caged bird curse. His mental resilience was too weak, and the squad leader noticed something was off. Fortunately, the captain trusted him. Thanks for the comfort, Captain, Aries took the opportunity to say, every time I return to the clan territory, it feels like a heavy, oppressive boulder. To escape the suffocation, I voluntarily joined the Anbu. Although the Anbu is dangerous, it's still better than the clan territory. Ha, Aries, you're quite humorous. The Anbu isn't just a bit dangerous, it's extremely dangerous, Yagami stood up and said. Don't worry, my strength is improving fast, there's no need, you won't die easily. No need? Aries coughed, Captain, you're the funny one. Are you saying that when it's necessary, we will still die? When necessary, I myself will die. You and I both have a firm will of fire, don't we? Yegwan left the Dark Division and returned to the izakaya. After waiting for a long time, Aries finally stood up from the bench. Captain Fox said he had a firm will of fire. Could it be that he was overthinking? After confirming with a sidelong glance that the captain had disappeared, he left the locker room, hesitated again and again, and walked toward Captain Huanchuan's office. He knocked on the office door, and Aries entered the office. Huanquan saw it was a squad leader and asked, Yes, is there something you need? Aries saw on Captain Huanchuan's desk several mission reports about the Nine Tails transfer sealing night. Aries said, Captain, there is one piece of information I did not include in the White Sheep Squad's mission report. I believe I should report it to you in person. Huanquan paused in his movement. Reporting beyond the chain of command indicates the intelligence is very important, or that this intelligence is targeted at the person bypassed. Targeted at the fox? Huanquan asked, Speak, be clear. Aries swallowed hard and said, Captain Huanquan, I have been keeping a close watch on our squad leader to prevent any mishaps and to give early warnings. During the battle, I noticed the squad leader had an abnormal chakra loss once, even unusual, but I did not include it in the mission report. Aries had wanted to say it happened 3 times, but in the end, he only said it once. After joining the Anbu, the first person he followed was the Fox squad leader. The squad leader trusted him a lot. The Anbu was not as terrifying as the legends said. The squad leader would not risk his subordinates' lives to gather intelligence. Although the squad leader was cold, he would not persecute his subordinates without reason. The Hyuga clan had seen too many ruthless captains on the battlefield, those who only cared about the mission and considered anyone expendable. For some reason, Aries did not say it 3 times in the end. Yellow Dog's eyes grew dark. Among the squad leaders under him, Fox was the strongest and had a high mission completion rate. He also understood that if Fox harbored rebellious thoughts, no matter how valuable, he would have to be dealt with. Yellow Dog asked, Fox's chakra abnormal loss once? What kind of abnormality? Aries said, Captain, that time when the squad leader was beside the Senju Hayoshiki clan chief, his chakra almost completely disappeared. But I'm not sure if it was to avoid running out of the clan leader's water dragon bullet, or for some other reason. Huang Quan's eyes softened. The water dragon bullet that Senju Rinmu fired before dying, even a slight hesitation would have resulted in being knocked away. Not to mention the fox, even I would have been certain to die. But even with full effort to dodge, the instant body technique wouldn't use up all the chakra. Did you see the fox get hit by the water dragon bullet? If it was hit, cancelling out the water release's impact, then it might have used up all the chakra. Bai Yang shook his head, not sure. The water dragon bullet and the squad leader's speed were too fast. Maybe the squad leader sensed the power of the water dragon bullet, triggered his potential, and his speed surged. Huang Quan frowned in thought. After a minute, he said, I understand now, Bai Yang. Your intelligence is very useful, but it is still not enough to identify the fox as a spy. There is no reason to eliminate it. However, I am assigning you a secret A-level mission. From now on, you must keep a close watch on the fox without the slightest relaxation, and report any intelligence about the fox to me at any time until I believe the fox's suspicion is cleared. Understood. I got it. Bai Yan left the captain's office, feeling uneasy. He wasn't too sure if what he did was right. He wasn't too sure if reporting to the captain was appropriate, nor if hiding part of the truth was correct. From now on, he would observe the captain more carefully, determined to clear the lieutenant's suspicion. End of this chapter. What? Captain Hippo of the Hippo Squad is dead? A week after the Nine Tails transfer seal, news spread within the Anbu base. Captain Hippo of the Yellow Dog Battalion was killed in action during a mission in the Land of Fire. Hippo was very powerful, almost at the Jonin level. On the night of the Nine Tails transfer seal, Hippo was accompanying the Yellow Dog captain to the Nine Tails location. Many Anbu ninjas died, but the key point was that Hippo's body showed he was ambushed and killed from behind by his own subordinate. There was a spy within the Anbu, and the news shocked everyone. In the following days, deaths frequently occurred within the Anbu, with many victims killed by comrades or superiors. The atmosphere in the Death Forest base was extremely tense. In a certain forest in the Land of Fire, the Fox Squad gradually gathered by teleportation. 3 teams formed a circle, some standing on the ground, some on stones, and others crouching on tree trunks. In the center of the circle on the ground lay the bodies of 2 Anbu ninjas, the atmosphere unusually heavy. This was the second internal Anbu massacre case recently investigated by the Fox Squad. After carefully examining the bodies, Purple Cat reported to Nightlight, Captain, the deceased are 2 members of the Yellow Dog Brigade's Yak Squadron. One launched a sneak attack from behind, stabbing the other Eslon with a ninja blade. After a brief struggle, both perished. Nightlight asked, are the 2 newcomers recently assigned from the route? If so, the possibility of a spy infiltrating the Anbu is higher. Purple Cat replied, the one who was ambushed is a newcomer, but the attacker has served in the Anbu for over 6 months. 6 months, then it's less likely to be a spy. Ares raised an eyebrow slightly, implying whether 6 months is enough to rule out a spy identity. The Fox Squadron leader has served in the Anbu for about a year. Nightlight stared at Purple Cat and said, since the Nine Tails transfer seal, our squad has investigated 2 internal Anbu incidents of mutual killing. The situation in other squads is unknown but likely more severe. This is no coincidence. Besides spies, the Nara clan's shadow manipulation secret technique, the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer technique, and some forbidden jutsu can cause people to kill each other. Can we rule out the Nara or Yamanaka clans? Purple Cat answered, the final strike from both sides was a ninja blade stabbed directly into the brain, causing severe brain damage, making it impossible to extract information from the brain. However, shadow manipulation can be ruled out. Anyone affected by shadow manipulation unconsciously exerts force with their feet trying to break free, so the soil under their feet would be disturbed during the struggle, leaving deep footprints. As for the mind transfer technique, I cannot rule it out. Nightlight had no solution either. This investigation ended fruitlessly once again. Last time, 3 Anbu ninjas acted to assassinate a noble of the Land of Fire but died in the noble's garden. Not only did the mission fail, it almost caused a diplomatic incident. This time, 2 Anbu members went to the front line in the Land of Grass to deliver intelligence, only to die halfway there. The 2 critical deaths were both cases of Anbu members killing each other, which is extremely rare within the Anbu. Take the bodies back to the village and see if the interrogation unit can extract any information. Back at the Anbu, just as Yeguang delivered the bodies to the interrogation unit, the assistant to Captain Huangquan came to notify him that the captain wanted to see him. Entering the captain's office, there were a dozen scrolls scattered messily on the desk. Huangquan spoke, after the Nine Tails transfer seal, the Anbu suffered heavy casualties. Recently, over 10 incidents of Anbu members killing each other have occurred, with members from all 6 squads dead. How is your investigation today? Ye Guang replied, "Sorry, just like last time, nothing was found." The brains of the bodies were all destroyed, making it impossible to determine whether it was genuine infighting or if they were manipulated by genjutsu, secret techniques, or forbidden jutsu to kill each other. No signs of enemy hiding within several hundred meters around. Huangquan pushed up his mask, looking very anxious, and said, "All Anbu members died after leaving the village. The enemy is likely hiding outside the village. Since investigations near the village yielded no results, Fox, you take your squad to the Land of Rain to investigate an Anbu death incident. Your team includes members from the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans, with comprehensive abilities. Go to the Land of Rain to investigate the Anbu squad deaths and to monitor the battle situation for Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo plans to enter the Land of Rain within half a month to a month. The fiercest battle now is with the Hidden Rain village. Hanzo the Salamander is renowned far and wide. The Anbu deaths might be sabotage behind enemy lines orchestrated by him." Ye Guang nodded and asked again, "What about the mission to monitor the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans?" Huangquan said, "That mission I will assign to another squad. The Senju and Uchiha clans have constant friction, with past bloody incidents. The weakened Senju clan has become more aggressive, continuously provoking the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan cannot explain the Sharingan's abnormalities on the night of the Nine Tails transfer seal and have been holding back. That day, the Nightlight squad left Konoha village and headed to the Land of Rain. Along the way, he was especially cautious, alert to every ANBU member around and behind him, especially the few newcomers. Who exactly is killing the ANBU? A name surfaced in Nightlight's mind: Kato-dan. It wasn't surprising that Kato-dan was involved in the operation, but directly killing ANBU was strange. Could it be that the Senju clan had abandoned their principles and started using any means necessary against the ANBU? After arriving in the Land of Rain, Nightlight led the team to report to the frontline command post. Commander Mito Munin had no authority over the ANBU but needed to be aware of all forces on the frontline, including the ANBU, to avoid misjudgments. Inside the ANBU tent, Nightlight saw many jonin: Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kato-dan, and others. It seemed that a small jonin meeting had just concluded here. Ye Guang glanced at Tsunade. The tragic situation of the Nine-Tails seal transfer had long since reached the front lines. Tsunade's expression was weary and sorrowful. More than half of her clan had died sealing the Nine Tails, leaving her in a very bad mood. Ye Guang then looked at Orochimaru. The Sharingan of Danzo was likely transplanted by him. He had once helped Orochimaru deal with the corpses after experiments. The eyes of the Shimura clan's youths had been removed. It was unknown whether the Shimura clan later became test subjects for Danzo. As for Jiraiya, there was no need to look at him. He was only focused on tracking Tsunade and noticed nothing else. None of these three paid attention to Ye Guang, but Ye Guang clearly felt Danzo Kato glance at him once. He slightly turned his head to watch Danzo leave, pondering silently. Mito Munin said, "Fox, the suspiciously deceased ANBU squad's bodies are still in the morgue tent in the medical area. You can go investigate." "Understood, Lord Mito Munin." Arriving at the medical tent, Ye Guang saw Tsunade again. She wore the first Hokage's necklace retrieved from the rope tree around her neck and was busy caring for poison ninjas. The rain-hidden village bred highly toxic salamanders, and there were many poisoned patients in the medical area. Fortunately, Tsunade was there, otherwise, they might not have survived. As Ye Guang, Purple Cat, and White Sheep headed toward the morgue tent, they encountered Danzo Kato coming to see Tsunade. 2 guards followed behind Danzo, both dispatched by the Senju clan. When they passed by, Ye Guang carefully observed Danzo. His muscles were relaxed, lacking the tension one would have when enemies were near. Ye Guang wondered if he had been mistaken. Perhaps the Fox squad leader wasn't worth Danzo's nervousness after all. Entering the morgue tent, Purple Cat and White Sheep began gathering information on the bodies. Just as Purple Cat was about to speak, Ye Guang said to White Sheep, "First, use your Byakugan to check around the tent to prevent eavesdropping." White Sheep, wearing a mask, activated the Byakugan and scanned all around but found nothing unusual. Only then did Purple Cat say, "Captain, the wounds on the 3 bodies were all caused by ninja swords, but the last body's wounds vary in shape: ninja sword, wire, kunai. This indicates a strong ANBU member ambushed them, then was surrounded and attacked by 3. That attacker was powerful, holding their own against 3, killing 2 first, and finally perishing together with the squad leader." After thinking, Ye Guang summarized, the 2-person ANBU team, the 4-person ANBU team, the enemy could only control 1 person. What about the time of death? According to the medical ninja's records, they died 10 days ago. 10 days ago. The ANBU ninjas who assassinated disobedient nobles in the Land of Fire also died around that time. It's either a huge gang or the enemy has teleportation abilities. Yegwang thought for a moment and said, "Let the medical ninja register the bodies and send them back to the village for burial. We'll go scout the site where this squad died." Not long after leaving the morgue tent, Yagami saw Tsunade. Tsunade seemed to be waiting for him. Tsunade frowned, staring at Yagami and said, "Fox, I remember seeing you at Teacher Hiruzen's place, and then I met you 2 or 3 more times. You belong to the Anbu's Yellow Dog Squad, right?" "I am Anbu, I can't casually reveal my identity." Tsunade continued, "I have a good impression of you. You brought back important intelligence during the Battle of Ashigekure. Were you also at the scene the night the Nine-Tailed Seal was transferred?" "I can't answer." Yegwon thought to himself, this is no longer the era of Senju Tobarama as Hokage. Is it appropriate for Tsunade to so openly question the Anbu? Tsunade couldn't get any information, so she had no choice but to let him go. Kato walked over from the side. "Tsunade, why did you let that Anbu stay?" Only the clan leaders Senju Hanamoku and Kato-dan know the secret of investigating the Anbu. Even Tsunade is unaware that Kato-dan is secretly conducting the investigation. Tsunade said, "Kushina wrote to me. She is very sure that there is a Uzumaki clan member in the Anbu, and that the chakra conceals the power of sealing techniques. If it weren't for that person helping her twice to transfer chakra, she wouldn't have been able to complete the sealing. The Nine Tails was not successfully sealed, and over 900 ninja from the Senju clan might have all died. Fortunately, there was a hidden helper, otherwise, the Senju clan would have been nearly wiped out. I think that Fox is somewhat special, but I'm not sure if it's him. If I could treat him once, I would know if he really belongs to the Uzumaki clan." In the original story, the Senju clan was nearly wiped out due to the Nine-Tailed Seal. Tsunade suffered a mental breakdown and developed hemophobia. Yegwang rewrote part of the plot, making Tsunade's will stronger. The Senju clan still exists, Aunt Senju Hanamoku manages the family, and Tsunade becomes the young clan leader. Kushina's letter? Aren't you afraid the Anbu or others will find it? It uses a sealing technique, but without mastering the hand seals, it can only be destroyed and can't be opened. Kato-dan said doubtfully, "The Uzumaki clan actually sent a spy into the Anbu? That's impossible. Even the Senju clan can't infiltrate the Anbu." Tsunade said, "I'm not sure either, but I trust Kushina. She personally experienced the Nine-Tailed Seal and wouldn't hide it from me." Kato-dan pondered as he looked at the Fox's back. The Fox squad bypassed the frontline battle zone, making a detour deep into the Land of Rain. The Anbu investigation squad died deep in the Land of Rain. Yegwon, cloaked, walked briskly in the rain. In front of him were his 3 Anbu squads. Logically, as the squad leader, Yegwon should be at the forefront to prevent the squads from falling into a trap. However, what required more caution at this moment was a certain Anbu ninja suddenly launching an attack. Every member of each squad was under Yegwon's surveillance. Using the Ares Jujutsu, the squad avoided the Rain Ninja stronghold and came all the way to the place where the Anbu squad was killed. The squad dispersed, searching the surroundings for possible clues. The heavy rain was pouring down. Even if there were some traces, they would be washed away by the rain. Yegwon held little hope, going through the routine, waiting for the squad's investigation results. He looked up at the sky. Dark clouds covered the full moon, obscuring the bright silver disk that should have been shining in the sky. The rain was cold and the wind chill, the night heavy and dark. The 3 squads had searched for a long time but found nothing. Suddenly, a sharp dog bark rang out, and everyone immediately turned their heads toward the distance. Yegwon's heart tightened. Was that a splinter dog of the Uzumaki clan? The Uzumaki clan's summoning beast legacy was passed down by the elders to Uzumaki Yuja. Large summoning beasts were their lifeline. Recently, there had been no contact with Uzumaki Yuja. Could it be that the remaining Uzumaki forces were in danger, prompting the summoning beast to be deployed for battle? Yegwang hurriedly looked at Baiyang, who rolled his eyes upward and gazed in the direction of the barking. Squad leader. About 2 kilometers due west, a summoning beast is chasing 3 Konoha ninja. It's moving extremely fast and will be here in a few minutes. Yegwang thought, we can't ignore Konoha ninja in trouble. Observe first. Baiyang continued, this is a chase battle. The 3 Konoha ninja are fleeing, carrying 3 wounded, 2 adults and 1 child. The pursuer is a splinter dog, recorded by the Anbu as the village guardian summoning beast of Yuzushio Hidden Village. There's a woman standing on the dog's head. Yegwang was shocked. Sure enough, it was Uzumaki Yuja. In the rain, affected by the Yatagarasu, Uzumaki Yuja chose the splinter dog. The over 30-meter tall splinter dog ran swiftly, its 4 paws flying. The Fox squad charged between the Konoha ninja and the splinter dog. Anbu ninja threw explosive tags, detonating on the splinter dog, which surprisingly sprouted several more heads. Yeguang didn't want to fight Uzumaki Yuja in front of everyone and shouted, "We are Konoha Anbu. Please come with us." But the three Konoha ninjas seemed not to hear and kept moving forward. Purple Cat urgently said, "Captain, they've been hit by genjutsu. One jonin and two special jonin are all under control." Yeguang was stunned. Could it be that the Anbu were not killed by Kato Dansha but by genjutsu? If that were true, there must be many genjutsu ninja committing crimes in multiple places. How could there be no clues? Yeguang leaned more toward this being an accident. He stared at the approaching splinter dog and said, "I'll cover the rear, you escort the ninja and try to dispel the genjutsu." Water release, water formation wall. Yeguang formed hand seals and released a huge water formation wall. Bai Yang silently admired that the Fox Squad leader's strength was indeed growing stronger. Judging by the scale of this water release, he must be close to Jonin level. The splinter dog crashed into the water release and abruptly stopped. Uzumaki Yuja grabbed the splinter dog's ear tightly, almost flying into the surging water formation wall due to inertia. When she looked carefully, she saw the fox behind the water formation wall. "It's a fox." Yeguang made a subtle gesture, signaling Yojia to go in another direction. End of this chapter. Yojia controlled the split dog to follow Yeguang. After rushing out a sufficient distance, where the wide-eyed one could no longer scout, Yeguang released a shadow clone and fought with the split dog, creating a commotion. The split dog kept howling but did not actually harm Yeguang's shadow clone. Yeguang and Uzumaki Yojia hid nearby. "Yojia, what happened?" Yeguang asked anxiously. Uzumaki Yojia said worriedly, "A fox, 3 Konoha ninjas kidnapped the Uzumaki Nagato family of 3. Kidnapped? Why? Who?" Yeguang's heart tightened. "Uzumaki Nagato, the little boy among us," Yojia replied. Yeguang was stunned. According to the original story, Nagato was about to awaken the Rinnegan at this time. Long before the war between Amagakure and Konoha ended, Nagato had already obtained the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara had transplanted his own Rinnegan to him for future resurrection. Uzumaki Nagato had an extremely high talent. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and inheritor of the 6 paths, he was able to bear the burden of the Rinnegan. To Uchiha Madara, Nagato was crucial. These 3 Konoha ninjas were very likely caught in Uchiha Madara's genjutsu, which is why they went ahead and kidnapped Nagato's family. Could Uchiha Madara be nearby? The more Yeguang thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Thinking of the 3 squads still chasing those 3 Konoha ninjas, Yeguang quickly said, "Yojia, you go back first. You're too weak, don't get involved in this complicated matter. Leave it to me, I will ensure Nagato stays alive." Yojia understood that Fox knew more of the inside story and nodded in agreement. "All right, Fox, I'll leave now." Yeguang hugged Yojia, patted her frail back, and turned to leave. Silently he thought, "My 3 squads, Uchiha Madara, you have to spare some lives, don't wipe them all out." When Yeguang arrived at the company, he found all 3 squads gathered at the foot of the hill and breathed a sigh of relief. The purple cat hurriedly asked, "Captain, did you drive that summoning beast away?" "Yes." Yeguang nodded. "What about those 3 Konoha ninjas? Are they still under the genjutsu?" Baiyang replied, "Yes, Captain. They ignored our calls and tried to get close to dispel the genjutsu, but suddenly accelerated and we couldn't catch up." Yeguang ordered, "Keep your distance from those 3 Konoha ninjas. Be careful of any sudden attacks." The Anbu members all nodded. Recently, there had been several deaths within the Anbu at the hands of comrades, creating a tense atmosphere. The 3 Konoha ninjas dragged their hostage and stopped beside a large rock halfway up the hill. In the next moment, Yeguang's scalp tingled. Above the hillside, the large rock suddenly exploded, revealing a cave inside. From the cave, a figure slowly emerged. With unruly gray hair, the hand holding the sickle was loose-skinned, and deep wrinkles carved his face. But those eyes froze everyone in place. Rinnegan. Everyone was caught in the genjutsu, binding technique. The binding technique, a genjutsu that renders one unable to move. Yeguang's body was extremely stiff. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his feet. In just a few seconds, Yeguang was drenched in sweat from exerting too much effort. Uchiha Madara. His figure was hunched, lacking his former brilliance, yet with the most efficient genjutsu, he instantly rendered the entire Anbu squad powerless. It's over, a level 5 newbie account has encountered a level 99 top-tier expert. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his hand and formed a seal at his chin. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. The overwhelming flames instantly swept across the entire hillside, engulfing the entire squad. Just at the full moon night, Yi Guang was hurriedly killed in an instant? Host death detected, Moon Arc system activated. Yi Guang's vision went black and he suddenly woke up. His eyelids burned fiercely, and everything in his sight was tinged with red light, as if he were still trapped in that terrifying fire. He was revived, back to several dozen minutes ago. He couldn't survive this night and was instantly killed by the suddenly appearing Uchiha Madara. This was the fastest death he had experienced on a full moon night since he crossed over. This world, where strength rules, is truly cruel and merciless. He was originally just carrying out a simple investigation task, walking in the light rain, having just met with one of his lovers, when suddenly a powerful figure appeared and stomped him to death, like crushing an ant. Moon Arc activated. The host only has one resurrection chance per month, and will be revived on the night of the previous full moon after death. Reward lottery chances. 1 Fire Attribute Chakra. 2 Genjutsu, Binding Technique. 3 Uchiha Bloodline Limit Mid to High Level. Fire Attribute Chakra? This option is purely a nuisance, a waste of opportunity. In the future, such trash options must be eliminated first to avoid repetition. Genjutsu, Binding Technique can compensate for the weakness of the Nightlight Genjutsu, but without the Sharingan, its effect is greatly reduced. The third option, Uchiha Bloodline Limit, is mid to high level. Uchiha Madara's Kekei Genkai is definitely top tier. Yeguang currently cannot handle a top tier Sharingan ability, so it can only be mid to high level. No choice, go directly for the third one. Yeguang felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, as if his blood vessels were about to burst. His head and optic nerve system strengthened, his head throbbing with a sour ache. With the Kekei limit, a certain stimulus in the future will trigger the eye opening. Unconsciously, Yeguang had actually gathered the 3 top-tier Kekei of Konoha, Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha. He hurriedly checked his status panel. Host status. Chakra amount, 3.8 times special Jonin level. Chakra attributes, Earth, Water, Yang, Yin. Bloodline traits, Thousand Hands of the Forest upper mid, Uzumaki bloodline upper mid, Uchiha bloodline upper mid. In terms of stats, 3 main aspects were changed. After acquiring the Uzumaki bloodline, chakra capacity became 2.5 times that of a special Jonin level. In less than a month, it naturally grew to 2.8 times. At this point, chakra capacity increased from 2.8 times to 3.8 times. The Uchiha bloodline enhanced spiritual energy chakra is a mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy, so chakra capacity also increased significantly. The blessing of the 3 major bloodlines rapidly increased Yeguang's chakra capacity. His originally blank constitution was improved, entering a stage of rapid chakra growth. His chakra now contained more in nature, enabling him to perform genjutsu and mental-type ninjutsu. Regarding bloodlines, he acquired the Uchiha lineage. Although he hasn't been provoked yet and his eyes haven't awakened, he plans to cause trouble for Uchiha ninjas several more times, aiming to draw a single Tomo Sharingan. Spoiler alert, Uchiha Madara will soon play an important role. The protagonist will vent through him rather than be easily defeated by Madara. To maintain the ranking on the new book list, updates 1TB2 fast plot twists will take a few days to unfold, so readers' understanding is appreciated. The thought of having to hide for a whole month gave Yeguang a headache. On a rainy night, a sharp dog bark rang out. Split Dog had arrived. Yeguang pretended to ask Baiyang, "What is going on?" Baiyang hurriedly replied, 3 Konoha ninjas are running with captives, including a child. Right behind them is the village guardian summoned beast of Yuzushio village, the Split Dog. Time was tight. Uchiha Madara was just a few kilometers away in the mountains. If they encountered him again, Madara had countless ways to kill him. Let's go. No matter who it is, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Yageo wanted to save Uzumaki Nagato but was afraid to face Uchiha Madara, so he decided to intercept Nagato first. Moving at incredible speed, he quickly put distance between himself and Madara, feeling somewhat safer. Seeing 3 Konoha ninjas, Yeguang immediately said, "Their eyes are off, they are very likely under genjutsu. You guys go stop them, I'll deal with the Split Dog." Baiyang was about to report the abnormal chakra flow inside the ninjas but didn't expect the captain to notice so quickly. Yeguang truly was a seasoned Anbu squad leader, exceptionally sharp. Yeguang pushed off with his legs and leapt up, jumping past the 3 Konoha ninjas to appear between them and the Split Dog. Water release, water formation wall. A huge wall of water rose, blocking the Split Dog. Above the Split Dog, Uzumaki Yuka looked at the familiar fox in surprise and quickly ordered the Split Dog to retreat, pretending to be afraid. Yuka realized the fox had become the squad leader of 3 small teams and didn't expect the fox's Anbu spy identity to be so successful. She still remembered the first time she met the fox, who was just a low-level member of the Anbu. More than half a year had passed, and the fox had become a core force in the Anbu, able to obtain more intelligence. She had heard that something major had happened in Konoha village, that Lord Mito had passed away, and Yuka really wanted to ask about the nine-tailed seal and how Princess Kushina was doing. However, this was not the time for reminiscing or gathering intelligence. The three small teams charged at the three Konoha ninjas, trying to find a way to dispel the genjutsu. These three Konoha ninjas were very strong, one jonin and two special jonin. After several exchanges, Purple Cat immediately found the key. They are desperately protecting the captive behind them. The three valued the captive even more than their own lives. The battle between Yegwang and the split dog seemed fierce. Sometimes the water release shot straight into the air, sometimes the earth spike spear was like a dense thorny forest, but most attacks missed. Taking advantage of the water release's cover, Yegwang made a gesture to Uzumaki Yuka, signaling her to leave quickly. Uzumaki Yuka trusted the fox and decisively ordered the split dog to retreat. After the split dog left, Yegwang came to the rear battlefield and walked to Bayang's side, asking, "Bayang, can you tell what kind of illusion this is?" Bayang shook his head, "I can't tell. Most illusions have fixed effects, either binding or hypnosis. But their illusion is more like a dojutsu, creating a strong psychological suggestion, forcing the three Konoha ninjas to complete a certain goal. Judging by how they rather get hurt than protect the captive, the illusion's suggestion is to escort the captive." Time was tight. This place was too close to Uchiha Madara. Yegwang looked at Uzumaki Nagato. As long as he could snatch him away and get far from Uchiha Madara, there might still be a chance. If Uzumaki Nagato was taken away, Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan would be useless, and the great finale of the ninja world would come early. Yegwang rushed toward Uzumaki Nagato and shouted to the Leaf Monkey squad beside him, "Help me hold them off, I'll deal with them." "Understood, squad leader." Leaf Monkey replied. Yegwang observed Uzumaki Nagato. He was unconscious, tightly bound with ropes under his armpits and around his waist. Suddenly, Purple Cat screamed, "Captain!" Leaf Monkey took advantage of Yegwang passing by and suddenly slashed diagonally at his back. Yegwang heard the sound of wind breaking through and instinctively moved sideways to dodge. This half-step saved him. Looking down, the ninja blade had pierced out from his left shoulder. Adrenaline surged. He didn't feel pain, only that his left shoulder was burning unusually. He quickly formed hand seals and used the only ninjutsu that could attack behind him, Earth Dragon Spear. Two Earth Dragon Spears pierced Leaf Monkey. At the same time, Purple Cat used the mind transfer secret technique and discovered that Leaf Monkey's brain actually contained two souls. 100 li away, Kato Dan woke up in a cave. The guarding ninja asked, "Dan, did you find the rain ninja?" Kato Dan shook his head, hiding the truth. "No rain ninja found, only some rain country rogue ninjas dissatisfied with Hanzo. Only he and the Hanamoku clan leader knew about the attack on the Anbu. He couldn't tell the two guards beside him." The guard said. Hanzo's subordinates are strict. It said no one is allowed within 10 meters of him, or the leaked poison gas could kill them. No trusted aides, poor control, relying solely on personal strength for deterrence. Everywhere are rebel ninja gangs. Kato leaned thoughtfully against the wall, very regretful that no clues were found on the ninja Yiho. Yiho participated in the Nine Tails transfer sealing night but knew nothing of the truth. All orders came from Captain Fox. Captain Fox's squad is strong, with two squad leaders, Purple Cat and White Sheep, one from the Yamanaka clan and the other from the Hyuga clan, both with strong spiritual power. When his soul floated in midair, he discovered that Captain Fox's soul was unusually powerful, twice that of an ordinary soul. The head of the Hanamaki clan said that there is a spy from the Uzumaki clan hidden in the Anbu. Only by confirming that Captain Fox is not the spy can he be killed. On the battlefield, Yegwang's head was sweating. Smoke bomb. Everything fell into chaos. Yiho suddenly attacked himself, injuring his left shoulder. Using the smoke bomb as cover, Yegwang quickly jumped up and fled. There are still strong enemies hiding in the shadows. For now, Nagato's matter cannot be attended to. The goal of the three Konoha ninjas was to capture Uzumaki Nagato, ignoring the Anbu's retreat. After leaving the battle, Yako said, "Head west, find a place to take shelter from the rain, and rest to heal your injuries." Uchiha Madara's cave was to the east. They had to stay far away from there. He now possessed the bloodlines of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans, with strong physical constitution. As long as he rested quietly, relying on the Senju clan's self-healing ability, his shoulder injury could recover. After finding the cave, Purple Cat helped Nightlight treat and bandage the wound. This was the closest Nightlight had come to death. If he hadn't dodged in time, Yiho's sneak attack would have pierced his heart directly. End of this chapter. Subordinates guarded outside the cave while Nightlight lay by the fire, silently feeling the changes in his body. Platelets were active, and the wound quickly stopped bleeding. The wound itched, and granulation tissue slowly grew. The constitutions of the Thousand Hands and the Whirlpool clans gave Nightlight a higher tolerance for injury. 3 days later, the injury stabilized, and Nightlight met individually with the members of the Dark Division one by one. First were the remaining 3 members of Yi Ho's squad. They said the squad leader Yi Ho had been normal before and didn't know when he was controlled. Having gained no useful intelligence, Nightlight appointed Flower Deer as the new squad leader. The Leaf Monkey's mask was too unlucky, everyone who wore it died, and I almost didn't escape myself. What a pity for the Leaf Monkey, killed by his own hand. Change the squad leader, hoping the squad can turn its luck around. Then, Nightlight saw White Sheep. White Sheep said he had been using his clairvoyance continuously and found nothing unusual. No one was hiding within a 3-kilometer radius. The enemy's methods were so cunning that even clairvoyance couldn't detect them. Finally, he saw Purple Cat. Purple Cat said, "Captain, I tried to control the Leaf Monkey using the mind-turning technique to prevent him from attacking you, but I failed. There are actually 2 souls inside the Leaf Monkey. I have never seen such a case." Nightlight's expression changed, and he understood in his heart. He once suspected that the Leaf Monkey was also caught in Uchiha Madara's genjutsu, and that the 3 Konoha ninjas in front of him were under genjutsu. He was almost misled by Uchiha Madara. The recent internal killings within the Anbu, as well as the Leaf Monkey attacking him, were not genjutsu but soul-related secret techniques. He finally found the evidence. According to Yeguang, the only person with such ability is Kato Dan. Kato Dan, this talented vassal of the Senju clan, seems to have really made a move against the village. Thinking carefully, one can't blame the Senju clan and Kato Dan for being extreme. The village itself is the most extreme. 5 days later, Yeguang finally left the cave. The shoulder injury had completely healed and no longer affected combat. The enemy was too strong, either Uchiha Madara or Kato Dan, and he had to recover before taking action. Outside, the drizzle continued without stopping. Yeguang said, "Return to the frontline camp, but take a detour. First go to the Land of Fire, then back to the camp. The situation here is complicated and beyond our ability to resolve. We are only investigating. There is no mission that must be completed at all costs, so it doesn't count as giving up." In a cave more than 20 kilometers from here, Kato Dan told his 2 guards, "Today I will use the forbidden technique once more to probe Hanzo's information. Please protect me." The 2 guards stood at the cave entrance while Kato Dan leaned against the wall. There was a Hyuga ninja in the Anbu Fox squad who had participated in the Nine Tails transfer and sealing, and had seen a lot of intelligence. If intelligence could be obtained from the Hyuga Anbu, perhaps the truth behind the Senju clan's crushing defeat could be uncovered. Kato Dan formed hand seals and performed the forbidden technique of spirit transformation. His soul flew out, passing through the mountain above the cave, and hovered in the air. The souls of those around looked like candles in the dark night. Under Aries' command, the Fox squad took a southern detour, preparing to enter the Land of Fire from the southern part of the Land of Rain. Last time the Leaf Monkeys launched a surprise attack, the Dark Division kept their distance to give each other reaction time. Nightlight was at the rear of the team, watching everyone ahead. Suddenly, Antelope reached into the ninja tool bag. Nightlight shouted, "Antelope! Don't move! Take your hand out!" The next second, Antelope had 5 detonator tags in hand. Dodge! The detonator tags flew in 5 directions, explosions ringing out one after another. Nightlight saw Purple Cat blasted against a tree trunk, and Black Bull falling from the air, blood spitting from his mouth. Purple Cat's squad was heavily damaged. Nightlight hurriedly caught Black Bull. Black Bull's chest was charred black, flesh burned, skin eroded. Just as he was about to put it down, Black Bull suddenly raised his kunai and stabbed at Yeguang's side. In the tree, Antelope cried out in fear, "It's not me. I'm being controlled." Kato's severed soul transferred from Antelope to Black Bull. Black Bull's kunai pierced a humanoid blob of mud. Kato's severed soul was stunned an earth substitute? The kunai stabbed empty air. Black Bull then turned and stabbed the ground. Unfortunately, Yeguang did not launch a sneak attack on Black Bull immediately. Seeing his counterattack fail, Black Bull looked toward the nearest Purple Cat. Purple Cat was also blasted, staggering as he tried to stand. Black Bull charged straight at Purple Cat. His movements had changed, completely different from before. The kunai stopped 3 centimeters away from the center of the Purple Cat mask's brow. Nightlight emerged from underground, the kunai piercing Black Bull's arm. He didn't want to kill Black Bull. However, Black Bull's palm loosened, the kunai fell, and he grabbed it with the other hand, continuing to stab toward Purple Cat. Nightlight kicked Black Bull away. Black Bull's chest had already been injured by an explosion, and now he was kicked down into the mud, writhing in pain. Ling fell from the tree and hurriedly said, "Sorry, Captain." I don't know how I got controlled. His tone was full of apology, but the ninja sword in his hand pointed straight at Nightlight's throat. Nightlight's scalp tingled, not because Black Bull and Ling were so strong, but because everyone around could be an enemy. Danger was everywhere. Water release, water formation wall. A wall of water blocked Ling, knocking him flying, crashing heavily against a tree trunk, dizzy and falling to the ground. Ling struggled to lift his head and said softly, "Captain, I really didn't do it on purpose." Nightlight looked at Purple Cat, only she could tell if someone was being controlled. Purple Cat slowly raised her head and said, "Captain, I'll use a secret technique right away." She began to form hand seals. Nightlight thought to himself, even if Kato broke her control, he wouldn't possibly use the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, right? The next moment, the 1,000 steel needles hidden in Purple Cat's wrist suddenly stabbed toward Nightlight. Smack! Nightlight grabbed her wrist and punched her in the abdomen, stopping her resistance. In the heavy rain, Purple Cat slowly fell. Nightlight felt a burning heat all over his body, his mind in turmoil. Is this the sense of oppression brought by Kato's severed belt? Teammates are completely untrustworthy, and the squad's coordination has become a joke. No wonder Kato-dan wants to become Hokage. Even a genius like Tsunade supports him. Ordinary ninja squads could only be slaughtered when facing Kato-dan. Even Purple Cat was unreliable. How could Yegwang deal with elite jonin who mastered forbidden techniques? There is another chapter tonight. A ninja from the Ares squad, seeing Black Bull severely wounded in the chest, jumped down trying to save him. "Don't come near. Be careful," Ares shouted. Before the words finished, a teammate cut Black Bull's throat with a kunai, blood gushing out, staining the wound red. Chaos, complete chaos. Yegwang shouted, "Everyone fall back. Keep a distance of 50 meters. Do not approach." Everyone retreated, and in the rainy night, only the sound of raindrops hitting leaves, pools, and mud could be heard. 5 minutes passed, no movement. 10 minutes passed, still quiet. 15 minutes later, Yegwang cautiously approached Purple Cat and began treating her wounds. Purple Cat did not attack Yegwang. It seemed that Kato-dan had already withdrawn. He chatted with Purple Cat, and after confirming she was okay, he quietly discussed tactics with her. Next time they encounter enemies, they must come up with a plan. They can't be so passive. Later, while traveling, Yegwang instructed everyone to keep a distance of 20 meters from each other to ensure the explosive tags wouldn't harm one another. At the same time, Yegwang no longer headed southeast toward the Land of Fire but went south, taking a longer route. He feared Kato-dan would predict their escape direction and intercept them ahead. After walking for 2 hours, the wind finally calmed, and Yegwang breathed a little easier. Kato-dan seemed to have lost patience and stopped pursuing them. After all, Kato-dan was an elite jonin. He wouldn't play cat and mouse with them forever. The squad found a dense forest with thick leaves, and everyone rested leaning against big trees. Yegwang sat alone under a tree, whose canopy shielded him from much of the rain. He looked up at the oppressive black clouds, thinking, if lightning struck now, would it just happen to kill me? You can't take shelter under a big tree on a rainy day. This piece of knowledge from a past life suddenly surged into his mind. Looking for a cave was unrealistic. Were they supposed to take turns hiding inside? A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, immediately followed by a rumbling thunder. Yegwang stood up, ready to order the group to keep moving. He thought to himself, if it doesn't work, they would detour from the southern part of the Land of Rain to the Land of Rivers, then enter the Land of Fire. The second lightning bolt suddenly lit up, its glow unusually long-lasting. Yegwang squinted his eyes. Something was wrong. Suddenly, a member of the Anbu threw a flashbang straight at Ares. Damn it, why was Kato-dan still clinging on, following them? Yegwang quickly formed hand seals and used the body flicker technique to appear in front of Ares. Ares was the squad's reconnaissance ninja and absolutely could not be allowed to get hurt. Without Ares, the team would find it nearly impossible to navigate the perilous Land of Rain. Here, there were not only rain and rock ninjas but also rogue ninja organizations, and rumors even spoke of Uchiha Madara roaming about. The flashbang and smoke bomb were specifically aimed at dojutsu users. The intense light made Ares barely able to open his eyes. Yegwang used the body flicker technique to block in front of Ares and kicked the controlled Anbu member away. He was unwilling to kill Yeho, and Black Bull had already sacrificed themselves, dying without meaning. At that moment, a rushing sound came from behind. Damn! Could it be that even Ares, who possessed the bloodline limit of dojutsu, couldn't withstand Kato-dan's forbidden technique? Ares' taijutsu far surpassed his teammates, and his speed was fast too. Yegwang was prepared and immediately moved sideways while turning to dodge. But Ares still caught Yegwang, slapping heavily on his left shoulder. Yegwang felt numbness in his left arm. It had already been sealed. Ares' soft fist attacks kept coming relentlessly. Although his movements were not very smooth, he still had about 70 to 80% of his strength. Unexpectedly, Kage had such deep research on the Hyuga clan. After controlling them, he could not only perform pressure point strikes but also use high-level gentle fist techniques. Yaku's heart stirred as he recalled that the Hyuga clan was often assigned to protect Kage, so his understanding of this clan was naturally very profound. Yaku used only his right arm to resist Ares. While dodging, Yaku quickly shouted, "Purple Cat! Help me!" Not far away, Purple Cat hurriedly used the mind-turning technique against Ares. At that moment, Ares' body paused, shouting, "Captain! I'm fine now. Purple Cat has been controlled by the enemy." Ares suddenly lunged forward, blocking between Yaku and Purple Cat to prevent the Fox Squad captain from being controlled by Purple Cat. Seeing Ares say he was normal, Purple Cat's mind-turning technique unconsciously slowed down. However, Ares suddenly launched an attack, fiercely swinging a kunai, slashing toward Yaku's throat. Yaku slightly turned his head, staring at the flying kunai. The kunai moved extremely fast, its sharp blade slicing through raindrops, causing the water to explode into fragments in the air. At the critical moment, Yaku instinctively charged forward, crashing into Ares' embrace. Ares' kunai pierced Yaku's neck, the blade tip penetrating half a centimeter deep. Ares cried out in pain as he was also stabbed in the abdomen by the captain's kunai. All these actions happened instantly, almost as instinctive reactions. If Ares had been a bit faster, Yaku's neck would have been pierced. Yaku lowered his head and saw the kunai had pierced Ares' lung, the four-edged blade also breaking a rib. At the crucial moment, Kage controlled Ares to charge forward, turning a serious injury into a fatal one. Despite his wounds, Ares raised his hand and pointed northward. "Captain, I sense that direction." "Sorry." Ares' life was drawing to an end. In a cave more than 20 kilometers away, Kata suddenly woke up, lamenting how troublesome the squad was, having thought he could control the Byakugan ninja. Shirahitsuji had followed Yako for a long time and was the second most important person in the squad after Murasaki Nico. Yako carried out tasks mechanically every day, and the only people familiar to him were Murasaki Nico and Shirahitsuji. Shirahitsuji had a gentle personality, just like other members of the Hyuga branch family. Before Yako could resolve the troubles in his heart, Shirahitsuji died and was killed by his own hand. Yako, who had traveled through time, was originally ruthless because he felt everyone was a stranger. This world made him feel alienated. Returning to the past every full moon night made him indifferent to life and death. If someone died, they died. If someone was killed, they were killed. Tonight, Yako killed Shirahitsuji and could not take him back to the past to save him. Guilt surged in his heart, rainwater flowed into his eyes, making them sting unbearably. A strong chakra flooded his optic nerves, and his eyes suddenly turned red, the black pupils shrinking into spinning tomo. Sharingan finally awakened. This cursed bloodline limit, each tomo is born from the death of someone close. A mid to high-level Sharingan cannot be awakened without the death of a close person. Murasaki Nico was the closest, and Shirahitsuji had been by his side for a long time. Their deaths prompted Yako's awakening. Among the Uchiha clan, those with extremely high talent could even awaken their eyes when the family cat died. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan wouldn't love keeping cats, nor have a totem beast like the cat granny. The powerful Uchiha ancestors believed that having a cat at home made it easier to awaken the eyes. Uchiha without enough talent, even if they killed everyone in the clan according to the genealogy, still couldn't awaken their eyes. Being an enemy of the Uchiha is dangerous. Being a friend of the Uchiha is even more dangerous. Shirahitsuji pressed close to Yako's ear and said, "Squad leader. I have reported directly to Captain Koken. On the night of the 9 tails, your chakra showed an abnormality once." Yako's heart jolted. Could it be that Captain Koken had begun to suspect him? He turned to look at Shirahitsuji, whose white pupils in the mask's eye sockets looked like expired, poor quality milk, full of flocculent matter. Yako stood up, clearly knowing that Shirahitsuji was already dead and that he must protect Murasaki Nico and the others. "Murasaki Nico!" Yako shouted. Purple Cat heard the sound and knew that Fox was about to use a desperate tactic. This tactic was extremely risky. One careless move could cost a life. Nightlight charged in the direction Fox had pointed, as if ready to fight Kage to the death. Purple Cat stared at Nightlight's back and quickly performed the heart transfer technique, sending her soul into Nightlight's brain. Nightlight completely gave up resisting, allowing Purple Cat's soul to enter. At this moment, there were 2 souls inside Nightlight's brain. Purple Cat took control of the body and used the instant movement technique to rush forward. Nightlight was gambling, betting that Kage would immediately attack upon seeing him charge. The two were betting that 1 plus 1 would be greater than 2. Their combined soul power was not inferior to Kato Dan's. Suddenly, Nightlight's steps faltered. Purple Cat's face instantly turned pale, her neck showing a bloodless hue. Purple Cat's soul collided with the enemy's soul and immediately lost consciousness. Before fainting, she only hoped she could help Fox wear down the enemy. It was already extremely difficult for one brain to hold 2 souls. 3 souls fighting inside was even more agonizing. This was the first time Kato Dan encountered such a situation. There were 2 souls inside the target's body. Even though Kato Dan's soul was powerful, it was hard to gain an absolute advantage. He had long noticed that the souls of Fox's covert unit were unusually strong, their radiance twice that of ordinary people. Nightlight felt something strange at this moment. After being controlled by the heart transfer technique, he could no longer feel or control his own body. There was a thick fog between himself and his body that was Purple Cat's soul. Then another thick fog forcefully squeezed in, breaking the 2 soul world. 3 thick fogs tangled and fought fiercely. Purple Cat's soul was the first to suffer heavy damage, engaging in a battle of attrition with Kato Dan. Then Nightlight's soul burst out and clashed violently with Kato Dan. Nightlight's soul came from another world, completely different from this one. You say forbidden techniques are stronger than mine, I admit that, but if you say your soul is stronger, I absolutely refuse to accept that. Nightlight's consciousness violently collided with the thick fog representing Kato Dan's soul. After 2 consecutive clashes, Kato Dan's soul was defeated and disappeared. Purple Cat's soul, wounded, returned to her own body. The glow was unpleasant too, causing a splitting headache. He immediately stopped in his tracks and turned back to the squad. Before Baiyang died, he only pointed out a direction, without knowing how far it was. If the distance was tens of kilometers, Kato Dan would have already fled or recovered long ago and used forbidden techniques to kill Yiguang again. He fought desperately against Kato Dan just to buy a chance to escape. Kato Dan, next month I will definitely fight you to the death, he shouted angrily. Back at the squad, Yiguang carried the unconscious Zemo on his back, anxiously shouting, "Go quickly! Leave the land of rain and run toward the land of fire." Zemo's breathing was weak, and his limbs were powerless. Kato Dan's spirit transformation technique could not only control others but also directly strangle the soul. Yiguang, caught between the Senju clan and the Anbu, tasted the bitter consequences. He prevented Danzo from obtaining the Uzumaki clan's sealing scroll, avoiding the Anbu being controlled by Danzo. Unexpectedly, the first to make a move was not the Anbu cleansing the traitors, but Kato Dan of the Senju clan. The Senju clan suspected the Anbu and the higher-ups of secretly scheming, causing the massacre of the Uzumaki clan and the tragedy on the night of the Nine Tails transfer and sealing. They launched a fierce attack on the Anbu, having already killed at least 20 Anbu members. Yako felt bitter inside, thinking he had become a guide for the enemy. If it weren't for him, the more than 900 ninjas of the Senju clan would have been wiped out that night during the Nine Tails transfer and sealing. Before dying, Ares told him that Captain Yellow Dog had begun to suspect him. Yako dared not explain to the Senju clan, as his true identity and position could not be exposed. He decided to first lie low through this storm, dispel Yellow Dog's suspicions, and then find a way to contact the Senju clan to escape. Suddenly, he thought of an extreme solution: kill Yellow Dog. Being my enemy is dangerous, but being my superior is even more dangerous, he sneered coldly. Nightlight left behind a shadow clone. Go cover the rear, keep escaping. The shadow clone rushed to the White Ram's corpse, stealing his heart, and stabbed the kunai into the White Ram's skull. Rainwater washed away the bloodstains, covering all traces. This is a cursed land, forever weeping. The White Ram's body must not expose the secret. No one can know, he has told Captain Huangquan. The shadow clone completed the mission and disappeared, memory returning. Nightlight breathed a sigh of relief. In front of Huangquan, caution is never enough. Women and children can be neglected, but the dark faction never can. After entering the land of fire, Nightlight had his subordinates send out a distress signal flare. Before long, a flare of the same color rose in the distance. Finally, there were reinforcements from the Anbu nearby. Yiguang urgently needed support and had to find a medical ninja to treat Zemo's soul injury. Quickly weaving through the forest, after bypassing 2 large trees, they saw 3 people standing on a tree trunk opposite them. Yiguang tensed all over. The one in the middle was Danzo. They encountered Danzo, who was about to head to the front line in the Land of Rain. Before the mission, Captain Kage had said that Danzo might come to the front line. Danzo stood on the tree trunk, one eye covered with a bandage, the other eye coldly watching his subordinates. Who did you encounter? Why are you in such a mess? Yiguang swallowed and said, Lord Danzo, my squad received orders to investigate the accidental deaths of Anbu members. We found a suspected culprit in the southwest of the Land of Rain. He secretly calculated that perhaps he could take this opportunity to eliminate an even greater enemy. Yegwang began a blurry report. Lord Danzo, we encountered 3 Konoha ninja controlled by genjutsu, 1 jonin, and 2 special jonin. I suspect the ninja who cast the genjutsu was the killer of the Anbu. Only such a powerful genjutsu could kill so many Anbu ninja. During the investigation, our team members were controlled by the enemy and killed each other. Captain Yamonkey, Captain Aries, and several team members were successively sacrificed. I can only determine the general location of the enemy but cannot get close. Yegwang deliberately confused Uchiha Madara and Kato Dan as one person because he knew information about both, while other team members in Danzo did not. After hearing this, Danzo immediately asked, "You said someone used genjutsu to control 1 Konoha jonin and 2 special jonin? And remotely controlled your subordinates to kill each other? You still can't approach?" Yegwang replied, "Yes, Lord Danzo, his strength is too great and difficult to deal with. Captain Aries is a Hyuga clan ninja. We lost our intelligence reconnaissance ability and simply cannot deal with such a strange enemy, so we had to retreat and seek help. My squad leader, Purple Cat, was also hit by a strange attack and severely wounded." A root ninja beside Danzo jumped down from a tree to check Purple Cat. Fortunately, he was also a Yamanaka clan ninja. Danzo liked the Yamanaka clan very much. They were good at manipulation and control, which suited him perfectly. After a simple treatment, the ninja whispered quietly to Danzo. Danzo nodded, confirming the identity of the culprit. So it really is him. I should have thought of it earlier. Daring to kill Anbu members and Konoha comrades, he must not be left alive. Danzo didn't say it outright, only hinted that Kato Dan was the culprit. He pondered for a moment and said, "Fox, the intelligence you brought back is extremely important. Lead the way first, return to the scene as quickly as possible, and find the general location of the enemy. If it really is him, having more people would be a disadvantage. Have your squad go to the frontline camp in the Land of Grass first. Only you and I will go personally." "Understood, Lord Danzo." Yegwang let the other ninja take away the unconscious Purple Cat, and he himself led Danzo. "What should I do? I'm just a small Anbu squad leader, and I really don't know who the enemy is. I also don't know where Kato Dan is. By a twist of fate, I found Uchiha Madara's hideout, but that is not too much to ask, right? Madara dies, the ninja world's finale. Danzo dies, Konoha's finale." Yegwang's pace leading the way grew faster and faster. When people do bad things, the corners of their mouths can't help but curl up. Luckily, wearing a mask, they couldn't see Yegwang's barely contained smile. Yegwang took Danzo and headed straight for the cave where Uchiha Madara was. It was unknown whether Uchiha Madara had successfully transplanted the Rinnegan to Nagato. Everything was chaotic, truly chaotic. Danzo judged that the assassin of the Anbu was Kato Dan. He thought Yegwang would take him to kill Kato Dan. In fact, Yegwang took Danzo to see Uchiha Madara, who was under genjutsu control and had taken control of 3 Konoha ninja. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat excited. Yegwang walked in front, 2 root ninjas flanked on both sides, and Danzo was at the rear. Soon, Yegwang arrived at the foot of the hill where Uchiha Madara was hiding. The stones halfway up the hill were still there. It was estimated that after the 3 Konoha ninjas entered the cave, they had redisguised the entrance. Danzo was full of confidence, relying on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Standing at the foot of the hill, he appeared extremely calm, like a master in control of everything. "In the past life, I relied on money to survive. In this life, I rely on strength to back me up." Tuanzang looked at Yegwang. "Fox, you go in first to scout and see how many guards are around him." Yegwang was reluctant. In his heart he had just used up his resurrection chances for the month, and dying once more would truly mean the end. But to complete the mission, he braved it and went in. Yegwang split off a shadow clone. After the real body and the shadow clone swapped positions, they circled around to the giant rock on the hillside from both sides. They encountered no obstacles. Yegwang secretly felt lucky. Ban probably wasn't transplanting the Rinnegan and had no time to pay attention to him. This was truly a stroke of luck. He took out a detonating talisman, stuck it under the giant rock, and still no one paid attention. With a rumble, the boulder exploded, revealing a black hole. Yegwang dodged the explosion, keeping his distance, staring at the cave. This distance was neither disadvantageous to Danzo nor did it cut off his own escape route. Suddenly, a shadow dashed out of the cave. Yegwang suppressed his fear and saw it was a Konoha Jonin controlled by genjutsu. Then 2 more special Jonin rushed out. The 3 had vacant stares, clearly under control. Danzo glanced over and confirmed the 3 Konoha ninja were controlled. Yegwang's intel was correct. But this didn't look like ordinary spirit transformation jutsu. Could Kato Dan have gotten stronger? Yeguan quickly chose the weakest looking special jonin and charged to intercept, determined not to let him get close to Danzo. Two root ninjas also rushed up the hillside, each facing off against a Konoha ninja. Wake up! Don't be controlled by the genjutsu. The root ninja took the opportunity to inject chakra into the Konoha jonin's body, trying to disrupt their chakra flow and break the genjutsu. Unfortunately, it didn't work. This genjutsu is too strong. Yagami Mushin fought against the special jonin, pretending to be overwhelmed, slowly retreating, all the while distractedly guarding the cave. Inside the cave, a slow footstep appeared. The footsteps drowned out the sound of the heavy rain, reaching everyone's ears. The aged Uchiha Madara, leaning on a scythe, appeared at the cave entrance. A lightning bolt streaked across the rainy night, illuminating the deeply lined face of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's eyes were not Rinnegan, but a single ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara transplanted the Rinnegan into Nagato, preparing to gradually lead him down an extreme path. Standing at the cave entrance, Madara stared at Danzo below and said, "Shimura Danzo, you've improved. You actually found my hiding place." Yagakoro knew in her heart that it was thanks to following Nagato in the previous life and accidentally discovering him that Danzo was able to find this place. At first, Danzo didn't recognize Madara, but on the second look, he shouted in terror, "Uchiha Madara, you're still alive." Finally, the two recognized each other. Danzo originally thought he was seeing Kato-dan, but unexpectedly, it was an ancestor of the Uchiha clan, one of the founders of Konoha, with strength comparable to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Immediately, he uncovered the bandages, revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara snorted coldly, "Despicable thief, you actually stole the Mangekyo. It should belong to Uchiha Kagami." That fool still trusted Konoha, and in the end died, his eyes becoming Konoha's treasure. No Uchiha who trusts Konoha ends well. I told Hashirama long ago, you extreme degenerate should have been eliminated early. You have lived until now only because of your Konoha identity. Danzo's face darkened. The special jonin beside Madara fell, and Madara stopped controlling him. Yaku quickly retreated down the hillside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Danzo slowly drew out a kunai, exhaled a wind release, and the kunai revealed a vacuum blade. He said coldly, "Madara, you're old. I wonder how much of your prime strength you still have." Madara looked at Danzo charging at him and sneered, "Have you ever seen me at my prime? Back then I had the Mangekyo, but I still wasn't a match for Hashirama. Now, let me give you a taste of those days." As soon as he finished speaking, Madara shouted, "Would release, tree world birth." The ground violently churned, thick tree trunks burst through the soil, transforming into a dense sea of forest. The trunks twisted and creaked, the sound chilling to the bone. Danzo's expression changed drastically, no longer calm. He knew the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara had a special relationship, but why did Madara possess the first Hokage's would release Kekei Genkai? The tree trunks flew and struck toward Danzo one by one. Danzo hurriedly swung his vacuum blade, cutting through the trunks before him. Yako had long been avoiding Danzo and was now at the outer edge of the tree world birth, rolling and leaping backward to dodge the attack. The dense tree trunks blocked the view. Neither Danzo nor Uchiha Madara paid any attention to the small cannon fodder at the edges. The root ninja near the base of the mountain was too close to Danzo, overly protective, and was crushed by the twisted tree trunks. His abdomen caved in. He was unable to move and, before dying, cast the mind transfer technique on Uchiha Madara. Madara didn't even bother. Such a minor mental attack was nothing but a breeze to him. Another root ninja was also far from Danzo, having escaped the range of the tree world's descent just like Yaku. This root ninja released a swarm of insects resembling a large tree canopy, frantically gnawing at the wood release trunks. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, he wanted to share the burden for Danzo. Uchiha Madara slightly tilted his head, glancing sideways at the Yamanaka ninja, clearly surprised by his strength. Suddenly, a flower bloomed in the wood release, releasing poisonous pollen. The insect swarm died off one after another, leaving piles of insect corpses. The Yamanaka ninja switched between three types of parasites but couldn't withstand the poisonous smoke and died tragically among the insect swarm. Yaku desperately attacked the wood release trunks ahead with Earth Dragon Spear, creating a grand momentum and continuously pushing forward. Although Uchiha Madara appeared to be in his twilight years, he possessed enormous chakra. Standing on the rainbow bridge made of tree trunks, he looked down at Danzo. Danzo formed hand seals and cast a ninjutsu, wind release, vacuum great ball. A high-pressure wind sphere shot from his mouth, smashing numerous tree trunks. Wood chips scattered in the rainy night? Uchiha Madara's eyes brightened, his interest in Danzo growing. I didn't expect your wind release to be passable, he said, but how will you face this? As soon as he finished speaking, a giant wooden figure broke through the ground. The wooden figure swung its fist at Danzo. Danzo released the wind release great ball again, but the wooden figure was unusually tough. Its fist's surface cracked, breaking through the wind release attack and striking Danzo directly. Danzo narrowly dodged and quickly changed tactics, no longer resisting head-on but instead leaping swiftly through the forest, heading straight for Uchiha Madara. He believed Madara was old and frail, perhaps barely holding on, like the last breath of Uzumaki Mito. Now was not the time to ponder why Uchiha Madara could use would release. The primary task was to kill him. Once Madara was dead, everything would be over. Danzo had long wanted to master wood release but had failed to find the method. Perhaps Madara held the secret. If Madara could master it, why couldn't he? Danzo's Sharingan spun wildly as he passed through the ever-growing trunks and vines. The trees grew denser, and he unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan technique. Susanoo. A jade-green Susanoo skeleton appeared around Danzo. Seeing the emerald-green Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's voice rang out again. That idiot Tobirama ended up raising you useless fools. Using Susanoo in front of me? Those Uchiha fools were toyed with by Konoha, unable to even protect their Mangekyo. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and raised his hand for the first time. Until now, Madara hadn't made a move with any ninjutsu, at most just shouting. This time, Madara formed hand seals, indicating he was taking it somewhat seriously. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A gigantic wooden dragon rose from the ground, screeching as it lunged at the Susanoo. The dragon wrapped around the Susanoo, ravenously devouring chakra. The muscles of the newly formed Susanoo quickly vanished, leaving only the skeleton. Danzo's right eye instantly began to bleed. The Mangekyo Sharingan consumed an enormous amount of energy, and combined with the chakra absorption from the wooden dragon, Danzo felt intense pain in his right eye and his vision blurred. He thought to himself, only 2 uses of the Mangekyo and his body was about to give out? The Susanoo disappeared, and the entwining wooden dragon suddenly loosened, leaving nothing behind. The wind-style ninja lifted Danzo out of Mokuryu's range, formed hand seals in midair, and launched an attack at Uchiha Madara. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The wind-style chakra accumulated in his mouth fired like bullets, the airflow continuous and relentless, like a machine gun barrage. The wind blades charged toward Uchiha Madara with powerful penetration. Madara raised his hand to perform a ninjutsu, wood release, insertion technique. On the rainbow bridge beneath his feet, dozens of wooden spears rapidly shot out, countering Danzo's vacuum sphere. Not only that, several wooden spears pierced directly into Danzo's body, exploding in his abdominal cavity and exiting through his back. Danzo instantly turned into a hedgehog, his internal organs severely damaged. Yako stared intently at Danzo. A wave of dizziness hit him, and Danzo's figure suddenly vanished, as if he had never appeared. Sharp spikes fell from the air, dripping blood and bile, proving that Danzo had indeed suffered a fatal injury. At the foot of the hill, Danzo circled out from behind a tree and sprinted into the distance. Yako couldn't help but curse. This guy ran away without even saying goodbye. Yako glanced sideways and saw Danzo's right eye, a Mangekyo Sharingan, pale and lifeless like a dead fish. The precious Uchiha clan's Sharingan had been used by Danzo as a one-time Izanagi. Yako and the Aburain ninja hurried to follow. Uchiha Madara stood on the hillside, coldly watching the fleeing group, then turned disdainfully and returned to the cave. Yako guessed that Nagato's Rinnegan transplant was not yet complete. After all, Nagato was far more important than these Konoha scraps. After escaping far away, Yako did not relax. Instead, he grew even more tense. Things were not looking good. He followed behind the Aburain ninja, who was closely tailing Danzo. Yako moved cautiously, afraid of stepping on puddles or leaves that might make noise, fearing Danzo would suddenly turn back to retaliate. At this moment, Yako's heart was complicated, 3 parts joy, 7 parts regret. The joy was that the old thief Danzo had taken a beating, had made a huge mess in front of Uchiha Madara, and lost one of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo, you finally got your comeuppance. The fresh Mangekyo Sharingan hadn't even warmed in your eye socket before Uchiha Madara ruined it. The regret was that Uchiha Madara was too disappointing. Uchiha Madara acted like the biggest badass when he spoke, full of mockery, yet he couldn't even kill someone like Danzo. You say it's bad to transplant the Rinnegan late, leaving only the ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. What can you really do with that? If you can't even kill Danzo, then you are a complete failure, destined to achieve nothing. Don't even mention Yako. Even the oil girl ninja ahead is trembling, not much stronger than Yako. Danzo's speed fluctuated. Sometimes he inexplicably stopped, staring blankly into the air, and other times he ran wildly, so fast that neither Yako nor the oil girl ninja could keep up. I really feel sorry for him. He had been planning how to deal with Kato-dan, with a battle plan long prepared, but suddenly an old Uchiha on the brink of death appeared and beat him severely. His newly transplanted Mangekyo Sharingan was directly disabled by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, the originator of the Sharingan, even with Uchiha Kagami present, could only be conceded to. Yako was secretly pleased but worried whether Danzo would really resort to killing. Can he kill the oil girl ninja first? The bodyguard is injured, Uri is damaged, shouldn't the bodyguard bear greater responsibility? Just like when the 6 Hokage bodyguards protected the second Hokage died, but they all escaped unscathed. Shouldn't the bodyguards be held accountable? Danzo's face was blue and purple, his right eye bleeding uncontrollably, that eye was completely ruined. He recalled the overwhelming power of the wood released just now. At the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo was defeated by Senju Hashirama's wood release. Now that Madara has wood release, Danzo's Mangekyo simply can't beat his wood release. This is not because he is weak, but because the Mangekyo cannot match wood release. Although Uchiha Madara has always been alive, he no longer attacks Konoha because he fears Konoha's research on Hashirama's cells. Wood releases Konoha's strongest power. It can suppress the 9 tails and counter the Mangekyo. Having just used the Mangekyo for continuous combat, his body was heavily burdened, and the Sharingan had not fully adapted. He wondered if Orochimaru could find a perfect transplantation method. Danzo secretly decided that once he returned, he would definitely have Orochimaru research would release as soon as possible. Having witnessed truly formidable power, Danzo wanted to become even stronger. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. The Abure ninja and Yako quickly halted, cautiously observing. Danzo glanced at the two with his one eye and said sternly, "Look at how cautious you are, it's just a defeat in a battle. For Konoha, what is a setback like this? Even the first Hokage didn't he have an easy path who hasn't he faced setbacks?" This operation yielded extremely important intelligence. The Uchiha clan's treacherous spirit remains unbroken, and Uchiha Madara is actually still alive. He has lived this long, even longer than Uzumaki Mito. He must be plotting something. After returning to the village, increase surveillance on the Uchiha clan, eliminate dangerous elements within the Uchiha, and absolutely do not let Uchiha Madara's schemes succeed. Yako breathed a sigh of relief as Danzo began seriously instructing his subordinates, proving he had no murderous intent. "Fox, you did well. You discovered extremely important intelligence." Suddenly being called out, Yako was startled and hurriedly explained, "Lord Danzo, it was my investigative error. I didn't fully ascertain the enemy's situation." But Danzo magnanimously said, "An enemy like Uchiha Madara can't be fully uncovered by ordinary Anbu. It's not your fault. Find a secluded spot. I need to deal with my right eye." The Yamanaka ninja found a tree hollow to take shelter from the rain, and Danzo went in alone. A Yamanaka guard stayed outside the hollow, while Yako stood watch at a distance. The heavy rain poured down, making everyone uneasy. No one knew if Danzo's original eyes were still intact after transplanting the Sharingan. The Yamanaka ninja remained motionless, as if the rain didn't exist. Half an hour later, Danzo slowly emerged, his right eye covered with a bandaged eye patch. His demeanor had completely changed, full of confidence, as if he controlled everything. The surrounding rain seemed to have lessened somewhat. Could it be that he had implanted a Mangekyo Sharingan? Or was it the Uchiha Mirror's eye? After Orochimaru's human experiments, Danzo was the biggest beneficiary. His strength greatly increased. The three continued walking north. After more than 10 minutes, Danzo suddenly said, "Stop." Yagami and the oil female ninja hurriedly stopped, unsure of what Danzo intended to do. "That's not right," Danzo said. "Fox, repeat the situations you encountered during your mission." Yagami reported again, including the 3 Konoha ninjas who were controlled and the sacrifice of team members. Danzo said, "Uchiha Madara's appearance interfered with judgment. The 3 Konoha ninjas being controlled was indeed his doing. But the Fox squad killing each other is absolutely not Madara's style. Madara would have charged directly into your midst and caused a massacre. Though he is evil, he acts with honor. The real culprit is someone else. Only Kato-dan can kill in this manner. He is nearby and must not be let go." Danzo thought to himself, the 1,000-hand sealing book is so precious and still in the hands of the 1,000-hand clan. If he could obtain it, he would be able to acquire more information about the spirit transformation techniques. The kunoichi took out a waterproof map and unfolded it in the rain, saying, "Fox, mark the location where you were attacked." The nightlight marked the squad's ambush location. The oil-clad ninja connected the Fox Squad's ambush point with a smooth curve, roughly pointing towards the center of the circle. Yegwang's heart jolted. That was exactly the direction Ares had pointed to last. The last words of Ares were whispered close to Yegwang's ear. The other team members were unaware, as Yegwang concealed this crucial piece of information. Unexpectedly, the oil woman ninja approached the truth so easily. Danzo said, "We are far from Uchiha Madara here, no need to worry about him anymore. Advancing to this place, Kato Dan is also a serious threat, he cannot be left behind. If Fox, you two agreed on a set of code signals to confirm at any time whether Kato Dan is under control. The Oil Clan Ninja's codename at the base is E, and he holds a very high status." After confirming the direction, he released a swarm of insects. Occasionally, a few insects flew back and re-entered ES body. After searching for more than 10 kilometers, he suddenly shouted, "Found a suspicious cave." Yagami was the first to enter, cautiously using shadow clones to scout. The cave was empty. He then entered and released the insects on the ground. The insects slowly gathered into a humanoid shape. He said, "Someone lay here a few hours ago, most likely Kato Dan. There's also the scent of herbs around, indicating he was healing here. The insects have already captured his aura. Kato Dan can't escape." After leaving the cave, Danzo and the other two quickened their pace, following the insect swarm in a certain direction. Inside a cave in the land of rain, Kato Dan's face was pale. Since mastering the spiritual transformation technique, he had never failed. Although his direct combat strength was inferior to Jiraiya and others, his battlefield deterrence was unmatched. Unexpectedly, he was ambushed by a covert unit wearing a fox mask. When he tried to control that squad leader, he found the leader had already been controlled by the secret arts of the Yamanaka clan. He had never encountered such a situation and was defeated in a duel of souls. This taught him a lesson: he must be cautious when dealing with the Yamanaka clan in the future. Physical wounds can be healed with medicine, but spiritual wounds can only recover slowly. Kato Dan said to the two Senju guards, "Give me another half hour. After half an hour, I will use the spirit transformation technique to scout the return route to the camp. Once I confirm it's safe, I'll return to the main camp." The guards advised him, "Dan, don't push yourself too hard. Don't leave any hidden injuries." Kato Dan nodded, indicating he understood. Lying in the cave, he listened to the sound of raindrops falling. The Senju clan leader had asked him to investigate the secret behind the Nine Tails transfer of the seal, and he had also investigated many Anbu ninjas. But the Anbu orders were strict. Lower-level members only followed squad leaders' commands, and the squad leaders themselves did not know the truth. To maintain secrecy, the only option was to kill the Anbu being investigated. After the Fox squad fled, Kato Dan worried they would report to the Anbu. He gained no useful intelligence from several Anbu squad leaders. Should he take action against the Anbu battalion leader? Thinking of the Anbu battalion leader, the difficulty of the mission sharply increased. Yellow Dog, a veteran Anbu battalion leader, was the Hokage's right-hand man. Yellow Dog had protected him during the Battle of Ushigakiyama, possessing strong taijutsu and ninjutsu skills, and a resolute will. Black Ant, the Nara clan's Anbu battalion leader, was the Anbu strategist, with command authority second only to the Hokage and Danzo. Which Anbu battalion leader should he target? Who exactly knows why the Nine Tails suddenly manifested the Susanoo armor? The sound of rain grew slightly louder. The terrible weather in the land of rain. He really didn't understand why the people here endured hunger and hardship every day without relocating. Parasite, a Senju guard suddenly shouted. The parasite had sneaked into the cave under the cover of the heavy rain. The three inside the cave hurried to the entrance. Outside the cave, two Anbu swiftly charged forward. One wore a beetle oil paint mask, the other wore a fox mask. Fox mask? Kato Dan's heart tightened. Wasn't that the Anbu squad leader he had once faced? Had he already been exposed? Kato Dan shouted fiercely, "Anbu are here to kill me. Stop them." The two Senju guards hesitated for a moment, then immediately decided to prioritize protecting Kato Dan. One Senju ninja rushed out of the cave to block the two Anbu. The other guarded Kato Dan to prevent a sneak attack. Water release, water severing wave. The Senju ninja sprayed a high-speed stream of water from his mouth, sweeping across the two Anbu, cutting them in half at the waist, even slicing through the large tree behind them. The water-severing wave was incredibly powerful. However, the Senju ninja's expression suddenly changed. The Anbu with the beetle oil paint mask's body shattered, turning into countless insects. It was an insect substitution. The ninja with the fox mask's body turned into mud. It was an earth substitution. As expected of the elite of the Anbu, they have mastered such a clever substitution technique. Watch out! Suddenly, the sound of an explosive tag echoed inside the cave. A Senju guard charged out, shielding Kato Dan from the blast, enduring the explosion to protect him from harm. Yegwang emerged from the ground, realizing the Senju guard was strong, and his sneak attack failed. After the heat wave from the explosive tag dissipated, he slowly stepped out of the cave. Seeing two Senju guards quickly fleeing north with Kato Dan, Yegwang gave chase. Danzo was still hiding nearby. If he was caught slacking off, the consequences would be unimaginable. After running for a few minutes, one Senju guard, seeing they had no speed advantage, stopped to cover the retreat of the other two. Go quickly. Don't worry about me. He leapt into the air toward Asu but was instantly blocked by the fox Anbu. With swift movements, the ninja's sword clashed fiercely against the kunai. He continued the pursuit, with Yegwang and the Senju guards fiercely clashing. The Senju guards grew increasingly strained in battle, feeling as if their opponent was a mirror image. Both skilled in earth release and water release, with tough physiques, they held a slight advantage but found it difficult to secure a quick victory. The fox Anbu defended using water release, water formation wall, their offense weak, seemingly relying on delay tactics to win. The Senju guards suddenly became alert. The fox Anbu's delay tactics proved that there were not just two Anbu, other enemies were hidden in the shadows. The decisive move was not between the two of them, but in the ambush by the hidden enemies. The Senju guards turned their heads and saw the Anbu with the beetle mask and another guard also locked in combat. The beetle Anbu's actions were more extreme, fighting almost wound for wound, only wanting to quickly reach Kato Dan. Kato Dan was already sitting on the ground, preparing to use a forbidden technique. No! Once Kato Dan used the spirit transformation technique, his true body was completely exposed and defenseless. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Danzo held a kunai, wrapped with sharp wind-release chakra vacuum blades. As the vacuum blades swung, they sliced the raindrops in midair one by one. Danzo aimed at Kato Dan's neck, thinking that if he killed him, the trouble would be over. But just as the vacuum blade was less than 3 centimeters from Kato Dan's ear, it suddenly stopped. Kato Dan's soul moved even faster. Indeed, he was a highly praised expert, releasing forbidden techniques at incredible speed. Danzo's expression changed drastically, and his entire demeanor shifted. He spoke, "Lord Danzo, I didn't expect it to be you. Since you found me, there is no need to hide anymore. I have been investigating the Knight of the Nine Tails transfer seal who exactly used the Sharingan to create the Nine Tails Susanoo armor, causing Lord Mito's premature death." Danzo's eyelids twitched as he struggled to ask, "Then why did you suddenly put on the eye patch?" Saying this, he raised the eye patch with his left hand, revealing a new Mangekyo Sharingan, glowing crimson in the rainy night. "So it was you after all." Danzo suddenly stabbed the vacuum blade into his own throat. The vacuum blade was incredibly sharp, easily cutting through flesh and bone, blood gushing out, drowning out the sound of the rain flowing noisily into the mud. Danzo's body stiffened and collapsed into the rainwater. Danzo was dead? Dead twice in one night? Even the Nightlight's resurrection system hadn't died like this. Blood spread in the water as Oto shouted, "Lord Danzo!" Nightlight showed no joy, only staring intently at Danzo's corpse, puzzled. The vacuum blade had killed countless people, but today it pierced its own neck, leaving only skin connecting head and neck. Kato Dan's soul returned to his body, his expression immediately relaxing. Facing a high-ranking Konoha official like Danzo, he had been under immense pressure. He had been too tense just now. Now relaxed, he realized Danzo was dead, and no one in the village must ever know. He looked at the two Anbu members and began forming hand seals. Now was not the time to reveal everything. These two must die. Nightlight saw the fierce look in Kato Dan's eyes and felt a chill in his heart. He immediately raised his hand, ready to use the curse mark binding seal, revealing his identity as a spy of the Uzumaki clan. Nightlight only formed one seal before immediately stopping. The situation suddenly changed, reversing once again. Kato Dan let out a muffled grunt, "Ugh." The spirit transformation technique abruptly stopped. The vacuum blade pierced into the back of Kato Dan's heart, emerged from the front chest, and then slowly cut downward. Heart, lungs, spleen, intestines, kidneys cutting all the way down. On the left side of Kato Dan's torso, a terrifying through-and-through wound appeared. Danzo South's ferocious face pressed close to Kato Dan's ear. This time, he lacked his usual calm, only a violent rage. One of Uchiha Kagami's precious Mangekyo Sharingan had been destroyed by Uchiha Madara, and the other was destroyed by Kato Dan just hours later. This was unforgivable. "Kato Dan! How dare you attack me?" A long wound on Kato Dan gushed fresh blood, flowing like a spring. Danzo's neck was cut down to the flesh and blood, yet he somehow came back to life. Even Tsunade didn't have such regenerative power. Katadan insisted on trying to complete the final hand seal, at least to transmit information. But the experienced Danzo gave him no chance. The vacuum blade suddenly lifted from below, severing Katadan's left hand. The severed hand fell into the bloody mud. Dan, a Senju guard, screamed in pain, hurriedly forming a seal. Otsu, seeing it was a summoning jutsu and fearing trouble, quickly formed a seal as well. But the Senju guard's hand froze mid-air. A parasitic worm bit through his tendons, preventing him from completing the seal. Yegwang took advantage of the opposing guard's distraction and rushed forward, killing him with a single slash. The battle instantly reversed, then quickly ended, with Katadan killing all three on one side in the heavy rain. Danzo hadn't given an order, but he immediately said, "Sir, we'll handle the scene right away." Yegwang glanced at Danzo's expression, then hurriedly lowered his head and got to work. And Yegwang piled the two guard corpses together. Katadan's body lay at Danzo's feet, to be secretly dissected and studied for spiritual transformation techniques. Yegwang scanned the bodies. The necklace of the first generation was still around the neck. He remained motionless because Danzo didn't move in the rain either. Yegwang was cautious, fearing Danzo might kill to silence them, but since the root control wasn't complete, he probably wouldn't. Even if he was a stepchild, he wouldn't kill casually. After waiting a long time, Danzo didn't strike. The heavy rain poured down as if mourning a talented youth like Katadan. Katadan lived on in many ninja memories, growing stronger the more they thought of him. Years later, when a certain Senju ninja recalled him, they would say, if Katadan were still alive, he definitely would have this as the filter of memory. Katadan's forbidden techniques were extremely powerful, but the problem was that he was partially paralyzed once someone got close. All those forbidden techniques had no place to be used. Yegwang calculated his own gains and losses. Ensuring the Senju clan's influence to restrain the higher-ups was Yegwang's plan, which was now basically successful. Katadan had destroyed one of Danzo's eyes, so Yegwang's scheme had taken effect. As for confessing his identity to the Senju clan or even betraying them, Yegwang glanced at Danzo and recalled that Captain Huangquan had already begun to suspect him, so he abandoned that idea. Sympathy aside, his own safety was more important. Yegwang cautiously kept an eye on Danzo out of the corner of his eye. Orochimaru had provided Danzo with advanced transplantation techniques, but Danzo had died multiple times. Twice resurrected, just like in the original story when Danzo was defeated by Sasuke and used a Sharingan substitute. He moved, and Yegwang quickly followed. He walked to Tenzo's side and whispered, "Lord Tenzo, it's too dangerous for you to go personally. Let us go instead. Bringing along a few root ninjas and an Anbu squad can avoid many dangers." Yegwang cursed in his heart, calling him a sycophant. Not only was he sucking up himself, but he was dragging others into it too. Everyone else was exhausted while he took all the benefits. Tenzo closed his dead fish-like gray-white eyes, his expression heavy. "I'm not afraid to die quickly, but these two eyes are relics of Kagami. For Konoha, I have long been prepared to die at any moment, but I want to die like the second Hokage, with meaning. I must not die in vain. I must protect Konoha until the very end." Unfortunately, Uchiha Kagami's trust was lost on the same night. Yegwang thought, Tenzo wants to be the last person to protect Konoha? Does that mean as long as there is one person alive in Konoha, he won't allow himself to die? Every battle, the Anbu provides intelligence, and Tenzo reaps the final harvest. The logic is clear. Tenzo truly believes he will be the last person to die for Konoha. He hurriedly said, "Lord Kagami would surely be comforted to see his eyes helping you through difficulties." As a professional Anbu, Yegwang didn't feel disgusted hearing this. Tenzo finally said, "Let us go to the frontline camp to find Orochimaru." It was unknown whether he would transplant a new Sharingan or revert to his original eyes. He asked, "Lord Danzo, should we hand over Katadan's body to Ko for an autopsy?" Danzo shook his head. "Katadan's death must be kept absolutely secret. Orochimaru cannot be allowed to find out. Orochimaru and Katadan were classmates and have a deep bond with Tsunade. If this leaks, given Tsunade's temperament, she will definitely break ties with the village. Now is not the time for the Senju clan to split. At least wait until after the Second Ninja World War to consider how to eliminate the Senju threat." Yi's eyes flickered slightly as he glanced at the fox, hinting that such a big secret about Katadan's death should the fox know? Danzo's gaze shifted toward the fox. Yagami's heart tightened, and he immediately tried to save himself. "Lord Danzo, I have a plan that can permanently eliminate the future troubles caused by Katadanji's death. Surviving in the cracks is too difficult. I must buy time, delay until the next full moon, only then will I have more room to maneuver." Danzo looked the fox up and down and asked, "Go ahead, tell me." End of this chapter. Danzo waited for the fox's reply. Ye Guang was extremely nervous inside. If he said anything wrong, Danzo would surely silence him here. He slightly gathered his thoughts and said, Lord Danzo, we must loudly and widely spread the news that Uchiha Madara is still alive back to the village. This way, the village will organize a large force to hunt down Uchiha Madara. Madara being alive is a nightmare for the village. The place where Kato-dan appeared is not far from Madara, and he is accompanied by Senju guards. I estimate the Senju clan roughly knows Kato-dan's location. If we throw Kato-dan's corpse into the tree world created by Uchiha Madara, disguising it as if he died at Madara's hands, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Danzo slightly raised his eyebrows, intrigued. How is that killing two birds with one stone? Seeing Danzo's interest, Ye Guang quickly explained, first, this explains Kato-dan's death. Kato-dan is dead, and Tsunade will definitely spare no effort to find out the truth. If Kato-dan died at Madara's hands, Tsunade wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, her grandfather also died prematurely because of the battle with Madara at the Valley of the End. Second, this can divert the trouble eastward. The Senju clan will definitely target the Uchiha clan even more. When the Senju and Uchiha fight among themselves, no one will have the heart to investigate the truth. Ye Guang knew very well that Danzo was not afraid of Tsunade's investigation. What he cared more about was the internal strife between the Senju and Uchiha. During the era of Senju Tobarama, Danzo didn't even regard the Senju clan. Now, with Senju Hanabi leading a group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled, Danzo refrained from acting only to avoid provoking other ninja clans' resentment. Sure enough, upon hearing the words internal strife, Danzo's interest greatly increased. No one understood internal strife better than Danzo. He was the king of conflict in Konoha. Atsu asked from the side, what if Uchiha Madara doesn't admit to killing Kato-dan? Ye Guang answered, I've heard about Uchiha Madara's deeds. He has killed so many people that he wouldn't even remember someone 2 generations younger like Kato-dan. Danzo nodded, indeed that was the case. Ye Guang seized the moment to reveal the ultimate goal, Lord Danzo, I am willing to take the risk to go to the tree world now to create a false scene, disguising Kato-dan as being killed by Uchiha Madara. The actual time of death and the stage time cannot differ too much, or it will arouse suspicion. He wanted to break away from Danzo, feeling that Danzo was too dangerous now. As long as he escaped, he would have more room to maneuver. Danzo frowned slightly, looked down at Kato-dan's corpse, and finally said, Alright, Fox, your thinking is sharp. You are naturally suited for the Anbu. Ye Guang felt that this remark was even more insulting than being scolded. Danzo added, Atsu, follow the fox and ensure he completes the plan. I will wait here for you. As expected, Danzo did not dare to risk himself. He was terrified tonight. Having Atsu follow was a sign of distrust, fearing that he might tamper with things himself. Ye Guang hoisted the bodies of Kato-dan and 2 guards, picked up Kato-dan's severed hand, and moved backward. Atsu stayed about 100 meters behind the fox, watching him from afar. Approaching the cave where Uchiha Madara was hiding again, Atsu was also afraid. Ye Guang had to take a risk. He guessed that after Uchiha Madara's whereabouts were exposed, he would definitely move quickly. In the original story, after Uchiha Madara obtained the power of Senju Hashirama, he lost interest in other matters of the ninja world and focused solely on the Eye of the Moon plan. Now that Danzo had discovered him, he might escape and continue to hide. His goal after resurrection was to activate the Eye of the Moon plan without Hashirama. This world held no attraction for him. If Uchiha Madara hadn't left yet. Ye Guang moved his eyes and activated his Sharingan, wanting to ask if he had ever shown mercy in his youth. Uchiha Madara, do you still remember Sayuha by the Nanha River? But it was hard to say. Maybe he still hated the Uchiha clan for not leaving Konoha with him. In the heavy rain, the distant forest was shrouded in mist, faint and indistinct. Ye Guang soon saw the battlefield after the tree world's descent, with thick tree trunks intertwined and densely packed. He looked toward the dark cave above the tree world's descent, formed a hand seal, and created a shadow clone. The shadow clone jumped onto a tree trunk, moving nimbly as it headed toward the cave. Standing at the cave entrance, a cool breeze blew. Ye Guang was ready to activate his Sharingan at any moment, watching the shadow clone disappear deep inside the cave. About 100 meters away, he nervously stared at the cave. He had secretly planted a parasite bug on the fox. If the fox showed any abnormal movement, he would deal with it immediately. More than 20 seconds later, the shadow clone reappeared at the cave entrance, and Ye Guang's tense nerves finally relaxed. He first put down the corpse, then instantly appeared at the cave entrance halfway up the mountain. The shadow clone exploded, transmitting memories back to Ye Guang, but he was still uneasy and stepped into the cave. The inside of the mountain was hollowed out, with an unusually vast space. Apart from a single chair in the center, it was empty. That spacious area was perhaps meant to accommodate the outer path Geto statue. Uchiha Madara, Nagato, and his family of 3 all had disappeared. Yegwang breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Madara had indeed hidden again, arranging things behind the scenes. He returned to the Tree World's descent and saw 3 Konoha ninja corpses, as well as the remains of a root ninja from the mountain clan. These bodies were all crushed by tree trunks, a gruesome sight. Examining the condition of the bodies closely, Yegwang treated the corpses of Kato-dan and the Senju guards similarly. He lifted the tree trunks and placed the bodies inside, ensuring the skulls were crushed to prevent information leaks. Kato-dan's lower face was still visible through a gap in the tree trunk, confirming his identity. In the distance, he breathed a sigh of relief, watching the fox busy at work. Lord Danzo was right, the fox was truly a born Anbu, ruthless and meticulous in method. After finishing the cleanup, Yegwang found and said, "I volunteer to join the investigation team. When they return here, I can guide them to pay attention to the details of Kato-dan's body to ensure nothing is overlooked." Atsu said, "You can tell me the details, and I can also guide the investigation team." Yegwang was stunned. "If I tell you all the details, won't you still silence me?" "Alright, then let's go to Kato-dan and discuss it in detail." Arriving beside Kato-dan, Yegwang deliberately made things sound complicated. "Look at this head, look at this chest." After explaining the general situation, he added, "Heavy rain will wash over the body, and the investigation team won't arrive for at least 10 days. I estimate there will be 4 or 5 different conditions appearing on the arm. I volunteer to stay here for a few days to observe the effects of the rainwater washing and to prevent beasts or rain ninjas from disturbing the scene." Atsu noticed that the fox had thought things through very thoroughly, making the matter much more complicated. After some thought, he decided to go back and ask Lord Danzo whether to silence him or not, rather than making the decision himself. "You go back with me to see Lord Danzo and let him decide whether to guard the scene." Yegwang followed back to Danzo's side. Danzo was still standing in the rain, one eye showing the whites all around, the other gray and lifeless like a dead man's eye. He told the fox to stay where he was, then walked over and whispered a report to Danzo. After thinking for a moment, Danzo said, "The fox is very useful and thorough in his considerations. Let him lead the investigation team here." The fox started from Uzumaki village and has gone through major Anbu missions this past year without a single mistake. He showed no mercy to the 3 bodies of the Senju clan and had no intention of siding with the Senju or betraying the Anbu. According to the fox, you and he will guard together to ensure the scene is not disturbed by the rain ninja. I will return to the village first and bring the investigation team here as soon as possible. The 3rd Hokage will come in person, and Uchiha Madara is still alive. This threat is greater than the Second Ninja World War. Understood, Lord Danzo. Watching Danzo leave alone, Yegwang let out a long breath. Got away with it. End of this chapter. After Danzo left, the air was moist and sweet in the heavy rain. Yuku stood on the tree trunk, staring into the distance with a telescope. Atsu was at the other end of the tree boundary, alert to the distance and the fox. The place chosen by Uchiha Madara was remote, the rain heavier than other parts of the Land of Rain, with no one nearby and no ninja having come before. Days passed, and Yuku and Atsu did not communicate. Yuku knew that Atsu had warned Danzo a few days ago whether to kill him to silence him. Atsu should be Yamanaka Ryoma from the original story. "Yamanaka Ryoma, you'd better not leave Danzo. It takes 7 days from the southern Land of Rain to Konoha. Even if Danzo returns and discusses a plan with Sarutobi Hiruzen within an hour or two, and sets off immediately, it would still take 14 days to come back." On the first day of the lunar month, 14 days later, a large group of people appeared in the distance. Yegwang put down the telescope, thinking, is the pressure from Uchiha Madara on Danzo really that great? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the heads of the 5 great clans Senju, Uchiha, Yamanaka, Inazuka, and Aburame were present, while the Hyuga clan sent an elder. The heads and elders of the Yamanaka, Inazuka, Aburame, and Hyuga clans were responsible for reconnaissance. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were the 2 main parties involved. Each of them was accompanied by 2 bodyguards, making the group appear exceptionally large. With such military strength, even Hanzo would tremble at the thought of attacking Amagakure. A super luxurious investigation team. Yegwang stared at Danzo and noticed that his right eye was still bandaged. After experiencing the power of the Sharingan, Danzo could no longer resist its temptation. The chance for resurrection was right before his eyes, how could he let it go? Danzo had gained too many benefits from Uchiha Kagami. The group landed near the Tree World's descent. Hiruzen Sarutobi wore battle armor, holding the Vajra Rui staff. The giant monkey's eyes on the staff suddenly opened. Hiruzen, is this the first Hokage would release? Hiruzen swung the staff forcefully, breaking the entwined tree trunks. This power is indeed would release. Everyone looked toward Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama looked at the wood release before him, both confused and incredulous. Advisor Danzo said Uchiha Madara used wood release? Didn't he some Senju ninja awaken a bloodline? This news was too absurd, almost unlike a lie. Danzo has no need to fabricate absurd lies over this matter. Everyone fell silent. The Senju clan hasn't produced a wood release bloodline for decades. Aside from Shigeru, no geniuses have appeared in recent years. The Yamanaka, Inazuka, Aburame, and Hyuga clans immediately began reconnaissance, gathering intelligence from the surrounding area. Yako and Otsu fell beside the senior members. Sarutobi Hizashi did not look at Otsu first, but turned to the Anbu fox. Fox, what exactly is going on? Start from the beginning. Yako thought Danzo had probably already explained once, so he briefly recounted how they saw 3 Konoha ninja controlled by Madara, and how they were confused by genjutsu into killing each other. He placed all the blame for this fratricidal slaughter on Uchiha Madara. Then Yako escaped and met Danzo, who took them back, where they encountered Uchiha Madara. Madara controlled the 3 Konoha ninja and fought against Kato Danzo and his 3 men, with Danzo leading them to assist. Kato Danzo and his 3 men, along with Hei, all died in battle. The Inazuka clan leader, Inazuka Hunter, found 7 bodies in the Tree World Descent. Yako took the senior members up to the Tree World Descent and identified the bodies one by one. When he pointed to Kato Danzo, Senju Hanamoku's face suddenly turned pale and grim. Half of Kato Dan's face appeared through the gap in the tree trunk. It was once heard that the father used would release to roam the ninja world. Now, with an important descendant of the family dead here, Senju Hanamoku's heart was torn apart. Kato Dan was not only Tsunade's lover but also the head of the Kato clan, vassals of the Senju. His death was a heavy blow to the Senju clan. The mountain clan leader replied, the skulls of these bodies have all been crushed by wood release, making it impossible to obtain any information from their brains. Yeguang stood on a tree trunk, and in the gap beneath his feet was Kato Dan's crushed severed hand. It was too gruesome to bear even with 200 meters of surgical thread. Senju Hanamoku could not sew together half of Kato Dan. When Senju Hanamoku was completely despairing and raised no objections, Yeguang spoke again. Hokage-sama, please come with me to the cave where Uchiha Madara once hid. There is important information inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately said, let's go. As they approached the cave, even Sarutobi Hiruzen slowed his pace. The impression left by Uchiha Madara was so profound that even the young Sarutobi Hiruzen and others found it hard to forget. Even Senju Tobarama, at his peak, struggled to contend with him. The group entered a huge cave dug downward. In the center of the cave was a stone chair on a high platform, covered in thick dust, as if time had stood still. Uchiha Madara had sat here for a long time, holding a scythe, motionless. He had grown old and no longer wished to expend much effort. This world had long since lost its meaning for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the foot of the steps, his gaze fixed on the stone chair, as if Madara were still there. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage? Yako called out a few times before Sarutobi Hiruzen snapped back to reality. Yako said, Lord Hokage, there is a deep pit behind the stone chair. It seems a giant once appeared inside, but the details are unclear. Except for Senju Hanamoku, the attention of the other senior members was drawn by the information about Uchiha Madara. The group followed Yako around the stone chair and saw the enormous deep pit. Yako explained, I used a shadow clone to jump down and take a look. Inside the pit was the lower half of a humanoid creature, legs, knees, feet. By proportion, it should be a giant about 100 meters tall. Even Danzo stared at the dark pit with a complex expression. Yako's objective was achieved. No one doubted anymore whether he should be eliminated. Everyone was confused. What exactly did Madara intend to do? And what was this giant? Was it the wooden dummy technique or the thousand-handed Buddha? Yagami took out a scroll and handed a drawing of the giant's lower body in the deep pit to the third Hokage. Otsu beside him looked surprised. These past few days, the fox had been constantly sending shadow clones into the cave, and it turned out they were making drawings. Yagami thought to himself, old brother Tsuchiki, come and see my painting skills. The third Hokage looked at the drawing and shook his head repeatedly. This is neither the thousand-handed Buddha nor the wooden dummy technique. It looks more like a malnourished, muscle-atrophied giant. After everyone digested the news, Yagami continued, Hokage-sama, there is an area on the side with a wooden bed just big enough for a child to lie on. I don't know what Uchiha Madara did on that bed. Everyone hurried to check the side area. Yagami finally relaxed, and no one paid attention to Kato Dan anymore. Danzo also lost the will to silence anyone. The mysteries surrounding Uchiha Madara were enough for them to study for a long time. With the Hokage present, Yagami only needed to follow Sarutobi Hiruzen closely, which was much more comfortable than following Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen patrolled back and forth inside and outside the cave several times, constantly asking for details. If Nightlight can answer, let him answer. If he cannot, also provide some guesses and suggestions. There is too much mystery surrounding Uchiha Madara. Several clan leaders returned with their reconnaissance ninja teams. Elders of the Hyuga clan, Inazuka Kiba, and other clan leaders came to the Hokage's side, shaking their heads one after another. Inazuka Kiba took the lead and said, "Hokage-sama, Uchiha Madara retreated very stealthily, and with the heavy rain outside, none of us could find any traces he left behind." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Everyone, stay at the cave entrance for now. I need to discuss something with the Senju clan leader and the Uchiha clan leader." Only the Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Kagami remained inside the cave. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Kagami and asked, "Clan leader Kagami, does Uchiha Madara still have any contact with the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Kagami shook his head repeatedly. "Hokage-sama, after Madara's first defection from the village, we severed all ties. Please believe us, the Uchiha clan is right here in the village. How could we possibly defect or have any connection with a villain like Madara? I know nothing about Madara's affairs. What's even stranger is, how could he use wood release?" Yegwang thought to himself, "Here it comes, Uchiha Zong is starting to shift the blame. He has no choice but to shift it. If Madara takes the blame, the Uchiha clan won't be able to withstand it." Senju Hashirama listened, his expression grave. "I also want to know, why would an Uchiha use the most precious bloodline of our Senju clan? Madara is from the Warring States period. Back then the Senju and Uchiha clans never intermarried. Could it be that you've been secretly conducting human experiments all along? Could our missing genius have become your test subject?" The two were about to argue when Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted. "Stop. Don't get hung up on matters from the Warring States period." He pondered aloud, "The matter of Madara is too important. Clan heads Hanamoku and Kane form an investigation team and set out from here to track Madara's whereabouts. Madara's hatred for Konoha hasn't faded. We can't let him go unchecked. The Nine-Tails Seal Rebellion was very likely his doing. The Nine-Tails was once Madara's summoned beast, and he has always wanted to reclaim it. But that night, there were too many people from Konoha, so he had no chance." Senju Hanamoku was unwilling to accept the third Hokage's explanation, but couldn't find a reasonable rebuttal in a short time. The Senju and Uchiha clans already had deep conflicts due to the Nine-Tails incident, and now asking them to form a joint investigation team was like adding fuel to the fire. Madara came from the Uchiha clan but mastered the Senju's wood release. Besides the Senju and Uchiha, who else could uncover the truth? Senju Hanamoku and Uchiha Kane had no choice but to agree, though the intensification of their conflict was inevitable. When the two sides fought fiercely, Sarutobi Hiruzen would step in to mediate at the right time. This was his greatest strength. Senju Hanamoku closed his eyes in pain. With Uchiha Madara still alive, the village would blame the Nine-Tails Seal Rebellion on him. But Senju Hanamoku always felt that things were not so simple. After leaving the cave, Senju Hanamoku ordered 2 Senju guards to collect the 3 bodies of the Senju clan. Senju Hanaki looked at the 3 unsatisfactory bags and said softly, "Let's notify Tsunade when it's time for the burial, otherwise she won't be able to handle it." Not long after, a Senju guard suddenly reported, "Clan leader, Dan has the first Hokage's necklace." The necklace was made of a hard material and was well preserved. Senju Hanaki took the necklace and put it away, preparing to hand it over to Tsunade. Yagami followed Sarutobi Hiruzen back to Konoha village. Another 7 days passed on the road, and the next full moon was approaching. After returning to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen took Yagami directly to the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, only Captain Kurenai was waiting. "Fox, explain the details of what happened." Yagami knew that the third Hokage wanted to find out exactly what Danzo had done. He told all the details. He said he encountered 3 Konoha ninja controlled by Uchiha Madara, was relentlessly pursued by Kato, and that people like Ares and Leaf Monkey died in battle. He escaped using secret mountain techniques. He said he met Danzo, who took him to find Uchiha Madara. The two fought, and Danzo traded a Mangekyo Sharingan for a chance to escape. "What? You said that I was ruined?" Yegwang was stunned. Had Danzo not told Sarutobi Hiruzen about this? Could there be some grudge between the two? Back when Ushigekure heavily damaged Iwagakure and Anaji, the Anbu had promoted Danzo as the primary contributor, but the third Hokage stopped it. Perhaps there was already tension between them. However, no one knows exactly when the Anbu and Root split, or when Danzo independently led Root. Yegwang said, "Yes, Lord Hokage, that I turned into a gray-white dead-eye." Continue. Yegwang then told how Danzo found Kato and used another Mangekyo Sharingan to kill Kato. Next, he suggested sending Kato's body into the tree world for descent. Yegwang had to tell the truth about everything related to Danzo. He couldn't hide anything otherwise. If Sarutobi Hiruzen confronted Danzo, he would be finished. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a pipe in his mouth, continuously smoking. Before long, the office was filled with smoke, somewhat choking. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "All right, I understand everything. Fox, you performed well, beyond expectations. Write up the mission report as soon as possible and give it to Huangquan to pass on to me." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Yagami went to the Anbu base to write a report. After the fox left, the yellow dog said, "Father, before this mission, the fallen Aries said he noticed the fox's chakra was unusually depleted on the night of the Nine-Tails sealing. This time, during work hours, address by title." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen said. "Huangquan, no need to get hung up on those details. The fact that the fox managed to escape unscathed from Danzo is not a big deal. If there were any problems with the fox, Danzo would have dealt with him long ago given his personality. The fox is a talent worthy of focused cultivation. The Anbu is in great need of skilled hands. The strong Jonin all want to enter the Jonin class meetings. There are very few Jonin like you who wholeheartedly burn for Konoha. If you're not convinced, you can observe a bit more, but don't let it affect the heavy reliance on the fox. If you want to take over the Anbu, you must have several capable captains as subordinates. The fox's growth rate is astonishing and worth nurturing." "I understand," Kurenai sighed. "It's a pity the fox is just a civilian ninja. If he were from the Sarutobi clan or one of the Ino Shikacho clans, that would be ideal." Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, "Slowly cultivate the next generation of Sarutobi and Ino Shikacho. There's no rush." Inside the Anbu base, Otsutsuki saw the returning fox and turned to find Danzo. Danzo said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen trusts the fox very much. Given his outward kindness but ruthless heart, if the fox had any problems, he would have been eliminated long ago. The investigation on the fox is temporarily suspended, just keep a close watch." After Yagami finished the mission report and personally handed it to Captain Kurenai, he left the Anbu base and returned to the village. The squad was still at the frontline camp. This full moon cycle is the hardest and most painful time to endure. Late at night, Yegwang walked into the Crane Moon izakaya and shouted loudly, "Boss, give me the best sake." Shoei saw that Yegwang had returned and hurried over to ask quietly, "Do you want spicy sake or salty?" Yegwang was puzzled. "Sake can be salty? Oh, I get it. I don't drink salty, but I want you to return the favor." The two of them went into the backyard. Half an hour later, Yegwang laughed and said, "Change the sheets, this is not returning the favor, it's clearly returning a fountain." This chapter ends. In the changing area of the Fox Squad at the Anbu base, only Yegwang remained. The surroundings were empty, and Yegwang wished for a purple cat to keep him company. He created a shadow clone and opened his Sharingan under the mask. He posed continuously as if for a photo shoot. The shadow clone occasionally changed hand gestures, reminding Yegwang when to show the Sharingan and when to cover it with the mask. Tests show that when the enemy appears more than 30 degrees outside the line of sight, they cannot see the glowing Sharingan. Using the Sharingan must be done with extreme caution unless it's a desperate situation. The consequences of exposure are severe. The Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clans all planted spies in the Anbu, and these 3 spies turned out to be the same person. Currently, the glowing Sharingan is a single tomo, mainly enhancing insight and taijutsu. He still doesn't know whether becoming a double or triple tomo will grant abilities like copying or genjutsu. A few mornings later, Yegwang was lounging on Shoei's bed. Since Yegwang returned, the izakaya has been closing early and opening late, and Shoei has been somewhat downcast. Yegwang advised her, "Even if you don't become a ninja, you have to train. There must be an opponent in bed every time. It's 2 for 1. How can a woman handle that?" Speaking of worthy opponents, Yegwang thought of Uzumaki Yuka, who performed best in this regard. After kissing Shoei goodbye, Yegwang left the house. He bought several bouquets of white flowers and went to the memorial monument. Behind the memorial monument, many new graves had appeared. Yegwang stood among the graves, looking around. Such a small place, it probably won't be able to hold everyone after this war. The distant forest would likely be logged. Following the squad list, Yeguang found the graves of Baiyang, Yeho, and others, and laid down the white flowers. Baiyang betrayed them and informed Captain Huangquan, but the captain was already dead, so everything was settled. Yeho, which generation of Yeho is this? It seems to be the fourth. The wear rate of this mask is really high. The dark faction ninjas died silently and unnoticed. They were already marginalized in the village, either on the fringes of the ninja clan or lonely individuals with few friends among the civilians. If Nightlight were dead, probably only Purple Cat would come to lay flowers. But it depends on how long Purple Cat can live. After she was promoted to squad leader, she could only find out her real name by reviewing old records. When turning around, Nightlight saw two women dressed in black in front of the cemetery. Senju Hanamoku and Princess Tsunade. Tsunade wore the first Hokage's necklace around her neck. In front of them was Kato Dan's tombstone, with his photo and name on it. When Yagami passed by, he couldn't help but glance at Tsunade once more. Such a strong woman, yet she cried with such sorrow. Tsunade's experiences have been full of hardships. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and is the beloved grandchild of the first Hokage. The second Hokage had high hopes for her and even appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as her master. However, after the sacrifice of the second Hokage, her fate took a sharp downturn. The Senju clan, following the will of the first two Hokage, suffered heavy casualties in the two great ninja wars, and the family gradually declined. Younger brother Shaoshi was killed in an explosion, almost breaking Tsunade. Such a strong woman cried by her brother's body for several days. On the night of the Nine Tails transfer seal, Tsunade was fighting on the front line and couldn't return in time. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were important deployments by Hiruzen Sarutobi on the front line. That night, Tsunade's grandmother Uzumaki Mito, father Senju Rinbaku, and mother all died at the hands of the Nine Tails. Then came the news of Kato Dan's death. Tsunade buried her head, her shoulders trembling slightly as she cried. Senju Hanamoku glanced at the young man passing by and wanted him to leave soon, but since he had also come to mourn friends and family, it was hard to urge him. Yagami glanced at Kato Dan's tombstone and left the memorial grave area. After Tsunade was tired from crying and her emotions stabilized, Senju Hanamoku spoke. Tsunade, I have been hiding this from you. In the original plan, you were to be the bridge between the clan and the village leadership. Even in the worst case, as long as you were there, the village leaders would not completely break ties with the clan. I only told Dan many of the family's secrets. Now that Dan is gone, the Senju clan has reached its most dangerous moment, and there are many things I can no longer keep from you. Tsunade's hands glowed with green medical chakra, healing her swollen eye sockets and the bloodshot veins, restoring her resolute appearance. She said, Aunt, tell me. I have some suspicions as well. Senju Hashirama connected the extermination of the Uzumaki clan and the transfer and sealing of the Nine Tails, suspecting that there is a faction within the higher-ups planning to deal a harsh blow to the Senju clan. Tsunade silently listened and then, together with Senju Hashirama, turned to look at the Hokage rock. The statues of the first and second Hokage were gazing intently at the village. Damn it, how dare they attack comrades within the village, yet we Senju have never been able to get past this psychological barrier. Tsunade said after some thought, Aunt, slowly recall the clan's frontline ninja and train them in medical ninjutsu. Until the truth is uncovered, we cannot take any more risks. Konoha has changed now, and this Konoha is not worth our blood and sacrifice. But we cannot give up our feelings for the village is the lifeblood of the Senju clan. We will cultivate clan members to leverage their physical advantages and turn them into medical ninjas to continue serving the village. I will find a way to uncover the truth. Aunt, rest assured, I will not take reckless risks. I understand the severity of the situation. I will not die, I will carry on their will and persist. According to the original story, Tsunade had developed hemophobia by this time and was completely disillusioned with Konoha, not stepping foot in the village again before Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. But now there is still hope for the Senju clan, and no matter how hard it is, Tsunade will pull herself together and continue to fight for the family. The full moon was like a silver plate, and the moonlight was like white frost. Yagami finally waited for the full moon and breathed a sigh of relief. It was truly terrifying this month. It was Uchiha Madara, then Kato Dan, and also Danzo. It was not easy. At the Anbu base, Yellow Dog called Yagami. Fox, here is a new mission. We will accompany Lord Danzo into the Hidden Rain Village. Last month, Danzo was supposed to negotiate with Hanzo, but the appearance of Uchiha Madara delayed it by a month. Intelligence shows that Hanzo and the Hidden Rain Village's will to fight is not strong. Orochimaru and others are active in the Land of Rain, but the Rain Ninja have not organized a large-scale decisive battle. Danzo has studied Hanzo and knows that he can be persuaded to back down through a trade of benefits. Hanzo declared war on Konoha because Ono promised many benefits. Konoha plans to release part of the Land of Rivers mission quota. In a few days, we will go to the Land of Rain to test Hanzo's attitude. Yegwang nodded, thinking he had to go to the front line again. Sarutobi Hiruzen was becoming more and more like a politician, always using compromise to achieve his goals. In the ninja world, weakness was the original sin. The higher-ups like Sarutobi were not as strong as the first and second Hokage. They could only keep compromising, exchanging Konoha's interests for a stable situation, maintaining Konoha's false glory. A few days later, Yegwang entered the grass country's main camp with Danzo and finally met his squad. End of chapter. Zemo and the others hadn't been assigned many missions and were all still alive, which relieved Yegwang. Soon, Yegwang met the new members added to the squad. The most important among them was Bayan, a reconnaissance ninja. Bayan was from the Aburain clan, skilled in insect reconnaissance. The reconnaissance range was about 1 kilometer. Yegwang felt a bit disappointed. The old Bayan's Byakugan could scout 3 kilometers, but the new Bayan's insects only had a 1 kilometer range. This reconnaissance ability was far inferior. Insect reconnaissance had a delay. The insects sent out had to fly back before they could transmit information. Bayang spoke up, "Captain, we've never had any interaction before. My insects tell me you don't seem very satisfied with me?" Unexpectedly, Bayang's insects could sense emotions. Nightlight said, "It's not dissatisfaction, just reminded me of the previous Bayang. He died on the last mission, so I'm a bit sentimental. Return to the squad, Bayang. Get to know your teammates and let them get to know you," Captain Huangquan issued the assembly order. At the camp entrance, Yegwang saw Danzo and 2 root ninjas, following Danzo on another mission. The Anbu moved silently, leaving the grass country and entering the rain country basin. The sky was overcast with thick clouds, and soon it began to rain, turning from a drizzle into a torrential downpour. The Land of Rain has been crying continuously. The rain affects life here. Grain yields are low, most crops struggle to grow, and food mainly consists of aquatic plants like water caltrop and foxnut. The reconnaissance squads constantly shuttle back and forth, reporting intelligence to Danzo, who is responsible for gathering information. Following Danzo has its benefits. Intelligence is timely, and he values his life greatly, never taking unnecessary risks. Soon, Danzo stopped 3 kilometers outside Kyoto Castle in the Land of Rain. According to the intelligence, Hanzo was inside Kyoto. In the rain curtain, Kyoto Castle was shrouded in gray mist. The Anbu guarded Danzo's surroundings, motionless, rainwater flowing down their cloaks. An hour later, a group of people emerged from Kyoto. Danzo nodded, and the Anbu squad quickly intercepted them. At about 50 meters away, Yagakure saw Hanzo. Hanzo wore a mask, draped in a cloak, holding a sickle. He looked left and right into the distance, his tone puzzled. "Danzo, the rain-hidden village has declared war on Konoha. How dare you come here? Are you here to die?" Hanzo was full of confidence, a demigod of the ninja world. In the Land of Rain, a battlefield of the 4 great nations, his strength was unfathomable, making Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the 3rd Kazekage all take him seriously. But Danzo said, "Hanzo, for all your demigod reputation, you've been completely played by Inoki. The Cloud-Hidden Village has declared war on the Rock-Hidden Village. The 3rd Raikage personally leads the attack on the Land of Water, launching assaults from the north of the Land of Earth. Konoha is also pressuring the Grass-Hidden Village's Rock Ninja. If it weren't for your reckless actions, we would have already penetrated the southern Land of Earth. I heard Inoki promised you a share of the Bird Country missions and Guardian Ninja quotas. If you weren't bewitched by him, wouldn't attacking the Bird Country be better? Your Rock-Hidden Village is fighting on 3 fronts, yet the mission share remains yours. Inoki is giving you what he can't hold on to, making you fight for him a truly profitable deal. Your strength is impressive, but as a small ninja village leader, your strategic vision is too narrow. Why not cooperate with Konoha? Let me teach you what the correct approach is." It was rare for Danzo to speak at such length, and his analysis was thorough and convincing. "Exactly right, the problem is that it's a bit too right." Hanzo was somewhat embarrassed and angry. Hanzo's political skills were very poor, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up creating so many opposition groups in the future Rain Country. In the beginning, the Akatsuki organization led by Yahiko was a moderate reformist group, but in the end, it was forced to become a violent revolutionary faction led by Nagato. Hanzo was burning with rage and quickly formed a hand seal. Summoning Jutsu. He launched the attack without hesitation. When Yegwang saw the huge salamander spirit beast, he immediately jumped aside. The salamander sprayed a stream of aged poisonous mist from its mouth, and purple smoke spread out. Raindrops fell into the poisonous mist, producing a corrosive rustling sound. The poisonous mist churned and boiled in the rain, becoming even more terrifying. This salamander is the strongest summoned beast near the hidden rain village, extremely adapted to rainy weather. Several Anbu ninjas combined their efforts to release wind release, but they couldn't stop the poisonous fog. Danzo personally blew out a strong gust of wind to disperse the poisonous fog. Yagakure cursed inwardly, "Old man Danzo, why did you blow the poisonous fog toward the place I just dodged from?" The fox squad hurriedly dodged again. Hanzo's men had long been lying in ambush on the side. They seized the opportunity while the ninja was airborne and unable to change direction, launching a series of attacks. Kunai and poison needles came in succession. Yeguan quickly formed hand seals, water release, water formation wall. A wall of water blocked most of the attacks. Suddenly, a fire dragon flame bomb shot out, scattering Hanzo's men. Captain Huangquan shouted, "Everyone attack Hanzo! Create an opportunity for Lord Danzo!" Danzo stood calmly in the back, motionless. He always had his subordinates scout ahead while he planned the final strike or retreat. Captain Huangquan charged too fiercely, leading the attack towards Hanzo and firing a fiery projectile